I became the rich second chapter 418 to chapter 502. Hearing his subordinate's report, Mubai's mood was interrupted. He gestured towards Vulture and the other two. Vulture and the other two understood and did not immediately attack Xianxia. Xianxia subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, but her nerves were still tense. She finally understood that she had walked into a wolf's den. Although she was fine now, she might not be fine in the future. Bring this rich second generation here. Mubai's voice was cold as he ordered his subordinate. Compared to Xianxia, he wanted to deal with this rich second generation first. His subordinate nodded and left. Not long after, a tall and tanned man, the man nicknamed Wild Bull, brought Wang Haoran to the bedroom. Why are you here? Xianxia saw Wang Haoran and could not help but exclaim in shock. Wang Haoran was also surprised. He did not expect to meet Xianxia here. However, when he saw Xianxia's tense body and the surrounding people staring at Xianxia, Wang Haoran could tell that Xianxia and Mubai were not in cahoots. After figuring this out, Wang Haoran could not help but frown. He originally planned to kill Mubai and his underlings, then erase the evidence and leave. However, now that Xianxia was here, this plan would not be easy to carry out. Wang Haoran walked over and found that there were 20 to 30 people in Mubai's den. Wiping out these people was a matter of great importance. Although Xianxia was restricted by the poison, her favorability was only 30. It was hard to guarantee that she would not expose this matter. Unless he killed Xianxia, then he would not have any worries. However, Xianxia was the female lead, so it was a pity. Thinking of this, Wang Haoran decided to change his plan. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Why are you here?" "This group of people mysteriously came to cause trouble for us and even invited me here." When Xianxia said the word invited, her tone was particularly heavy. Wang Haoran naturally understood the meaning behind his words and frowned. "Then why didn't you contact me? Is there any point in contacting you? Weren't you captured and brought here?" Xianxia curled her lips, her tone carrying a trace of ridicule. "Know your place. How can you talk to me like that?" Wang Haoran reminded him. "You can't even protect yourself, so don't scare me. If you still want to threaten me with the antidote, you'd better save it. Since we're all going to die together and become ghosts, we'll be on equal footing. Why should I be afraid of you?" Xianxia did not believe that she would be able to leave this place alive. From her words, she was ready to throw caution to the wind. Even if Wang Haoran were to give him the antidote now, what use would it be? She would not strip in front of others just to survive. At worst, she would die. Seeing Xianxia's determined look, Wang Haoran could not help but find it funny. When Mubai saw Wang Haoran reminiscing with Xianxia as if there was no one else around, his face darkened. "That day at the restaurant, you were the one who ambushed me, right?" "I ambushed you? You must be mistaken. I'm a first-year university student. I'm usually well-behaved and have never fought with anyone. I'm an excellent student. Why would I hit someone behind their back?" Wang Haoran said. "I've already checked. It's useless for you to quibble," Mubai said. "Then what do you want to do?" Wang Haoran asked. "How do you want to die?" "Tell me," Mubai said coldly. "Don't mess around." "I've already called the police," Wang Haoran said. Mubai frowned and looked at Bison. "That's impossible. After he got in the car, I confiscated his cell phone." Wild Bull said as he wanted to take out Wang Haoran's cell phone to prove it. However, after searching for a long time, he could not find it. "He must have dropped it in the van," Bison said with certainty. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated slightly. Mubai looked at Wang Haoran in surprise. The reason for that was because the voice was coming from Wang Haoran. "Third sister and I are here." "Where are you?" After answering the phone, Wang Haoran heard Xiao Qianwei's slightly anxious and elegant voice. "I'll be there as soon as possible." "Wait for me," Wang Haoran replied and hung up the phone. Mubai's gaze shifted slightly and looked at Bison angrily. "Brother Mu, I really confiscated his phone. He must have two phones." Bison said and quickly took Wang Haoran's phone. He turned it off and put it in his handbag to prevent him from informing the outside world. Even so, Mubai still stared at Bison angrily and did not look away. Brother Mu, it seems that this guy really called the police, Vulture said. Let's lock them in the secret room first. We'll deal with them after we send away those who are investigating, Mubai said. Suochoqinyu felt that this was an opportunity. She winked at Wang Haoren. She thought that she could cooperate with Wang Haoren and hold Mubai hostage so that Mubai's underlings would not dare to do anything. Then, when the police arrived, they would be out of danger. However, Suochoqinyu's eyes were about to cramp. Wang Haoren was unmoved. Vulture nodded and took out a rope to tie Suochoqinyu and Wang Haoren's hands. He brought them to the secret room. Then, he locked the door of the secret room. Only Wang Haoren and Suochoqinyu were left in the secret room. What's going on? Are you stupid? Or are you timid? It was such a good opportunity just now. If we worked together to control Mubai and wait for the police to arrive, we would be fine. Suochoqinyu said angrily. I said to call the police. You really believed me? Wang Haoren laughed. So you lied to them? Suochoqinyu's expression was dejected. She sat on the ground and felt that she was doomed. It's over. You don't want to die? Wang Haoren asked. Isn't that obvious? I haven't even married yet. I haven't experienced what it's like to be a real woman. Of course, I don't want to die. Suochoqinyu was extremely depressed. If you had a chance to live, but you had to be loyal to a rich man and be his girlfriend, what would you choose? Wang Haoren threw out a multiple-choice question. Suochoqinyu thought for a while. I have to see if this rich man is handsome or not. If his body is not good, then good. Like me? Although Wang Haoren's hands were tied, he could still pull up his shirt. His perfect 8-pack abs were on display. Suochoqinyu's eyes widened and her heart jumped. She really didn't see that Wang Haoren's body was so good. These abs should be very powerful, right? After staring for a while, Suochoqinyu felt her face heat up. Ding, the female lead Suochoqinyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 40, very friendly, have you seen enough? Hurry up and say it. Do you choose to die or be my girlfriend? Wang Haoren saw that she was staring at him without saying anything, so he hurriedly urged her. After all, he still had to go eat after he was done here. I'm about to die. What's the point of doing this kind of multiple-choice question? Suochoqinyu snorted. You said it yourself. I'm about to die anyway. Why can't I do a multiple-choice question? Wang Haoren said. Be my girlfriend, Suochoqinyu blurted out. Who would want to die if they could live? Moreover, this Wang Haoren in front of her was rich, handsome, and had a good body, especially that 8-pack abs. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage, right? Moreover, it was said that after a woman reached the age of 25, her peak would be over, and she would slowly decline and age. Especially single women. She wasn't even 25 yet, but she already had this feeling. For example, she often had insomnia at night. She couldn't sleep well, and her endocrine system was a little out of whack. She occasionally fantasized that it would be great if she had someone by her side. However, she didn't like ordinary people. Okay, then you're now one of my girlfriends, Wang Haoren announced. What a joke. You said you could save me. Suochoqinyu's tone was disdainful. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Wang Haoren easily break free from the rope. What can you do? Kill your way out? Suochoqinyu saw a glimmer of hope. I'm a good student with good morals. Why would I kill someone? When I encounter this kind of situation, of course I'll call the police. Wang Haoren took out his phone. You have 3 phones? Suochoqinyu was surprised. Wang Haoren smiled but didn't say anything. Wild Bull did take the phone, but he quickly stole it back. He turned on the phone and made a call. Big sister police officer, I want to report. Wang Haoren explained the situation over the phone. Did you hide it well? Mubai leaned against the headboard and asked his subordinates. There were many prohibited weapons in this mansion. If he was found out, he would be in big trouble. Don't worry, Brother Mu. It's well hidden. Even if we let them search, they might not be able to find it, Vulture said confidently. Moreover, they can't search just because they want to. If they wanted to search, they needed a search warrant. That rich kid just casually called the police. Why would someone come with a search warrant? When Mubai heard this, he nodded in relief. Time passed quietly. Brother Mu, people are here. Crocodile came into the room to report, looking panicked. If you're here, then so be it. What's the rush? How are you going to accomplish great things with me when you're like this? Mubai scolded. There are a lot of people outside. There are at least 20 cars. According to my estimation, there might be close to 100 people, Crocodile said in a trembling voice. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Mubai was astonished. Brother Mu, I haven't studied much, but I can still count. Crocodile smiled bitterly. Mubai could not help but gasp. It was just a normal call to the police. How could so many people come over? This is too big, isn't it? Brother Mu, what should we do? Vulture was also a little panicked. Calm down. Everything will be fine. Mubai had been through a lot. After a short moment of shock, he quickly calmed down and said, remember, I'm a businessman. You are my bodyguards. It's legal and legal. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing Mubai's words, Vulture, Crocodile, and the others slowly calmed down. They took advantage of this time to quickly inform the others so that they would not be exposed. Outside the mansion, Su Muyan's father, Su Jing, led the team and ordered some people to surround the mansion to prevent anyone from escaping. Ling Duanya led a group of people, fully armed, and rushed into the mansion. Mubai and the others pretended to be good citizens and hid all their weapons. Of course, they would not resist. Not long after, Mubai and his men were all subdued and brought to the hall. Mubai was placed on a stretcher because of his injury. Sister Ling, everyone is here. The colleague reported to Ling Duanya. Go and find the secret room. There are hostages there. Ling Duanya said. The colleague nodded and led a few people out of the hall. I'm a good citizen. I can sue you for breaking into my house. Facing such a situation, Mubai was a little nervous, but on the surface, he remained calm. Would a good citizen kidnap people? Ling Duanya sneered. We kidnap people? Are you kidding? Who did we kidnap? Find out. Mubai looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Ling Duanya frowned. Not long after, the colleague who went to find the secret room returned. Where are they? Ling Duanya had a bad feeling. I didn't find the secret room. The colleague shook his head. After hearing that, Mubai smiled secretly. The secret room of this mansion was very hidden. It was not so easy to find. Moreover, this secret room was completely soundproof. No matter how the people inside shouted, the people outside could not hear. Where did you hide them? Ling Duanya asked angrily. I'm not only going to sue you for breaking into my house, I'm also going to sue you for defamation. Mubai was not afraid. Bastard! Ling Duanya was angry. She walked to the stretcher and grabbed Mubai's collar. She raised her fist and wanted to punch him in the face. Sister Ling, don't be rash. The colleague quickly came over to stop her. Ling Duanya forced herself to resist the impulse and said to the colleague, continue to search. This colleague brought a few more people to search for them. However, after working for a long time, they still could not find the secret room. Ling Duanya became more and more anxious. Wang Haoran, who saw the situation in the secret room with his X-ray vision, was also a little anxious. He was still waiting for the dinner appointment. Why haven't I seen anyone come to save us after so long? Could it be that they can't find the secret room? Suoqiu was a little anxious. The path that they took to get to the secret room was very winding. Suoqiu did not see the secret room open for a long time. Naturally, she could not help but worry. Hearing that, Wang Haoran glanced at her. Indeed, according to the situation, Ling Duanya's people might not be able to find the secret room. It seemed that he still had to rely on himself. Wang Haoran walked to the door of the secret room and stretched his legs. This secret room is made of steel. It's at least 10 centimeters thick. You can't be so naive as to think that you can kick it open, right? Xianxia snorted. If this kind of brute force could be used, she would have done it long ago. Why would she wait until now? Wang Haoran channeled his true qi. He was so focused that he did not hear her clearly. Bang, boom, after the sound of the door being kicked open, the heavy iron door crashed to the ground. Xianxia only felt the ground tremble. What did you just say? Wang Haoran turned around and asked Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the heavy iron door that had been kicked open and felt her face hurt. She stared at Wang Haoran, dumbstruck. Was this guy still human? Such a thick iron door, even if it was blown open, it would not be that easy to blow it open. He actually kicked it open with one kick. Xianxia used to be in the underworld and advocated violence. Although she was now a proper person, her heart had not changed. She could not help but feel a wave of admiration for Wang Haoran. She suddenly felt that being this guy's girlfriend was not only a loss, but also a gain. With him protecting her, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the future? What was there to be afraid of? Ding, the female lead Xianxia's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 50, admiration, ding, the host has influenced the plot. Received 800 villain points. After receiving the system notification, Wang Haoran was surprised for a moment, and then he was secretly delighted. However, now was not the time to be lovey-dovey with Xianxia. Because, he heard footsteps coming over. Later, when someone asks, just say that the door to the secret room fell on its own. Wang Haoran did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he quickly reminded Xianxia. Yes, yes. Xianxia showed a rare obedience and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Not long after, Ling Duanya's colleagues came over and smoothly brought Wang Haoran and Xianxia out to the main hall. After Mubai saw this, his expression turned ugly. After Ling Duanya saw Wang Haoran, she looked him up and down, as if checking if he was injured. However, after looking at him for a while, she did not find anything strange, but to be more assured, she still asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" "No." Wang Haoran smiled and shook his head. Ling Duanya was completely relieved and looked at Mubai with a cold smile. "What do you have to say now?" Mubai was annoyed, but facing Ling Duanya and the others who were fully armed, he could not resist. He could only say, "I want a lawyer." At most, this would be considered illegal detention. If they found a good lawyer and fought the case well, they would at most lose money. If they didn't, they would at most be detained for a period of time. It was just a small problem. Apart from the secret room, did you find anything else? Ling Duanya asked her colleagues. The reason why she brought so many people was because Wang Haoran said that there were a lot of prohibited weapons hidden here. Wang Haoran's previous reports were all true. After receiving the news, Ling Duanya did not doubt it at all. She immediately applied for a search warrant and brought a large group of fully armed people over. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion. No, the colleague replied to Ling Duanya. Ling Duanya sighed. It seemed that he had to write a good report when he got back. However, at this moment. "Police sister, I know where their prohibited weapons are hidden." Wang Haoran leaned over to Ling Duanya's ear and whispered. "Really? Quickly lead the way." Ling Duanya was delighted. Wang Haoran nodded and led some of Ling Duanya's people to search the mansion. After a while, they found several places where prohibited weapons were hidden. Mubai and the others' faces were ashen. They couldn't understand how Wang Haoran found out about it when it was hidden so well. With so many prohibited weapons, the crime was not small. As the number one person, Mubai was the chief offender. If it was serious, he would be directly executed. If it was light, he would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Ling Duanya was very excited. After solving such a big case, he would definitely be promoted again. "You are really my lucky star." Ling Duanya was so excited that she directly hooked her arms around Wang Haoran's neck and leaned over to kiss him. Ding, the female lead Ling Duanya's favorability towards the host has increased by 10, the current favorability is 45, very friendly. Ling Duanya's male colleagues all looked at Wang Haoran with envy. Hey, what are you doing?" Xianxia saw it from the side and immediately became unhappy. "Haoran, who is he?" Ling Duanya asked. "I am his girlfriend, who are you?" Suoqiu Qingyu unknowingly assumed her identity. Ling Duanya was a little embarrassed, but being pointed at the nose and scolded, she was also a little unhappy. I already kissed you, what do you want? Suoqiu Qingyu was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing the other party provoking her, she couldn't help but roll up her sleeves. Ling Duanya was not to be outdone and clenched her fists. The two women's eyes met and sparks flashed. Let's talk things out, let's talk things out. Wang Haoren stood in the middle and persuaded the two. Ling Duanya and Suoqiu Qingyu gave up on the idea of fighting, but they still looked unhappy with each other. After a while, Mu Bai and the others were taken away along with the confiscated prohibited weapons. I still owe you a reward, Suoqiu Qingyu hinted. She was not interested in Wang Haoren before, so she naturally wouldn't mention it. But it was different now. Next time. If she didn't mention it, Wang Haoren would have almost forgotten about it. Suoqiu Qingyu couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but since Wang Haoren said so, she couldn't force it. Wang Haoren and Suoqiu Qingyu said goodbye and took a taxi to the restaurant of a 5-star hotel. Bian Suwen and Xiao Qianwei were waiting for their husbands in the restaurant. They were waiting at their reserved seats. When they saw Wang Haoren's figure, they immediately became happy. The three of them ordered and started eating. Then, they played in the entertainment area of the hotel for a while. It was already 11 at night. They got a room and stayed there. Ding. Host captured the female lead Bian Suwen. Received 1,400 villain points. Bian Suwen's female lead Halo -70. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -70. Host's villain Halo +140. Ding. Host captured the female lead Xiao Qianwei. Received 1,400 villain points. Bian Suwen's female lead Halo -70. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -70. Host's villain Halo +140. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through 12,000 villain points. The system is calculating the reward, please wait. Wang Haoren received 3 notifications from the system. The first 2 pieces of news made him a little stunned. When he was with Bian Suwen last night, the words Qin Fan didn't appear in the reward notification. But today, it suddenly appeared. It seemed that the protagonist called Qin Fan would definitely meet Bian Suwen and Xiao Qianwei. In other words, they would definitely meet. He just didn't know what kind of protagonist this Qin Fan was and how powerful he was. Ding. Breaking through 12,000 villain points. Reward calculation successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Super Peach Blossom Halo card. A system notification interrupted Wang Haoren's thoughts. At the same time, it made him excited. Because, from the looks of it, this reward seemed very awesome. He quickly opened his backpack and looked at the description. Super Peach Blossom Halo card, worth 110000 villain points. After using the card, the host will obtain the Super Peach Blossom Halo. After obtaining the Super Peach Blossom Halo, there is a 30% chance of being hit on by the female lead, a 20% chance of making the female lead fall in love at first sight, and a 10% chance of the female lead marrying you. Note 1, the above 3 levels of effects will only be triggered at first encounter. Note 2, it is also effective on female characters other than the female lead. The triggering rate is doubled out of the female lead. Note 3, only one of the above 3 levels of effects can be triggered, and the 3rd level pickup effect will be triggered first. Good stuff. After Wang Haoren read the introduction, he could not help but feel excited for a while. As expected of an item worth 110,000 villain points, it was simply too amazing. He communicated with the system and immediately used the Super Peach Blossom Halo card. Ding, the host has successfully used the Super Peach Blossom Halo card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Peach Blossom Halo. Wang Haoren received a system notification message and continued to be excited for a while. But soon, this excitement quietly subsided. Although this halo was amazing, that was under the condition that it was triggered. Chances were hard to predict. For example, the bond card that he obtained at the beginning. There were so many bonds, but he was randomly assigned to the worst ex-girlfriend bond. With such a bad start, Wang Haoren was still a little traumatized by the probability of triggering things. The second-grade love at first sight effect was triggered. This probability was only 20%. Under normal circumstances, only one of the 5 female leads would have the effect of love at first sight. Based on the frequency of the female lead's appearance, this probability was not very satisfactory. As for the first grade devote oneself to her effect, it was only 10%. This probability was even lower. Only 1 in 10 would trigger this effect. As for the 30% pickup effect, this actually looked ordinary. And the worst thing was that this would be triggered first. Once this effect was triggered, the other 2 effects would not be triggered. According to Wang Haoren's estimation, after triggering the pickup effect, the increase in favorability should be between 40 to 50 points. If his luck was bad, the value of this halo was actually not very high. Probability was a very strange thing. But the specific situation still depended on the actual situation. Maybe his luck would be off the charts, it was just that Wang Haoren could not test it at all now. This was because the prerequisite for triggering this halo could only be when he first met the female lead. In the villa, Luo Qingqian, Bu Fian, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu were all busy with their own things. Ring ring ring. The doorbell rang. Lu Yu was in the living room, looking at her laptop and analyzing the market situation tomorrow. When she heard the doorbell from outside, her thoughts were interrupted. It's so late. Who could it be? Bian Suwen and Qiu Qianwei went out, but their fingerprints could be used to unlock the door. If they came back, they would not press the doorbell. Puzzled, Lu Yu got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Even as a woman, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel her heart flutter when she saw this figure. Of course, this did not mean that there was something wrong with Lu Yu's sexual orientation. Instead, it was a kind of heart throbbing for beautiful things. Lu Yu glanced at the person in front of her and felt that she had seen him before, but she couldn't be sure. Yeah, you can't even recognize me? The woman asked with a smile when she saw Lu Yu in a daze. Big sister. Lu Yu immediately confirmed the woman's identity after hearing her words. The woman in front of them was called Tan Taiyao Yu, their eldest sister. Lu Yu was overjoyed, excitedly hugging Tan Taiyao Yu for a while. Then, Lu Yu pulled her by the hand and walked into the villa, calling out to her. Second sister, fourth sister, sixth sister, come out and see who's here. Luo Qingqian, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao all walked out of their rooms. When they saw Tan Taiyao Yu, they were all excited. After a while, the sisters finally calmed down a little. Second sister, fourth sister, sixth sister, why are you all here? Tan Taiyao Yu asked curiously. She knew that Lu Yu lived in Qingling and taught at Qingling University. She also knew the address of her villa. She thought that she would only see Lu Yu, but she didn't expect the other sisters to be here too. It's not just us, third sister and seventh sister live here too. Bu Fian said. That's great, big sister, you're here too. Us 7 sisters are finally reunited. Ji Shuiyao's usually serious face also revealed a big smile. Congratulations to big sister for completing your studies. Luo Qingqian knew that Tan Taiyao Yu was studying in the mountains and couldn't go down easily. Now that she was here, she must have completed her studies. Tan Taiyao Yu smiled and asked her, don't third sister and seventh sister live here? Where are they? They went out, they probably won't come back tonight. Luo Qingqian replied. Tan Taiyao Yu couldn't help but frown, what are they doing if they don't come back at night? Third sister said she went out to treat someone. Luo Qingqian said. Then seventh sister? Tan Taiyao Yu asked. She. Luo Qingqian hesitated. What's wrong with her, tell me. Tan Taiyao Yu raised her voice. She said she went out to eat with her friends. Luo Qingqian replied softly. She's still not back from eating? What kind of second sister are you? Aren't you going to ask? Tan Taiyao Yu scolded. Just going out to eat with her friends. Maybe she saw that it was late and decided to stay outside. It's not a big deal. Luo Qingqian retorted softly. Bang, Tan Taiyao Yu slammed the table. Luo Qingqian, Bu Fian, Lu Yu and Ji Shuiyao were originally sitting on the sofa. Because of Tan Taiyao Yu's action, they all stood up in fright. The 4 of them stood in a straight line, not daring to move. When they were young, their parents were busy with work and had no time to take care of them. The eldest sister was a few years older and needed to take care of the 6 younger sisters. But the children were too naughty and there were too many people. If Tantayayu wasn't fierce, she couldn't control them. Under Tantayayu's fierceness, the 6 younger sisters were all obedient. And because of this, Luo Qingqian and the others had a kind of respect and fear for their eldest sister. Seeing Tantayayu get angry, they all panicked. 7th sister is the youngest. Your 2nd sister, 4th sister, and 6th sister. 7th sister went out with her friends in the middle of the night. What if something happened? You don't care about her at all. Are you acting like older sisters? Tantayayu scolded. Bufian, Lu Yu, and Ji Shuiyao didn't dare to speak. They used their eyes to signal Luo Qingqian to answer. Luo Qingqian felt depressed, but she was used to it. When they were young, when the sisters made mistakes, it was her 2nd sister who took the blame. The one who was beaten and scolded the most by Tantayayu was her 2nd sister. Eldest sister, 7th sister actually, went out with her boyfriend. Don't worry. Luo Qingqian said honestly. Qiu Qianwei was afraid that her sisters would be worried and secretly told Luo Qingqian when she went out. Hearing this, Tantayayu frowned even more. If she went out to eat normally, she would have come back long ago. If she didn't come back now, she could imagine what she was doing. Tantayayu was a more traditional person. So when she taught her younger sisters, she used these standards to ask of them. Qiu Qianwei had grown up. Tantayayu didn't object to her dating. But Tantayayu was extremely against Qiu Qianwei and her boyfriend before marriage. Aren't you going to call Wei Wei back? Tantayayu saw that Luo Qingqian was in a daze and scolded her coldly. Oh. Luo Qingqian nodded hurriedly and took out her phone with trembling hands to make a call. But the call was hung up after a few rings. Luo Qingqian called a second time but was still hung up. She wanted to give up, but seeing Tantayayu's gaze, she could only continue calling. Luckily, someone finally picked up the 3rd time. 7th sister, it's me. Come home quickly. Luo Qingqian said. The person on the other end of the phone didn't care after hearing Luo Qingqian's voice. 2nd sister, didn't I tell you? You said that I won't be coming home tonight. Qiu Qianwei's voice was intermittent. Luo Qingqian was stunned for a moment and felt something. She hated that she didn't sneak to the side to make the call. She didn't look at Tantayayu's expression, but she could imagine how scary Tantayayu's expression was. 7th sister, elder sister is here. She wants you to come back quickly. Luo Qingqian hurriedly said. Ah? Qiu Qianwei's voice suddenly rose. She was obviously shocked. Okay, I'll be back immediately. Immediately. After hanging up the phone, Luo Qingqian carefully said to Tantayayu, 7th sister said that she'll be back immediately. What about 3rd sister? Should I call her? Call her. If there's nothing important, ask her to come back too. Tantayayu said. Okay. Luo Qingqian hurriedly nodded and ran further away to make the call. For the past few days, Bian Suwen had been treating patients at night and only came back in the morning. Luo Qingqian didn't specially call her. After all, 3rd sister had a certain level of martial arts and medical skills. Ordinary people couldn't bully her. But since elder sister said so, she could only do as she was told. 3rd sister, are you done with the consultation? Elder sister is back. If there's nothing important, come back and stay. Luo Qingqian said. I'll be back soon. Bian Suwen's voice was calm. She wasn't surprised to hear that elder sister was back. Luo Qingqian heard it and felt strange. The sisters were very close to each other. Logically speaking, Bian Suwen should be very excited to hear that elder sister was back. However, Bian Suwen was very calm, as if she had known about it beforehand. Could it be that 3rd younger sister and 7th younger sister were together? When I was talking to 7th younger sister on the phone, 3rd younger sister heard it. 7th younger sister was with her boyfriend. If 3rd younger sister was with them, wouldn't that mean, of course, this was just a guess. But it wasn't hard to know. STS she STT she checking to TS her. S's STST at that time, Bien Suwen was innocent. TS to TT des. After she, and her and the other. After some time, there was movement at the gate. Qiu Qianwei and Bien Suwen returned home one after another. She had talked to Qiu Qianwei about it, and Qiu Qianwei had accepted it. She called Qiu Qianwei sister in front of others, but she called Qiu Qianwei sister in private. But Luo Qingqian didn't dare to say it out loud. If Big Sister knew about this, wouldn't she want his life in a fit of anger? Now things were worse. Third sister, Bien Suwen, was suspected to have joined the group. The three of them were throwing themselves at each other. Tan Taiyue was protecting them. How could she tolerate that? Absolutely impossible. Luo Qingqian decided to keep it to herself. Elder sister. Elder sister. Just as Luo Qingqian was thinking, Bien Suwen and Qiu Qianwei were smiling happily and chatting with Tan Taiyue. Tan Taiyue replied with a smile too. However, after she finished talking, her face darkened. Bien Suwen and Qiu Qianwei stood in a row with Luo Qingqian and the rest. Tan Taiyue's gaze landed on Qiu Qianwei and started to lecture her. Wei, I don't object to you dating a boyfriend. But you better listen carefully. No matter what you did before, in the future, you better keep your distance. I don't want something like not returning home a second time. Elder sister, I know. I won't do it again. Qiu Qianwei lowered her head and replied weakly. Tan Taiyue saw that her attitude was good and didn't continue to pursue it. Her gaze shifted and landed on Ji Shuiyao. Elder sister, I am not dating. Ji Shuiyao was afraid of being scolded and quickly declared. I didn't say that I don't want you to date. I just want to remind you that when you are choosing a partner, observe carefully and don't be cheated. No, before you confirm your relationship, you better bring him over for me to see. Tan Taiyue said. Ji Shuiyao felt bitter. Even if he was willing, she didn't dare to bring him over. Tan Taiyue's gaze landed on Luyu. Elder sister, I am dating. It's an online relationship. Liu didn't dare to hide and reported. Online relationship? Tan Taiyue frowned and felt that it wasn't reliable. When you guys are dating, tell me. I will help you check. Ah? Liu wasn't happy. N? Tan Taiyue raised her brows. No problem. Liu quickly changed her words. Tan Taiyue nodded in satisfaction. Fourth sister, what about you? Men will only affect my sword speed. As a professional assassin, I don't have feelings. Bufian was afraid of being lectured and pretended to be expressionless. Do you want to be alone for the rest of your life? That won't do. If you meet someone you like, don't suppress your feelings in case you regret it. Tan Taiyue advised. Bufian was stunned and subconsciously looked at Qiu Qianwei. She did have someone she liked but was afraid that seventh sister Qiu Qianwei wouldn't like it. Third sister, you are a divine doctor and have a wide network. You should know many young talents. Do you have a boyfriend now? Tan Taiyue asked. Yes. Biansu nodded. Qiu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao knew and didn't find it strange. Luo Qingqian already guessed, so she was still calm. After Lu Yu and Bufian heard, they ridiculed their third sister for hiding it from them. If you have time, bring him over for me to take a look. Tan Taiyue trusted Bien Suwen and felt that she knew her limits and wouldn't be like Qiu Qianwei. Let's talk about it when we have time. Bien Suwen didn't dare to bring him over. After Qiu Qianwei heard it, she wanted to show off her boyfriend and couldn't help but say. Elder sister, do you want me to bring my boyfriend over for you to take a look? She was the one. Bien Suwen didn't dare to bring him but she did. Other than Tan Taiyue, the other sisters all knew. Hearing Qiu Qianwei's words, Ji Shuiyao, Bufian, Bien Suwen, and Luo Qingqian all looked at her with envy. Tan Taiyue was expressionless, her eyes flashing. No one knew what she was thinking. Big sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Qiu Qianwei saw that Tan Taiyue didn't reply and asked. You don't have to. Tan Taiyue said. To be honest, she wanted to see Qiu Qianwei's boyfriend and see what her seventh sister's taste was like. But she knew from Luo Qingqian that it wasn't the first time Qiu Qianwei didn't return home. From this, Tan Taiyueyue could tell that Qiu Qianwei had crossed the line with her boyfriend. Tan Taiyueyue was very unhappy about this. But her seventh sister was already 20, she couldn't beat her like when she was young, right? So Tan Taiyueyue put all her anger on Qiu Qianwei's boyfriend. She didn't want to see him because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would slap him to death. Qiu Qianwei would be sad then. Big sister, this isn't fair. You're willing to see the other sister's boyfriends, but you don't want to see mine? Qiu Qianwei pouted. Are your other sisters as willful as you? You're not married yet and you're crossing the line, do you have any shame? Tan Taiyueyue's expression turned cold. Hearing this, Luo Qingqian and Bian Suwen felt ashamed. No, Qiu Qianwei wanted to use her third sister Bian Suwen as an example to refute. However, Bian Suwen was extremely flustered and frantically signaled with her eyes. Qiu Qianwei understood and controlled herself. Say it, what do you want to say? Tan Taiyueyue saw that her seventh sister wasn't convinced and stopped halfway, so she asked. I'm wrong. Qiu Qianwei apologized weakly. But she didn't want to change at all. She thought to herself, if there's a chance, I'll stay out all night. Tan Taiyueyue didn't know what Qiu Qianwei was thinking, but seeing her attitude, she didn't pursue it. She looked at her second sister Luo Qingqian. But Tan Taiyueyue didn't ask anything. Luo Qingqian was engaged and there was no need to ask. Not to mention whether Luo Qingqian had met her fiancé. Even if they met, Tan Taiyueyue wouldn't be worried. Among the 6 younger sisters, Luo Qingqian was the one who received the most education from her. Tan Taiyueyue was not worried about Luo Qingqian. She felt that even if she fell in love with her fiancé, she would not act recklessly. Luo Qingqian saw her elder sister's gaze on her, but she did not ask anything. She could roughly guess her elder sister's thoughts. However, Luo Qingqian felt extremely guilty. However, she did not dare to say it out loud. Since Tan Taiyueyue didn't ask anything, then he wouldn't say anything. Big sister, you only ask us. What about you? Qiu Qianwei was curious and gossiped. She was the youngest and was doted on by her 6 elder sisters. Relatively speaking, she was not as afraid of eldest sister as the other older sisters. Seeing Tan Taiyueyue, he asked them about their personal matters, but Tan Taiyueyue didn't say a word about her own experiences. Qiu Qianwei couldn't help but ask. After hearing this, Luo Qingqian and the others all had some gossipy thoughts and waited for Tan Taiyueyue's reply. I was focused on learning in the mountains. The only person I saw was my master. What experiences could I have? Tan Taiyueyue said lightly. Big sister, I seem to have heard you mention that your master is not that old. Didn't he? Luo Qingqian knew more information. After hearing Tan Taiyueyue's reply, she couldn't help but suspect. Tan Taiyueyue looked at Luo Qingqian expressionlessly. Big sister, don't hit me. I was wrong. Luo Qingqian's psychological trauma was not ordinary. After seeing her elder sister's gaze, she shrunk her neck and pinched her ears, hurriedly admitting her mistake. Tan Taiyueyue was not angry. She looked at Luo Qingqian and explained lightly. Although my master is not that old, we are only master and disciple. Don't be so perverted. She respected Qin Fan and completely treated him as her master. As for Qin Fan, he was also a rare gentleman. Even when he was teaching her ancient martial arts, he did not even touch her finger. The house they lived in was also a few hundred meters away. If there was no special situation, Qin Fan would not even go to see her after the sky turned dark. How could there be anything? Big sister, then what is your standard for choosing a partner? Qiu Qianwei saw that she did not find out what she wanted to hear. The fire of gossip did not retreat and asked again. I have never thought about this question. Tan Taiyueyue was the most tolerant towards her youngest sister. Seeing her ask this question, she was not unhappy and answered honestly. Never thought about it? Then think about it now. Qiu Qianwei smiled. There is nothing to think about. Tan Taiyueyue's expression was calm. Why? Qiu Qianwei did not understand. Because I don't think that I will like anyone. Tan Taiyueyue said. Big sister, don't be so sure. Before I met my boyfriend, I also thought the same. Qiu Qianwei felt that her big sister's thoughts were similar to hers. Hearing this, Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Lu Yu and Ji Shuiyao all agreed. Doubting me? Tan Taiyaoyu glared. I don't dare. Qiu Qianwei was a little scared and quickly said. Tan Taiyaoyu understood that her seventh sister was scared by her and changed her words. Thinking about this, she could not help but say, little Wei Wei, then wait and see. If there really is such a day, then I will give you the big sister position. I will call you big sister. You are the most important among the sisters. Qiu Qianwei's eyes brightened but immediately dimmed. Because there was no such possibility. After all, ever since they were young, big sister had kept all the promises that she had made. It could be said that her words and actions were one. She had never lost a bet with the other sisters. Right, where is little Chen? Is he in Qingling or in another city? Tan Taiyaoyu thought of something and suddenly asked her sisters. Hearing this, Luo Qingqian and the others looked at each other and did not dare to say anything. What is it? Tan Taiyaoyu felt that something was wrong. Luo Qingqian was helpless and could only stand out as the representative. Us 6 sisters originally planned to go up the mountain to see little Chen tomorrow morning. Big sister, since you are here, then let's go together. In the hotel room. Wang Haoran lay alone on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. He was very depressed. He had purposely taken a nap during the day to recharge his energy and planned to stay up all night. But now, they were all gone. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Baby son, tomorrow is Chongyang. Dad will come to pick you up in the morning. Let's go up the mountain to worship our ancestors. After Wang Haoran picked up the phone, Wang Xiang's voice came over. Qingling Mountain Cemetery was located east of Qingling Mountain. The cemetery was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. It was built along the slope from the west to the east and stretched to the top of the mountain. It could be said to be a place with good feng shui. Therefore, those who could be buried in the cemetery were either rich or noble. Early in the morning, the thin mist had not dispersed yet. At the foot of Qingling Mountain, half of the parking space was already occupied. All of these cars were luxury cars. The cheapest among them was a little over 1,000,000 yuan. The people who came to pay their respects got out of the cars and walked up the mountain path with incense and candles. The driver of the Wang family drove a Kuranen and brought Wang Haoran and his family to the cemetery. To show their sincerity, the driver waited at the foot of the mountain as usual, and the 3 of them walked up the mountain. After Wang Haoran got out of the car, he wanted to take out the incense and candles from the trunk. Wang Xiang was afraid that Wang Haoran would be tired, so he quickly walked over and said dotingly, "My dear son, give them to me. Let me do it." "That's right, my precious son. Let your father do it. How can you do this kind of rough work?" Zhenli also said. Wang Haoran could not help but roll his eyes and did not give the things to Wang Xiang. "Dad, look at your waist. It's hard to go up the mountain, and you still want to carry things? Let me do it." As time passed, he had completely immersed himself in this identity and recognized this cheap father of his. He did not feel uncomfortable when he called him that. Wang Xiang subconsciously rubbed his belly. With a face full of smiles, he said in a gratified manner, "My precious son has grown up. He is so filial." "What are you talking about? Our son has been very filial since he was a child." Zhenli was smiling from ear to ear. The family of 3 chatted for a while and went up the mountain path. The tomb of the ancestors of the Wang family was moved later, so it was located at the top of the mountain. If they wanted to pay their respects, they would need to travel quite a distance. The mountain path was steep and there were many stairs. Many people stopped to rest when they were halfway through their journey, feeling exhausted. Wang Haoran's physical fitness was very ordinary. He carried the sacrificial offerings up the mountain calmly and did not feel tired at all. Wang Xiang and Zhenli were busy with work and neglected exercise. After walking for a short distance, they were out of breath and needed to stop and rest. Among them, Wang Xiang was even more tired because he had put on weight in his middle age. "My dear son, we're both made of flesh and blood. Why don't you look tired at all? You don't even need to pant? Wang Xiang was amazed. My body isn't made of flesh and blood. It's made of steel, Wang Haoran said half-jokingly. Although there was an element of boasting, in reality, it was more or less the same. After all, if he didn't have a good body, how could he handle so many female leads? Wang Haoran searched through his memories and found the approximate location of the Wang family's ancestral grave. He estimated it based on Wang Xiang and Zhen Li's speed. By the time he finished paying his respects and went down the mountain, it would probably be late in the afternoon. As a person who had a good sense of time, how could he waste so much time? Dad, Mom, you two rest here. I'll carry the items up and come back to carry you one by one, Wang Haoran suggested. After saying that, he walked up the mountain as if he was flying. Not long after Wang Haoran left, a group of 7 beautiful women walked up the mountain. The surrounding people were all amazed. Any one of the 7 beautiful women was extremely rare. Now that there were 7 of them, it immediately became a spectacle. Wang Xiang sat down by the road to rest. When he saw the group of beautiful women, he couldn't help but look at them. But after a few glances, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He turned around and saw Zhenli glaring at him. Wang Xiang smiled awkwardly. To avoid being pinched, he quickly lowered his head and did not dare to look. Seeing this, Zhenli nodded in satisfaction and looked in the direction Wang Xiang had been looking at. The 7 beautiful women were walking up the mountain and getting closer and closer. Zhenli glanced at the 7 women, feeling very displeased. She hated women who were more beautiful than her the most. But now, there were 7 of them. Zhenli was incomparably jealous. When the 7 beautiful women passed by her, she drank a mouthful of mineral water but did not swallow it. Instead, she spat it out at the beautiful legs in front of her. Unfortunately, the owner of the pair of legs had an extraordinarily fast reaction. He actually managed to dodge the attack. Then, the owner of those beautiful legs, Tan Tai Yaoyue, stopped walking. With a trace of coldness in her eyes, she looked at Zhenli. After Tan Tai Yaoyue learned about Lin Chen's violent death, her mood was extremely bad. Now that she was walking and someone deliberately spat out water, she was naturally very displeased. If it was a normal time, she might not take it to heart. But unfortunately, this woman chose the wrong time. Apologize, Tan Tai Yaoyue said coldly. What? What are you talking about? I spat out water. Who told you to walk in front of me? Why should I apologize to you? Zhenli curled her lips. My patience is limited. Tan Tai Yaoyue's voice became even colder. Relying on the 7 of you, you want to bully me? Go and find out who I am. Before I get angry, scram or I'll teach you a lesson. Zhenli was not only not afraid, she stood up and threatened Tan Tai Yaoyue. You still have 5 seconds to consider. Tan Tai Yaoyue was expressionless. Little girls these days are really arrogant. Don't say that my wife didn't spit on you. Even if she did, so what? Wang Xiang snorted and stood up from the ground. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you don't, when my son comes back, I'll let him strip all of you. Anyways, all of you are quite beautiful, my son will definitely be interested. Originally only Tan Tai Yaoyue was angry, but after hearing Wang Xiang's words, Luo Qingqian, Bian Suan, Bu Fian, Lu Yu, Ji Shui Yao, and Qiu Qianwei all became angry. The couple in front of them didn't look like good people. Their son was definitely even worse. But Big Sister was here, so they didn't need to teach this couple a lesson. 5 seconds are up. Have a safe trip. Tan Tai Yaoyue looked at Wang Xiang and became even angrier. Because she felt that this middle-aged man didn't seem to be joking. Maybe he really would do it. Do you want to die? How dare you talk to me like this? Go and ask around, who doesn't know me, Wang Xiang? Wang Xiang was also angry. As the boss of a company worth tens of billions, he wasn't someone who didn't have a temper. However, as soon as he said this, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, and an inexplicable piercing pain came from his heart. Thump 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 thump, Wang Xiang's face was filled with pain as he held his heart and fell to the ground. Hubby, what's wrong? Zhenli was anxious and quickly helped him up. Then she said to Tan Tai Yaoyue, what did you do to my hubby? Her intuition told her that Wang Xiang's abnormality had something to do with the woman in front of her. But when she looked at Tan Tai Yaoyue, she also felt her heart beat faster and a sharp pain came from her heart. Zhenli's face was filled with pain. She quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. "Baby son, help, help." Zhenli only felt pain in her heart. She put the phone on speaker and put it on the ground. She covered her heart and cried for help. "Hey, Mom, what's wrong?" Wang Haoren's anxious voice came from the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, other than Tan Tai Yaoyue, the other 6 women were all shocked. After Zhenli called for help, she was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. "Big sister, they are my boyfriend's parents." Qiu Qianwei was the first to react as she hurriedly said to Tan Tai Yaoyue. Although she didn't know what her big sister did, she could guess that Wang Xiang and Zhenli's abnormality was definitely related to her big sister. After Qiu Qianwei said that, Bian Suwen, Luo Qingqian, Ji Shui Yao, Bu Fian, and Lu Yu all tried to stop her. Hearing her sisters trying to stop her, the coldness in Tan Tai Yaoyue's eyes retreated. Wang Xiang and Zhenli's heartbeat returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, their anger didn't diminish. They didn't vent their anger with words as they just glared at Tan Tai Yaoyue. "Dad, Mom, how are you?" On the other side of the phone, Wang Haoren heard Qiu Qianwei's voice. He had a rough idea of what was going on but he still asked to be reassured. "We are much better," Zhenli replied. "Wait here, I'll be right there," Wang Haoren said and hung up the phone. "Uncle, Auntie, sorry. Qiu Qianwei quickly helped Wang Xiang and Zhenli up as she apologized profusely. Wang Xiang and Zhenli were in so much pain that they didn't hear what Qiu Qianwei said. After seeing her actions, they looked at her suspiciously and didn't understand. "I am Haoren's girlfriend." Sensing the confusion in their eyes, Qiu Qianwei revealed a gentle smile. "What's your relationship with her?" Zhenli glanced at Tan Tai Yaoyue and asked Qiu Qianwei. Qiu Qianwei didn't reply immediately. She wanted to pretend that she didn't know Tan Tai Yaoyue but after thinking about it, she felt that Wang Xiang and Zhenli wouldn't be stupid enough to believe her. She is my big sister," Qiu Qianwei answered honestly. Then she apologized, "My big sister is in a bad mood today, so she was a little impulsive. I apologize on her behalf, please forgive her." "It's useless for you to apologize. Get your big sister to apologize," Zhenli ordered. Qiu Qianwei's gaze turned, looking at Tan Tai Yaoyu, giving her a look. "Eldest sister?" Tan Tai Yaoyu was unmoved. "I will not apologize to this kind of person." Zhenli bullied the weak and feared the strong. She did not dare to provoke Tan Tai Yaoyu, but she felt that Qiu Qianwei was easy to bully and said, "When my son comes back, I will definitely tell him to dump you." "Auntie, don't be like this. Haoren and I are really in love," Qiu Qianwei said with a bitter face. "That's fine too, unless you ask your elder sister to apologize," Zhenli said. Qiu Qianwei did not want to offend her future mother-in-law and father-in-law, so she could only plead with Tan Tai Yaoyue. "Big sister, I beg you. Just think of it as for my happiness, okay?" "Impossible." Tan Tai Yaoyu sneered. "Big sister, do you want to see me get dumped?" Qiu Qianwei sobbed in desperation. This couple isn't good people at all. Their son definitely won't be any better. You should break up early, it is a good thing for you. Tan Tai Yaoyu did not have a good impression of Qiu Qianwei's boyfriend that she had never met. Because of the matter between Wang Xiang and Zhenli, this impression of him had become even worse. She could not tolerate Qiu Qianwei's boyfriend even more. "Big sister, I beg you. Just apologize," Qiu Qianwei begged. Tan Tai Yaoyu was still unmoved. "Big sister, look at how sad seventh sister is, just do as she wishes." Bian Suwen also persuaded. Qiu Qianwei did not want to have a bad relationship with her future father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Big sister, it is just an apology, it is nothing. Compared to seventh sister's happiness, it is not worth mentioning." Luo Qingqian had the same thought. "Big sister, second sister is right." Ji Shui Yao followed. "Big sister, second sister is right." Bu Fian agreed. "Big sister, I agree with everyone." Lu Yu said. "All of you, shut up." Tan Taiyaoyu saw her sisters talking and could not help but scold them. Then she looked at Qiu Qianwei and said, "There is no room for discussion. If your boyfriend wants to break up with you because of one sentence from his parents, you don't need such a boyfriend. You want me to apologize? That is impossible. In my dictionary, the word apologize does not exist." Qiu Qianwei saw that her big sister did not want to discuss and could not help but feel disappointed. She knew that Wang Haoren would not break up with her because of such a thing. But she knew that if her big sister and Wang Haoren's parents did not reconcile, it would not be a good thing for her. But her big sister had already made up her mind. No matter how she tried to persuade her, she could not. Qiu Qianwei could not do anything and could only worry. On the other side, after Wang Haoren hung up the phone, he quickly rushed to where Wang Xiang and Zhenli were resting. Not long later, he used his X-ray vision and saw Qiu Qianwei and the others. Among them, there was an unfamiliar face. Wang Haoren heard Qiu Qianwei's call before. Qiu Qianwei mentioned the name Big Sister on the phone. He could totally guess that this unfamiliar beauty was the mysterious big sister of the seven sisters. Wang Haoren looked at this mysterious big sister from afar with his X-ray vision. At first glance, he felt that his soul was being taken away. Wang Haoren had encountered a similar situation with Feng Xuanzu. This mysterious big sister's temperament, appearance, and figure were not inferior to Feng Xuanzu's. In addition, Wang Haoren also felt a sense of danger from this mysterious big sister. This sense of danger was much stronger than that of Feng Rao, the gang leader of Fengxi Mountain. Wang Haoren was sure that this mysterious big sister's strength was stronger than Feng Rao's. He could not even beat Feng Rao, let alone this mysterious big sister. Thinking of this, he could not help but slow down. Wang Haoren communicated with the system and checked the villain point on the panel. Villain points, 143,600. He had plenty of villain points, although on the basis of 100 years of true qi, the exchange rate for true qi was much higher, but with so many villain points, he could still raise his true qi cultivation by several levels. However, Wang Haoren had a habit of keeping some for emergencies, so he did not intend to exchange it directly. If there was an emergency, he could still exchange it in time. Moreover, Wang Haoren had a glimmer of hope in his heart. That was to pray that the fresh and hot Super Peach Blossom Halo would trigger the effect. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren quickened his pace and entered the field of vision of Qiu Qianwei and the others. "Haoren!" After Qiu Qianwei saw him, she immediately shouted. Hearing this, Tan Taiyue's slightly narrowed eyes flashed with cold light. In her opinion, this kind of thing was usually done by the man with bad intentions, and seventh sister was definitely the passive party. Tan Taiyue felt like a cabbage that had been planted for many years was forcefully eaten by a pig. The impulse to slap seventh sister's boyfriend to death that she had previously suppressed rose up again. Tan Taiyue's gaze turned and looked at the figure of a man walking over. But with one look, the cold light in her eyes quickly dissipated. She was stunned. There is such a good-looking man in this world? Thump, 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 Tan Taiyue could clearly feel that her heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Ding, congratulations, host's luck is off the charts. Meeting the female lead Tan Taiyue for the first time, the Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first level, devote yourself to her effect. Ding, the female lead Tan Taiyue's affection towards the host has increased to 80, unchanging feelings. Ding, the host has influenced the plot. Received 6,000 villain points, Qing fan protagonist aura -300, host villain aura +300. The three system notifications almost made Wang Haoren jump in excitement. His best expectation was that the second level love at first sight effect would happen. Who would have thought that it would directly trigger the first level effect? A 10% chance, he actually encountered it for the first time? Moreover, after careful calculation, the first level effect was not even 10%, it was much, much lower. The three levels of the Super Peach Blossom Halo had priority. He first calculated the 30% chance of the third level pickup effect. If this effect was triggered, then the other two effects would not be triggered. If the third level effect was not triggered, then it would be the second level effect. If the second level effect was not triggered, then it would be the first level effect. If the first level effect was not triggered, then there would be nothing. Overall, the total chance of triggering the halo effect was very high. Among them, the chance of triggering the pickup effect was the highest. And the chance of triggering the first level effect was the lowest. However, even so, he had still encountered it. Triggering the first level effect was too important for Wang Haoren. Because the difficulty of capturing this mysterious big sister was much higher than any of the previous female leads. After all, this Tan Taiyue's martial strength was a bit too high. The hero saving the damsel in distress method that he used before did not work on her at all. The Super Peach Blossom Halo triggering the first level effect allowed him to solve the problem once and for all. Wang Haoren only felt that today's ancestral worship was right. He secretly thought that he would burn some incense for the Wang family ancestors and have them bless him so that he would still have such good luck in the future. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as Wang Haoren arrived in front of everyone. Xiao Qianwei immediately went up and said with a sobbing voice, "My big sister didn't do it on purpose. You can't take your anger out on me and dump me. What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Haoren patted her head. Xiao Qianwei's worry turned into joy. She jumped into his arms like a swallow. "I knew you wouldn't." Although she was very confident in Wang Haoren, when Wang Haoren said it himself, it was a completely different feeling. Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, and Ji Shuiyao looked at Xiao Qianwei with envy. They wished that they could be as brazen as Xiao Qianwei and express their love and affection. Lu Yu's expression was calm. She liked Wang Haoren's master, not Wang Haoren. Of course, she wouldn't feel anything. After Xiao Qianwei greedily felt the warmth in his arms, she reluctantly stood up straight. Wang Haoren was confident and didn't even look at Tan Taiyue's expression. After Xiao Qianwei left his arms, he walked to Wang Xiang and Zhenli. "Dad, Mom, what happened?" Zhenli immediately explained the situation. However, she said that she spat out water on purpose because she was careless, and that it was all because of Tan Taiyue's overbearingness. She even made their heartbeats accelerate for some reason, causing their hearts to ache. Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Ji Shuiyao, and Xiao Qianwei knew the whole process. When they saw Zhenli deliberately slandering them, they didn't say anything and chose to remain silent. Because if they said anything, wouldn't it be a slap to their future mother-in-law's face? If their future mother-in-law was jealous, would they have a good life in the future? Lu Yu also remained silent. However, her motive was slightly different from Luo Qingqian and the rest. After all, Wang Haoren was her husband's beloved disciple. In order to be on good terms with her husband in the future, she naturally had to maintain a friendly relationship with Wang Haoren and his family. Because according to Lu Yu's guess, her husband might be known by Wang Haoren's parents. How would Wang Haoren's parents not know about such a big thing? It was normal to be friends with her husband. Therefore, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't expose Zhenli. When Wang Haoren heard Zhenli talk about the inexplicable heart pain, he was secretly shocked. According to Zhenli's description, Tan Taiyue only glanced at them and they had such a situation. Wang Haoren could completely guess that if Xiao Qianwei didn't stop them in time, Wang Xiang and Zhenli would have already died. Moreover, there was no evidence to be found. This kind of invisible killing method was really unimaginable. Wang Haoren was secretly shocked. Then, he sorted out his mother's words. According to Zhenli's description, she was being persecuted. Tan Taiyue was completely an evil person. Wang Haoren naturally didn't believe this. His family were all villains. Could Zhenli's words be believed? He obviously couldn't. However, even so, Wang Haoren planned to expose her and decided to stand on Zhenli's side. A family of villains naturally had to be united. Purely in terms of status, Wang Haoren and the female lead were actually on opposite sides. At least, before his relationship with the female lead was confirmed, they were on opposite sides. Wang Haoren turned around and looked at Tan Taiyue. Although Tan Taiyue's martial strength was high, with 80 favorability, Wang Haoren didn't believe that she could make a move against him. Therefore, even if Wang Haoren couldn't beat her, he was still very confident. Wang Haoren took a few steps forward, arrogantly pointing at Tan Taiyue's nose and saying, "You're the woman who bullied my parents, right? My elder sister is very fierce and powerful. Don't be impulsive." Xiao Qianwei jumped in fright and quickly moved his hand down to prevent him from pointing at Tan Taiyue's nose and angering her. She understood from her second sister Luo Qingqian that her elder sister wasn't a normal person. With Wang Haoren's provocation, Qiu Qianwei was afraid that her elder sister would send Wang Haoren to heaven in anger. Elder sister, he's just an ordinary young master. There's no need to bicker with him. Calm down. Luo Qingqian stood between Tan Taiyueyue and Wang Haoren to prevent her elder sister from making a move. Elder sister, no matter what, he's still seventh sister's boyfriend. For seventh sister's sake, forgive him. Bian Suwen was also very nervous. She walked to Tan Taiyueyue's side and grabbed her left hand. Bu Fian didn't say anything. She walked to Tan Taiyueyue's right and grabbed her right hand. Ji Shuiyao felt that she also had to do something. She quickly walked behind Tan Taiyueyue and tightly hugged her waist. Elder sister, being angry isn't good for your skin. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Lu Yu smiled, wanting to ease the tense atmosphere. Let go. Tan Taiyueyue glanced at the white and tender hands on her waist and said faintly. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao were very scared, but they still didn't let go. Let go. Tan Taiyueyue raised her voice. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao were frightened and subconsciously let go of their hands. At the same time, Tan Taiyueyue also broke away and walked towards Wang Haoren. Bian Suwen, Bu Fian and Ji Shuiyao reacted and wanted to go forward to hold their elder sister. I was wrong. I apologize. Can you forgive me? Tan Taiyueyue's gentle voice sounded. Bian Suwen and the others wanted to hold Tan Taiyueyue, but they instantly froze. Luo Qingqian and the others looked at Tan Taiyueyue in shock, feeling that this big sister ate the wrong medicine. Big sister actually apologized to someone? And that tone, why did it sound so gentle? Heavens, was this still big sister? Why are you blocking? Move aside. Luo Qingqian stood in the middle and didn't move, blocking Tan Taiyueyue's view. Oh. Luo Qingqian nodded dazedly and moved aside. Without the obstruction, Tan Taiyueyue could finally see Wang Haoren's face and figure. Tan Taiyueyue took a few glances and felt her heart, which had just calmed down a little, start to crazily race again. I'm not in a good mood, so I was a bit impulsive and almost did something bad. Can you forgive me? Tan Taiyueyue saw Wang Haoren was silent and spoke again. You want to let it go with just one sentence? Wang Haoren had the advantage and obviously wanted to take some advantage and wouldn't let it go so easily. I can compensate. Tan Taiyueyue said. That's what you said. Then compensate us with 1 billion, and we won't pursue this matter with you. Zhenli didn't know why Tan Taiyueyue's expression had changed, but because of the idea of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, when she saw Tan Taiyueyue's friendly attitude, she immediately opened her mouth and gave Wang Haoren a suggestion. Tan Taiyueyue couldn't help but feel awkward. She had lived in the mountains for a long time and didn't have much money. I don't have money, can I compensate something else? Tan Taiyueyue said. What do you have? Wang Haoren asked. I. Tan Taiyueyue really wanted to say, I'll compensate you with myself. But the situation in front of her wasn't suitable, so she pointed at Qiu Qianwei. My seventh sister will compensate you. Qiu Qianwei felt weird hearing this. She's my girlfriend, do I need you to compensate me? Wang Haoren found it funny. Hearing this, Bian Suwen couldn't help but feel excited and couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting Tan Taiyueyue to say it and compensate him. Luo Qingqian, Bu Fian, and Ji Shuiyao all had similar thoughts. However, Tan Taiyueyue did not mention anything about compensating her other little sisters. How about this, I'll do 3 things for you. No matter how difficult these 3 things are, as long as I can do it, I will do it for you. What do you think? Anything? Wang Haoren revealed an inexplicable smile. Anything is fine. Tan Taiyueyue repeated. 3 is too little. I want 10. Wang Haoren raised the price. No problem. Tan Taiyueyue straightforwardly nodded. Sure. Wang Haoren felt very comfortable and agreed directly. He couldn't beat Tan Taiyueyue. But with Tan Taiyueyue's words, finding her for revenge would be much easier. Seeing this, Tan Taiyueyue walked in front of Wang Xiang and Zhenli with a pained expression. Uncle, Auntie, I'm in a bad mood after hearing that my little brother died, so I offended you just now. Can you forgive me? Wang Xiang and Zhenli looked at each other and didn't immediately reply. Wang Haoran gave them a look. Zhenli saw that her son had finished talking with the other party and didn't want to pursue the matter. She said, seeing that your attitude is good, let's forget about it. Forget about it. Wang Xiang also said. Tantai Yaoyue let out a sigh of relief as the pained expression on her face disappeared and she revealed a faint smile. Seeing that the matter was settled, Wang Haoran said to Wang Xiang and Zhenli, Dad, I'll carry you up the mountain. Mom, wait here for a while, I'll come back and carry you. Hearing this, Qiu Qianwei really wanted to tell Zhenli that she would carry her. But thinking of her weak body, it was hard enough to even climb up the mountain, not to mention carrying a person. She could only give up on the idea. Tantai Yaoyue was moved and suddenly said to Zhenli, Auntie, I have some strength, how about I carry you up? Just now, she had almost killed her future mother-in-law, her sin wasn't small. Seeing this good opportunity, she naturally wanted to curry favor and ease the tense relationship. Can you do it? Zhenli saw that her figure was slim and perfect, she didn't look like she had much strength. You'll know if you try. Tantai Yaoyue said. Zhenli felt bad for her son and didn't want him to make 2 trips, so she nodded in agreement. Tantai Yaoyue walked over, her back facing them as she lowered her body. Zhenli leaned on her back. Wang Haoran carried Wang Xiang and the group began to climb up the mountain. Zhenli had originally suspected Tantai Yaoyue, but after testing, she felt that it was very stable and was inwardly amazed. Big sister, your attitude has changed a bit. Qiu Qianwei was very confused, walking alongside Tantai Yaoyue and asked curiously. No matter what, you are still my younger sister. I see that you like your boyfriend so much, I don't want your relationship to be too bad and ruin your happiness. Tantai Yaoyue calmly explained. Qiu Qianwei was startled and then said happily, Thank you, big sister, you are so good. Although she was confused, other than this reason, there couldn't be any other. Big sister is good to you, you must remember. Tantai Yaoyue looked at her and said meaningfully. Qiu Qianwei didn't know what she was thinking and nodded fiercely, I remember, I definitely remember. Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shui Yao, and Lu Yu were rather weak and the mountain path was long, so they moved slowly and slowed down the group. It wasn't until the middle of the morning that the group arrived at the tomb at the top of the mountain. Lin Chen's tomb was also new, bought by Qiu Qianwei and her sisters with a large sum of money. It was also at the top of the mountain. Also, it was only 10 meters away from the tomb of the Wang family ancestors that were moved over. The 2 groups separated and went to pay their respects. On Wang Haoran's side, Wang Xiang and Zhenli quickly finished paying their respects. Tantai Yaoyue had just heard the bad news last night and was sad the entire night. Now that she was in front of Lin Chen's tomb, her mood was even worse. After paying her respects, she didn't want to leave for a long time. Luo Qingqian and the others were all accompanying her. Seeing this, Wang Haoran walked over. He took out 3 incense sticks and placed them in front of Lin Chen's tomb. I'll take good care of your 7 sisters. I'll be happy with them. If any of them give birth to a boy, I'll name the boy Wang Lin or Wang Chen to commemorate you, right? What do you think? Wang Haoran secretly said to himself in his heart. 3rd sister, you are a godly doctor. After little Chen died, did you find any clues left behind by the killer? After a while, Tantai Yaoyue suddenly asked Bian Su. Little Chen died from a heavy blow to his chest. I have judged that the qi of that expert is around 50 to 80 years old. As she spoke, Bian Suwen took out a transparent sealed glassware the size of a finger that she had casually brought with her. She continued. This is the true qi left behind by the murderer that I extracted from little Chen's body. This qi is different from normal qi. It should be a special cultivation technique. I want to find out the cultivation technique of the killer from this so that I can find the killer. But unfortunately, my knowledge of the cultivation techniques in the world is limited and I have no clue. Hearing this, Wang Haoran's heart moved and he quickly said, 3rd sister, when you were treating Yan Yuntian, Feng Xuanzu said that Yan Yuntian cultivated a special cultivation technique. I think it was called Supreme Carefree Technique. Could he be the killer? After being reminded by Wang Haoran, Bian Suwen was slightly shocked and said, I've checked Yan Yuntian's pulse and found that his true qi is between 70 to 80 years. He fits the criteria of the murderer. Tan Taiyue's eyes flashed coldly, where is Yan Yuntian? He's currently living in an old house in Qingling. He's heavily injured and I'm currently treating him. It's too easy to see him. Bian Suwen said. Tan Taiyue nodded but didn't leave immediately as she wanted to mourn in front of Lin Chen's grave. After all, Bian Suwen said that Yan Yuntian was heavily injured and was being treated. In other words, it was impossible for him to run away. Lin Chen had already died for a while and Luo Qingqian and the others had already accepted the fact. They weren't like Tan Taiyue. However, since Tan Taiyue wanted to stay longer, her sisters would naturally accompany her. Wang Haoren was a bit bored and called Qiu Qianwei to the side. How did my parents and your sister get into a conflict? Don't be subjective and tell me everything from an objective point of view. It's like this. Qiu Qianwei nodded and told the story in detail. Wang Haoren had already guessed so he wasn't surprised but was speechless. Because Zhen Li's provocation and Wang Xiang's attitude towards this matter were too confusing. Wang Xiang was the leader of a company worth tens of billions and Zhen Li also had a listed company. Both of them were big bosses in the business world. But Zhen Li didn't like people and spat on them. This was completely the behavior of a woman in the marketplace, and Wang Xiang's words were like a hooligan in the marketplace. Both of their actions were completely different from what a big boss in the business world would do. However, after being speechless for a while, Wang Haoren suddenly figured it out. Wang Xiang and Zhen Li were the little villains in Chu Bai's plot. In a clairvoyant storyline, the villains were fine when they were normal, but when they encountered people from the main character's camp, they would be all kinds of brainless and would often do some mysterious things that didn't fit their identities. For example, Zhen Li's inexplicable provocation of Tan Taiyue. After sorting out all this, Wang Haoren had the urge to smash the head of the author who created Chu Bai's plot. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. This time, Wang Xiang and Zhen Li were lucky enough not to be killed, but it might not be the same next time. After Wang Haoren fully integrated into his identity, he also treated Wang Xiang and Zhen Li as his family. He did not want the two of them to die just like that. Thinking of this, he walked toward Wang Xiang and Zhen Li. The two of them had finished paying respects to their ancestors, but when they saw that their son had not left, they also waited. Son, are you leaving? Zhen Li asked. No hurry, wait for them. Wang Haoren gestured toward the direction of Qiu Qianwei and the others, then he continued to talk about business. Mom, you are the president of a listed company, how can you spit on people for no reason? No, I said I didn't mean it. Zhen Li quibbled. My girlfriend already told me. Wang Haoren said. Zhen Li was a bit unhappy. Your girlfriend really likes to talk. I told her to say it, why are you blaming her? Don't make trouble for her. Wang Haoren said. Zhen Li saw Wang Haoren's protective look and the displeasure on her face lessened. She asked, baby son, do you like her a lot? She is so beautiful and has a good personality. She is also obedient to me. Why wouldn't I like her? Wang Haoren said. I thought you were just playing with her. Zhen Li muttered and looked in the direction of Qiu Qianwei. Qiu Qianwei was looking at them from afar. After seeing Zhen Li's gaze, she immediately showed a gentle smile. Zhen Li also squeezed out a smile as a response. Then she withdrew her gaze and looked at Wang Haoren. Okay, baby son, I won't make trouble for her. Don't worry. Mom, you are the president of a listed company. You are a person of status. In the future, don't act like a common woman, okay? Wang Haoren returned to the topic. I don't like them. I was just impulsive. I won't do it in the future. Zhen Li said awkwardly. Wang Haoren felt that she was being perfunctory, so he continued, Mom, how about this? If you see anyone you don't like in the future, don't provoke them. Just remember them and tell me. I'll help you teach them a lesson, okay? As villains, Wang Xiang and Zhen Li were not happy with the protagonists. However, they were too weak. If they provoked them rashly, they would be courting death. Wang Haoren's idea was very simple. He wanted to deal with the protagonists. Okay, baby son, I won't provoke anyone in the future. I will tell you. Zhenli promised. Dad? Wang Haoren looked to the side. My dear son, whatever you say. Wang Xiang responded readily. Ding. The host has successfully enlightened the supporting male lead Wang Xiang and the supporting female lead Zhenli. The host has influenced the plot and gained 900 villain points. The sudden notification made Wang Haoren stunned for a moment. Then, he was delighted. He was worried that the two of them were just being perfunctory. However, the system notification made him feel relieved. Wang Haoren nodded with satisfaction. Then, he walked toward Qiu Qianwei and continued to chat with her. Wang Xiang and Zhenli whispered to each other for a while. Then, they suddenly walked toward Qiu Qianwei. Uncle, Auntie. Qiu Qianwei stopped talking with Wang Haoren when she saw the two of them coming over. She became cautious. What's your name? Zhenli asked with a smile. Qiu Qianwei. Then I will call you Wei Wei. Zhenli smiled and took off a jade bracelet from her wrist. I didn't know I would meet you today, so I didn't prepare anything. However, since it's the first time we meet, I have to give you a greeting gift. Please accept this bracelet as a token of my appreciation. I will prepare a new greeting gift for you when I go back. Auntie, I can't accept it. Qiu Qianwei was a little flattered. Wei Wei, this bracelet is only 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. It is a little cheap. However, it is also a token of my appreciation. You should accept it for the time being. You can make up for it later. Wang Xiang interrupted. The two of them didn't have a good impression of Qiu Qianwei at first. However, they loved their son. When they heard that their son liked Qiu Qianwei very much, they naturally wanted to build a good relationship with Qiu Qianwei. They were business tycoons and had a high EQ. When they didn't act rashly, they knew how to behave. Qiu Qianwei felt that it was too expensive. She didn't dare to accept it for a while. Then, she looked at Wang Haoren with a questioning look. It is a token of my mother's appreciation. Just accept it. Wang Haoren smiled and touched her head. Qiu Qianwei was relieved. She took the bracelet from Zhenli and said happily, Thank you, uncle. Thank you, auntie. Qiu Qianwei happily accepted the bracelet and put it on her wrist. It fit perfectly. On the side, other than Lu Yu, the other sisters looked at Qiu Qianwei enviously. They really wanted to take Qiu Qianwei's bracelet and wear it. That was because the meaning of this bracelet was too different. Tantai Yaoyue continued to feel sad and calmed down a lot. The group left the mountain and started to go down. On the way, Zhenli and Qiu Qianwei chatted frequently and learned a lot about Qiu Qianwei. After knowing that Qiu Qianwei was an international top pianist, Zhenli and Wang Xiang found Qiu Qianwei more pleasing to the eye. After going down the mountain, Wang Xiang and Zhenli treated Tantai Yaoyue and the others to a meal. The meal was very harmonious. After the meal, the Wang family, Tantai Yaoyue and the other sisters went home. At this time, in a room in a big house in Qingling, I said I won't eat. Get out, all of you. A servant tried to feed Yan Yuntian but was pushed to the ground by Yan Yuntian. Young master, you haven't eaten for several meals, how can you not eat? The servant tried to persuade him. Get out, if you don't get out, I'll kill you. Yan Yuntian shouted. Seeing this, the servant quickly left and went to inform Yan Feiping. Yan Feiping heard this and frowned. He quickly went to Yan Yuntian's room. Do you really want to go on a hunger strike? Why are you looking for trouble? Yan Feiping said. That thing, do you agree or not? Yan Yuntian asked. He originally planned to kill Wang Haoren with his own hands after his body recovered. But when he learned that Feng Rao did such a thing for Wang Haoren, he couldn't tolerate it. Yan Yuntian would rather die than have a stepfather. Since that day, Yan Yuntian couldn't calm down and couldn't sleep well. He knew that only by killing Wang Haoren as soon as possible could he calm down. Yan Yuntian was seriously injured and couldn't do it, so he wanted Yan Feiping to do it for him. Unfortunately, Yan Feiping didn't agree. Yan Yuntian threatened to go on a hunger strike. I can't. I already promised A Rao that I won't deal with that Wang Haoren. Yan Feiping looked troubled. Fine. Prepare to wait for me to starve to death, then collect my corpse. Yan Yuntian snorted angrily. Son, why must you do this? A Rao warned me again and again that if I were to make a move against that Wang Haoran, she would definitely not be polite to me. Don't make things difficult for me. Yan Feiping advised earnestly. How can I not be polite to you? Can I still kill you? Yan Yuntian glared. That's not very likely. However, if I kill that Wang Haoran, A Rao will definitely be very sad. If she is sad, I will feel even worse. While Yan Feiping was talking, he couldn't help but think of Feng Rao's graceful figure, which made him look like a bootlicker. You've already divorced. Why do you care so much? Yan Yuntian asked. Even if we are divorced, I still hope that she can live well. Don't you? Yan Feiping asked. Yan Yuntian snorted coldly. He no longer had any feelings for his mother, Feng Rao. He didn't care whether Feng Rao was happy or not. In short, are you going to help me kill Wang Haoran or not? If you don't help, we will break off our relationship as father and son. Yan Yuntian started to force him. Son, let me think about it. I will give you a reply later. Yan Feiping said perfunctorily. I want an answer now. Yan Yuntian said impatiently. Yan Feiping didn't know what to do. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and found that it was from the company. Son, I'm busy dealing with some things. When I'm done, I will talk to you. Yan Feiping said. What things are you dealing with? Yan Yuntian asked confusedly. I'm going to transfer 60% of my assets to A Rao. Yan Feiping didn't hide it. Are you kidding me? Why would you transfer the assets to her for no reason? And 60%? Yan Yuntian was very disappointed in Feng Rao. Therefore, he always called her she instead of mother. Isn't it because I want her to live a better life? In the past, A Rao didn't need much money in Fengxi Mountain. But now that she has found a man from the secular world, she will definitely need to spend money in the future. Just take it as my dowry. Yan Feiping said matter-of-factly. Yan Yuntian was fuming with anger. Yan Feiping's assets should be his. But now he was transferring 60% to Feng Rao. Yan Yuntian could totally guess that this money would go to Wang Haoran in the future. I don't agree. You can't give her a single cent. Yan Yuntian strongly objected. Hey, it's me. Is the contract ready? Is it done? Then send me the contract by fax so I can sign it. Yan Feiping ignored Yan Yuntian and walked out of the room as he was talking on the phone. Yan Yuntian wanted to call him back, but Yan Feiping had already walked out. Bang bang bang, Yan Yuntian raised his fist and vented his anger on the bedboard. After this period of treatment, he could already move his hand. However, this casual use of force inevitably affected other parts of his body. Yan Yuntian was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Not long after, the servant came back with new food. Yan Yuntian wanted to continue knocking over the food, but he suddenly stopped after thinking about it. He finally realized that relying on Yan Feiping wouldn't work. In Yan Feiping's eyes, Feng Rao was far more important than his son. Since he couldn't count on Yan Feiping, he had to think of another way. Yan Yuntian thought for a few seconds and quickly came up with an idea. After eating, he asked the servant to find a pen, paper, and envelope. Yan Yuntian wrote some words on the paper and then put it in an envelope. He asked the servant to call Yunxian over. The servant took the order and left. Not long after, Yunxian came into the room. Yunxian, help me send this letter to a place. The address is written on the back of the envelope, Yan Yuntian said. What letter is this? Yunxian asked curiously. It's for a friend of mine, Yan Yuntian lied. Even Yan Feiping and Feng Rao were unreliable. He didn't trust anyone now, so he naturally wouldn't tell Yunxian his plan. Yes. Yunxian didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. However, she didn't send the letter. Instead, she went to talk to Yuning about it. After discussing for a while, the two of them opened the letter and took a look. They discovered that the face on the letter was a combination of some words that didn't make sense. They couldn't even read it smoothly. Yuning and Yunxian were puzzled, so they made a phone call and reported this matter to Wang Haoren. After Wang Haoren heard Yuning's words, he felt that things wouldn't be so simple. He couldn't help but be surprised and said to Yuning, "Take a picture of the content of the letter and send it to me." "Yes, young master," Yuning responded and hung up the phone. A few seconds later, Wang Haoren received the photo from Yuning. Wang Haoren looked at it for a while and couldn't understand what it meant. Wang Haoren returned to the villa near Qingling University. "What are you thinking about?" Feng Xuanzu saw him pondering and asked. With concern. "I intercepted a letter from Yan Yuntian, but I don't understand what's written on it." "Can you understand it?" Wang Haoren showed the photo in his mobile phone to Feng Xuanzu. Feng Xuanzu put her head close to Wang Haoren on purpose to check the handwriting on the photo. But after a while, she was also confused. "I don't understand either." Feng Xuanzu shook her head. "Can I have a look?" Ning Yaoxue, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall, suddenly interrupted. "Of course." Hearing that, Ning Yaoxue also moved to the other side of Wang Haoren. But when she checked the photo, she stood on tiptoe on purpose, and her face accidentally touched the side of Wang Haoren's face. After seeing that, Feng Xuanzu immediately stared at her with her eyes wide open. Ning Yaoxue didn't seem to notice that. She touched Wang Haoren's face from time to time and carefully checked the handwriting on the photo. She didn't move away for a long time. Feng Xuanzu couldn't help but feel that she was taking advantage of her husband, so she said, "Still looking? Can you understand it?" "Sorry to disappoint you, but I really can understand it." Ning Yaoxue heard the jealousy in her words and couldn't help but feel proud. Feng Xuanzu was skeptical. "Really? Then tell me, what's written on it?" "This is a secret letter. The order of every word is messed up, so it looks messy and needs to be recombined in a specific way." Ning Yaoxue said and pointed at the handwriting. Every time she pointed at a word, Wang Haoren and Feng Xuanzu would read it silently in their hearts. The content of the final combination was simply to kill Wang Haoren. The assassin organization was Qijue Hall, which was hidden in Jianghu. The inn where Yan Yuntian sent the letter was the place where Qijue Hall contacted their employers. After hearing that, Feng Xuanzu was furious. Wang Haoren was relatively calm. Yan Yuntian wanted to kill him, but he also wanted to kill Yan Yuntian. "I'll go find him." Feng Xuanzu was furious. "Let's go together," Wang Haoren said. "I heard that Yan Yuntian's parents are in Qingling. Feng Ai's cultivation is unfathomable. If you go there rashly, you may be at a disadvantage." Ning Yaoxue couldn't help but worry. "Why don't I go with you?" One more person means one more person to take care of. Although she knew that Wang Haoren was very powerful, he was definitely one level lower than Feng Rao, the mountain lord of Fengxi Mountain. Ning Yaoxue didn't know the relationship between him and Feng Rao, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts. Wang Haoren was not worried at all. However, since Ning Yaoxue proposed it, he did not object. The three of them were about to leave, but just as they were about to leave, Wang Haoren suddenly caught a glimpse of Feng Anna, who was mopping the floor. "You should come along too. In any case, there wouldn't be any danger on this trip." Since Ning Yaoxue, Yan Yuntian's ex-fiancé, was going, it was better to call Feng Anna along too. With more people, it would be easier to mess with Yan Yuntian's mentality. Because Wang Haoren knew that if he didn't take advantage of Yan Yuntian today, he wouldn't have the chance tomorrow. Calculating the time, Tan Tai Yaoyue should have sent Qiu Qianwei and the other sisters home. After Qiu Qianwei and the others safely arrived home, Tan Tai Yaoyue would definitely set off immediately. Wang Haoren didn't believe that Tan Tai Yaoyue would take revenge overnight. In the garage, there was a Dainyu and a Pagani, which could seat 2 people respectively. 4 people were just enough. Wang Haoren and Feng Anna were the drivers, taking Feng Xuanzu and Ning Yaoxue to Yan Yuntian's mansion. Yuning and Yunxian got the news in advance, so they waited outside the mansion early. When they saw Wang Haoren and the others coming, they immediately invited them into the mansion. Feng Xuanzu didn't go to Yan Yuntian's bedroom directly. Instead, she planned to meet Feng Rao first. At this time, Feng Rao was in the bedroom, trying on all kinds of beautiful modern clothes, admiring herself in the mirror. Feng Xuanzu came to the bedroom and knocked on the door. Feng Rao heard the noise and walked out of the room. When Feng Rao saw Wang Haoren, she greeted him warmly. Then, she looked around and saw two unfamiliar faces. These two are. Feng Rao looked inquisitive. Ning family of Songzhou, Ning Aoshue. Feng family of Fragrant Island, Feng Anna. The two of them reported their backgrounds. Feng Rao was stunned. Then, she remembered that these two were Yan Yuntian's fiancés. She was confused about their intentions and was about to ask. However, Feng Xuanzu beat her to it. Sister, your son is looking for the killer Haoren of 7 Supreme Hall. Do you know? What? Feng Rao was shocked. Mountain Lord, please take a look. Yunxian showed the original letter to Feng Rao. Feng Rao looked at the messy words and was confused. Ning Aoshue reminded her in front of Snow Mountain. Feng Rao was completely sure. Follow me. Feng Rao's face was cold. She led Wang Haoren and the others to Yan Yuntian's bedroom. At this moment, Yan Yuntian's anger was not as great as it had been before. Because he hoped that the killers of 7 Supreme Hall would kill Wang Haoren as soon as possible. The killers of 7 Supreme Hall were famous in the hidden Jianghu. It was easy for them to deal with Wang Haoren, a young master in the secular world. In Yan Yuntian's opinion, this matter was basically settled. However, when he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Feng Rao walked into the bedroom first. When Yan Yuntian saw her, he couldn't help but snort. He was about to turn his head and ignore her. However, when he was about to turn his head, he saw Feng Xuanzu, Ning Aoshue, Feng Anna, Yunxian, and Yuning walking in with Wang Haoren, who he hated to the bone. Looking at the posture of the group of people, they seemed to be very close to Wang Haoren. Yan Yuntian was extremely jealous. However, before this jealousy could rise, he saw a letter in Feng Rao's hand. His eyes suddenly shrank. Did you write this? Feng Rao threw the letter at Yan Yuntian's face. I didn't write this kind of thing. Yan Yuntian picked it up and looked at it, pretending to be ignorant. Yunxian took a step forward and pointed it out. You wrote this, and you asked me to send it out quickly. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 800 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -40. The host's villain aura +40. Yan Yuntian was annoyed. He wanted to kill Yunxian. Yuning was just reliable. This Yunxian was even worse. She actually betrayed him. However, in this situation, he couldn't do anything to Yunxian for the time being. Even if I wrote this letter, so what? I'm just sending a letter to a friend. Can't I do that? Yan Yuntian looked at Feng Rao and pretended to be calm. Ning Aoshue saw this and went forward to take the letter. She picked up the pen that Yan Yuntian put beside the bed after he finished writing the letter and then circled some words on the letter. After she finished writing, she picked up the letter with both hands and showed it to Yan Yuntian. Read it yourself. Ning Aoshue said. Yan Yuntian's face stiffened. He looked at Ning Aoshue with eyes that were about to spit fire. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -50. The host's villain aura +50. After being exposed by Ning Aoshue, Yan Yuntian's face turned ugly. He tried to find something to defend himself. What else do you have to say? Feng Rao asked coldly. I wrote it. So what? Yan Yuntian saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he admitted it. Did you forget what I told you? Feng Rao's face darkened. Of course I didn't forget. My own mother didn't care about me at all for an outsider. She even said something like that. How could I forget? Yan Yuntian was also angry. Although the assassin was found out, so what, he didn't believe that Feng Rao had the heart to kill his son. I heard you guys shouting from afar. What's going on? Yan Feiping heard the noise and walked into the bedroom. He quickly asked. Feng Rao took the secret letter from Ning Aoshue's hand and threw it to Yan Feiping. Yan Feiping picked it up and read. His eyelids twitched. He looked at Yan Yuntian. You wrote it? Yan Yuntian kept silent. However, this was also equivalent to a disguised answer. Yan Feiping's face wrinkled. He felt that he had been careless. Yan Yuntian was so emotional that he wanted him to kill Wang Haoren. However, he didn't agree. He should have known that Yan Yuntian would use other methods. However, it had happened. Yan Feiping didn't blame Yan Yuntian because he cared for him. Ah Rao, Yuntian was just impulsive. Let me talk to him. I promise that he will never do such things again. Yan Feiping noticed that Feng Rao's face was very gloomy. He was afraid that she would do something bad, so he quickly stopped her. Feng Rao didn't answer. She looked at Yan Yuntian with a complicated light flashing in her eyes. Yan Feiping continued, Ah Rao, I will transfer 70% of my assets to you. Do me a favor, okay? Feng Rao still didn't say anything. 80%, no, 90%. Yan Feiping said. Feng Rao didn't say anything. Yan Yuntian couldn't bear it anymore. Yan Feiping's assets were his assets. Yan Feiping didn't feel bad, but he did. Father, don't say any more, and don't stop him. Just go to the side. Today, I want to see what mother can do to me. Yan Yuntian still had some confidence in his heart. That Wang Haoren was just a rich second generation in the secular world. Other than having some money and good looks, there was nothing good about him. Even if Feng Rao wanted to protect Wang Haoren, there was a limit. She couldn't disown her family for him. Yan Feiping didn't step aside after hearing his son's words. That was because his thoughts were not as optimistic as Yan Yuntian's. Is this how you admit your mistake after doing something wrong? Feng Ai said in a deep voice. I didn't do anything wrong. Yan Yuntian gritted his teeth. Yuntian, I've warned you before. If you don't listen to my advice, don't blame me. A strange light sparkled in Feng Rao's eyes because of her complicated emotions. It gradually condensed into a murderous intention. Yan Yuntian sensed it and immediately felt the hair on his body stand on end. Panic, fear, resentment, and other emotions rose in his heart. His mother actually wanted to kill him for this rich second generation in the secular world, ding. The host caused Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 1,200 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist aura -60. The host's villain aura +60. Ah Rao, I beg you. Yuntian is your son after all. Yan Feiping also felt the murderous intention. He hurriedly persuaded his mother and then turned around to roar at Yan Yuntian. Unfilial son, you still haven't admitted your mistake. Do you really want to die? Yan Yuntian recovered from his panic. Mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed your advice. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The murderous intention in Feng Rao's eyes didn't disappear. Yan Yuntian played the emotional card and continued, Mother, I was born after you carried me for 10 months. I'm your biological son. Even if I made a big mistake, you should give me a chance to change. While speaking, because of all kinds of emotions, he actually squeezed out some tears. After seeing it, the murderous intention in Feng Rao's eyes flickered slightly. She seemed to be moved. Feng Xuanzu came with anger. She had expected Feng Rao to solve it, but after seeing this scene, she couldn't bear it anymore. She directly walked forward from behind Feng Rao. She wanted to kill Yan Yuntian. However, Yan Feiping stood in the middle and blocked her. Feng Xuanzu's cultivation was still a little lower than Yan Feiping's. Seeing this scene, she turned around and glanced at a figure. Ning Aoshue, help me block him. If Ning Aoshue blocked Yan Feiping, then she could directly kill Yan Yuntian. Ning Aoshue crossed her arms and looked leisurely. She didn't intend to take action. She inadvertently glanced at Wang Haoren. Feng Xuanzu didn't know Wang Haoren's real strength, but she knew. Whether it was Yan Yuntian or the killers of Qijue Hall, they couldn't threaten Wang Haoren at all. And Feng Rao and Yan Yuntian didn't get along well. As long as Wang Haoren wanted to, it would be easy to kill Yan Yuntian. Since Wang Haoren didn't take action, it was very likely that he had other plans. If she rashly intervened, she might ruin his plan. With this mentality, Ning Aoshue turned a deaf ear to Feng Xuanzu's words. Feng Xuanzu saw this and felt helpless. She didn't act rashly for the time being. She turned her eyes and looked at Feng Rao. Feng Rao was afraid that Wang Haoren would be hurt. She wanted to kill Yan Yuntian to prevent future trouble, but she couldn't bear it. Her eyes turned slightly, and Feng Rao secretly looked at Wang Haoren, trying to see his expression. Wang Haoren caught Feng Rao's action. He walked to her side and whispered to her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Feng Rao's eyes flickered for a while, and the killing intent gradually faded. Yan Yuntian was worried about his life, so he naturally kept an eye on Feng Rao's expression. After sensing the change of Feng Rao's mood, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt a kind of pleasure that was better than Wang Haoren's. Wang Haoren, you're just a toy boy. Do you really think that my mother is willing to do anything for you? I'm her son after all. You want to instigate her to kill me? Stop dreaming. In his opinion, Wang Haoren whispered in Feng Rao's ear just now to make sure that Feng Rao had the intention to kill him. However, after thinking for a while, Feng Rao apparently didn't make this decision. Wang Haoren looked at Yan Yuntian's complacent face and felt a little funny. Feng Rao had been on the verge of killing Yan Yuntian. With how much Feng Rao cared about him, if he really wanted to instigate her, Yan Yuntian would have been dead by now. However, if Feng Rao really killed Yan Yuntian, it would leave a thorn in her heart that couldn't be removed. After all, Yan Yuntian was her son. Wang Haoren admitted that he had already caused Feng Ai to suffer miserably. He had caused her perfectly fine home to collapse directly. Moreover, Feng Rao had hinted many times, but he didn't give any substantial response. This mature beauty had been holding it in for a long time. He really didn't want Feng Rao to bear the pain of killing her son. Although Feng Rao was a supporting female character, Wang Haoren was still quite tolerant of beautiful women. Therefore, Wang Haoren just advised Feng Rao not to kill Yan Yuntian. After Feng Rao heard him, she naturally gave up the idea of killing Yan Yuntian. Of course, Wang Haoren made this move because he had seen the other people who wanted to kill Yan Yuntian with his X-ray vision. The sky is clear after the rain. Yuntian, don't do this kind of thing again, okay? Yan Feiping let out a sigh of relief. He squeezed out a smile to liven up the atmosphere and said to Yan Yuntian. I know. Yan Yuntian pretended to reply. However, he secretly thought that he wouldn't stop until Wang Haoren was dead. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. Moreover, these footsteps were very heavy. Divine Doctor, you're here. After Yan Feiping saw Bian Suwen's figure, he hurriedly greeted her politely. Then, he noticed a beautiful woman behind her and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Because although this woman was stunningly beautiful, the expression on her face was terrifyingly cold. Obviously, she didn't come with good intentions. Moreover, Yan Feiping felt a kind of pressure from her that was even stronger than Feng Rao's. Tan Tai Yaoyue walked not far from Yan Yuntian and took out a photo. Do you know him? In the photo, there was a cute child. Yan Yuntian looked at it and his face changed greatly. Tan Tai Yaoyue stared at Yan Yuntian. Naturally, she saw the change in his expression. She continued, this is my little brother. Not long ago, he received a heavy blow to his chest and died. My third sister investigated carefully and determined that the true chi cultivation of this murderer is between 70 to 80 years. Tell me, who do you think killed my younger brother? Yan Yuntian was extremely flustered. He tried to pretend to be calm. How would I know? This little friend is so cute. How could my son kill him? You must be mistaken. Yan Feiping saw that the situation was not right and quickly explained. What is the reason? I'm afraid only your son knows. Tan Tai Yaoyue said. From your tone, you seem to be certain that I killed your little brother. In Qingling, there are many experts. Why would you say it was me? Yan Yuntian pointed at Ning Aoshue. For example, her true qi cultivation is more or less the same as the murderer's. Ning Aoshue was implicated unconsciously. She could not help but frown, but she did not say anything. Tan Tai Yaoyue continued, do you need evidence so that you can die with a clear conscience? I'll fulfill your wish. As she spoke, her eyes shone with a strange light. Yan Yuntian inadvertently glanced at her and immediately felt that his consciousness seemed to be out of control. My little brother Lin Chen, did you kill him? Tan Taiyue's voice carried a bewitching feeling. Yes, I killed him with one palm and then threw him into a lake. Yan Yuntian's eyes were lifeless as he answered woodenly. Why did you kill him? Tan Taiyue continued to ask. Wang Haoren's heart jumped. He had asked Juning to spread the false news that the person who took away Qin Yunhan was Lin Chen. Yan Yuntian also wanted to kill him because of this. However, this reason was somewhat absurd. Although it was possible to fool them to a large extent. But just in case, Wang Haoren still did not want Yan Yuntian to reveal the motive for killing Lin Chen. After all, a lie was a lie, and there was a possibility of it being exposed. Damn bastard, so my classmate Lin Chen was killed by you. Wang Haoren was so angry that he stomped his feet. He rushed forward and punched Yan Yuntian in the face. Yan Yuntian also recovered from his stupefied state after taking a punch. He didn't know what he had said. He only felt pain on his face. And Wang Haoren was right in front of him, so it must have been him who did it. Yan Yuntian was furious. Although he couldn't move his body, he could still fight back with his hands. But just as he was about to reach out towards Wang Haoren, dong dong dong, Yan Yuntian's hand froze in midair. He suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate as a sharp pain came from his heart. Ah! Yan Yuntian cried out in pain. Son, what's wrong? Yan Feiping was stunned for a moment before reacting, looking towards Tan Taiyue. Yan Yuntian's strange situation was clearly related to Tan Taiyue. Yan Feiping was afraid of Tan Taiyue's strange methods and didn't dare to attack her. He begged, spare my son's life. I can use my wealth to pay for my son's sins. A life for a life. Tan Taiyue's attitude was very clear. Yan Feiping saw that she was determined and looked towards Feng Rao for help. Feng Rao was unmoved. If it wasn't for Wang Haoren stopping her, she would have wanted to kill Yan Yuntian. Why would she help? Moreover, Feng Rao could feel that even if she helped, she wouldn't be able to save Yan Yuntian. Because this Tan Taiyue was very strong, stronger than her. Father, save me, save me. Yan Yuntian didn't want to die and screamed in despair. Yan Feiping couldn't bear to see his son die. In a hurry, he circulated his true qi and attacked towards Tan Taiyue, planning to fight to the death with her. He was also a transforming Jing master and his true qi cultivation wasn't weak. Under his full power palm, the power was terrifying and brought about gusts of wind. However, when Yan Feiping's hand was only a foot away from Tan Taiyue, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Under this intense pain, Yan Feiping's true qi collapsed and he powerlessly laid on the ground. Dong dong dong, Yan Yuntian only felt his heart beating faster and faster. His heart was like a drum, and when it reached a critical point. Pung, poo, Yan Yuntian's heart exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Ding, the host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing the main character Yan Yuntian to be killed by the female lead Tan Taiyue. Gained 5,000 villain points. Pooh, very quickly, Yan Feiping also spat out a mouthful of blood and died. The father and son were lying straight on the ground. The only difference was that one was lying on the bed and the other was lying under the bed. Wang Haoren saw the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Yan Yuntian was dead just like that. Turning his gaze, Wang Haoren looked at Tan Taiyue and clicked his tongue in wonder. Tan Taiyue's method was simply killing without leaving a trace. From start to finish, her body didn't touch Yan Feiping and Yan Yuntian at all. She only used her eyes to look at them. Yan Feiping and Yan Yuntian disappeared just like that. According to the evidence in the world, Tan Taiyue didn't commit any crime. After all, they couldn't arrest her for killing with her eyes, right? Seeing the murderer die, Tan Taiyue and Bian Suwen both showed some joy. Lin Chen, your spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Wang Haoren pretended to be sad and sighed. This attitude and action, in Tan Taiyue and Bian Suwen's eyes, was not fake at all. Wang Haoren and Lin Chen were classmates. Adding on Xiao Qianwei, Lin Chen could be considered half a little brother. Wang Haoren's action and attitude, wasn't it normal, on the side? Feng Rao looked at Yan Feiping and Yan Yuntian lying straight on the ground, her expression showing some sadness. Although she didn't have any feelings for them, after all, they were related before. At this moment, seeing the two dead, she more or less felt sad. 1. Or 2 days later. Feng Rao used Yan Feiping and Yan Yuntian's death as an excuse to find some people to bury them hurriedly. And the place where they were buried was at the top of the Clear Spirit Mountain Cemetery. After seeing Yan Feiping and Yan Yuntian buried in the ground, Feng Rao came down from the mountain. The sadness in her heart dissipated a lot. On the flat ground at the foot of the mountain, a Pagani was parked. Next to the car, a figure was waiting. After Feng Rao saw that figure, the remaining sadness in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Beaming with joy, he ran towards that figure. "Why did you suddenly come?" Feng Rao's face was full of surprise. "I was afraid that you would be too sad, so I came to comfort you." Wang Haoren told her the reason for coming. However, when he said this, he felt that it was unnecessary. Because Feng Rao's face didn't have a bit of sadness. However, what surprised Wang Haoren was that after he said this, Feng Rao suddenly stopped smiling, lowered her head and sobbed a few times. Then, naturally, she threw herself into his arms, as if she was asking for comfort. Wang Haoren's heart was stirred by the warmth and softness in his arms. However, his body was stiff and he didn't dare to move. Feng Rao sobbed for a while. She felt that her waist was empty as if something was missing. She grabbed his hands and put them on her waist. Wang Haoren was quite helpless. After a while, Feng Rao stopped sobbing and left his arms. Wang Haoren looked at the corner of Feng Rao's eyes but didn't see any tears. Instead, he caught Feng Rao's resentful eyes. He instantly understood. Feng Rao was blaming him for being unromantic. He didn't even respond to the warm and soft body in his arms. "Can you accompany me for a walk?" Feng Rao said softly. Wang Haoren wanted to answer that he had something to do. However, before he could say anything, he was dragged away by Feng Rao. The scenery of Clear Spirit Mountain was very good. The two walked along the foot of the mountain, enjoying the scenery along the way. Under Feng Rao's intentional guidance, they soon arrived at a quiet place with no one around. Wang Haoren said in his heart, "It's over." The moment this thought appeared, it seemed to confirm his guess. He immediately felt his lips being attacked. He couldn't beat her. What could he do? Wang Haoren gave up resisting. But not long after, Feng Rao returned to normal. She pulled him to sit by a stream at the foot of the mountain. Leaning on his shoulder, she quietly enjoyed the scenery by the stream. Wang Haoren was a little confused. He didn't understand why Feng Rao suddenly had a conscience and didn't persecute him anymore. "My relatives are here," Feng Rao whispered. Wang Haoren was depressed for a while. Originally, he didn't have any thoughts. However, he was a normal person after all. When he gave up resisting, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. However, Feng Rao said this, Wang Haoren's mood wasn't very good. "Are you not happy?" Feng Rao saw Wang Haoren's depressed expression from the corner of her eyes. "No." Wang Haoren smiled. In terms of his original intention, he was quite happy about this. It was just that he was a little depressed out of habit. Feng Rao listened to him and didn't think much. However, when she lowered her head, she saw Wang Haoren's strange expression. The water in this stream is quite clear. Wang Haoren couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He immediately changed the topic to liven up the atmosphere. Feng Rao couldn't bear it. Her red lips parted slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. Afternoon. Wang Haoren took Feng Rao out of Clear Spirit Mountain, preparing to take her to the big house. Feng Rao sat neatly on the passenger seat. Her cheeks were rosy. She lowered her head and kept silent. It was completely different from his usual cold and domineering attitude. As Wang Haoren drove, he took the time to glance at her. His sharp eyes caught something. As if feeling that he was being sized up, Feng Ai tilted his head and looked at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren pointed at the corner of his mouth and signaled to her. Feng Rao was stunned. She touched the corner of her mouth and understood. Her face was red. She took a tissue from the tissue box on the console and wiped the corner of her mouth. After some time, Wang Haoren sent Feng Rao to the gate of the big house. Feng Rao got out of the car. Before she left, she suddenly leaned over to Wang Haoren's ear. "You are the first and the only one to have this honor." After saying this inexplicable sentence, Feng Rao returned to her usual cold and domineering attitude, like a proud queen. Wang Haoran watched her walk into the big house. A smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. No wonder she was so inexperienced. He drove back to the villa of Clear Spirit University. At the same time, in Tianhui Clinic, an uninvited guest came to Ma Hongxing's ward and did something that shocked the doctors in the clinic. Ma Hongxing, who had been in a coma for a long time, actually woke up. Qing Rui was busy with work in the company. When she heard the news, she immediately put down her work and rushed to the hospital. When she received the call, she didn't believe it. But when she saw Ma Hongxing sitting upright by the bed, she had to believe it. Hongxing, you're finally awake. Qing Rui's psychological quality was unusually strong. She quickly put herself in her place and showed the emotions she should show. Tears rolled down her cheeks. After Ma Hongxing saw it, his heart almost melted. He only felt that he had cultivated a few lifetimes of fortune to marry a woman like Qing Rui who was affectionate, righteous, and loved him. After crying, Qing Rui wiped her tears. She looked at an unfamiliar man who was sitting on a chair in the ward leisurely. Master, I'm sorry. Ma Hongxing blushed and said to the man. Then, he introduced him to Qing Rui. This is my master. His name is Qin Fan. Qing Rui was surprised. Qin Fan looked ordinary and was about 30 years old. He was much younger than Ma Hongxing. She didn't expect him to be Ma Hongxing's master. Greetings, master. Qing Rui greeted him politely after recovering from her surprise. Qin Fan nodded his head in response. Then, he looked at Qing Rui casually. Qing Rui was very young. She had a good figure and appearance. She was very eye-catching. Qin Fan was secretly delighted when he saw this. However, when he remembered that she was Ma Hongxing's wife, he quickly put away his weird thoughts and sizing her up. Although Qing Rui was beautiful, she was the wife of his disciple, Ma Hongxing. Although Qin Fan was a little wretched, he wouldn't steal his disciple's wife. Moreover, there were so many beautiful women in the world. With his ability, wouldn't it be easy for him to win the heart of a beauty? Master, has the poison in my body been cured? Although Ma Hongxing felt much more energetic, he still felt a little sleepy. Therefore, he asked nervously. Qin Fan said lightly, you've been poisoned for a long time. The poison has penetrated deep into your organs. I can only get rid of 70% of it at once. The remaining 30% needs to be removed gradually. It will take about 2 months for the poison to be completely removed. Ma Hongxing was relieved when he heard that. 2 months wasn't a very long time. He could definitely wait for it. Thank you, master. Ma Hongxing thanked him respectfully. Who on earth did you offend? How could you be poisoned? Qin Fan asked. Hearing this, Ma Hongxing sighed and shook his head. My enemies are nothing more than those in the business world, but I really have no idea who they are. I'll stay in Qingling for a while. If there's a chance, I'll look into it for you. Qin Fan took the initiative to express his intentions. He wanted to see if Ma Hongxing knew how to behave. It's great that master is willing to help. Ma Hongxing was excited. He then looked at Qing Rui and said, go and prepare 500 million in cash. Transfer it to a card and pass it to my master. Qin Fan had been living in the mountains for a long time. Now that he had come out, he must have no money on him. Ma Hongxing was a smart person. Of course, he had to express his gratitude. Qin Fan was elated when he heard Ma Hongxing's words. However, he refused politely. No way. I can't accept the money. Master, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. If you don't accept it, I will feel guilty. Ma Hongxing insisted. Then, all right. Qin Fan reluctantly agreed. Ma Hongxing couldn't help but smile when he saw that Qin Fan had agreed. Master, you don't have a place to stay in Qingling, right? No. Qin Fan said. Let me arrange it. Before Ma Hongxing could speak, Qing Rui understood and took the initiative to speak. Ma Hongxing smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work while I was in a coma. It's a bit tiring, but it won't last long. Hongxing, after you recover, all the company's affairs will be handed back to you. I'll be free then. Qingrui smiled and expressed her attitude. Ma Hongxing saw that Qingrui didn't have any intention of being greedy for the company's power. He felt more assured about Qingrui. Qingrui took out her phone and asked someone to arrange it. After a while, someone replied. Master, the car is outside. The driver will take you to your place. See if you're satisfied with the environment. If you're not, let me know and I'll arrange another place. Qingrui said politely. Qin Fan felt very comfortable when he heard that. Ma Hongxing was still poisoned and sleepy, so he fell asleep. Not long after, Qingrui received a call from the driver and sent Qin Fan to the hospital. She smiled and watched Qin Fan get into the car and leave. When the car completely disappeared from her sight, the smile on Qingrui's face gradually disappeared. Qin Fan sat in the luxury car and opened the window to look at the scenery outside. He had been in the mountains for 10 years. Now that he was back in the city, he felt like a country bumpkin. Everything was new. Especially today, the weather was hot. Qin Fan frequently saw scantily dressed women passing by. There was an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. After driving for a while, the car arrived at the downtown area. The road was crowded and there was a traffic jam. Qin Fan didn't care because the car stopped, but the pedestrians outside didn't. It didn't affect him at all. However, the women passing by weren't particularly outstanding. Qin Fan had seen so many beautiful women like Tan Taoyue that he became picky. If they weren't particularly outstanding, he wouldn't be interested in them. After looking for a while, Qin Fan's interest waned and he was about to withdraw his gaze. But at this moment, a beautiful woman with a super high score walked out of a famous watch shop in his field of vision. Qin Fan's eyes were fixed on her. He wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but he couldn't find a reason. He should like it, right? Tang Bingyun lifted the small box containing the watch and took a look at it. She muttered to herself and then prepared to drive away by the roadside. A man who was passing by blocked her way. Beauty, you're so beautiful. My name is Xianxia. How about we get to know each other? The man looked like a hooligan. Not interested. Tang Bingyun looked at him in disgust and wanted to walk past him. However, Xianxia shifted his position and continued to block Tang Bingyun. Do I look like I'm easy to bully? Tang Bingyun's pretty face was cold. She was in charge of the Tang family's business and was a well-known figure in Qingling. How could she be afraid of a hooligan? Beauty, you have quite the temper, don't you? I like you even more now. Xianxia was even more excited. He stopped Tang Bingyun and refused to let her leave. He didn't care who this beauty was. Anyway, his aunt and uncle were very popular in Qingling. His uncle owned a company worth tens of billions, and his aunt was the CEO of a listed company. With their protection, what was there to be afraid of? Are you going to move away or not? Tang Bingyun was furious. Qin Fan saw this from afar and knew that his chance had come. Qingrui returned to the ward and saw that Ma Hongxing was in a deep sleep. However, out of caution, she went to a quiet corner in the hospital and made a call. Ma Hongxing is awake. Qingrui reported solemnly when the call went through. Wang Haoran, who had just driven to the entrance of the villa, was shocked. You said that Ma Hongxing is awake? That's right. Qingrui told him everything that had happened just now. Wang Haoran's face turned serious after hearing it. He was the one who had poisoned Ma Hongxing. He knew how troublesome it was. Moreover, Miracle Dr. Shui had interfered and made Ma Hongxing's poison worse. Ma Hongxing's master was able to remove 70% of the poison in Ma Hongxing's body in a short period of time. He even said that he could remove all the poison in 2 months. This method was far better than Miracle Dr. Shui's. If he guessed correctly, this person's medical skills should be on the same level as Lu Chen. How old is that person? What's his name? Wang Haoran asked. He's around 30 years old. His name is Qin Fan. I've taken a photo and sent it to you. Qingrui sent the photo over after she finished speaking. Qin Fan, Wang Haoran murmured. After receiving Qingrui's photo, he immediately took a look at it and memorized Qin Fan's face. What should I do now? Rui asked. Do your part well. Don't lose the trust of Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan. As for the 500 million in cash, think of a way to delay it, Wang Haoren said. Understood. I'll inform you if there's anything, Rui said seriously. Okay. Wang Haoren hung up the call and got out of the car. He was about to use his fingerprint to open the thick door of the villa and drive the car in. At this moment, a figure walked over from behind. Wang Haoren heard the movement and turned around. It was Tan Tai Yaoyue. I heard from Seventh Sister that you live here, so I took the liberty to come and disturb you. Tan Tai Yaoyue walked in front of Wang Haoren and stood there quietly. Not at all. We're all family, Wang Haoren replied with a smile. The scenery over there is not bad. Can you take a walk with me? Tan Tai Yaoyue plucked up her courage and took the initiative to invite him. Okay. Wang Haoren nodded. He parked the car at the door and walked along the road outside the villa with Tan Tai Yaoyue. Actually, he had many questions that he wanted to ask Tan Tai Yaoyue. It was just that he felt that it was inconvenient to go to the villa to find Tan Tai Yaoyue, so he delayed it. Tan Tai Yaoyue taking the initiative to come was exactly what Wang Haoren wanted. After walking for a while, Tan Tai Yaoyue suddenly tilted her head and asked Wang Haoren, was I very scary yesterday? You were like that because of your brother's sudden death. Wang Haoren knew that Tan Tai Yaoyue was referring to the terrifying killing intent she showed when she killed Yan Yuntian and his son. Actually, I'm usually very gentle. I almost never lose my temper. Tan Tai Yaoyue showed a sweet smile. When Wang Haoren saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because Tan Tai Yaoyue's expression was deliberate. Moreover, her smile and expression made him feel like he had seen her before. Like Qiu Qianwei. Tan Tai Yaoyue was purposely imitating Qiu Qianwei's expression and actions. Why don't you join me? After noticing this, Wang Haoren secretly smiled. You don't believe me? Tan Tai Yaoyue saw that Wang Haoren did not immediately reply, so she asked nervously. I do, of course I do. Wang Haoren hurriedly said, and then asked in a roundabout way, 2 days ago, when you were dealing with Yan Yuntian and his son, what kind of method did you use? This is the ancient martial arts spirit assimilation great art. To a certain extent, it is a type of mental attack. It can control a person's heartbeat and confuse their mind. Tan Tai Yaoyue did not hide anything. After Wang Haoren heard this, he finally understood. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Before, he had designs on Lu Chen's ancient jade, and was attacked by the remnant thoughts in the jade. In order to protect himself, he exchanged for an intermediate soul attack immunity halo. He did not know if this halo could block Tan Tai Yaoyue's spirit assimilation great art. Where did you learn this skill from? Wang Haoren continued to ask. I have a master. He taught me. Master? Yes, my master has lived in the mountains for a long time, and is an expert. He is very powerful, and has many skills, and has taught many outstanding disciples. Tan Tai Yaoyue showed a look of respect. Wang Haoren was shocked. Because, from Tan Tai Yaoyue's description, her master's conditions were very suitable for a main character. What age is your master? What is his name? Around 30, called Qin Fan. Tan Tai Yaoyue replied. Wang Haoren's eyelids jumped. Wasn't this the person Rui was talking about? Wang Haoren originally thought that this Qin Fan only knew medicine, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. This Qin Fan was much more powerful than he had imagined. When you were learning, you should have lived with your master in the mountains, then you. Wang Haoren suddenly thought of a terrifying question. I only saw him as my master. And master is a rare gentleman in this world. I studied in the mountains for 3 years, and when master taught me ancient martial arts, he didn't even touch a finger of mine. Tan Tai Yaoyue hurriedly explained in order to prove her innocence. Wang Haoren looked at her deeply and saw that she was not lying. However, as for Tan Tai Yaoyue's opinion that Qin Fan is a rare gentleman under the heavens, he strongly rejected it. With such an amazing protagonist, there would definitely be a large number of female protagonists in the main storyline. If he was a gentleman, the plot wouldn't have progressed at all. Wang Haoren was sure that Qin Fan was pretending to be a gentleman. However, no one knew the exact reason. But there was one thing that Wang Haoren was sure of. Qin Fan definitely had impure thoughts towards Tan Tai Yaoyue, this calamitous beauty disciple. Not bad. With a thought, Wang Haoren suddenly said, "The method you used to deal with Yan Yuntian and his son is really amazing. I want to try this feeling. Can you use it on me?" Tan Tai Yaoyue's favorability was already very high. Although her methods were strange, Wang Haoren was certain that she would not attack him. But that might not be the case for Qin Fan. Wang Haoren's action was to test whether the intermediate soul attack immunity halo could resist the spirit assimilation great technique. There's nothing to test. It doesn't feel good. Tan Tai Yaoyue was unwilling to agree. "I'm just curious. Let me try. It'll be fine after a while," Wang Haoren said. "All right." Tan Tai Yaoyue saw that he was so interested and thought that he was just being childish and wanted to play. Thus, she agreed. Tan Tai Yaoyue was afraid that Wang Haoren would feel uncomfortable, so she only used the spirit assimilation great technique for a short period of 2 seconds. However, this was enough for Wang Haoren to judge whether the intermediate soul attack immunity halo was effective or not. Hiss hiss. Wang Haoren lowered his body and held his heart, pretending to suck in a breath of cold air. Tan Tai Yaoyue reached out to support him. "You said it doesn't feel good, right?" "A little." Wang Haoren pretended to smile awkwardly. Tan Tai Yaoyue and Wang Haoren were very close to each other. Their faces were only separated by a palm's distance. The two could even feel each other's hot breath. Tan Tai Yaoyue's heart started to beat faster. Wang Haoren was also restless. The two of them maintained this extremely close distance, neither of them retreating. As long as Wang Haoren was willing, he could pout a little and kiss her. And with Tan Tai Yaoyue's favorability, she wouldn't be angry. There was a good saying. "If you don't take advantage, Wang, buzz buzz." Just as Wang Haoren had this thought, he felt his phone vibrate. The beautiful atmosphere was instantly broken. Tan Tai Yaoyue quickly retreated out of shyness and reservedness, maintaining a distance. Wang Haoren didn't have any thoughts. He took out his phone and looked at the number. The name on the screen was second cousin Xianxia. Wang Haoren frowned when he saw the incoming call. This guy rarely contacted him. It probably wasn't anything good. After greeting Tan Tai Yaoyue, he walked a bit further away to answer the call. "What's the matter?" Wang Haoren's tone was unfriendly. He wanted to crawl over the phone and beat Xianxia up. "Cousin, I was beaten up in Qingling. You know people in the underworld, right? Help me call some people over," Xianxia said angrily. "You were beaten up, why did you call me directly?" Wang Haoren didn't immediately answer Xianxia's question. Instead, he asked in confusion. He had a good relationship with fourth cousin Zhen Ximin. After Zhen Ximin was bullied, she contacted him directly. But Xianxia was different. Although Wang Haoren and Xianxia were relatives, they didn't have much interaction. Logically speaking, if Xianxia was bullied, he should go to Wang Xiang or Zhenli. "I called uncle-in-law, but he said he was busy and couldn't find the time. He asked me to call you," Xianxia replied. Hearing this, Wang Haoren came to a realization. He had specifically told Wang Xiang not to do anything that was beneath his dignity. Obviously, Wang Xiang had listened to him. After receiving Xianxia's call, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he asked Xianxia to call him. "Tell me what happened between you and that person. If you lie, you can go to hell." "I can't be bothered with you," Wang Haoren said in a low voice. "I saw a super beauty on the street and wanted to go up and talk to her. But an ignorant bastard came and made trouble. He even slapped me a few times," Xianxia said. "What are the characteristics of that beauty and the man who slapped you?" Wang Haoren asked. "I was afraid that they would run away. It wouldn't be good to find them, so I stole a photo. I'll send it to you." Xianxia maintained the call and sent the photo to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren recognized the two people in the photo immediately. In his heart, he had the urge to kill Xianxia. "Cousin, have you asked enough? Hurry up and call for help," Xianxia urged. "Who told you to hit on a beauty? You deserve to be beaten. Let's leave it at that. Don't find trouble with others." Wang Haoren said. If you don't help me, I'll go find people myself. With money, do you think I won't be able to find people? Bye-bye. Xianxia was somewhat dissatisfied. Wait. Wang Haoren stopped him. Changed your mind? Xianxia asked. Don't call for help. I'll take care of this. Wang Haoren was unwilling but still took care of this matter. If he allowed Xianxia to provoke Qin Fan, once this matter escalated, it might implicate the entire Xin family and even the Wang family. At that time, Wang Haoren, Wang Xiang, and Zhenli would also be involved. And Xianxia had already decided to take revenge. It was impossible for him to change his mind. Unless he killed Xianxia. However, in Wang Haoren's view, this wouldn't solve the problem from the root. As his villain aura became more and more powerful, he could also attract more hatred from the main characters. Even if he didn't do anything, there would still be people in his villain camp who would provoke him. It was impossible not to get involved in this. Going against Qin Fan was something that would happen sooner or later. Killing Xianxia wouldn't be of much use. It was better to take care of this matter from Xianxia. Of course, Wang Haoren didn't plan to directly confront Qin Fan. After all, Tan Yaoyu's methods were already strange enough. Her master was even more so. Wang Haoren and Xianxia continued to chat for a while before hanging up and thinking of countermeasures. His gaze inadvertently glanced at Tan Yaoyu, who was staring at him without blinking. Wang Haoren's heart stirred, and he suddenly had an idea. Thinking like this, he put away his phone and walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Haoren said. It's fine. Tan Yaoyu shook her head. Big sister? Can I call you that? Wang Haoren asked in an inquiring tone. You are Weiwei's boyfriend, of course you can call me that. Tan Yaoyu smiled. Then I'll call you big sister from now on. Wang Haoren nodded and sighed. I'm an only child. My parents have been busy with business since I was young, and I've always felt lonely. Actually, I've always dreamed of having an elder sister. As she spoke, she seriously looked at Tan Yaoyu. After seeing eldest sister, I feel especially close. In the future, I will treat you as my real sister. What do you think? With Tan Yaoyu's favorability, if he wanted her to protect him, she would definitely agree. However, if he did that, it would undoubtedly arouse Qin Fan's jealousy. Qin Fan might be kind on the surface, but that might not be the case in the dark. But if he established a familial relationship with Tan Yaoyu, that would be different. With this familial relationship, Qin Fan wouldn't treat him as a love rival. He would even treat him kindly to obtain Tan Yaoyu's good impression. If Qin Fan wasn't on guard, then there were many things that Wang Haoren could do. Hearing this question, Tan Yaoyu's face paled a bit. Big sister, can't I? Seeing that she didn't reply, Wang Haoren asked with an innocent face. I'm afraid it's not too good. We aren't related by blood. Tan Yaoyu tactfully refused. Aren't you and Lin Chen not related by blood? You both treat him as your little brother. Why can't I? Wang Haoren asked. Little Chen isn't here anymore. I'm afraid that if I recognize you as my little brother, I'll inadvertently think of him and feel sad, so. Tan Yaoyu really didn't want to treat Wang Haoren as her little brother, so she found an excuse to tactfully refuse. Hearing this, Wang Haoren revealed a dazed expression and didn't speak for a long time. After Tan Yaoyu saw this, she couldn't help but worry. Are you alright? Big sister, since you don't like me and don't want to recognize me as your little brother, then forget it. It was my unrequited love. Saying this, Wang Haoren's face was dejected as he turned around and left. Tan Yaoyu couldn't bear it and was afraid that he would ignore her in the future, so she hurriedly said, Don't go yet. Wang Haoren stopped and turned around. I promise you. Tan Yaoyu struggled for a few seconds before helplessly making a decision. Wang Haoren turned from sadness to joy and was excited for a while. Big sister. From now on, you're my big sister. I'll respect you like how Lin Chen respects you. Tan Yaoyu's heart was bitter, but she still forced a smile on her face. The two continued to chat for a while before parting ways. Wang Haoren returned to the entrance of the mansion and prepared to drive the car into the underground garage. However, he suddenly received a phone call. "I'm free today. Are you at school or at the mansion?" Tang Bingyun's voice came from the phone. "It's almost time for dinner. I'll come and find you. Let's go have dinner together." "Where are you?" Wang Haoren dismissed the idea of returning to the mansion. There were 3 guests living in the mansion. If Tang Bingyun found out, it would be bad. "Let's go to the usual place. What do you think?" Tang Bingyun said. "Okay." Wang Haoren nodded. After hanging up the phone, he drove to a couple's restaurant. Tang Bingyun had already found a private room and was waiting. When she saw Wang Haoren, she was happy for a while and then handed him a delicately wrapped gift box. "For you." Wang Haoren opened it and saw that it was a Vacheron Constantin watch. He couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Jingwan had given him a watch before, and now Tang Bingyun gave him another one. "Don't you like it?" Tang Bingyun saw him in a daze, so she asked. "As long as it's from you, I like it." Wang Haoren quickly responded. Tang Bingyun heard and nodded with satisfaction. She began to order. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Wang Haoren thought of something and said casually, "Did you encounter anything special today?" "There was one." Tang Bingyun said, "When I went to buy you a watch, a hooligan stopped me and wanted to ask for my contact information." She briefly described what happened after she came out of the Vacheron Constantin watch store. "Did that hooligan touch you?" Wang Haoren frowned. Seeing his concerned look, Tang Bingyun couldn't help but be happy and said, "No, I didn't let him touch me at all." Wang Haoren nodded and dismissed the idea of killing Xianxia. Then, he asked about another thing. "What about the man who saved you? What did you talk to him about? How worried are you about me? Do you want me to dig out your heart and let you see how much I love you?" Tang Bingyun rolled her eyes and laughed. "I'm not doubting you. I just think that the man might have feelings for you, so I care about you and want to know more." Wang Haoren reorganized his words. Tang Bingyun was happy and responded, "The man wanted to ask for my contact information." "That man wanted my contact information." His words were quite enthusiastic, but how could I possibly respond to him? I just said thank you to him and then drove away. Hearing Tang Bingyun's words, Wang Haoren nodded and then continued to chat with her for a while. After waiting for a while, the dishes were served. The two of them began to eat. Halfway through the meal, Tang Bingyun's phone on the table suddenly rang. The screen of the phone was facing up. Wang Haoren inadvertently glanced at it and found that the caller ID was "Expectant Mother." Wang Haoren was subconsciously stunned for a moment, and then quickly realized who the caller was. On the other side, Tang Bingyun sensed Wang Haoren's gaze on her phone and immediately felt a little embarrassed. After smiling awkwardly at Wang Haoren, Tang Bingyun answered the phone shyly. "Sister Bingyun, do you have any good-looking jade jewelry?" Wang Haoren's hearing was amazing. He heard Zhenli's voice on the phone. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Zhenli had given Qiu Qianwei a gift before, a jade bracelet. At that time, Zhenli said that it was only a temporary gift and that she would give another gift later. Tang Bingyun's family was in the jade business. Zhenli suddenly called Tang Bingyun. Her intention was obvious. Wang Haoren was a little flustered. Tang Bingyun and Zhenli didn't talk for a long time, but Wang Haoren felt like a century had passed. But fortunately, Zhenli only said that she wanted to buy jade jewelry and didn't say what it was for. Tang Bingyun only knew that Zhenli wore it herself, so she didn't ask much. "Is it hot?" Tang Bingyun hung up the phone with a smile and put the phone on the table. Suddenly, she noticed that there were fine beads of sweat on Wang Haoren's forehead. Wang Haoren panicked for a moment, but due to his excellent mental fortitude and superb adaptability, he quickly gave an explanation. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I feel a little hot after seeing you for a while." Tang Bingyun was stunned for a moment, and then glanced at him coquettishly. "Then, let's eat quickly." Tang Bingyun lowered her head and sped up the meal. Tang Bingyun was in charge of the Tang family's business. She was very busy every day, but everything was in order. She was a person who had a good sense of time. Wang Haoren was the same. After hearing Tang Bingyun's words, he couldn't help but nod. Ding. Host has captured the female lead Tang Bingyun. Received 500 villain points. Tang Bingyun's female lead Halo -25. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -25. Host's villain Halo +50. Wang Haoren received the system notification. He felt that it was a little too little. However, Tang Bingyun's female lead Halo was not high, so it could only produce so many rewards. A long time ago, these rewards were still very impressive. But now, it seemed a little too little. Of course, it was better than nothing. Moreover, there was a saying that many little drops made a mickle. Ding. Host has captured the female lead Tang Bingyun. Received 500 villain points. Tang Bingyun's female lead Halo -25. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -25. Host's villain Halo +50. Ding. Host has captured the female lead Tang Bingyun. Received 500 villain points. Tang Bingyun's female lead Halo -25. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -25. Host's villain Halo +50. The next morning, Wang Haoren woke up alone in the big bed. Tang Bingyun had already left for work. After all, the CEO of a company was very busy all day long. After washing up, Wang Haoren was ready to leave the couple's hotel. He went out to the corridor. What a waste of my time. Damn eunuch, what are you doing out here? A woman with heavy makeup walked out of the room next door, complaining unhappily. Wang Haoren was surprised. He curiously used his X-ray vision to take a look. He wanted to see who was so pitiful next door. At first glance, he found that it was quite familiar. It was his second cousin, Xianxia. When the woman with heavy makeup left, she did not close the door of the room next door. The door was half open. Wang Haoren walked in. Xianxia thought that the woman had turned back. But when he looked up, he was stunned. Cousin Haoren? Second cousin, long time no see. You're still as handsome as before. Wang Haoren teased. The woman's complaint was not soft. Xianxia heard it in the room. Wang Haoren suddenly said such a sentence. Obviously, he had heard it. Xianxia was heartbroken. That woman was talking nonsense. I'm strong. Xianxia felt ashamed and quickly defended himself. Wang Haoren, of course, did not believe him. He suggested, go see a doctor. Cousin Haoren, don't tell anyone about this. Help me keep it a secret. Xianxia knew that he could not hide it from Wang Haoren. He could only say this. Of course, of course. Wang Haoren responded perfunctorily. Then, he suddenly realized something. If Xianxia was a eunuch, why would he hit on Tang Bingyun? Thinking of this, Wang Haoren asked, second cousin, when did you fail? I was fine the night before, but I don't know what happened. I suddenly failed last night. I couldn't stand up. Xianxia's head was full of doubts. Wang Haoren did not doubt this. If Xianxia had a problem, why would he hit on Tang Bingyun? Could it be that Qin Fan did something to him? Wang Haoren came up with this idea. Judging from the timeline, Xianxia's problem obviously happened after he hit on Tang Bingyun. Qin Fan was very suspicious. After all, destroying a male character's ability in that aspect was a trick that protagonists often used. It was not strange that Qin Fan would do such a thing to Xianxia. However, to a certain extent, Xianxia was destined to have such an encounter. Wang Haoren gave up the idea of killing Xianxia. But he secretly made up his mind to destroy Xianxia's ability in that aspect. Unknowingly, Qin Fan had done it for him. Wang Haoren also saved himself a lot of trouble. Women are just fleeting clouds. Now that things have come to this, let's get over it. Wang Haoren pretended to comfort him. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but ask, Cousin Haoren, you've never been in love before, right? No, Wang Haoren replied calmly. You've never tried it before, so of course you don't know how it feels. Sigh. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Xianxia sighed, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe I've been too tired recently. I'll go to the hospital later to check on the situation. It's still early. I'm going to have breakfast. Do you want to join me? Wang Haoren said politely. Xianxia nodded and left with Wang Haoren, heading to a nearby hotel. Cousin Haoren, why are you at a couple's hotel? Xianxia was too concerned about his own problem before, so he only reacted now and asked curiously. Can't a person stay in a couple's hotel alone? Wang Haoren asked with a smile. Cousin Haoren, not bad. I was almost fooled by you. Xianxia was startled. No matter how stupid he was, there was no way he would believe that Wang Haoren would come to a couple's hotel alone. Moreover, this cousin of his had a face that even women would be willing to fall for, and his family was so rich. It would be strange if he did not have a girlfriend. Qin Fan woke up from his room, tidied himself up, and went to the hall. The temporary butler of the mansion walked over and handed a card to Qin Fan. Qin Fan thought that it was the 500 million cash flow card that Qing Rui prepared. But after looking at the words on it, he realized that it was a Hotel Supreme membership card. Mr. Qin, Director Qing asked me to inform you that it will take time to transfer 500 million cash flow. Please understand. This is a 5-star Hotel Supreme membership card. You can go to this hotel directly if you want to eat. You don't have to pay. The butler explained Qing Rui's words. Qin Fan nodded. He could understand. He had a good impression of Qing Rui and didn't feel that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. After all, 500 million cash flow was not a small amount. Seeing that Qin Fan was about to leave, the butler immediately went to inform the driver to prepare the car. Wang Haoren and Xianxia were having breakfast in the hotel's restaurant. Xianxia was not in a good mood, so he didn't have much appetite. Wang Haoren was a little tired last night and needed to replenish his energy. Naturally, he ate with relish. Buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Haoren saw that it was Qing Rui and immediately picked up the phone. As for Qin Fan, I've temporarily settled his accommodation, travel, and meals. But I didn't give him any cash. Is this okay? Qing Rui asked. Yes. Wang Haoren replied. Qing Rui was meticulous, so he was more at ease. What are you doing now? Qing Rui finished reporting and couldn't help but want to chat. Eating breakfast. Wang Haoren replied. What a coincidence, me too. Qing Rui's laughter came from the phone. She asked, what are you eating? Wang Haoren was about to reply, but he suddenly noticed that Xianxia was a little strange. He saw Xianxia staring at the entrance of the hotel's restaurant with an angry face. Following Xianxia's gaze, Wang Haoren caught sight of Qin Fan's figure. I have something to do now. I'll talk to you later. Wang Haoren quickly finished and hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Qing Rui was full of resentment. She thought that Wang Haoren was not in the mood to chat with her. Cousin Haoren, that's the one who hit me. Xianxia pointed in Qin Fan's direction and said angrily. Calm down, I will find someone to deal with him. Wang Haoren wanted to calm him down, so he quickly said this. Immediately, he communicated with the system and immediately checked on Qin Fan. Protagonist, Qin Fan, Combat Strength, 16726 Charm, 87, Protagonist Aura, 11308, Skill, Goldfinger God Level Apprentice System. The host who binds to this system will directly obtain 99 types of divine level abilities. The 99 divine level abilities were divided into Ancient Martial Arts, Divine Level Medical Skills, Divine Level Physiognomy, Divine Level Geomancy. Unique mission issued by the system, nurture 99 disciples with the ability to influence the world, completed. After Wang Haoren checked Qin Fan's attributes, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His current combat power was only 4,736. This Qin Fan actually had a combat power of 16726, that was more than 3 times of his, and those 99 types of divine level abilities were not to be trifled with. This Qin Fan was quite tricky to deal with. With that in mind, Wang Haoren quickly checked his attributes panel and looked at the villain point. Villain points, 160600, a little more than 160,000 points, which was very ample. Without hesitation, Wang Haoren exchanged for another 100 years of true qi on top of the 100 years of true qi that he already had. The exchange rate was 1,000 villain points for 1 year of true qi. After the exchange was completed, the villain point immediately decreased by 100,000 points. Wang Haoren's heart ached and he quickly checked the changes in his combat power. The original 4,736 combat power had now become 9,236. Damn, it only increased by so little. Wang Haoren had the urge to curse. Based on 100,000 villain points to increase his combat power by 4,500, he would need to spend at least 180,000 villain points to reach the same combat power as Qin Fan. And it was only on par with him. If he wanted to kill Qin Fan easily, he would need at least 200,000 villain points. And now, there were only 60,000 villain points on the panel. In other words, he would need another 140,000 villain points. Just thinking about it made Wang Haoren feel that it was so far away. In the distance. While Wang Haoren and Zhen Shuai were sizing him up, Qin Fan seemed to have sensed something and could not help but look over. Qin Fan was also here for breakfast. There were not many seats left in the restaurant. There was a table next to Wang Haoren and Zhen Shuai. Qin Fan casually walked over and sat down on the seat next to them. Zhen Shuai stared coldly at Qin Fan and whispered to Wang Haoren. "Cousin Haoren, hurry up and call someone over. Don't let him run away." Wang Haoren glared at him and wished that he could cover Zhen Shuai's face with his plate. This was because Wang Haoren noticed that when Zhen Shuai spoke, Qin Fan's ears twitched slightly. He heard it, and Qin Fan looked at Wang Haoren. There was a hint of hostility in Qin Fan's eyes. Wang Haoren noticed it. He did not intend to have a direct confrontation with Qin Fan. But because of Zhen Shuai's words, Qin Fan was eyeing him. Wang Haoren admitted that he was far from being a match for Qin Fan. And if he poisoned him, the success rate was so low that it was negligible. After all, Qin Fan had divine-level medical skills. If he acted rashly and Qin Fan found out, he would be in danger. However, Wang Haoren was already prepared, so he did not panic. In front of Qin Fan, Wang Haoren took out his phone and sent a message. "Sister, I'll treat you to breakfast. Do you want to come? Location?" The other party replied instantly. Wang Haoren sent a location and waited. Zhen Shuai and Wang Haoren sat opposite each other and could not see the content of the message. He thought that Wang Haoren had called someone over and was excited. He glared fiercely at Qin Fan. Qin Fan looked indifferent and did not take it to heart. He called the waiter over and started to order. After some time, Qin Fan finished his meal and took out the hotel's Supreme member card to pay the bill. Zhen Shuai was anxious. He was afraid that Qin Fan would run away. He quickly shouted, Hey, aren't you very awesome? If you have the guts, don't leave." Wang Haoren looked at Zhen Shuai as if he was looking at an idiot. This guy really liked to court death. The key was that it was fine if he wanted to court death, but he would also implicate himself. Qin Fan was about to leave, but after hearing Zhen Shuai's words, he immediately stopped. He walked towards Wang Haoren and Zhen Shuai's table. "I didn't hit you hard last time. You still don't remember?" Qin Fan looked at Zhen Shuai as if he was looking at an ant. "It's different this time. My cousin Haoren called someone over. If you're a man, don't run away." Zhen Shuai provoked. Qin Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren glanced at Zhen Shuai. He really wanted to pick up the fork on the table and stab Zhen Shuai's waist 1,000 times. After Zhen Shuai's provocation, Qin Fan's hostility also turned to Wang Haoren. "You're itching for a beating too?" Qin Fan looked at Wang Haoren. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you can fight. I called my sister over. She's very powerful. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes." Wang Haoren was not afraid at all. That was because he saw that his savior had arrived. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh. In this world, the person who could make him feel fear had not been born yet. Thinking like this, Qin Fan couldn't help but sneer. "Fine, I'll wait for a while. At that time, I'll make you and sister kneel and beg for forgiveness." Hearing this, Wang Haoren's lips curled into a strange smile. He waved his hand behind Qin Fan. "Sister, over here." After Tan Tai Yaoyue walked into the restaurant, she looked around for Wang Haoren's figure. Unfortunately, she couldn't find him immediately. After hearing the shout, she turned around and saw Wang Haoren's figure. Tan Tai Yaoyue walked over with a happy face. When Qin Fan saw Wang Haoren's reaction, he followed Wang Haoren's gaze and looked over. His eyes were filled with disdain as he wanted to see what kind of person his sister was. But after looking, Qin Fan was stunned for a few seconds. Soon after, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Yaoyue, what a coincidence, I actually met you here. Qin Fan was worried about how to find Tan Tai Yaoyue. Unexpectedly, they met today. Could it be that this was the fate of the underworld? Qin Fan secretly thought like this. Tan Tai Yaoyue walked over and naturally noticed Qin Fan. She was also surprised and happy. Master, you also went down the mountain. Yes, not long after you left, I also went down the mountain. Qin Fan replied. Then, he realized something and glanced at Wang Haoren. His expression was a bit strange as he asked Tan Tai Yaoyue. He's your brother? Yes. Tan Tai Yaoyue nodded. Sister, he wanted to hit me and said he wanted me to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Wang Haoren complained. Qin Fan was a bit embarrassed. Master, you're an expert, how can you bully my brother? He's just a normal person. Tan Tai Yaoyue respected Qin Fan but cared more about Wang Haoren. She unhappily frowned and looked at Qin Fan. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Qin Fan hurriedly explained. Then, he looked at Wang Haoren again. When he was deep in the mountains, he had heard Tan Tai Yaoyue vaguely mention that she had 6 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. Even though they were not related by blood, they were no different from family. Tan Tai Yaoyue's little brother, it should be this person in front of him, right? Qin Fan had impure thoughts towards this beautiful disciple of his. After seeing how protective Tan Tai Yaoyue was of him, how could he continue bickering with Wang Haoren? Moreover, Tan Tai Yaoyue's words were very true. He was an expert outside of this world. Dealing with ordinary people of the secular world was indeed beneath his dignity. Haoren, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Tan Tai Yaoyue walked to Wang Haoren's side and asked nervously. She knew that Wang Haoren had a lot of strange tricks up his sleeves. Naturally, she was afraid that Wang Haoren would be caught unaware. Yaoyu, I didn't do anything to him. Don't worry. Before Wang Haoren could answer, Qin Fan hurriedly defended himself. When Tan Tai Yaoyue heard this, she relaxed a bit. I misspoke just now. Sorry. Qin Fan took the initiative to extend his hand towards Wang Haoren. He had a friendly smile on his face. His initial impression of Wang Haoren was not very good, but he cared a lot about Tan Tai Yaoyue. Naturally, he wanted to form a good relationship with Wang Haoren. Moreover, in the future, he would be together with Tan Tai Yaoyue. This Wang Haoren would be his little brother-in-law. Qin Fan did not want to have any conflicts with this future little brother-in-law. It would make it difficult for Tan Tai Yaoyue to act in the middle. No problem. Since you are my elder sister's master, then you are one of us. When Wang Haoren saw that things were going according to his plan, he naturally extended his hand in a friendly manner and shook it. Qin Fan saw his future little brother-in-law being so magnanimous and the smile on his face became even wider. Ding, host's disguise is successful. You have obtained the friendship of the main character Qin Fan. Host has obtained 2,800 villain points, Qin Fan's main character aura -140, host's villain aura +140. Wang Haoren secretly received a wave of generous rewards and was secretly shocked. As expected of a main character with over 10,000 main character aura. The rewards he provided were really quite generous. He originally thought that 140,000 villain points was very far away. But now it seemed that it was not as difficult as he thought. In Wang Haoren's heart, he already had a clear plan to deal with Qin Fan. Forming a good relationship with Qin Fan and being friendly on the surface was only the first step of the plan. Next, he would secretly deal with Qin Fan's disciples. Qin Fan had 99 strong disciples. In his main storyline, these disciples would definitely occupy a large part of the screen. As long as he dealt with Qin Fan's disciples, he could change the direction of the storyline and obtain a large amount of villain points. As for the method to deal with Qin Fan's disciples, Wang Haoren also had a rough idea. In short, the method to deal with male and female disciples was different. When the villain points accumulated to a certain degree, they would exchange it for cultivation. When his strength surpassed Qin Fan, he could lay all his cards on the table and send him to heaven. Cousin Howren, what is going on? Didn't you call people to teach him a lesson? Why are you calling him family? Xianxia was shocked by Tan Taiyue's appearance. He was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. Howren, is he your cousin? After Qin Fan changed his mind, even the way he addressed him became more intimate. Wang Howren nodded in response to Qin Fan and comforted Xianxia, cousin, you see, we are all on the same side. Let's just forget about this matter. I was slapped a few times by him. How can I just forget about it? Xianxia was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't talk nonsense. This matter ends here. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I will. Wang Howren spoke halfway and suddenly stopped. Okay, I will leave. I will leave immediately. Xianxia realized what he wanted to say and quickly interrupted him. He left with his tail between his legs. Your cousin is not a good person. He blocked people on the street and asked for the contact of beautiful women. He is like a hooligan. You are right to keep your distance from him. Well done. After Qin Fan saw Xianxia leave, he used a lecturing tone to speak to Wang Howren. Wang Howren was secretly unhappy, but on the surface, he pretended to be surprised. So my cousin was slapped for hitting on beautiful women? Qin Fan was surprised. What did your cousin say to you? He said he was hit by someone on the street. Not only did the other party not apologize, they even hit him. Wang Howren began to bluff. Your cousin lied to you. Qin Fan replied. He once again sized up Wang Howren, understanding him a bit more. He felt that this future brother-in-law who didn't seem like a good person was actually not bad. He was just a bit naive and easily deceived. This guy, I will never believe him again. Wang Howren took the opportunity to complain, trying to make Qin Fan believe that he was deceived. Then, he looked at Tan Taiyue. Sister, I'll treat you. What do you want to eat? Anything. Tan Taiyue smiled indifferently. What to eat, she really didn't care. What she cared about was who she was eating with. Wang Howren made the decision and ordered the same food for Tan Taiyue. Not long after, the waiter brought the food over. Qin Fan had already eaten breakfast and was sitting at the table. Since he was bored, his gaze frequently sized up Tan Taiyue. A beauty that could cause a calamity. Every frown and smile of hers was so moving. Even her actions while eating were extremely pleasing to the eye. While sizing her up, Qin Fan suddenly pinched his fingers to calculate Tan Taiyue's marriage fate. A moment later, his face was filled with surprise and joy. Tan Taiyue saw Qin Fan sizing her up from the corner of her eyes. She asked curiously, Master, is there something on my face? Master has just divined your marriage fate. Qin Fan said with a smile. Tan Taiyue quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. Her face was filled with excitement as she hurriedly asked. What did you calculate? Your red Luan star has moved, a happy occasion is near. Qin Fan's expression was indifferent. But the excitement in his heart could not be described with words. Wang Howren was sitting on the side playing with his phone. After hearing these words, he suddenly raised his head in shock, looking at Tan Taiyue. Tan Taiyue sized up Wang Howren and then looked at Qin Fan in disbelief. Master, you're not joking, right? I'm speaking the truth, I'm not joking. Qin Fan replied formally. When Tan Taiyue received this definite answer, she couldn't help but feel happy. She knew that Qin Fan knew physiognomy. Since Qin Fan had said so, then it must be true. Tan Taiyue looked forward to it, a faint blush appearing on her face. However, Tan Taiyue was shy and said, Master, disciple wants to focus on ancient martial arts and has never thought about marriage. Qin Fan saw this and guessed that Tan Taiyue was speaking against her heart. He couldn't help but persuade her. Yaoyue, marriage, since you've come, you must grasp it well. If you miss it in the future, it will be too late to regret. Tan Taiyue fell into deep thought. Qin Fan saw this and was even more certain that Tan Taiyue seemed to have someone she liked. But who was this person? Could it be him? With that thought in mind, Qin Fan began to make indirect inquiries. Yao Yue, master is not an outsider. If you have something on your mind, you can tell master. On the side, Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. Tantai Yaoyue wouldn't reveal the matter of her falling in love with him, right? However, thinking about it, it didn't seem likely. He was here. Even if Tantai Yaoyue wanted to tell Qin Fan, she would not choose this kind of place. After all, if she said it, it would be considered a confession. Since it was a confession, how could she do it in front of Qin Fan? If she wanted to confess, she would do it in private. Moreover, Tantai Yaoyue cared about Qiu Qianwei and would not casually say it out. 9 out of 10 things in life don't go your way. There are some things that I can't do as I please. Tantai Yaoyue sighed, answering Qin Fan's words. When Qin Fan heard this, he immediately felt that the person Tantai Yaoyue liked was not ordinary. There seemed to be some kind of external force or identity that prevented Tantai Yaoyue from being together with him. Tantai Yaoyue had lived in the mountains for 3 years. Other than herself, she had never seen another man. He had all kinds of abilities. In this world, was there any other man who could be more outstanding than him? Of course not. If she didn't like him, who else could she like? After clarifying this point, Qin Fan was overjoyed. He was Tantai Yaoyue's master, their identities were indeed a bit sensitive. If they were together, they would definitely be criticized and gossiped about. What Tantai Yaoyue was worried about was these worldly views. Also, Tantai Yaoyue wasn't sure if she liked her or not. After all, when he was deep in the mountains, because of the system's ban, he acted too gentlemanly and completely treated Tantai Yaoyue as his disciple. Tantai Yaoyue would naturally feel that he had no romantic feelings for her. With that thought in mind, Qin Fan really wanted to say, Master has liked you for a long time. He often misses you so much that he can't sleep at night. However, due to Wang Haoren's presence and his own identity, it was inconvenient for him to speak his mind. Qin Fan thought for a moment and then explained. Yao Yu, you practice ancient martial arts and can't be considered a worldly person. You don't need to care too much about the thoughts of worldly people. Follow your heart, that is the right way. Otherwise, if your heart is depressed, it will hinder your cultivation. When Tantai Yaoyue heard these extremely philosophical words, her perplexed eyes suddenly revealed a trace of clarity. However, she still had some concerns. Master, I understand. Tantai Yaoyue said solemnly, glancing at Wang Haoren from the corner of her eyes. She asked Qin Fan nervously. Then should I let nature take its course, or should I take the initiative to do something? Qin Fan pondered. If he let nature take its course, that would be waiting for him to express his feelings. However, if he did that, then wouldn't his previous gentlemanly image collapse? If that was the case, Tantai Yaoyue would inevitably suspect that he had bad intentions and was a hypocrite. In this short period of time, Qin Fan quickly made a rational decision. Although physiognomy can predict the future, it can only be an omen and can't truly foresee the future. Because there are many uncertain factors that affect the direction of things. If nature takes its course, marriage may also arrive. However, compared to taking the initiative, the probability is much, much smaller. In short, your red lawn stars have moved. This is the sign of marriage, but whether or not you can grasp it is unknown. In order to not expose his true intentions, Qin Fan only spoke according to physiognomy. However, when these words fell into Tantai Yaoyue's ears, it caused her expression to change, her eyes revealing the light of contemplation. She seemed to be considering how to take the initiative. Qin Fan saw the change in her expression and was inwardly delighted. After teaching Tantai Yaoyue in the mountains for 3 years, Qin Fan had maintained his gentlemanly demeanor on the surface and did not even look directly at Tantai Yaoyue. However, he was secretly craving for her to death. In the dead of the night, Qin Fan felt uncomfortable from holding it in and would often amuse himself. After holding it in for 10 years in the mountains, a man full of energy and with a normal body naturally needed some methods to adjust himself. Otherwise, it would drive people crazy. Fortunately, after the bitter, the sweet came. When this female disciple of his took the initiative, he would pretend to decline and then agree. At that time, his long-cherished wish would be fulfilled. Wang Haoran acted as a spectator the entire time, listening to Qin Fan and Tan Taiyaoyu's conversation and observing the changes in their expressions. He was naturally able to tell that Qin Fan had other thoughts in his heart. However, Qin Fan would never have thought that Tan Taiyaoyu was thinking of someone else. What Tan Taiyaoyu was worried about was not the master identity as Qin Fan thought, but Qiu Qianwei's thoughts as well as the separation of brother and sister. Wang Haoran laughed inwardly. While Qin Fan was kept in the dark, he couldn't help but worry about himself. If Tan Taiyaoyu really confessed, then how should he respond? If he agreed, he would not be able to maintain the sister and brother relationship and Qin Fan would view him as an enemy. If that was the case, then his plan would not be able to proceed smoothly. However, if he did not agree, then it would be a pity. After all, Tan Taiyaoyu was the most important female lead, the female lead halo was extremely high. If he confirmed his relationship with Tan Taiyaoyu, then, he would be able to obtain a vast amount of villain points and halo points. Also, this was sustainable. It was like harvesting leeks, they would continue to grow after being harvested. While gradually improving himself, he could also reduce Qin Fan's protagonist halo and indirectly weaken his luck. Could he maintain the sister and brother relationship with Tan Taiyaoyu while harvesting leeks? Wang Haoran wanted to have the best of both worlds. However, how should this plan be carried out? Tan Taiyaoyu was the eldest sister of the 7 sisters, a very opinionated person with strong self-awareness. Taking advantage of her and wanting to wipe his mouth clean and not admit it, was this possible? The 3 people at the table each had their own thoughts. After some time, Tan Taiyaoyu finished eating. Tan Taiyaoyu was thinking about some things, so she was a bit restless. After saying goodbye to Qin Fan, she prepared to leave. Wang Haoran and Tan Taiyaoyu were going the same way, so they naturally went together. Before leaving, Tan Taiyaoyu asked Qin Fan. "Master, the marriage you calculated for me, if I miss it this time, will there still be one in the future? I'm not a deity, I can't calculate things so far away. But I have some words for you. Opportunities are fleeting." Qin Fan saw that she was still hesitating, so he said these words in a profound manner, wanting to strengthen Tan Taiyaoyu's confidence. After speaking, he calmly and confidently left. He had already said enough, Tan Taiyaoyu should have already made a decision in her heart. All he needed to do was to wait. "Sister, let's go back." Wang Haoran watched Qin Fan get on the car and leave, then said to Tan Taiyaoyu. Tan Taiyaoyu was in a daze because of Qin Fan's words. After hearing Wang Haoran's voice, she quickly came back to her senses. The Pagani slowly moved, under the envious and worshipful gazes of the passers-by, it quickly drove away. In the car, Wang Haoran controlled the steering wheel, his eyes staring at the situation on the road ahead. But from the corner of his eyes, he sensed that Tan Taiyaoyu was frequently looking at him. His heart couldn't help but thump. If Tan Taiyaoyu directly said it, he wouldn't know whether to respond or not to respond. It was really a very difficult question to ask. However, after the car drove for a while, Tan Taiyaoyu didn't say anything, only using her eyes to secretly size him up. Wang Haoran immediately understood that Tan Taiyaoyu still hadn't made up her mind. Or to be more precise, she wanted to make complete preparations before telling him about this matter. After sorting out these things, Wang Haoran felt a bit more relaxed. Then his thoughts moved, wanting to instill some thoughts into Tan Taiyaoyu. "Sister, can I ask you a question?" Wang Haoran suddenly said. "What do you want to ask?" "Speak." Tan Taiyaoyu said. "Do you have someone you like?" Tan Taiyaoyu's expression froze, but after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to deny it. After all, when she was talking with Qin Fan just now, Wang Haoran was right next to her. He must have seen something. "Yes." Tan Taiyaoyu replied. "But why did you look so conflicted just now?" Wang Haoran asked. "I have someone I like, that's right. But if I want to be with him, it is not a simple matter." Tan Taiyaoyu said with a worried expression. "Sister, do you like a married man?" Wang Haoran pretended to make a bold guess and asked. "Of course not." Tan Taiyaoyu immediately shook her head, taking a deep look at Wang Haoran before quickly adding, "However, it's not too far off. No wonder big sister is so troubled." Wang Haoran pretended not to understand her gaze and responded sympathetically. Then, he asked with concern, "Then what do you plan to do?" "I want to tell him, but I'm afraid of hurting someone I don't want to hurt." Tan Taiyue frowned. "You can secretly tell him. If he also likes you, then you can secretly be together. Wouldn't that be fine?" After asking for a long time, they finally talked about this problem. Wang Haoran gave her an idea, wanting to guide her thoughts. If Tan Taiyue was willing to listen, then wouldn't the matter be perfectly solved, but Wang Haoran did not have time to look forward to it when he heard Tan Taiyue's slightly proud voice. "That won't do. I don't do sneaky things, and I won't wrong myself like this." "That's true." Wang Haoran laughed and agreed. At the same time, he had a rough estimate of Tan Taiyue's attitude. As expected, Tan Taiyue was as he had guessed. Her self-awareness was very strong, and she was very proud. She was not like Qiu Qianwei and the others. Or more accurately, 80 favorability was not enough for Tan Taiyue to wrong herself like this. If it was 90, then there might be a possibility. However, it was very difficult to improve on a foundation of 80 points. "Eh? I think I almost forgot something." Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. He immediately communicated with the system and gave the command to use the Charm Halo on Tan Taiyue. Ding, Charm Halo and Super Peach Blossom Halo cannot be stacked. Charm Halo has failed. At this point, Wang Haoran completely understood. It was impossible to get a free heart. In this somewhat depressed mood, Wang Haoran sent Tan Taiyue to Lu Yu's villa. Wang Haoran waved goodbye. There were some trucks outside the villa. There were some deliverymen who were moving some furniture like beds into the villa. Tan Taiyue walked in and saw Lu Yu arranging things, letting people decorate the room. Seeing this scene, Tan Taiyue was not surprised. There were more and more people living in the villa. The original 4 bedrooms were not enough. Recently, the sisters had been sleeping in pairs. Lu Yu had mentioned last night that she wanted to redecorate the house. She wanted to change some of the rooms like the gym and lounge into bedrooms. After half a morning, the bedrooms were finally finished. The villa had 2 floors. After redecorating, each floor had 4 bedrooms, adding up to 8 rooms. The 7 sisters each had 1 room and the smallest room was used as a guest room. There was a number sign outside the room of the 7 sisters to prevent people from making a mistake. From 1 to 7, it corresponded to the 7 sisters. Tan Taiyue's room was number 1 and it was the largest and most spacious. After Lu Yu paid the bill, the workers left. Where are 7th sister and the others? Other than Lu Yu, Tan Taiyue did not see any other sisters, so she asked in confusion. 2nd sister, 3rd sister, 4th sister, 6th sister, and 7th sister all went to buy groceries. Lu Yu replied. Buy groceries? Tan Taiyue was surprised. 7th sister plans to show off the results of her long practice and invite her boyfriend to dinner tonight. Lu Yu said. Tan Taiyue nodded but felt it was strange and asked, but do they need so many people to buy groceries? 7th sister originally only called 3rd sister, but 2nd sister, 3rd sister, 4th sister, and 6th sister also wanted to go, so they followed. Lu Yu explained. Tan Taiyue did not think too much about it. She thought that the sisters were afraid that Qiu Qianwei would not be able to carry so many things and wanted to help. 5th sister, do you know how to put on makeup? Tan Taiyue suddenly asked. It's an essential skill for women, okay? Of course I know. Lu Yu subconsciously replied, but she quickly noticed that Tan Taiyue's face sunk. She hurriedly said, Big sister, you're so beautiful, it's fine even if you don't put on makeup. It's fine if you don't. Teach me how to put on makeup. Tan Taiyue commanded. She was a natural beauty. Her figure, temperament, and appearance were rare in the world. However, the makeup and dressing up could still add to the points. Moreover, like Lu Yu said, as a woman, these skills were essential. A woman would put on makeup for her lover. She did not care before, but it was different now. With Lu Yu's help, Tan Taiyue changed into a new outfit and put on beautiful makeup. The makeup and clothes were all 7th sister Qiu Qianwei's. When everything was done, Tan Taiyue stood in front of the mirror and spun in a circle, nodding her head as if she was very satisfied. Tan Taiyue's makeup and outfit gave people the feeling of a gentle and sweet style. After sizing him up, Lu Yu gave him a suggestion. Eldest sister, I think you're more suited for the cold and aloof style. This kind of gentle and sweet style is seventh sister's style. Before dressing up, she had specially mentioned it to Tan Taiyue, but Tan Taiyue insisted on dressing up like this. Lu Yu thought that since she had nothing to do, she might as well follow Tan Taiyue's suggestion. However, after seeing the effect, Lu Yu still felt that eldest sister was more suited for the cold and aloof style. Tan Taiyue admired herself in the mirror with a smile on her face. After hearing Lu Yu's words, her smile faded. What did you say? Lu Yu smelled a bad feeling and her mouth twitched. She quickly changed her words. I said, eldest sister, you're too suited for this kind of gentle and sweet style. You're even more suited than seventh sister. Tan Taiyue heard this and her expression relaxed. She continued to spin in circles and admire herself in the mirror. Her figure was similar to Qiu Qianwei's. If there was a difference, it would be that her curves were more exaggerated than Qiu Qianwei's. But from the back, she was exactly the same as Qiu Qianwei. Especially when she wore Qiu Qianwei's clothes and had the same hairstyle as Qiu Qianwei. He should like it, right? Tan Taiyue admired herself as she muttered to herself. Lu Yu watched from the side and felt it was a bit strange. She could also see that eldest sister's outfit was similar to seventh sister's. However, she did not think too much about it and thought that eldest sister liked seventh sister's outfit. Thus, she followed seventh sister's style. However, Lu Yu still firmly believed that eldest sister was more suited for the cold and aloof style. After a while, there was a commotion outside the door. Qiu Qianwei and the others had returned from buying groceries. Tan Taiyue and Lu Yu went to the hall to take a look. They saw that Qiu Qianwei and the others were carrying a lot of groceries. It looked like they had moved the market over. Seventh sister, you bought so many groceries, are you really planning to cook yourself? Tan Taiyue was very doubtful. Eldest sister, don't worry. Sixth sister and I have been lab rats for a long time. I can tell you with certainty that seventh sister is very talented in cooking. Lu Yu said. Agreed. Ji Shuiyao agreed. Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, and Bufian nodded in agreement. They had come a little later than Lu Yu and Ji Shuiyao, but they had still been lab rats a few times. Qiu Qianwei's culinary skills had indeed been steadily improving. When Tan Taiyue heard her sister speak like this, she couldn't help but look at Qiu Qianwei with admiration. Inwardly, he sighed, seventh sister really has a lot of talents, and is also very virtuous. She played the piano so well and was so talented in cooking. It could be said that she was good at everything. Compared to seventh sister, he didn't seem to have any other skills other than his strength. Big sister, why are you dressed like this? Qiu Qianwei looked strangely at Tan Taiyue and asked. I think your makeup and outfit are pretty good, so I want to learn from you. The makeup, clothes, and perfume are all yours, you don't mind, right? Tan Taiyue said. Why would I? We are good sisters, isn't what's mine yours? Why are you being so polite? Qiu Qianwei smiled. When Tan Taiyue heard this, she felt very happy, especially when she heard the words isn't what's mine yours, she felt an indescribable excitement. Eldest sister, seventh sister, you two stand together and look. Luo Qingqian seemed to have discovered something and suddenly said. Tan Taiyue and Qiu Qianwei didn't understand, but out of curiosity, they still stood together. Luo Qingqian walked behind the two and looked. Come over and look, from the back, eldest sister and seventh sister really look alike. Luo Qingqian waved to the other sisters. Bian Suwen, Bufian and the others all walked to Luo Qingqian's side and found that it was indeed so. They really look alike. If you two wear the same clothes, just from the back, I probably won't be able to tell who is who. Bian Suwen sighed. Why don't we try and see if you can guess? Tan Taiyue was excited and suggested. Since eldest sister had spoken, the other sisters didn't dare to disagree. Also, this suggestion was a little interesting. But Qiu Qianwei didn't have two identical clothes. But this wasn't a big problem. Luo Qingqian and the others turned their backs. Tan Taiyue and Qiu Qianwei returned to their room to change. This avoided the problem of recognizing them from their clothes. After changing, the two stood with their backs facing each other. You can guess now. Tan Taiyao Yu reminded. Luo Qingqian and the others turned around and looked at their backs. I think the one on the left is eldest sister, the one on the right is seventh sister. Luo Qingqian guessed. I think the one on the left is seventh sister, the one on the right is eldest sister. Biansu said. I think the same as third sister. Bu Fian said. I support second sister. Lu Yu said. Support third sister. Ji Shuiyao said. Guessing the one on the left was Qiu Qianwei, there was one more vote. After the sisters finished guessing, Tan Taiyao Yu and Qiu Qianwei turned around and revealed the answer. The result was, the one on the left was Tan Taiyao Yu, the one on the right was Qiu Qianwei. Luo Qingqian and Lu Yu guessed correctly. Tan Taiyao Yu's interest didn't diminish, making Luo Qingqian and the others turn around. She went back into her room with Qiu Qianwei to change. After coming out, she turned around and let the others guess. This repeated many times. Everyone quickly found out, judging from the back, it was completely based on luck. Tan Taiyao Yu was secretly happy. The more similar it was to Qiu Qianwei, the happier she was. Seventh sister, your number 7 room is a bit small, I'll give you my biggest number 1 room. Tan Taiyao Yu suddenly suggested. I'm the youngest, sleeping in the smallest room is normal, there's no need. Qiu Qianwei declined. It's because you're the youngest, of course I'll give you the biggest room. Tan Taiyao Yu said naturally. Luo Qingqian and the others were envious. But there was no choice, Qiu Qianwei was everyone's younger sister, it was normal for her to be pampered. Eldest sister, you're too good to me. Qiu Qianwei was touched. It's normal. Tan Taiyao Yu pinched her cheeks lovingly, then added, if eldest sister makes you unhappy in the future, you can't argue with eldest sister, understand? Although you sometimes restrict me and even scold me, it's for my own good, I understand. Qiu Qianwei and Tan Taiyao Yu weren't on the same channel. In the morning, Wang Haoren received a call from Qiu Qianwei inviting him to dinner. In the evening, he arrived at Lu Yu's villa as promised. He pressed the doorbell outside the villa and waited for a while. Lu Yu opened the door and welcomed Wang Haoren in. He came to the living room. However, there was no one else in the living room. The faint sound of pots and pans could be heard from the kitchen. Seventh sister is in charge of the kitchen. The others are busy in the kitchen, Lu Yu said when she saw Wang Haoren's suspicious look. Wei Wei is in charge of the kitchen? Wang Haoren was surprised. Qiu Qianwei was very good at playing the piano. Wang Haoren naturally knew this. However, he doubted that she knew how to cook. A pianist's hands were very precious. As far as he knew, Qiu Qianwei had bought a lot of insurance for her hands. Could such precious hands be used to cook? Wei Wei learned it secretly after she got together with you. The other sisters have been guinea pigs many times. I can tell you very responsibly that this dinner will not disappoint you. Lu Yu explained. Then, she looked at Wang Haoren seriously and said solemnly, Wei Wei is so good to you. You have to treat her well. Otherwise, as your master's wife, I will not let you off. Wang Haoren found it funny. He teased, Professor Lu, you haven't discovered it yet? Do you think you will definitely be my master's wife in the future? Your master and I have a good chat. Although we haven't discovered it yet, our relationship is stable. If we discover it, we will definitely be in a relationship. I will definitely be your master's wife. Lu Yu said proudly. She wanted to experience this feeling in advance. Be good. Let me hear you call me master's wife. It won't be too late for me to call you that when you two have discovered it. Wang Haoren smiled meaningfully. Lu Yu snorted. She was a little dissatisfied, but she did not continue to dwell on this issue. She sat on the sofa and suddenly picked up her phone to send a message. Hubby, I miss you so much. What are you doing? After sending the message, there was no reply for a long time. Wang Haoren saw this from the side and secretly smiled. Sorry, I didn't log into my alternate WeChat account. I'll go take a look in the kitchen, Wang Haoren said as he wanted to leave Lu Yu's line of sight. Then, he got up from the sofa and walked toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, there were 6 beautiful figures. Their postures were different, but their faces could not be seen. They were all busy. The space in the kitchen was neither too big nor too small, but it was still a little cramped when it accommodated 6 people. At the door, a figure with a backpack was busy doing something. When Wang Haoren saw her back and her clothes, he immediately recognized who she was. He reached out and hugged her, calling her softly. Wei Wei, thank you for your hard work. The figure clearly froze for a moment. You're here. A few meters away, Qiu Qianwei heard the noise and turned around to greet Wang Haoren. However, when she saw Wang Haoren's actions, her pretty face instantly froze. The other busy figures also turned their heads. Lu Yu was outside. In front of her were Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, Bu Fian, Ji Shuai Yao, and Qiu Qianwei. It was obvious who was missing. Wang Haoren felt that his hands were burning, and he quickly retracted his arms that were about to hug her. The figure on his back turned around. Who else could it be other than Tantai Yaoyue? However, Tantai Yaoyue's makeup and outfit were too similar to Qiu Qianwei's. Qiu Qianwei stopped stirring the eggs, put down the bowl and hurried over. She shielded Wang Haoren behind her and said nervously, Big sister, he mistook you for me. Let's talk nicely. Don't hit him. Tantai Yaoyue's heart raced, but she did not show it on her face. She looked at Wang Haoren indifferently. Forget it this time. Be careful next time. He won't do it next time, Qiu Qianwei replied on behalf of Wang Haoren. Go rest in the living room. We'll take care of things here. You don't need to help, Qiu Qianwei said gently. Yeah, you're a guest, Bian Suwen added. Yeah, just wait for the meal. Other than Tantai Yaoyue, who pretended to be cold in order to maintain her dignity in front of her sister, Luo Qingqian and the others all agreed. Wang Haoren nodded. He did not want to help at all. He just felt uncomfortable trying to hold back his laughter. He avoided Lu Yu and went to the kitchen. Back in the living room, Lu Yu sat on the sofa and looked at the graph on the laptop screen. She kept looking at the phone next to her. Qiu Qianwei was the chef and Tantai Yaoyue and the others all went to help. They all wanted to show their virtuous side. However, Lu Yu did not have such thoughts. After all, the person who wanted her to show her virtuous side was not here. Lu Yu analyzed the stock market while waiting for news. During this time, her phone received a lot of messages and vibrated many times. Every time Lu Yu heard her phone vibrate, she thought that her husband had replied. But when she picked it up, she realized that it was from some students or colleagues. Lu Yu was disappointed so many times that she was not in the mood to analyze the stock market anymore. She was focused on waiting for her husband's reply. Wang Haoren saw her sad face, so he secretly logged into his SMUF account and messaged her. Lu Yu was overjoyed. She was so excited that she could not control her emotions and laughed out loud. But she was worried that Wang Haoren was here, so she quickly stopped. Wang Haoren looked at her with a smile. What are you looking at? Lu Yu felt that she was being teased. She immediately put on the airs of a teacher's wife and glared at Wang Haoren. I'm looking at how pretty you are, Wang Haoren said casually. How rude, Lu Yu felt that Wang Haoren was a little frivolous. She put on the airs of a teacher's wife and glared at him. Wang Haoren shut up. Lu Yu was satisfied with Wang Haoren's attitude and did not argue with him. Then, she continued to chat with her husband. But her husband suddenly said that he was busy and did not want to chat anymore. Lu Yu could not help but feel depressed. After some time, dinner was finally served. The 8 of them sat in a circle, opened a few bottles of red wine, and started to eat. Qiu Qianwei's culinary skills were not as good as a chef's, but they were still remarkable. The dishes he made tasted pretty good. The scene was joyous and harmonious. Everyone chatted as they ate, and from time to time, they would talk about some interesting things. Time passed quietly. The meal lasted for a long time. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 11 p.m. It's late. I should go back. Wang Haoren stood up and said goodbye. You drank a lot of red wine just now. Will it be okay for you to walk back alone? Qiu Qianwei asked with concern. No problem. Wang Haoren patted his chest confidently. He would not get drunk even if he drank a few bottles of red wine, let alone a few glasses. But Xianxia did not think so. She was not worried at first, but after hearing Wang Haoren's confidence, she started to worry. She only felt that he was drunk. You can stay here. There's an empty guest room anyway. Although it was not far, Xianxia was worried that Wang Haoren would go back in the middle of the night, so she suggested. All right. Wang Haoren nodded nonchalantly. It was late at night. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Buzz buzz. Wang Haoren was in high spirits. He was playing with his phone when he suddenly received a message from Xianxia. I can't sleep, Wang Haoren understood instantly, and quietly walked out of the guest room. The dim moonlight shone through the window, and softly fell on the floor of the room. Wang Haoren could see the obstacles and recognize the room number. Room 1-7. Obviously, Xianxia was the 7th, so she must be staying in room 7. Moreover, the door of room 7 was still ajar. Was there a need to think? Wang Haoren sneaked into room 7. The curtains covered the window, the moonlight was blocked and the room was pitch black. Wang Haoren's X-ray vision had night vision. But he could only see the layout of the room and distinguish where the person was. He could not see the details. Wei Wei? Although he was almost certain who was in the room, but just in case, Wang Haoren still called out softly. The person in the room was originally asleep, but after hearing this slight movement, she woke up. Tantai Yaoyue was not an ordinary person. Even when she was asleep, she still maintained vigilance. When Wang Haoren came in, she had already woken up. But she could not see who it was. But the number of people in the room was limited. She subconsciously thought it might be a younger sister. The newly decorated bedroom did not all have a washroom. She thought it was a younger sister who went to the wrong room in the middle of the night. She was about to react and ask, who is it? But when she heard the other person's soft call, the words at the tip of her tongue stopped. The person's voice was very familiar. Tantai Yaoyue could naturally recognize who it was. And she had also guessed the other person's intention. This room was the smallest. It was originally 7th sister's room. But in order to please 7th sister, she changed rooms with 7th sister. The other person must have had bad intentions to come here. Tantai Yaoyue wanted to cough and let the other person know that she went to the wrong room. That would ease the awkwardness between both sides. Your red lawn stars move, a happy occasion is near. The opportunity is fleeting. However, just as Tantai Yaoyue had this thought, she suddenly recalled some of Qin Fan's words. She had not spoken yet and the other person obviously did not know. If she did not speak, then the other person would definitely think that she was 7th sister, right? Under a freak combination of factors, wouldn't it be logical? If so, wouldn't Master's prediction come true? Thinking like this, Tantai Yaoyue could not help but feel a strong sense of admiration for Qin Fan. Master said that her marriage was near, it was indeed true. And whether or not she could grasp it depended on herself. The situation in front of her eyes, success or failure, it was all dependent on her thoughts. Wei Wei? Tantai Yaoyue did not speak. While she was thinking, the familiar call sounded again. Moreover, from the sound of it, it seemed to be very close. Clearly, the other party had gotten much closer. Tantai Yaoyue's thoughts spun rapidly and she decided to follow her master's teachings. The opportunity was fleeting. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he came into contact with an arm that slowly pulled him over. Wang Haoren naturally sensed it and was certain that his judgment was correct. He didn't go the wrong way. Ding, host has stolen the female lead Tantai Yaoyue for the first time. Reward, 12,000 villain points. Tantai Yaoyue female lead Halo -600, Qin Fan protagonist Halo -600, host villain Halo -1200. Wang Haoren was panicking. At first, he felt that he was right. But halfway through, he realized that he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Although the other party had been silent all this while, they were gradually getting into a good mood. It wasn't as if the other party could remain silent just because he wanted to. Wang Haoren wasn't deaf, so how could he not tell the difference in tone? However, could he give up halfway? Of course, he had to finish what he started. He was already wrong. Half a mistake is a complete mistake. Everything is a mistake, and it's a mistake to the end. But what should he do now? Qin Fan, this cheating main character, his strength was off the charts. Tan Taiyue wasn't willing to suffer in silence. If Qin Fan knew, then he would be in trouble. Could it be that his evil villain career was going to be ended by Qin Fan? Wang Haoren wasn't willing. His brain quickly turned, thinking of a solution that would satisfy both sides. However, the person beside him didn't give him much time to think. "You, who are you?" In the darkness, Tan Taiyue suddenly spoke, pretending to be at a loss. Wang Haoren was speechless. Of course, he knew that she was pretending to save face. Wei Wei? Wang Haoren could only cooperate with her. "I'm not Wei Wei." Tan Taiyue's voice was mixed with cold anger. Most of the cold anger was fake, but there was also some truth to it. Although she was happy, she was also angry. Seventh sister was used to it, but she wasn't used to it. This bastard, Tan Taiyue wanted to beat him up, but she couldn't bear to. "Ah? You are. Wang Haoren pretended to be frightened, as if he had discovered something big. "Your big sister?" Saying so, he immediately blamed her bitterly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Tan Taiyue was a bit angry, but also a bit ashamed. Actually, as long as she said something, this situation could be avoided. However, Tan Taiyue trusted her master's calculations. The opportunity was fleeting. But how could Tan Taiyue say this out loud? I thought I was dreaming." Tan Taiyue found a preposterous reason. However, it could cover up the awkwardness a bit. However, to prevent Wang Haoren from thinking about this preposterous reason, she hurriedly threw out a big question. "Since it's like this, there must be a solution. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live?" This multiple-choice question carried a sense of threat. Wang Haoren could tell that if he chose to live, then he would have to bear the consequences. He even explained it to Qiu Qianwei. As the victim, Tan Taiyue's face would be preserved, and she would be able to sit in the position she wanted. Because, Tan Taiyue could say to Qiu Qianwei, "Seventh sister, I didn't kill your boyfriend because of our sisterly relationship." The hidden meaning of these words would be, "Seventh sister, you know what to do, right?" Qiu Qianwei would feel guilty, and because of her respect for Tan Taiyue, she would probably give up the main position. As expected of the big sister of the seven goddesses, her plan was really good. However, if things were to happen like this, Wang Haoren knew that he would be in trouble. If he chose to live, although he could live, he would be hated by Qin Fan, and fall into an even greater danger. Qin Fan would misunderstand and ask about Tan Taiyue's marriage situation. Tan Taiyue would sit in the position, and would not hide the situation from her respected master. At that time, Wang Haoren would not be far from death. But if he chose to die, he would be able to live. Because, Wang Haoren knew that Tan Taiyue would not really kill him. What was there to be afraid of? Since it was like this, why not take a gamble? I'm sorry. I didn't think that I would make such a mistake, it's all my fault." "You just kill me. Only death can pay for my sins." Just as Tan Taiyue was filled with hope, a voice mixed with pain and guilt sounded in her ears. Faintly, there was also the sound of slapping oneself and hammering one's chest. In the darkness, the smile on Tan Taiyue's face that she thought she had succeeded also stiffened after hearing these words. Wang Haoren was experienced, and his acting skills were even more exquisite. Tan Taiyue believed his self-blame and pitiful act was true. Tan Taiyue was stunned for a long time. This matter was a bit different from what she expected. Tan Taiyue was caught off guard. Of course, she couldn't kill Wang Haoren. But, if she just let it go, what would she become? She couldn't accept it. Tan Taiyue was silent. Wang Haoren acted pitiful for a while, and seeing that Tan Taiyue didn't respond, he prepared to use a super trick. He felt around the bed and pressed the light switch. The room instantly lit up. Wang Haoren looked around, and quickly saw a small pair of scissors next to the makeup mirror. He immediately rushed over and picked up the scissors. "It's all your fault. You made me wrong Wei Wei, and hurt the person I respect the most." Wang Haoren's face was full of anger, and no one knew who he was talking to. He was about to pick up the scissors. "Gotcha, In the nick of time, Wang Haoren's hand was grabbed. Wang Haoren's face was full of tears, and he turned his head to the side. This can't be entirely your fault. Why hurt yourself? Tantai Yaoyue felt very strange, and at the same time, she gritted her teeth. Shouldn't this kind of suicidal behavior be done by her? Why was it taken by the other party? But Wang Haoren didn't put down the scissors, and wanted to say something. No buts, pretend nothing happened. You, scram. Tantai Yaoyue took back the scissors in his hand, and said with a complicated tone. Wang Haoren wiped his tears, and left with a sad face. He safely returned to the guest room. He was instantly overjoyed. On his phone, there were several messages from Qiu Qianwei. Right, I'm in room 1, don't make a mistake. I miss you. Are you asleep? Hello? Okay, good night. There was a period of time between each message. Wang Haoren didn't reply immediately after seeing these messages. The next morning. Only then did he reply. I drank some wine yesterday and fell asleep. Did you sleep well? Qiu Qianwei replied. It smells good. I didn't sleep well. Blame me, blame me. It's fine. I've made breakfast. Get up and eat. All right. After replying with 2 words, Wang Haoren got up and washed up. A moment later, the 8 of them sat together and ate breakfast. Sisters, today's stock market trend is great. If you want to get rich, I can tell you the wealth password. Lu Yu ate her breakfast as she looked at the laptop screen beside her. He seemed very busy. Sister 5, what kind of stocks can I buy to make money today? Qiu Qianwei wanted to make some money to buy gifts for her boyfriend. So she asked excitedly. Lu Yu turned the laptop in her hand and looked at Qiu Qianwei. Buy these 3 stocks and you'll definitely make a profit. She was so confident because she had asked for her husband's opinion when chatting with him yesterday. If her husband said that it would rise, then it would definitely rise. Qiu Qianwei leaned her head in front of Lu Yu's laptop and memorized the 3 stock codes. She planned to buy them when the market opened. Let me take a look too. Ji Shuiyao was eating porridge. When she heard Lu Yu and Qiu Qianwei's conversation, she suddenly said something. Who would complain about having too much money? But if she used it as funding for scientific research, she could also buy gifts for people she liked. Why not? Which 3 stocks? Bufian was also very interested. She had her principles. When she accepted the mission, she only took 1 yuan. In fact, she wasn't very rich. After seeing how confident Lu Yu was, she also wanted to invest and make some money. Luo Qingqian and Bian Suwen saw that their sisters were so interested and also joined in the fun. There was laughter all around. Tantai Yaoyue was in a bad mood. When she heard these voices, she felt even more irritated. If you want to eat, then eat. Be quiet. A cold voice rang out, and the noisy scene immediately quieted down. Qiu Qianwei and the others sat down and ate their breakfast obediently. They looked at their eldest sister in confusion. They saw that their eldest sister's beautiful face was tense. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was obvious that she was unhappy. Eldest sister, what's wrong? Are you not used to my room number 7? If you are not used to it, we can change back. Qiu Qianwei asked with concern. Crack. The chopsticks in Tantai Yaoyue's hand suddenly broke. It was fine if she didn't mention it. When she did, she felt even more indignant. Eldest sister, here you go. Luo Qingqian, who was the most educated, saw this scene and quickly took a new pair of chopsticks for Tantai Yaoyue. No need, it's fine. Tantai Yaoyue felt that there was no need to do this. The room could be changed back, but what had happened couldn't be changed. So why change it? Okay. Qiu Qianwei nodded in response. In the silence, everyone finished their breakfast. Eldest sister, do you still want me to help you with yesterday's gentle and sweet makeup? Lu Yu had class today and was preparing to put on makeup. But she suddenly thought of something and asked. I feel that what you said yesterday was right. I am more suited to the cold and big sister style. After Tan Tai Yaoyue imitated, she didn't get any benefits, so she decided to be herself. No problem. Lu Yu said. Wei Wei, sisters, bye-bye. I'm going to class. Wang Haoran said to everyone with a spring-like smile. Tan Tai Yaoyue narrowed her eyes and looked at him. She had the urge to slap him to death. Wasn't this guy looking for death? Why was he acting like nothing had happened? Wang Haoran noticed Tan Tai Yaoyue's gaze and immediately gave her an innocent look. Tan Tai Yaoyue felt helpless. Although she was angry, she couldn't bear to hurt him. Don't talk about slapping him to death. She couldn't even bear to slap him. At most, she would imagine beating him. Wang Haoran waved his hand and left leisurely. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. In the mansion. Qin Fan looked at the phone that didn't have any activity, his face full of worry. Last time when he said goodbye to Tan Tai Yaoyue, the two exchanged contact information. However, Qin Fan didn't have money, so he didn't have a cell phone. So he used the mansion's phone number. Qin Fan held on to his excitement and waited for several days. But he didn't get a call from Tan Tai Yaoyue. He didn't understand. Logically speaking, this beautiful disciple of his should have taken the initiative after he had painstakingly advised her so much. But why wasn't there any activity at all? This female disciple was too hesitant. It's been several days and she still hasn't decided? Master can't wait anymore. Qin Fan went through a mental struggle and did not plan to continue waiting. He did not have any cash on him. In the few days of waiting, he could not go anywhere. Other than going to eat, he stayed in this mansion. The waiting time was rather boring. Adding on the 10 years he spent in the mountains, he had a habit. Because of his unrequited love and his boredom, he would entertain himself every day. Qin Fan did not want to continue and wanted to change the situation. He picked up the phone and dialed the number left by Tan Tai Yaoyue. After a few rings, someone answered the phone. Hello, is this Master? Tan Tai Yaoyue's questioning voice came from the phone. It's me. Qin Fan maintained the image of an expert and calmly replied. He then asked, Yaoyue, didn't Master predict your marriage before? Have you met your destined one? He pretended not to know that Tan Tai Yaoyue liked him. His tone sounded like a master concerned about his disciple. After Tan Tai Yaoyue heard this, she did not speak for a long time. Several days had passed and she had calmed down a lot. However, after being asked by Qin Fan, she inadvertently recalled the incident. Happiness, longing, melancholy, depression and other emotions intertwined and lingered in Tan Tai Yaoyue's heart. Seeing that Tan Tai Yaoyue did not reply for a long time, Qin Fan was secretly happy. In his view, this disciple was too embarrassed to say that she liked him and was hesitating. Thinking this, Qin Fan hurriedly said, Yaoyue, Master told you before that opportunities are fleeting. Did you meet the one you were destined to meet, and then you missed it because you were too reserved? His words were full of hints and instigation. After saying this, Qin Fan began to wait. Waiting for Tan Tai Yaoyue to make up her mind and confess. Then, he pretended to be surprised and tactfully refused and then agreed. Like this, success came naturally. That's right, Master, I missed it. Tan Tai Yaoyue's tone was very complicated. After Qin Fan heard this, he was stunned for a long time. This situation was quite different from what he had expected. Yaoyue, did you really meet your destined one? Qin Fan asked in fear. From Tan Tai Yaoyue's words, Qin Fan could tell that he had misunderstood. The person she likes is not me at all. Master, you said that my red Luan star is moving and that a joyous occasion is approaching. Unfortunately, things do not go as planned. Tan Tai Yaoyue let out a long sigh. When Qin Fan heard this, he was completely certain of his guess. Instantly, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It turned out that the person that his beautiful disciple liked was not him, but someone else. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 2,000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -100, and the host's villain aura +100. Yao Yu, tell me the specifics of what happened. Perhaps I can help you solve your problems. Qin Fan pretended to be concerned. In his heart, he was thinking that after knowing who the other party was, Before the other party and Tan Taiyaoyu confirmed their relationship, he would destroy the other party's male ability to protect Tan Taiyaoyu's innocence. Afterwards, he would destroy Tan Taiyaoyu's relationship with that person and snatch her away. At that time, he would still be able to get what he wanted and take the lead. Master, the matter is already in the past. I don't want to mention it again. Tan Taiyaoyu did not even dare to tell her good sisters about this matter. How could she tell Qin Fan? She was someone who cared about her face and would definitely not spread this matter out. She planned to bury this matter in her stomach. Master is not an outsider. What is there that you can't say to Master? Tell me about this matter and Master will come up with an idea for you. Qin Fan said patiently. Master, the matter of marriage, if we miss it then we miss it. Right now, I just want to focus on cultivation and not care about matters of the heart. In order to prevent Qin Fan from continuing to ask, Tan Taiyaoyu could only tell a lie. After Qin Fan heard this, he felt a bit better. Although Tan Taiyaoyu did not say who that person was, from her tone, Qin Fan could tell that Tan Taiyaoyu and that person's development was not smooth. Tan Taiyaoyu even had a feeling that she was going to give up after receiving a blow. If that was the case, he still had a chance. After chatting for a bit, Tan Taiyaoyu's mood was not good and she ended the call. Qin Fan was filled with emotions. He had waited for the landline for several days, but in the end, it was all in vain. He was naturally very depressed. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. Qin Fan wanted to go out for a stroll and get some fresh air. But after thinking about it, he could not help but feel a bit worried. In a big city, if one did not have money, the places one could go were too limited. It's already been several days. Is Qingrui's 500 million still not ready? Qin Fan was a bit anxious. Calling Qingrui to ask would be a loss of the demeanor of an expert. After thinking about it, Qin Fan decided to be patient and wait for 2 more days. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Wang Haoren closed his eyes and leisurely laid on a grass patch on the campus, basking in the sun. Not long after, he suddenly felt the warmth on his face decrease slightly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the sunlight shining on his face was blocked by someone. Wang Haoren's gaze moved from the bottom up, from the graceful legs to the person's face. A pretty face with a frosty expression entered Wang Haoren's field of vision. It was Yun Churen. What's the matter? Wang Haoren asked with a smile. You know very well what you've done, Yun Churen said with a sullen face. I've done many things. I don't know which one you're talking about. Please enlighten me. Wang Haoren sat up straight and patted the grass on his body. Yun Churen stood and looked down at Wang Haoren who was sitting on the grass. Her face was as dark as water. You're the one who caused the abnormality in my body, aren't you? What abnormality? Wang Haoren vaguely guessed what she meant, but he played dumb. Ugh. Yun Churen was about to explain, but she suddenly retched. After she recovered, she gritted her teeth and said, That's it. Don't you accuse me. What does your pregnancy have to do with me? You're not trying to accuse me and make me take over, are you? Do I look like someone who would take over? Wang Haoren felt as if he had heard a joke. I'm not pregnant, Yun Churen said coldly. After hearing that, Wang Haoren's laughter stopped abruptly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Churen. This woman seemed to have discovered something. Didn't the little fairy doctor take your pulse? With her medical skills, it can't be fake. Wang Haoren was shocked, but he pretended to be puzzled. Will a pregnant woman visit her relatives? Yun Churen saw that Wang Haoren was still quibbling, so she threw out a common-sense question. As soon as she said that, Wang Haoren understood that he could not hide this matter anymore. As expected, a fake was a fake. No matter how careful one was, there would still be omissions. Ever since Yun Churen's secret was exposed, she had been living in seclusion in the mansion. Wang Haoren learned about Yun Churen's whereabouts and movements from Yunxian and Yuning. Wang Haoren's original plan was to wait for Yun Churen to return to the sect and sneak attack her with a mask and knock her out. Then, he would fake the scene of Yun Churen giving birth. In this way, Yun Churen would not casually find someone to take over and give it away for free. This matter could be brushed aside. As for whether Yun Churan would go for a checkup while she was away from Qing Ling, Wang Haoren also considered this. Yun Churan practiced martial arts and her health was far better than ordinary people. There was no need for her to go to the hospital for a checkup in the short term. Moreover, Yun Churan was only 18 years old. If she went to the hospital alone at this age for a checkup, she would definitely attract strange looks. She would not be able to swallow her pride. Taking a step back, even if Yun Churan wanted to get a checkup, she should ask Bien Su. After all, Bien Su already knew. Yun Churan did not care whether it was embarrassing or not. Therefore, Wang Haoren never thought that Yun Churan would be found to be faking her pregnancy through the checkup. However, Wang Haoren did not realize a common-sense problem. Wang Haoren had a hunch that this matter could not be hidden, but he still wanted to struggle and said in surprise, "You're not pregnant." "So you're not pregnant?" "It's the fairy doctor's mistake." "You're right. With the little fairy doctor's medical skills, it's impossible for her to misdiagnose my pulse. The only explanation is that she deliberately lied." Yun Churan looked at Wang Haoren with a scrutinizing gaze. "The two of you deliberately colluded with each other. When I followed Bien Su that day, she must have found out about me. When I was unprepared, the little fairy doctor pretended to be someone else and drugged me. This is also why I felt that person's face was stiff at that time. If I'm not wrong, the little fairy doctor must have been wearing a human skin mask. After the little fairy doctor drugged me, you came in and did something to me. Then, you framed Lu Chen. Your goal is to take revenge on Yan Yun Tian and that Lu Chen. I'm just an innocent person who was implicated. I'm just a pawn that was used." As she spoke, her emotions were unusually agitated. As she clenched her fists, the sound of her joints cracking could be heard. Yun Churan's guess was actually pretty close to the mark. The only mistake he made was that he thought Bien Suwen was the one who had drugged him. Logically speaking, Yun Churan should have asked Bien Su about it. However, he had come to look for him first. It was obvious that Yun Churan was afraid of falling into Bien Suwen's trap, so she picked on the weakest one. However, Yun Churan had really picked the wrong person. Calm down, calm down." Wang Haoren quickly said, "Things are not as bad as you think. You are actually innocent." "What did you say?" The furious Yun Churan's expression froze. Then, she questioned, "But at that time, I clearly felt, that's because a kind of medicine was applied. When that medicine is applied to the skin, it will cause the skin to become red, swollen, and uncomfortable," Wang Haoren explained. "Are you serious?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Yun Churan's eyes. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Bien Suwen for a checkup," Wang Haoren replied. However, he felt that something was wrong and added, "But Bien Suwen wouldn't believe you." "But, I don't think you'll trust Bien Su. You should find a woman you trust to do a check." Yun Churan stared deeply at Wang Haoren for a while. She felt that he did not seem to be lying. She suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. However, she soon realized a problem. Who applied the medicine? Of course it was Bien Suwen. She was also the one who faked the scene. "I'm sure you can tell that I have a close relationship with her. Do you think she would watch me take advantage of you?" Wang Haoren followed Yun Churan's train of thought and said reasonably. Yun Churan felt that it made sense. If she put herself in Bien Suwen's shoes and thought about it, Bien Suwen would never allow Wang Haoren to mess around. Yun Churan's gloomy mood for the past few days suddenly eased a lot. However, she was still a little unhappy. "But you've used me anyway. I can't just let this go." Yun Churan stared at Wang Haoren unkindly. "There are many people here. Don't mess around." Wang Haoren pointed at some of the male and female students around the grass field. "If you listen to me, I won't mess around." Yun Churan threatened and said coldly, "Take me to see Bien Suwen." She came to Wang Haoren first because she felt that Wang Haoren was easy to bully. After threatening Wang Haoren, she could make Bien Suwen hesitate. However, this was only Yun Churan's one-sided thought. "No." Wang Haoren shook his head and refused. Bien Suwen was kept in the dark about this matter. If Yun Churan told Bien Suwen about it, the matter would be exposed. "It's not up to you." Yun Churan was confident in her strength and did not take Wang Haoren seriously at all. After saying that, she wanted to seal Wang Haoren's acupoints and take him away to find Bian Suwen. However, just as Bian Suwen was about to reach out her hand, she was shocked to find that her body seemed to be bound by an invisible net of qi. She could not move at all. Yunchuren was shocked. Even his father did not possess such a powerful technique. One should know that her father was the suzerain of a first-class sect. His strength was enough to rank in the top 10 of the top experts in the hidden world. The person who restricted her must be stronger than her father. Yunchuren never thought that Wang Haoren would be protected by such a powerful expert. Panic rose in Yunchuren's heart. She subconsciously looked around, trying to search for a certain figure. However, she could not move her body. In her limited vision, she did not find anyone suspicious. Yunchuren thought that the person was at an angle that she could not see. She retracted her gaze and looked at Wang Haoren again. "Let's forget about you scheming against me. You. Ask the top expert who is protecting you to let me go." Yunchuren could only compromise. Even her father was not a match for such an expert. Naturally, she did not have the confidence to fight back. Hearing Yunchuren's words, Wang Haoren was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that she had misunderstood. "Are you afraid now?" "It's a little late." Wang Haoren did not explain deliberately. Instead, he laughed evilly. "You. What do you want?" Yunchuren's face was pale. Wang Haoren did not reply immediately. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly asked. "What are your plans after returning to the sect? Do you want to find another force with a similar background as Xianxia Mountain and find someone to marry?" "Yes, this is my destiny," Yunchuren said with a dejected look on her face. Wang Haoren secretly clicked his tongue after hearing this. What kind of education did Yunchuren receive since she was young? What a pedantic way of thinking. After secretly complaining, Wang Haoren replied to Yunchuren's question. "Listen carefully. After you return, you are not allowed to marry. The senior who is protecting me is very interested in you. If you don't want the sect to be destroyed, be obedient and marry the senior who is protecting me in the future." Wang Haoren said these words after careful consideration. Yunchuren's current favorability was limited, so it was impossible to make her obedient. He wanted to focus on dealing with Qin Fan, so he did not want to spend time on Yunchuren. Wang Haoren was also unwilling to let Yunchuren return to the sect. If that was the case, Yunchuren would have no restrictions and would still marry into other powerful sections. Wang Haoren did not want to see these things happen, but he was not in the mood to woo her for the time being. He made this decision by taking advantage of Yunchuren's misunderstanding. The method he secretly used on Yunchuren was already far beyond that of a grandmaster. Only when one's true qi cultivation reached the level of 200 years could he use it. Yunchuren was born in a large sect. Although her strength was not great, she was definitely knowledgeable. Yunchuren would not dare to act recklessly because she was afraid of his strength. Unless Yunchuren wanted the whole sect to be buried with him. However, from the perspective of Yunchuren, who was always thinking about the interests of the sect, this was obviously impossible. As long as he could keep Yunchuren under control, he would have time to deal with her after dealing with Qin Fan. When Yunchuren heard Wang Haoren's words, she was obviously stunned for a while. When she came back to her senses, she said with dissatisfaction, she said unhappily, "No. I don't agree." In her opinion, to be able to surpass her father's strength, the other party must be extremely old. He was at least 80 years old, and it was very possible that he was over 100 years old. Although Yunchuren cared about the interests of the sect, she was unwilling to marry an old man with a white beard. "Okay, I respect your choice." Wang Haoren smiled and said to the heir, "Senior, you can deal with it." After saying that, he secretly controlled his true qi. Yunchuren immediately felt that the fine invisible net of qi binding her was shrinking bit by bit. She had no doubt that if this continued, she would definitely die on the spot. "We can still negotiate. Ask that senior to stop." Yunchuren panicked. "You are not in a position to bargain." Wang Haoren responded and added, "After you die, the people from your sect will come to accompany you soon." Yunchuren was terrified. This was because she understood that with the cultivation of the expert who had acted in the dark, it was not difficult for him to do this. I agree. Yun Charan did not want to die, nor did she want the sect to be buried with her, so she immediately changed her mind. Is that all you've got? Wang Haoran mocked. Yun Charan secretly gritted her teeth. She really wanted to say, if it weren't for someone protecting you, I would definitely beat you up until you cried for your parents. But on the surface, in order to save some face, she said, a good woman does not fight when the odds are against her. Wang Haoran could not help but smile at Yun Charan's flattering behavior. After Yun Charan regained her freedom, she turned around and scanned the surroundings, trying to find the figure of that top master. But as far as the eye could see, there were only male and female students. There were no old men at all. Yun Charan dismissed the idea of looking for him. If the other party did not want him to see them, it would be useless no matter how hard he tried to find them. She retracted her gaze and asked Wang Haoran, which super sex young master are you from in the reclusive Jianghu? In her opinion, Wang Haoran was definitely not an ordinary person since he could be protected by such a top master. Only the young masters of super sex could receive such treatment. Wang Haoran looked at her strangely. Why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to form a marriage alliance with my sect and then marry me? Don't think too much. Although I care about the interests of the sect, I still have a minimum requirement for my husband. At least, he can't be too weak to stand up to the wind like an ordinary man in the secular world. Although Yun Charan was afraid, she could not bear to see Wang Haoran's complacent look, so she plucked up her courage and said, do I look weak? Wang Haoran frowned. If you're not weak, why would you need someone to protect you? Yun Charan raised the corner of her lips and asked in return. Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment and then smiled. There was nothing wrong with Yun Charan's argument. Because even if he had a little strength, he would not need a bodyguard. After all, how much danger could he encounter in the secular world? You can go. Wang Haoran was too lazy to explain. He waved his hand at Yun Charan as if he was driving her away. Seeing this, Yun Charan did not dare to stay any longer. With so many things happening in Qingling, she really needed to report back to the sect as soon as possible. At the same time, in Lu Yu's office in the finance building. Professor Liu, it's been a few days. Can you arrange for me to teach the class? Lin Mo stood in front of the desk and asked Lu Yu. After embarrassing himself on the field a few days ago, Lin Mo had been depressed for a while. Now that he had adjusted his mentality, he planned to regroup and fight for recognition points. Teaching was undoubtedly the best way to do so. Okay, let me take a look at the class schedule. Lu Yu did not object. After all, this was what she had promised before. It was only delayed until now because of Wang Haoran's interference. After looking at the class schedule, Lu Yu said to Lin Mo, you can attend the second class of class 113 in the afternoon. Lin Mo nodded happily and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Professor Liu, Wang Haoran is from class 113. You haven't forgotten what happened last time, right? I remember. Lu Yu nodded. However, it's just a small conflict between you two. He has already caused trouble before. I'm going to sit in on the class, so he shouldn't cause trouble. Lin Mo was worried. Lu Yu had also made a solemn vow last time, but she stood him up because she wanted to chat with her boyfriend. Just in case, Lin Mo said, Professor Liu, I think you should talk to Wang Haoran. Otherwise, I'll be on tenterhooks during this class. Okay. Lu Yu nodded. After all, Lin Mo was a graduate student under her tutelage. He was hardworking and meticulous in his work. Lu Yu also wanted to give him a chance to teach and accumulate experience so that he could be promoted to a university lecturer. That way, she would be able to maintain her reputation. With that thought in mind, Lu Yu picked up her phone and made a call. Come to my office, Lu Yu said over the phone in a dignified manner as she spoke to her students. After hanging up, Lu Yu said to Lin Mo, you can leave now. Why don't you leave for a while? I want to talk to Wang Haoran alone. Lin Mo wanted to listen to the process, but after hearing Lu Yu's words, he did not want to stay. Then I'll take my leave. Lin Mo left the office. After a while, the door to the office was pushed open. Wang Haoran walked in and sat down on the chair in front of Lu Yu as if there was no one around. What's the matter? Seeing this, Lu Yu frowned. This is a university. You better be aware of the situation. I'm a professor. You're a student. Is your hand that precious? Don't you know how to knock before entering the office? Sister Wu, we're so close. You don't have to do this, right? Wang Haoran teased when he saw Lu Yu putting on airs again. I'll allow you to call me that outside, but please call me Professor Lu in school, Lu Yu said sternly. All right, Professor Lu. Do you want me to knock on the door before coming in? Wang Haoran asked. No need. Lu Yu waved her hand. She didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. I know you have some conflicts with Lin Mo, but you've already messed with him once. Don't mess with him in the future, okay? Professor Lu, are you trying to be the peacemaker? Wang Haoran smiled. Be serious. Lu Yu snorted. Lin Mo will be teaching in your class in the afternoon. If you really don't want to see him, I'll allow you to skip class. This is the greatest tolerance I can give you. That doesn't sound right. We have an agreement that I can come and go freely in your class. Skipping class is my right. You can't be forgiving me, Wang Haoran retorted. It sounds like you want to continue messing with Lin Mo's class. Is that right? Lu Yu asked with a frown. Congratulations, you're right. Wang Haoran didn't hide it. He and Lin Mo were natural enemies. There was no way they could be reconciled. No one, not even Lu Yu. I'm ordering you as Sister Wu, Professor Lu, and teacher's wife. You're not allowed to mess with my class. Do you hear me? Lu Yu warned him seriously. Wang Haoran dug his ears and didn't say anything. But the meaning was clear. He didn't hear her. Wang Haoran. Lu Yu scolded him coldly when she saw that her authority had been challenged. She called him by his full name and said, I've already protected you enough. You should at least give me a way out. Lin Mo is a postgraduate student under me. You embarrassed him in class last time, and I helped you get away with it. Don't go overboard. Don't let Lin Mo teach. That's all I want, Wang Haoran said bluntly. This is impossible. Lu Yu's tone clearly left no room for negotiation. If the graduate student under my tutelage can't even become a lecturer, then where can I put my face? Moreover, I have to be responsible for my graduate students. I can't ruin their future. This is a matter of principle. Even if you call seventh sister over, it won't change. Lu Yu's tone was unusually firm. If I call master over, is there any room for discussion? Wang Haoran asked. No business. Lu Yu was so angry that she subconsciously wanted to reject him. However, she forcefully swallowed the last word that was on the tip of her tongue. You can call your master over? Lu Yu found it hard to believe. While chatting with her husband, she learned that her husband was very busy and couldn't leave at all. Lu Yu naturally harbored a skeptical attitude towards Wang Haoran's words. Of course I can. Wang Haoran nodded. Why should I believe you? Lu Yu still didn't trust him. She felt that Wang Haoran was most likely tricking her. Call him over, and you'll believe me, Wang Haoran said. According to his original plan, he didn't want to lay his cards on the table with Lu Yu so quickly. After all, he really couldn't split himself up. It was as if he was constantly rushing around and dealing with things was tiring. If he showed up with Lu Yu, he would undoubtedly need more time to deal with Lu Yu. Wang Haoran didn't want to do that. However, Lu Yu had repeatedly put on airs as master's wife. This made Wang Haoran a little uncomfortable. Therefore, Wang Haoran wanted to lay his cards on the table and teach Lu Yu a lesson. Moreover, doing so would solve the problem of Lin Mo teaching. This Lin Mo was Lu Yu's graduate student and also her teaching assistant. Lu Yu could completely restrict him. As long as Lu Yu listened to him, then the matter of Lin Mo teaching would not be realized. Of course, if he wanted to lay his cards on the table, he would have to change to another environment and be fully prepared. Although Lu Yu's favorability toward him was 70, this was the favorability toward the peerless stock god. If Wang Haoran laid his cards on the table and his real identity overlapped with his fake identity, there was a possibility that Lu Yu's favorability toward him would drop. If it really dropped, not only would Wang Haoran not gain any benefits, but he would also make a fool of himself and cause trouble. After all, the situation around Wang Haoren was more complicated. If you can really call your master to me, everything can be discussed. The sternness on Lu Yu's face dissipated a little, and she became friendly. Although principles were important, her husband was more important. During this period of time, Lu Yu had suffered a lot of lovesickness. She often tossed and turned at night. She had wanted to run away for a long time, but her husband was not free. Now that there was such an opportunity, Lu Yu had to seize it. Moreover, if Wang Haoren could not do it, then she would not lose out. Anyway, before she met him, she would not go against her principles. No problem. But you know that my master is overseas. It will take some time for him to come back. Before that, you can't let Lin Mo teach, Wang Haoren requested. If you agree, I'll think of a way to call my master back. If you don't, then forget about it. If you lie to me, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Yu's eyes shone with a thoughtful light. Soon, she came to a decision. Teach me a lesson? I'll teach you a lesson, Wang Haoren muttered to himself. He walked out of the office and began to think about the matter. When it was time for the afternoon class, Lin Mo rushed to Lu Yu's office excitedly. Professor Lu, you've talked to Wang Haoren, right? Can I teach in the afternoon in peace? Lin Mo asked expectantly. Let's talk about your class later, Lu Yu said seriously. What's wrong? You can't even handle a student, Professor Lu? Lin Mo was a little disappointed. Did Wang Haoren promise you something? Is that why you're so protective of him? In Lin Mo's opinion, as a professor, there was no reason for Professor Lu to give Wang Haoren face. Unless Lu Yu accepted a bribe? How dare you slander me? Lu Yu was guilty. She appeared to be very agitated and slammed the table hard. Lin Mo jumped in fright and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Professor Lu. It was a slip of the tongue. Just now, he had been impulsive, which was why he had spoken without thinking. Thinking about it carefully, he suddenly felt that it was not very possible. Lu Yu was a genius in finance. Why would she accept a bribe? Moreover, Lu Yu had always been upright and had good conduct. Her teachers and students all praised her for being a principled person. It was even more impossible for her to do such a thing. However, what was the reason for Lu Yu's attitude? Professor Lu, how are you going to resolve this matter? Please tell me about it so that I can feel at ease, Lin Mo pleaded. Everything will be clear when I meet Wang Haoren's parents, Lu Yu said ambiguously. Her words could calm Lin Mo down. It was not a lie. One had to admit that Lu Yu was very smart and quick-witted. When Lin Mo heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that during the conversation between Lu Yu and Wang Haoren had used his status as a rich second-generation heir to cause a ruckus with Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu could not handle Wang Haoren, she planned to meet Wang Haoren's parents to resolve the matter. As long as she settled the matter with Wang Haoren's parents, Wang Haoren would not dare to act so presumptuously. Thank you, Professor Lu. Lin Mo was very touched. Lu Yu was in a daze. She did not reply to Lin Mo. In her mind, she kept imagining the blissful scene with her husband. She could not wait to see or even touch her husband's 8-pack abs with her own eyes. Professor Lu, I'll take my leave first. Seeing Lu Yu in a daze, Lin Mo thought that she was thinking about how to negotiate with Wang Haoren's parents. Therefore, he did not dare to disturb her. After saying goodbye, he walked out of the office. He gently closed the door. When Lu Yu came back to her senses, she realized that Lin Mo had already left. What am I thinking? Lu Yu shook her head, trying to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in her mind. The infatuation in her heart quickly dissipated. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lu Yu understood this principle. Although Wang Haoren said that he would call his master over. But in the end, it was just an empty promise. Moreover, her husband was too busy with work. It was unlikely that he would take the time to come over. Although Wang Haoren was her disciple, could he be more important than her? If she could not call her husband over, what right did Wang Haoren have? Considering all these factors, Lu Yu was more suspicious of Wang Haoren's words. Lu Yu did not want to be fooled by Wang Haoren in the end. She was full of expectations. After calming herself down, Lu Yu threw herself into work. This was because she could only suppress the longing in her heart when she was working seriously. In the finance department's class 113 classroom, Wang Haoren sat in his seat, deep in thought. His eyes were slightly lowered, as if they were out of focus. At this moment, something suddenly barged into his unfocused field of vision. Wang Haoren's eyes regained focus. When he focused, he saw two extremely exaggerated curves. He looked up and saw the baby-faced Mu Xiaoxiao looking at him. "What are you thinking about?" Mu Xiaoxiao sat down next to him and asked curiously. "I'm thinking, what did you eat growing up?" Wang Haoren was not an honest person. Of course, he would not answer whatever was asked. His gaze fell on Mu Xiaoxiao and he teased her. "You're so annoying." Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him. "There's a school masquerade party the day after tomorrow. Will you be attending?" "Not interested." Wang Haoren shook his head subconsciously. His time was precious, and he didn't want to participate in such a boring social activity. But as soon as he said this, he suddenly realized something and asked, "Can I wear a mask at a masquerade?" "Of course." "Why do you ask?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked. "I'm interested again." Wang Haoren smiled. A plan to deal with Lu Yu was brewing in his mind. "What are you thinking about?" Mu Xiaoxiao felt that his smile was unusual. "I'm thinking about what you'll be wearing and how you'll dress up." To prevent Mu Xiaoxiao from thinking about his intentions, Wang Haoren changed the topic. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard this, a joyful smile appeared on her cute doll-like face. She looked around and asked like a thief, "How do you want to see me dress up?" Her words were thought-provoking, and Wang Haoren naturally understood the real meaning behind it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a good idea. But on second thought, he was not the only one who could see her at the masquerade party, so he had to give up the idea. "How do you want to dress up?" "Tell me, and I'll give you another suggestion." Wang Haoren shook off the strange idea and asked Mu Xiaoxiao. "Little rabbit." Mu Xiaoxiao stretched out her white hand and put it above her head in the shape of a pair of scissors, showing an extremely cute expression. "Okay, little rabbit it is." Wang Haoren felt that Mu Xiaoxiao's idea was good. The little rabbit was so cute, and so was Mu Xiaoxiao. It was a perfect match. At this moment, Wen Jing also came into the classroom and sat down next to Mu Xiaoxiao. She looked at Wang Haoren without blinking, but did not say anything. She just listened quietly to the conversation between the two. "What about you? What do you know how to dress up as?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked Wang Haoren. "I'll dress up as a carrot," Wang Haoren said without hesitation. "Carrot? Haha, little rabbit eats carrot." "Ah, I'll eat you." Mu Xiaoxiao tried hard to open her mouth wide, biting the air, and showing a cute and fierce expression. Wang Haoren smiled, and his smile was somewhat meaningful. Wen Jing also covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned, and then her face turned red. She patted Wang Haoren's shoulder. "You're so annoying, so annoying." Ring ring ring. The bell for class rang. The first lesson in the afternoon started. After the first lesson, Wang Haoren came to Lu Yu's office during the break. He did not knock again. However, Lu Yu did not say anything this time, because she was too lazy to say anything. "Professor Lu, will you be going to the campus masquerade ball the day after tomorrow?" Wang Haoren asked. No. Lu Yu was not interested. This masquerade ball was open to both teachers and students. It had been held a few times, but Lu Yu had never gone once. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" Wang Haoren asked again with a deeper meaning. Of course, he knew that it was not easy to get Lu Yu to go to the masquerade ball, so he could only give her a hint. After hearing that, Lu Yu was surprised, and she looked at Wang Haoren a few more times. "Why do you suddenly want to ask me to go to the masquerade ball? Do you have any ulterior motives?" "No ulterior motives, absolutely no ulterior motives. I just feel that it will be fun, and I want to ask you to go with me," Wang Haoren deliberately emphasized. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Lu Yu was even more suspicious. She could not help but think deeply. Wang Haoren had previously promised that he would be able to get her husband back. Of course, Lu Yu did not believe him. Let's assume that Wang Haoren's words were true. That her husband would come back. But why was Wang Haoren so sure? Could it be that Wang Haoren knew in advance that her husband would come back? But why did her husband not tell her? Wang Haoren had suddenly asked her to go to the masquerade ball for no reason. Could it be that her husband had asked Wang Haoren to do so, and the purpose was to give her a surprise? After thinking deeply, Lu Yu had a feeling that she was enlightened. The doubts that had been lingering in her mind were also solved. It was no wonder that Wang Haoren was so sure previously. This guy wanted to use the information that her husband had come back to trick her so that he could deal with Lin Mo. Lu Yu's eyes were clear, and she felt that she had seen through everything. However, she did not intend to expose Wang Haoren. After all, her husband had to have a close relationship with Wang Haoren in order to create a surprise for her. In order to prevent Wang Haoren from causing trouble, Lu Yu had to maintain her relationship with Wang Haoren as the middleman. The masquerade ball, right? I'll definitely be there. Lu Yu pretended to be calm as she replied to Wang Haoren. Okay. Wang Haoren left the office and closed the door. Lu Yu, who was in the office, jumped up from her chair excitedly when she saw that there was no one around. Wang Haoren could not help but smile when he saw it with his X-ray vision. He was looking forward to seeing Lu Yu's reaction when she saw the surprise. Not long after, the second class in the afternoon began. The teacher who taught Wang Haoren's class 113 in the finance department was Lu Yu. When the bell rang, the students in the class were still talking about the masquerade party the day after tomorrow. When Lu Yu walked into the classroom, most of the students had not yet taken their seats. The students had forgotten that this was Lu Yu's class. After seeing Lu Yu, they immediately returned to their seats in a panic. After the first lesson, Lu Yu had already shown her strength. She had warned the students to be quiet after the bell rang, not noisy. The current situation had already violated Lu Yu's words. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yu did not show any signs of anger on her face. Instead, she had a smile on her face. Lu Yu asked all the students to sit down and the class began. Many students felt strange. In the classroom, only Wang Haoren knew the real reason. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when faced with happy events. Lu Yu was just like that. Buzz. Wang Haoren suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Xianxia. Will you go to the masquerade party the day after tomorrow? Wang Haoren, yes. Xianxia, then I will go too. What do you think I should dress up as? Give me a suggestion. Wang Haoren, how about a bunny? Xianxia, you like bunnies? Okay, I will dress up as a bunny. What will you dress up as? Wang Haoren, carrots. Xianxia, carrots? Wang Haoren, bunnies eat carrots. Xianxia, carrots look too strange. It doesn't match your temperament at all. Seeing Xianxia's message, Wang Haoren naturally understood that Xianxia was too naive to understand at all. Unlike Wenjing and Mu Zhaozhao. Wenjing understood in a second. Mu Zhaozhao understood half a beat later. Wang Haoren, just kidding. I don't know what to dress up as yet. Let's talk about it later. Xianxia, okay. After the afternoon class, Wang Haoren received a call from Qiu Qianwei inviting him to dinner. Wang Haoren immediately agreed and prepared to go to Lu Yu's villa. However, before they could walk far, they were intercepted by Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan. Wang Haoren had no choice but to have dinner with the two of them at a restaurant near the school. During dinner, Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan also talked about the masquerade party and asked Wang Haoren if he would go. After Wang Haoren replied, I'll go. The two of them wanted his opinion on what to wear for the masquerade party. Wang Haoren had already encountered similar problems twice. This time, Wang Haoren gave the same reply. When Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan heard the topic of rabbits and carrots, Qin Yunhan and Wenjing immediately understood. Su Muyan was stunned for a while. After Qin Yunhan's reminder, she finally understood. Her face turned red. After dinner, Qin Yunhan proposed that she wanted to play a mobile game with Wang Haoren. Su Muyan proposed to play a mobile game with Wang Haoren. Although Wang Haoren had dinner, there was no limit to the location of the game. Therefore, he agreed to play a mobile game with the two of them. After the discussion, Wang Haoren went to Lu Yu's villa. At this time, night had already fallen. Wang Haoran arrived at Lu Yu's villa and rang the doorbell. It was Tan Tai Yaoyue who opened the door today. Hello, sister. Wang Haoran greeted her affectionately. Tan Tai Yaoyue felt strange. Because she saw Wang Haoran's expression. It was as if he had completely forgotten what had happened a few days ago. However, seeing Wang Haoran like this, the awkwardness in Tan Tai Yaoyue's heart lessened a lot. Come in. Tan Tai Yaoyue said and walked into the villa's living room with Wang Haoran. In the living room, Lu Yu was sitting on a yoga mat. She was staring at the teaching on the television screen on the wall and practicing yoga. She looked very serious. Moreover, compared to the afternoon class, Lu Yu's hair had changed. The black ponytail that was originally tied up was now hanging down. Her hair was slightly curly and wavy. The original black had also become light brown. It was obvious that Lu Yu had gone to get her hair styled after class. At this moment, Lu Yu looked even more charming than she did in the afternoon. Judging from the changes in Lu Yu's behavior, it was clear that she placed a lot of importance on this matter. Wang Haoran was looking forward to Lu Yu's reaction when she saw the surprise. Sister 5, the new hairstyle is not bad. Wang Haoran teased. Of course. Do you know how much I spent on this hairstyle? Lu Yu replied while doing yoga. How much? Wang Haoran asked. 8. I'm not telling you. Lu Yu felt that the price was too high. She suddenly stopped halfway. Because if she told Wang Haoran, it would inevitably reach her husband's ears. At that time, her husband might think that she was a spendthrift. Lu Yu did not want anything that would ruin her husband's impression of her to happen. Your yoga moves are not standard. Wang Haoran sat on the sofa. He looked at the television and then looked at Lu Yu. He could not help but comment. I'm a newbie. I've never practiced yoga before. It's already very good that I can do this, okay? Lu Yu said. Why did he suddenly start practicing yoga? What's the reason behind it? Wang Haoran was well aware of this, but he pretended not to understand. There's no other reason. I just suddenly felt like practicing, Lu Yu said vaguely. Is that really the only reason? Wang Haoran looked at her mischievously. Lu Yu changed her yoga pose and turned to look. Her gaze inadvertently met Wang Haoran's. Of course that's the only reason. What else could it be? Lu Yu said. She felt a little guilty. Be clear about your position. You're a junior, and I'm your senior. Juniors should not ask about their seniors, okay? If you ask me any more questions, I'll knock your head. Then, she stretched out her hand and made a knocking motion. Wang Haoran saw this and did not say anything else. Lu Yu was feeling smug now. He would let her be. She would get it the day after tomorrow. You like to put on airs? Let's see if you can still put on airs then. After Tan Tai Yaoyue welcomed Wang Haoran in, she went to the kitchen to help. Other than Lu Yu, everyone else was busy in the kitchen, fighting to be the first to show their virtuous side. Wang Haoran guessed that Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan had arrived at the dorm. So, he took out his phone and logged into his PUBG account. Qin Yunhan had just come online. When she saw that Wang Haoran had also come online, she immediately sent him a team invitation. Wang Haoran clicked accept. There were only 3 people in the team. They still needed one more. Qin Yunhan was afraid that Wang Haoran would run away, so she started the match. Soon, they were matched. One of the empty spots was filled by a passerby. Seeing this passerby's ID, Wang Haoran was stunned. It was Little Rookie. Xiaoye's account, who had the game streaming system. Is Jiang Gaoxian slacking off? Wang Haoran muttered to himself. Soon, the game entered the parachuting scene. Little Rookie, Wang Haoran, and Qin Yunhan's team all jumped to the same area. But after landing, Little Rookie did not move at all. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the main character Xiaoye to be electrocuted. Received 1300 villain points, Xiaoye's main character aura -65, host's villain aura +65. Ding, Xiaoye's electrocution was too strong, causing damage to his brain nerves. His intelligence has greatly decreased, and he has lost his main character status. Wang Haoran was controlling the game character to search the house when he suddenly received 2 system notifications. He could not help but be stunned. Jiang Gaoxian was not slacking off, but he was making a big move. Xiaoye's will had finally come to an end. A moment later. Buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Haoren looked at the caller ID and then returned to the guest room he had stayed in before to answer the call. Lu Yu was the only one in the hall. Lu Yu was focused on practicing yoga and did not notice Wang Haoren's movements. My lord, we've gone too far. Xiaoyi seems to have become retarded. What should we do now? Jiang Gaoxian reported over the phone. Let him be. Don't worry about him. I have another task for you now. During the time when Jiang Gaoxian was monitoring and disrupting Xiaoye's live stream, Xiaoyi had provided a lot of villain points and halo points. Wang Haoren was already satisfied. If Jiang Gaoxian did not make this call, Wang Haoren would have contacted him and asked him to do something. Is this mission long? Although Jiang Gaoxian did not dare to disobey, he still wanted to ask about the situation. It's not long. I'll be done in a while, Wang Haoren said. Please give me your orders, Jiang Gaoxian quickly said. You've been living in seclusion for a long time. Have you done anything like robbery? Wang Haoren did not immediately give orders. Instead, he asked Jiang Gaoxian to be on the safe side. The robbery was when I met you. I've never done it before. However, I'm quite experienced in robbing women, Jiang Gaoxian said. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. Damn, he's really a villain. It seems like he's done a lot of bad things. However, Jiang Gaoxian no longer had the ability to be a man, so he would not do such a thing. To a certain extent, is this considered a good thing? Wang Haoren thought to himself. Then, he ordered Jiang Gaoxian to get down to business. The night after tomorrow, Jiang Gaoxian listened carefully and remembered Wang Haoren's words. After a while, Wang Haoren hung up the phone and called Lu Hua and his brothers. Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhihong went to Qingling University to spread rumors. The general content of the rumor was that there was an illegal gang operating near Qingling University. They were targeting beautiful women who walked at night. After the call, Wang Haoren returned to the living room. Wang Haoren's character in the game had already turned into a crate during this period of time. Qin Yunhan instantly logged out of the game and regrouped with Wang Haoren. With no one interrupting them, Wang Haoren had too much room to play. He successfully led Qin Yunhan to eat chicken dinner. After greeting Qin Yunhan, Wang Haoren closed the PUBG game and opened King of Glory. He sent a message to Su Muyan, asking her to pull him over after the game. However, Su Muyan could not wait any longer. She immediately logged out and teamed up with Wang Haoren. After a happy game, it was almost time for Wang Haoren to start eating. In fact, Wang Haoren had already eaten dinner. However, Qiu Qianwei's kindness was not something he could disappoint. He ate another meal. During the meal, he deliberately drank a lot of red wine. After the meal, Wang Haoren stood up and walked unsteadily, ready to go back. Qiu Qianwei was not at ease. She asked Wang Haoren to stay. Wang Haoren naturally agreed and entered the guest room. It was still early. Wang Haoren, Qin Yunhan, and Su Muyan started to play their own games. Unknowingly, it was the dead of the night again. Insomnia. After Wang Haoren saw Qiu Qianwei's message, he felt as if the plot was repeating itself. However, Tantai Yaoyue had already suffered in silence once. It was impossible for her to suffer in silence again. Unless they decided to be in a relationship. However, this would undoubtedly be found out by Qin Fan, which would lead to Qin Fan's hostility. Wang Haoren was helpless. He could only extinguish the thought in his heart. There was still a long way to go. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had tasted something new. Although he was still hungry, it was not that unbearable. Wang Haoren looked at the message on his phone again and walked out of the guest room. In the hall, he met Bian Suwen, who had woken up in the middle of the night. Bian Suwen looked at him suspiciously. Because the direction he was walking in did not seem to be towards the restroom. You drank a lot of wine during dinner. Are you feeling better now? My head is still a bit dizzy. Wang Haoren's mind was very clear. However, he still held his forehead and said in disappointment. You should know my medical skills. Let me give you a massage to soothe it. Bian Suwen said. Thank you, third sister. Wang Haoren said politely and sat on a chair in the hall. Bian Suwen walked over and pressed Wang Haoren's head. After a while, she asked, How are you? Much better. Thank you, third sister. It's good that you're fine. Do you feel any discomfort? No. Bian Suwen nodded and was about to return to her room. However, before she left, she suddenly whispered in Wang Haoren's ear. Come over when you're done. After saying that, Bian Suwen left the hall and walked into room number 2. Wang Haoren was surprised. The fairy doctor's observation skills were really not ordinary. She actually saw through it. Eh? Shouldn't Bian Suwen be in room number 3? After being surprised, Wang Haoren suddenly realized a problem. He used his X-ray vision to observe. There was no one in room number 3. Wang Haoren's expression suddenly became strange. The next morning, everyone had arrived and was having breakfast in the dining hall. Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, and Qiu Qianwei looked radiant. Although they did not put on makeup, they still looked beautiful. After Wang Haoren finished his breakfast, he went to school as usual. However, after leaving the villa, Wang Haoren could not help but sigh. Fortunately, his current true energy cultivation had already reached the level of 200 years, and all aspects of his body's quality had increased exponentially. Otherwise, it would definitely be unbearable. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was the day of the school masquerade ball. When the afternoon classes ended, some students could already be seen in the school. They were wearing the clothes that they had prepared for the masquerade ball. The masquerade ball was held in the gymnasium of Qingling University. When night fell, the gymnasium was filled with people. It was a grand occasion. All of them were wearing strange clothes. Some of them wore masks, while others showed their faces directly. However, those who wore masks were mostly not good-looking. The handsome guys and the pretty girls showed their faces directly. Those who were familiar with each other gathered in 2s and 3s. They were chatting. Among the guys, they were mostly talking about which girl was the prettiest. Among the girls, they were mostly talking about how handsome some guy was. Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, Mu Zhaozhao, and Yu Shiqing, the 4 campus belles, received the most attention. Zhaozhao, why are you also wearing a bunny costume? Qin Yunhan asked curiously. Sister Yunhan, isn't it because we have a telepathic connection? So I'm wearing the same costume as you. Mu Zhaozhao, of course, refused to tell the truth and said cutely. Wen Jing knew the truth, but she was now in the same class as Mu Zhaozhao. The two had a good relationship, so naturally, she wouldn't betray Mu Zhaozhao. And she wouldn't cause trouble for Wang Haoren. Sister Yunhan, why are you also dressed like this? Mu Zhaozhao looked at Su Muyan next to her and asked suspiciously. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan didn't like each other, but now they were wearing the same costume. Mu Zhaozhao certainly found it strange. Buy 2 at a discount. To save money. Qin Yunhan explained. Sister Yunhan, as a rich girl, you also know how to save money? I don't believe it. Mu Zhaozhao rolled her eyes at her. Although her nutrition was absorbed by other parts of her body, she was not brainless. This matter was definitely not as simple as Qin Yunhan said. It seemed that there was a story. Thinking of this, Mu Zhaozhao looked at Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan deeply. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan were a little guilty and didn't know how to respond. At this time, they saw Yu Shiqing coming over. Why are you also dressed like this? Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan asked Yu Shiqing at the same time. After Yu Shiqing and Qin Yunhan met, she gradually joined Qin Yunhan's small group and played with them. After arriving at the gymnasium, she saw Qin Yunhan and the others gathered together, so she walked over directly. I bought it casually. I didn't mean to wear the same costume as you. Yu Shiqing was also stunned when she saw Qin Yunhan and the others wearing the same costume as her. However, she remembered Wang Haoren's warning that she couldn't reveal her relationship with him, lest she attract the hostility of other girls, so she made up a lie. The 5 stood together and looked at each other. They were all a little surprised. Around them, many eyes were looking at them. The 5 of them were all dressed in bunny costumes with rabbit ears on their heads, looking very cute. Among them, Xianxia, who was outstanding in appearance, temperament, and figure, got the most attention. Although she was a beauty, she was still a little bit inferior to the four's beauty, so she got the least attention. What's going on? Why are the 4 campus beauties of the first year all wearing bunny outfits? Didn't you see them chatting together? They must know each other. Of course, they had discussed it beforehand. That Xianxia is so beautiful. She's a perfect goddess. Mu Zhaozhao is the cutest in a bunny costume. Many male students around were talking about Qin Yunhan and the others enthusiastically. Wow, Wang Haoran is here. Suddenly, the discussion of the boys was drowned out by the screams of the girls. Many people looked in the direction of the gymnasium entrance and saw the freshman's beauty, Wang Haoran. They saw that Wang Haoran was in his usual outfit, but he was wearing a gray hat with a cartoon wolf on his head. It looked like a perfunctory masquerade party. However, this didn't affect the attention of the fangirls at all. After Wang Haoran walked into the gymnasium, he glanced around and easily found Qin Yunhan and the others. After all, these girls were too eye-catching, and they were all wearing bunny costumes. When Wang Haoran saw them, he suddenly regretted his suggestion. He hoped that it wouldn't be exposed. Wang Haoran secretly prayed. Then he walked closer to Qin Yunhan and the others and stopped about 6 or 7 meters away. He smiled in the direction of Qin Yunhan and the others. Qin Yunhan and the others all thought that Wang Haoran was smiling at them, so they all smiled back. After seeing their reactions, Wang Haoran naturally understood that the situation was very stable. After greeting them from afar, Wang Haoran withdrew his gaze and didn't want to talk to them. Because he was afraid that he would accidentally say something wrong, causing the originally stable situation to suddenly collapse. While he was thinking, Lu Yu walked straight to him. Wang Haoran looked at her. He saw that Lu Yu was wearing a noble and elegant black evening dress with exquisite makeup. Her wavy hair hung down naturally, and she was wearing high heels. She looked charming. She was very different from usual in class. What outfit are you wearing? Lu Yu walked up to Wang Haoran and glanced at the hat on his head. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. It's a big bad wolf. Can't you tell? Wang Haoran pointed at his hat. Why are you dressed as a big bad wolf? Lu Yu was curious. Then she inadvertently glanced at Qin Yunhan and the others. Oh, don't tell me you want to eat those little white rabbits? You guessed that? Wang Haoran was surprised. I'll stop joking with you. Where are they? Lu Yu didn't think about it at all. She didn't have the mood to think about it because she was very nervous now. Who are they? Wang Haoran seemed to be confused. Stop pretending. You asked me to come to the masquerade party. Wasn't it arranged by your master? Lu Yu asked. Professor Lu, you're really smart. Wang Haoran pretended to be exposed and praised her. Of course. Lu Yu was proud for a moment. Then she quickly recovered her nervousness and asked again, where are they? Let's wait. They should be here soon. Wang Haoran pretended to look at the time and replied. After a while, the masquerade party began. But there were very few people who actually went to dance. However, this didn't affect anything at all. The purpose of the masquerade party was to provide a place for communication. In the various departments of the university, there was a serious imbalance between men and women. Based on the principle of people-oriented, this was to provide a platform for interaction. But those who could really succeed were very few. In fact, the people who really came to the masquerade party were mostly here to eat and watch the fun. Because the food provided at the masquerade party was simply too rich. And it was funded by the university. The students didn't have to spend any money. I'm going to the washroom. Wang Haoran suddenly said to Lu Yu. Go. Lu Yu nodded absent-mindedly. Her eyes kept looking around, trying to find a suspicious figure. During this time, some male teachers came to invite Lu Yu to dance with them. Of course, Lu Yu refused all of them. She continued to look around. But after looking for a long time, Lu Yu's neck was sore from twisting, but she still couldn't find a suspicious person. Lu Yu waited impatiently. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor to invite you for a dance? Behind her, there was another invitation. But this time, Lu Yu was stunned. Because she was too familiar with this masculine voice. The two of them had talked on the phone many times. Lu Yu was no stranger to her husband's unique voice and tone. Lu Yu's heart was beating wildly. She used her trembling hand to tuck a few strands of wavy hair behind her ear. Then, she nervously turned around slowly and looked at the person behind her. A tall figure entered Lu Yu's watery eyes. The man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. His figure was tall and almost perfect, and he wore a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. Judging from the price of his outfit, it was definitely more than 1,000,000 yuan. As for this man, he was indeed suited for this outfit. He exuded an air of nobility from head to toe. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. However, the only regrettable thing was that the man was wearing a mask that covered his face. No one could see what he looked like. Even so, the man still attracted a lot of attention. Even without looking at his face, the man's figure and temperament were enough to capture the hearts of many girls. Lu Yu sized him up. Her cheeks were flushed and her heart was beating fast. The person she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her. How could she not be excited? Is that you? Lu Yu was afraid that she would mistake him for someone else in a moment of excitement. Hence, she asked softly in disbelief. Can't you recognize the voice of hubby? The man's charming voice sounded again. Hearing the voice and tone, Lu Yu was completely sure that this was the person she had been thinking about. Am I dreaming? Lu Yu stared at him through the mask. She was still in disbelief. After hearing Lu Yu's words, the man reached his hand forward and gently grabbed her hand. He placed it on his chest. Lu Yu trembled for a moment. She could clearly feel a warmth. Her dazed eyes gradually became more focused. At this moment, Lu Yu was completely sure that the person she had been thinking about for so long had crossed mountains and rivers and come to her side from the other side of the ocean. The excitement in Lu Yu's heart could not be described with words. She had prepared a lot of words to say to him, but she did not know where to start at that moment. As a professor, she was naturally very talkative and had an excellent mental fortitude. However, at this moment, she felt that her mouth was extremely clumsy. She did not even know how to speak. Fortunately, he suddenly spoke. Beautiful lady, you haven't replied to my previous invitation. My pleasure. Lu Yu quickly responded. She revealed a seductive and charming smile that she had secretly practiced in front of the mirror for the past 2 days. When Wang Haoren saw this, he could not help but curse in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that his avatar was online, he would never have been able to see Lu Yu's smile. He held Lu Yu's hand and walked straight to the dance floor. There were about 10 pairs of men and women dancing to the music on the dance floor. When I was a student, I practiced with a classmate for a while in order to participate in the school's social dance competition. But I haven't danced in a long time. If I don't dance well, don't laugh at me. Lu Yu felt that she had forgotten many of her steps, afraid that she would embarrass herself. Therefore, when she came to the dance floor and held hands with Wang Haoren and prepared to dance together, she hurriedly said something. I'm here. Wang Haoren comforted him. As a rich second-generation heir, he had signed up for all kinds of classes since he was young and knew all kinds of basic social skills. Ballroom dancing was one of them. Although his level was not particularly high, it was definitely enough to deal with social situations. I'm so envious of the guy who's dancing with you. After a few steps, Wang Haoren was able to dance with ease. He leaned close to Lu Yu's ear and whispered something. It's a girl. You're the first person of the opposite sex to dance with me, and you'll be the only one. Lu Yu whispered into his ear and smiled. Really? Wang Haoren was surprised. To tell you the truth, I used to dislike men. I even thought that there was something wrong with me. But now I know that I'm normal. Lu Yu's tone was sincere and did not sound like she was faking it. When Wang Haoren heard that, he naturally did not doubt it. As the female lead of the 7 goddesses, Lu Yu's purity was the most basic setting. It was normal that she had never had close contact with the opposite sex. So I'm the first man to dance with you. That's my honor. Wang Haoren replied Lu Yu. Then I'm the first woman to dance with you? Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as she asked expectantly. You're the first woman of the opposite sex to make my heart beat. Wang Haoren used an extremely masculine voice to whisper into her ear. In Lu Yu's mind, he worked in finance overseas and had to deal with various social situations. If Lu Yu was the first woman to dance with him, how could Lu Yu believe it? Wang Haoren stood on the foundation of his sock puppet character and said this sentence. Although this answer did not match Lu Yu's expectations, it did not affect anything at all. Because as soon as he said this, Wang Haoren immediately received a notification from the system. Ding! The host has touched the heart of the female lead, Lu Yu. Received 800 villain points. I want to see your face. Lu Yu stared at Wang Haoren's eyes under the mask and said softly. If it was convenient for me to show my face in public, I wouldn't be wearing a mask. Wang Haoren explained calmly. This was true. It was indeed inconvenient for him to show his face. After all, the 5 bunnies were not far away. If they saw his face, his backyard would definitely be on fire. I didn't think it through. Lu Yu said apologetically. She only thought that her husband must be very famous overseas and was a public figure. That was why she acted this way. After coming to this conclusion, she became more and more curious about the identity of her husband. As one of the 3 female professors of Qingling University, Lu Yu was very popular. She was no less popular than Qin Yunhan and the other campus belles. Lu Yu showed her face and danced with a man wearing a mask, which attracted a lot of attention. Among them, some people paid attention to Lu Yu, while others paid attention to the man wearing the mask. In the distance. Don't you think that the man in the suit looks a little familiar? Qin Yunhan sneaks up to Su Mayan's ear and points to a man in a suit and leather shoes, wearing a mask. Why don't you just say that he looks like him? Su Muyan replied softly. You noticed it a long time ago? Qin Yunhan was surprised. It just looks like him. It's not him. Su Muyan said. Qin Yunhan nodded and looked around, searching for the man wearing the big bad wolf hat. However, she did not find him. Hey, where did he go? I want to know too. Su Muyan said. While the two were whispering, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing were also whispering to each other. Jing, don't you think that the man in the mask looks like Wang Haoren? Mu Zhaozhao asked. It doesn't look like him at all. Wen Jing said firmly. As the most obedient and the least troublesome one, even if she thought it looked like him, she would not say it out loud. Yu Shiqing also noticed the man dancing with Lu Yu. She also thought that the man looked like Wang Haoren. However, she did not have a partner to whisper to, so she could only think about it in her heart. But after looking for a while, she felt that it was just a resemblance. She did not think that the man was Wang Haoren at all. After all, Wang Haoren had just appeared with the big bad wolf hat. How could the man in the suit be Wang Haoren? Besides, Lu Yu was a professor in the Department of Finance. Her status was there. It was said that her assets were more than 10 billion. How could she be related to Wang Haoren? Not long after, the dance was over. I'm sorry, does your foot hurt? Lu Yu asked apologetically. In the short span of 5 minutes, Lu Yu's footsteps were erratic due to her nervousness. She stepped on Wang Haoren's foot several times. It doesn't hurt, but if you jump down again, it'll be hard to say. Wang Haoren teased her and suggested. Let's go outside and get some fresh air. There were too many people in the gymnasium, and the 5 bunnies were also here. Wang Haoren could not possibly lay his cards on the table with Lu Yu here. Naturally, they had to go to a quiet place. Moreover, it was only convenient to carry out the plan outside. Otherwise, if he laid his cards on the table directly, he would not be able to get anything out of it. Why are we going outside? Lu Yu was stunned. Don't you want to see what I look like? Wang Haoren asked. Of course. Lu Yu nodded immediately. Then let's go outside. Seeing that Lu Yu agreed, Wang Haoren held her hand and walked out of the gymnasium. They walked slowly along the path of the campus. Not long after, under Wang Haoren's intentional guidance, they arrived at the slightly dim maple path in the campus. As far as the eye could see, there was no other figure other than Wang Haoren and Lu Yu. It was very quiet here. But when Lu Yu saw it, she could not help but feel a little worried. I heard from someone today that there's an outlaw near Qingling University who specifically targets women walking at night. It's very quiet here. Let's go somewhere else. What are you afraid of? You're not alone. I'm with you. Wang Haoren comforted her. That's true, but just in case, Lu Yu said. If we really encounter any danger, even if I die, I won't let any harm come to you. Wang Haoren looked into Lu Yu's eyes and said affectionately. Ding. The host has touched the heart of the female lead, Lu Yu. Received 800 villain points. Don't say that. Lu Yu's heart leaped with joy, but when she came back to her senses, she felt that these words were inauspicious and hurriedly said. Wang Haoren chuckled. He held Lu Yu's hand and continued walking towards Maple Avenue. You're a highly educated person. Why are you so superstitious? It'll be fine. Although Lu Yu was still a little worried, she was looking forward to seeing her husband, so she didn't care. The two of them continued to walk along the red maple path for a while. Can I see what you look like now? Lu Yu suddenly stopped and asked impatiently. After saying that, she reached out to take off the mask on his face. However, Wang Haoren caught her hand in time. What's wrong? Lu Yu was puzzled. This place was quiet enough that no one would see them. She didn't understand why her husband wouldn't let her see his face. Wang Haoren had just checked with his X-ray vision and saw that the actors were not in position yet. How could he let Lu Yu reveal the answer? If I don't look as good as you imagined, will you be disappointed? Wang Haoren wanted to stall for time. Lu Yu was stunned. She seemed to feel something. Previously, Wang Haoren had said that her husband was very, very handsome. Now, it seemed that Wang Haoren might have been bragging. In reality, her husband didn't look as good as Wang Haoren had described. It's okay. Even if you're not handsome, ordinary, or even ugly, I still like you, Lu Yu said seriously. Are you serious? Wang Haoren asked. Of course it's true. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Her husband had too many good points. There were so many that she had forgotten about his looks. After all, how could a person be perfect? Wang Haoren let go of Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu regained her freedom and reached her fair hand toward Wang Haoren's mask. However, before Lu Yu could take off the mask, a masked man suddenly jumped out from the darkness beside Red Maple Road. The man was holding a small knife in his hand. Under the light of the street lamp, the knife shone with a cold light. Lu Yu was shocked. Her hand that was reaching for Wang Haoren's mask also froze. Qingling University is indeed a good place. I've met such a beautiful girl again. The masked man smiled sinisterly and said to Wang Haoren, this is none of your business. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Go. Wang Haoren looked warily at the masked man. He reached out and pushed Lu Yu, hinting to her. Hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Lu Yu's face was pale. She felt extremely unlucky. The man with the knife in front of her must be the rumored criminal. She regretted not persuading her husband earlier. If she hadn't taken Red Maple Road, she wouldn't have encountered such a situation. However, the situation in front of her didn't allow her to think too much. Lu Yu quickly took off her high heels and prepared to run away. Although she was worried about her husband's safety, she also understood that she couldn't provide any help if she stayed here. Instead, her husband would be worried about her. Listening to her husband, she should leave quickly and call for help. Moreover, her husband worked out frequently. He must be good at fighting. The masked man saw this and immediately rushed forward. Wang Haoren met him and wrestled with him. It looked like they were evenly matched. Although there was a high chance that a hero saving a beauty would win him a favorable impression, Wang Haoren didn't like him. In comparison, Wang Haoren felt that the trick of injuring himself to gain her sympathy was more effective. After wrestling for less than 2 seconds, Wang Haoren suddenly clutched his abdomen and fell to the ground. Lu Yu didn't even have time to run. The masked man, Xianxia, saw that his mission was completed. He pretended to stumble and hurriedly ran away. Soon, he was out of sight. Lu Yu trembled and squatted down beside her husband. She saw her husband clutching his abdomen with his hand. There was a shiny knife in between his fingers. There were bloodstains on his clothes. These images reflected in Lu Yu's eyes made Lu Yu feel like the sky was falling. Lu Yu took out her phone with trembling hands and was about to call the emergency number. However, Wang Haoren grabbed her hand. I might not survive. There's something. I lied to you. Wang Haoren's face was pale and he looked like he was dying. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Lu Yu insisted on calling the emergency number. However, Wang Haoren grabbed her hand tightly. Listen to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to say it. What did you lie to me about? Lu Yu couldn't argue with him. Take off my mask. You'll understand. Wang Haoren spoke weakly. Hearing this, Lu Yu reached out to take off the mask. A familiar handsome face was reflected in Lu Yu's eyes. Lu Yu was stunned. When Lu Yu saw his handsome face, she finally understood the meaning behind the words hubby had said earlier. The husband she had been longing for was not on the other side of the ocean, but right beside her. It could even be said that he had always been within reach. Lu Yu's heart was instantly filled with anger for being deceived. However, this feeling of annoyance was quickly overshadowed by worry. I know I've let you down, but I couldn't help myself, Wang Haoren said in a tone as if he was saying his last words. However, I've received my retribution now. Will you forgive me? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Lu Yu looked at his dying face. How could she continue to blame him? Moreover, when they were endangered just now, this guy risked his life to protect her. No matter how big of a mistake he had made, it was enough to make up for it. Are you serious? You really don't blame me? Wang Haoren's face was less pale, and there was more color in it. Really, I don't blame you, Lu Yu said anxiously. Don't say anything. I'll call the emergency number right away. You'll be fine. She broke free from Wang Haoren's grip and wanted to make the call. I might not be able to live. Can you give me some final thoughts? This way, even if I die, I can die without regrets, Wang Haoren said. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not understand. Wang Haoren let go of her hand and held her face, letting her slowly lean towards him. Lu Yu understood and could not help but close her eyes. It was extremely jerky. However, under the guidance, she quickly got into the rhythm. Lu Yu could not help but be immersed in her emotions. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. He was also using his mouth, but he was dying when he spoke. Why was he so energetic when he was doing other things? Lu Yu straightened up and looked at him again. She saw that the knife in his abdomen had fallen to the ground without his hand holding it. Although there was blood on his abdomen, his clothes were only slightly damaged. Looking through the hole in his clothes, she could see a metal belt buckle. Obviously, the knife had stabbed into the metal belt buckle. The blood was probably from the masked man. This guy didn't get stabbed. I thought I had been stabbed, but I slowly realized later that it had pierced my belt buckle. It seems that I'm not fated to die yet. Wang Haoren looked as if he had just been given a new lease on life, and immediately explained. Lu Yu suddenly understood. He only felt that Wang Haoren's luck was too good. If this saber had been just a little bit off, then something big would have happened. It's good that you're fine. Don't curse yourself so casually in the future. Lu Yu rejoiced. Ding. The host has successfully tricked the female lead, Lu Yu. Favorability is maintained at 70, unchanging feelings. Wang Haoren was secretly delighted when he received the system notification. Lu Yu's impression of him was originally only 40. As for the identity of the peerless god of stocks, it was only 70. However, now that his identity had been exposed and he had put on a show, Lu Yu's favorable impression of him had shifted to Wang Haoren. You were fine just now. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to make me worry? After Lu Yu let go of the worry in her heart, she couldn't help but start calculating. Then, she used her fist to punch him a few times. Ouch! Wang Haoren cried out in pain, and his face scrunched up. I didn't use any strength at all. How are you? Lu Yu asked with concern. Although I wasn't stabbed, I was hit by that person. My chest hurts a little. Wang Haoren deliberately acted pitiful. Then let's go to the hospital. Lu Yu suggested. There's no need to go to the hospital. Let's see third sister later. All right. Lu Yu nodded. Wang Haoren stood up, took off his dirty suit jacket, and pointed at Red Maple Road in front. I'll continue to take a walk. Take a walk? What if you meet that masked person again? Lu Yu was a little worried. That won't happen. Don't you see the blood on this jacket? This is that guy. He's injured. How could he come back? As Wang Haoren said this, he pretended to call the police for a record. Seeing this, Lu Yu didn't continue to object. The two of them continued to walk down the unfinished Maple Avenue. Lu Yu returned to the villa after 10 in the evening. Fifth sister, why are you back so late today? Xiao Qianwei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at a recipe book. When she saw Lu Yu come in, she asked curiously. Isn't the school holding a masquerade party? I went to play for a while. Lu Yu was secretly guilty, but she still looked calm on the surface. You've never participated in such social events in the past. Xiao Qianwei was suspicious for a moment, then she guessed something. Have you guys already appeared? In the past 2 days, Lu Yu had deliberately done a new hairstyle and practiced yoga. Xiao Qianwei and the other sisters asked curiously. At that time, Lu Yu vaguely said that her online boyfriend was coming back from abroad. When Xiao Qianwei saw Lu Yu's strange behavior, she couldn't help but be suspicious. Haha, seventh sister, you're so smart. I really can't hide anything from you. Lu Yu smiled embarrassedly. How's the situation? Xiao Qianwei put down the recipe book in her hand and immediately started gossiping. It's quite smooth. Lu Yu smiled, but her smile was a little strange. Congratulations, fifth sister. Xiao Qianwei was happy for Lu Yu. Did you take a picture of him? Let me see. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. When they were walking just now, she took a picture of them. But how could she show it to seventh sister? No. Lu Yu shook her head. Then remember to take a picture next time. Xiao Qianwei looked very curious. Okay. Lu Yu gave a perfunctory reply. Tantai Yaoyue passed by the living room and heard the two's conversation. Fifth sister, ask your boyfriend to come out tomorrow. I'll go with you to take a look. Tantai Yaoyue had the mentality of an elder sister and wanted to consult for Lu Yu. He's going to take the early flight back to China tomorrow morning. Lu Yu lied. Is that so? Then. When he comes back next time, remember to bring me along when you see him. Tantai Yaoyue could only say so. Okay. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Even if you two are together, you're still in a foreign land. It's very worrying that you're separated so much. Xiao Qianwei felt a little sorry for fifth sister. She couldn't bear not seeing her boyfriend for a day. For a long-distance relationship like Lu Yu, one could imagine how uncomfortable it was. It can't be helped. He's busy with work. But I'm on holiday, so I can fly overseas to see him. It's fine. Lu Yu didn't feel worried because she couldn't see him. After all, other than holidays, she spent all her time in the finance department. Wasn't it easy to meet him? She could just use her official position for personal gain and call him to the office. Lu Yu's only worry was how to get along with seventh sister in the future. In the afternoon, Lin Mo arrived at Lu Yu's office expectantly. Just as he was about to knock on the door, someone walked out of the office. Lin Mo gritted his teeth when he saw the person. Hello, Assistant Professor Lin. Wang Haoren smiled at him and closed the door. Hello, Mr. Wang. Lin Mo did not dare to confront Wang Haoren directly, so he pretended to greet him. What brings you here, Assistant Professor Lin? Wang Haoren asked. Lin Mo felt strange when he heard this, but he still weighed the folder in his hand and replied, I'm here to deliver some information to Professor Liu. What kind of information? Wang Haoren asked again. Of course, it's information for your class. Lin Mo replied. However, he could not help but feel strange. This rich kid obviously did not like him, so why was he chatting with him for so long? Oh, Wang Haoren replied. He turned to look at the office door and used his X-ray vision to take a look. She had already tidied up her clothes. He lost interest in chatting with Lin Mo and walked away leisurely. Lin Mo looked at Wang Haoren's back and was puzzled. Knock knock. Professor Liu, it's me. Lin Mo knocked on the door and said, "Come in, master." "Come in." Lu Yu's voice came from the office. Lin Mo pushed the door open and entered. He placed the documents on Lu Yu's desk and looked up at her. "Professor Liu, why is your face so red?" Lin Mo asked in surprise. "Is it?" Lu Yu instinctively reached out to touch her face. She felt a little hot. She blamed a certain bad guy in her heart and replied calmly to Lin Mo, "It's a little hot today." To prevent Lin Mo from asking more questions, she said, "There's nothing else. You can leave now. I have some work to do." Lin Mo did not leave immediately. He asked, "Professor Liu, have you met with Wang Haoren's elders? Has the matter been resolved?" "I have, but it's not resolved yet. Your lecture will have to be postponed." Lu Yu looked regretful. In fact, she had already promised Wang Haoren that she would never let Lin Mo teach again. Lu Yu originally wanted to uphold her own principles, but in comparison, she wanted to please a certain someone more, so she could only agree. "It's going to take a while?" Lin Mo was very disappointed. "I really tried my best." Lu Yu looked helpless. Lin Mo saw Lu Yu's expression and didn't suspect anything. Although he was disappointed, he still said, "Thank you for your hard work, Professor Liu." "Not at all." Lu Yu shook her head. "I'll take my leave then." Lin Mo walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. Ding. The host manipulated from behind the scenes and prevented Lin Mo from teaching. The reward is 1,000 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -50, and the host's villain aura +50. Wang Haoren happily accepted the reward without feeling surprised at all. After all, this was something that Lu Yu had personally promised. Wang Haoren inadvertently looked at his hand. He could feel that there was still some lingering warmth on it, as well as some faint smoothness. The anger that he felt because of Lu Yu's pretentious behavior had been completely dispelled. However, from now on, he would have to go to the office more frequently to ask questions. Buzz, just as Wang Haoren was thinking about something, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID before answering the call. "Qin Fan just called me, but I didn't pick up. If I'm not wrong, he probably wants to ask when the 500 million will arrive," Qin Rui reported. "Continue to delay. Don't give him the money," Wang Haoren said. Qin Fan's martial arts were so good, and he had so many tricks up his sleeves. If he had another 500 million, wouldn't he soar? With this money, it would be much easier for Qin Fan to chase girls. Wang Haoren didn't want to see this happen. "Okay," Qin Rui replied. Then, she remembered something. "I have a video here. Do you want to see it?" "What video?" Wang Haoren was puzzled. You'll understand once you see it." Qin Rui's tone was a little reserved. Wang Haoren was puzzled. Qin Rui's favorability level was maxed out. In order to please her, she would do anything. Could this video be related to her? With such doubts in his mind, Wang Haoren accepted the video. After the transmission was completed, he opened it and watched it. After a while, Wang Haoren was stunned. "Are you done? Was it exciting?" Qin Rui's voice was strange. "Exciting, too exciting." Wang Haoren really wanted to give Qin Rui a bear hug. The video that Qin Rui sent was of Qin Fan. As for the content, it was not enough for outsiders to know. Wang Haoren had never thought that Qin Fan, this guy whose martial strength was off the charts, would actually have this kind of hobby of entertaining himself. If this video was exposed and made known to everyone, wouldn't Qin Fan be socially dead? Don't talk about getting the female lead, even getting a beautiful female supporting lead would be difficult. When Qin Fan left the mansion, I secretly installed some hidden surveillance cameras in the room. Originally, I wanted to see some of his habits and understand his weaknesses. But I didn't think. From the surface, I really couldn't tell that he was this kind of person. Qin Rui explained. "You did well." Wang Haoren praised. "Is there a reward?" Qin Rui asked with a smile. What reward do you want? Wang Haoren asked. I don't care. You can give me anything. Qing Rui's tone was indifferent, as if she didn't care. Ma Hongxing should respect Qin Fan a lot, right? Wang Haoren suddenly asked. He had already tricked Tan Tai Yaoyue once. Currently, before he confirmed his relationship with Tan Tai Yaoyue, it was almost impossible to take advantage of her. Therefore, Wang Haoren naturally wanted to put his firepower on Ma Hongxing. Ma Hongxing was Qin Fan's disciple. Dealing with Ma Hongxing would also give him a reward. Yes, a lot of respect. According to Ma Hongxing, his way of making money was taught by Qin Fan. To be able to have his current achievements and status, it was all thanks to Qin Fan. That is to say, it will be very difficult to make the two of them turn against each other. Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh. Using poison to get rid of Ma Hongxing. Although it could easily get rid of Ma Hongxing, it felt like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. After all, Qin Fan had a total of 99 disciples. If he poisoned Ma Hongxing to death, then what method would he use to deal with Qin Fan's next disciple? Continue to use poison. Using the same method was basically telling Qin Fan that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who was harming his disciple. After Qin Fan raised his vigilance, he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Therefore, on dealing with Qin Fan's disciple, Wang Haoren wanted to use different methods. This way, Qin Fan wouldn't notice that someone was targeting him. Poisoning was only one of the methods to deal with Qin Fan's disciple. Moreover, it was best to only use it once. Ma Hongxing was one of the weaker ones. Poisoning him to death was thinking too highly of him. Wang Haoren still wanted to use the method of poisoning on one of Qin Fan's more powerful disciples. Wang Haoren's plan was to destroy the relationship between Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan. If Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan turned against each other, he would not provide any help to Qin Fan. This would affect the direction of the plot. In terms of the degree to which it would affect the direction of the plot, or in other words, the reward that Wang Haoren could obtain, making Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan fall out with each other and directly killing Ma Hongxing would achieve the same effect. However, if Ma Hongxing respected Qin Fan, then this plan of sowing discord would be difficult to carry out. Although Ma Hongxing respects Qin Fan, it's not impossible to make them turn against each other. Just as Wang Haoren was worrying, Qing Rui suddenly said lightly, "Oh, you have an idea?" After hearing Qing Rui's words, Wang Haoren's eyes lit up slightly. It's true that Ma Hongxing respects Qin Fan, and he even gave him 500 million for free. But there's a limit to his respect. It's not like he's willing to give him everything, right? Qing Rui reminded him. Hearing this, Wang Haoren immediately understood. Qing Rui had already said so much. If he still didn't understand, then he didn't deserve to be the villain. In fact, Wang Haoren had thought of this idea before, but he didn't want Qing Rui to pay such a big price. Although he wasn't very interested in Qing Rui, he didn't want Qing Rui to make such a sacrifice. Because he felt uncomfortable. Moreover, when he saw the protagonist happy, he was unhappy. Even if Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan turned against each other because of this, he wouldn't be happy. I've actually thought of this idea before, but you're sacrificing too much. Let's not do it. Wang Haoren's voice was slightly low. Qing Rui could hear the concern in Wang Haoren's voice. She couldn't help but feel happy and explained, it's just a little reputation. Moreover, I don't care what Ma Hongxing thinks. Sacrifice, reputation? Wang Haoren was stunned. What else do you think it is? Qing Rui smiled. In the past, in order to achieve her goal, she was willing to do anything and give up anything. But ever since her heart was stolen, she was extra protective of herself and didn't want other men to touch her. Even after Ma Hongxing woke up, she used all kinds of methods to keep a distance from Ma Hongxing. How could she sacrifice herself to make Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan turn against each other? Do you have a better idea? Wang Haoren felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel, but he still asked. Qing Rui was very happy when she heard this. She only thought that Wang Haoren cared about her. But she didn't know that Wang Haoren was completely out of a man's habit. He couldn't see the beautiful woman around him having any intimate contact with other men. Especially, he couldn't see the beautiful woman around him having any intimate contact with the protagonist. I do have an idea. But there are still 2 problems that need to be solved. Rui said. Tell me about it. The poison in Ma Hongxing's body hasn't been cleared yet. He's unconscious in the middle of the night. Is there any medicine that can make him wake up for a short period of time, but he won't be able to do anything or even speak? Rui asked. Yes, Wang Haoren replied immediately. He was the one who had poisoned Ma Hongxing, so he was very clear about the toxins involved. It was too easy to do what Rui said. The other problem is that I have a cold personality. I'm afraid that I won't be able to focus on my emotions, so I might need your help. When Rui said this, her voice was intermittent, and she seemed a little nervous. After saying that, he felt a little ashamed and hurriedly added, "It's just an act. I didn't ask you to do it for real." Rui's words were a little vague, but Wang Haoren still understood some of the meaning. What's the specific plan? Wang Haoren wanted to know more so that he could cooperate better. Ma Hongxing's condition is much better. He has already left the hospital and is recuperating at home. Qin Fan will come regularly to clean up the poison in his body. Looking at the time, Qin Fan should be here in the evening. At that time, Rui briefly explained her plan on the phone. After Wang Haoren heard it, he felt that it was quite feasible. He ended the call with Rui. After class, he returned to the villa's secret basement and prepared the medicine that Rui needed. In the evening, Wang Haoren drove out of the villa and prepared to send the medicine to Rui. However, just as he drove out of the villa, he received a call from Tan Taiyue. Can you be my driver? Are you free? Tan Taiyue said. Where are you going, sister? Wang Haoren was afraid that Tan Taiyue would go to see Qin Fan. So even if he had something to do, he didn't immediately refuse and asked first. I just found out that a senior apprentice brother is sick. I'm going to see him. Tan Taiyue said. Wang Haoren seemed to feel something and replied, I'm free. I'll come find you right away. After hanging up, Wang Haoren drove to another villa not far away and honked. Luyu just came back from school and was about to enter the villa. When she saw the Pagani at the door, she immediately walked over. Hello, fifth sister. At the entrance of the villa, Wang Haoren was more honest. After the window rolled down, he quickly called out to Luyu who was beside the car. Ding, the host made the female lead Luyu jealous. Gained 500 villain points. Picking up seventh sister to play? Luyu lowered her body and used her arm to support herself against the window as she asked with jealousy. Nope. Big sister asked me to be her driver. She said she's going to see a sick senior apprentice brother. Wang Haoren didn't hide it. I see. Luyu nodded. Your sock is torn. Wang Haoren noticed something, so he reminded her. Luyu looked down and couldn't help but glare at him. She lowered her voice and said, I'll go online and spend some money to buy a better quality one that won't tear. It can't even be torn. How boring would that be? Wang Haoren subconsciously curled his lips. Luyu looked at him with a strange expression. Then she seemed to understand something and pinched him. But her strength was pitifully weak. She probably couldn't even pinch an ant to death. She removed her arm from the window and stood up with a serious expression. Because, Big Sister walked out of the villa. Big Sister, you caught seventh sister's boyfriend to be your driver. That's not good, right? Luyu was afraid that Wang Haoren would be bullied, so she couldn't help but say this. What's not good about it? Tan Taiyue snorted, not feeling embarrassed at all. After all, he took advantage of her the most. What's wrong with catching him to be her driver? Luyu saw that Big Sister's expression didn't look good, so she didn't dare to say anything. She could only secretly give Wang Haoren a take-care look. Tan Taiyue got into the front passenger seat. Big Sister, where are we going? Wang Haoren asked in the car. This place. Tan Taiyue opened the memo on her phone and showed it to Wang Haoren. There was only one address on the interface of the memo. This address was the same as what Rui said. Just as Wang Haoren had guessed, the two of them were indeed on the same path and headed to the same place. He originally planned to sneak in and give the medicine to Rui, but now it seemed that he could openly walk into the Ma family's mansion. Wang Haoren looked at the time the memo was edited and found that it was written more than 10 minutes ago. He suddenly had a thought and asked Tan Taiyuewei. Big sister, have you seen this senior brother before? No. I just found out that I have a senior brother in Qingling, Tan Taiyuewei casually replied. When Wang Haoren heard this, he immediately had a guess. If he guessed correctly, Tan Taiyuewei should have just talked to Qin Fan on the phone. Tan Taiyuewei also found out that she had a senior brother like Ma Hongxing who was sick. Qin Fan chose this time to talk to Tan Taiyuewei on purpose. Because Wang Haoren got the news from Qing Rui that Qin Fan would go to the Ma family's mansion in the evening to clean up Ma Hongxing's poison. If Tan Taiyuewei went now, there was a high chance that she would meet Qin Fan. After sorting this out, Wang Haoren's eyes flashed with an unkind expression. This Qin Fan still had that kind of thought about Tan Taiyuewei. Wang Haoren had the urge to show Tan Taiyuewei the video Qing Rui sent over about Qin Fan. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea. The surveillance camera Qing Rui had people install was very high-end and the video was very clear. And this video was not censored. Wang Haoren did not want to dirty Tan Taiyuewei's eyes. Also, Wang Haoren could not give a proper explanation as to where this video came from. Ma family mansion. Ma Hongxing sat in the hall, waiting for Qin Fan to come over and help him clean up the poison. Qing Rui brought over a cup of tea that Ma Hongxing usually liked to drink and placed it on the table in front of him. Just let the servants do this. Ma Hongxing looked at Qing Rui with a pampering expression. I'm afraid they put too much or too little tea leaves. I know your taste, so it's better for me to do it. Qing Rui smiled, showing her virtuousness. Seeing this, Ma Hongxing felt that he was very lucky to be able to marry such a young, beautiful, generous, and virtuous woman like Qing Rui. Hongxing, what is the background of your master? Why is his medical skills so good? Qing Rui asked indirectly, wanting to get some information for Wang Haoren so that he could deal with Qin Fan better. I'm not sure about his background, but he's an expert of the present age. And his methods are not only limited to medicine. According to what I know, my master has a lot of skills and is almost omnipotent. Ma Hongxing said with a face of worship. So good? Qing Rui showed a surprised expression and asked in surprise, then there must be a lot of women around him? Not really. My master is pure and has few desires. He's not interested in women. Ma Hongxing said. Hearing this, Qing Rui naturally strongly denied it. After all, there was video evidence. Not interested in women? I'm afraid he hid it too well. Qing Rui said meaningfully. There's something I don't know if I should tell you. What is it? Tell me about it, Ma Hongxing was bewildered. So, he quickly asked. That master of yours. Forget it, I'd better not talk about him. Otherwise, you might think that I'm gossiping and slandering others behind their backs. Qing Rui looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Rui, what's wrong with my master? Tell me. Ma Hongxing couldn't help but feel a little anxious and immediately asked. I keep feeling that the way your master looks at me is a little strange. After being urged, Qing Rui pretended to be helpless and reluctantly said it. The way he looked at you was strange? What do you mean? Ma Hongxing was puzzled. The way a man looks at a woman. Do you understand? Qing Rui said. Ma Hongxing frowned, but his expression soon relaxed. He said with a firm expression, that's right. Rui, you must have misunderstood. My master is a master of the present age. He is definitely not a despicable person. How could he have any thoughts about his disciple's wife? You must have misunderstood. I hope so. Qing Rui sighed and didn't continue to argue with Ma Hongxing about this topic. Her plan needed to be carried out step by step. Purposely mentioning this was just a prelude. Sir, there's a guest outside. She says she's your junior apprentice sister. A maid came to report. Hearing this, Ma Hongxing's face showed some joy and went out with Qing Rui to welcome her. Ma Hongxing had already heard the news from Qin Fan and knew of Tan Taiyuewei's existence. After recuperating, Ma Hongxing's body condition had improved a lot. When he was awake, he only felt a little tired and couldn't raise his spirit to work. However, maintaining his basic daily life wasn't too big of a problem. When Ma Hongxing and Qing Rui saw the otherworldly beauty Tan Taiyue, they were stunned for a while. After reacting, Ma Hongxing immediately greeted Tan Taiyue and introduced Qing Rui. Then he looked at Wang Haoren in confusion. Wang Haoren and Zhen Li had visited Ma Hongxing before. When Ma Hongxing saw Wang Haoren, he naturally felt that he was familiar. "This is my younger brother." Tan Taiyue briefly introduced Wang Haoren. Ma Hongxing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He invited Wang Haoren and Tan Taiyue in. He had the servants prepare tea. And Qing Rui didn't look at them from start to finish, as if she didn't recognize Wang Haoren. Not long after, Qin Fan also came over. When he saw Tan Taiyue's beautiful figure, his face showed an incomparably brilliant smile. "Master." Tan Taiyue called very respectfully. Qin Fan smiled and nodded. Then he looked kindly at Wang Haoren and smiled at him. It was a very friendly appearance. Wang Haoren returned the smile. His smile was like a naive little boy. "Yaoyue, have you seen that person recently?" Qin Fan couldn't help but ask about Tan Taiyue's relationship situation. Tan Taiyue's state of mind had originally calmed down and acted as if nothing had happened. But Qin Fan suddenly mentioning this made Tan Taiyue think about the grievances she had suffered before. Tan Taiyue glanced at Wang Haoren from the corner of her eyes and felt her teeth itch. But it wasn't good to act out. "Master, I don't want to talk about this. I already treat that person as dead. It's impossible for me to be with him in the future." Tan Taiyue's face was cold. Wang Haoren was very calm. Of course he understood that Tan Taiyue was reluctant to admit her mistake. However, Qin Fan believed it and was overjoyed in his heart. However, on the surface, he put on a sympathetic look and said earnestly, "Yaoyue, look on the bright side. You will meet better people in the future." After comforting Tan Taiyue, Qin Fan began to clean up the remaining poison for Ma Hongxing. After a while, he finished. "Little Ma, your mansion is pretty big." Qin Fan suddenly sighed. From the entrance of the mansion to the main hall, it was several hundred meters. On the way, he saw a garden, a swimming pool, a tennis court and so on. "Master, if you are interested, how about this disciple show you around?" Ma Hongxing said with a smile. "Very good." Qin Fan replied and looked at Tan Taiyue. "Let's go take a look together." Tan Taiyue nodded. She also saw the scene that Qin Fan saw. She was curious and also wanted to take a look. The host, Ma Hongxing and Qing Rui, led the way. They brought Wang Haoren, Tan Taiyue and Qin Fan to tour the mansion. After a while, they arrived at the garage of the mansion. There were all kinds of luxurious cars in the garage, dazzling the eyes. Wang Haoren swept his gaze and quickly saw a very cool and familiar supercar. Qin Fan, who was standing at the side, noticed it too. They couldn't help but walk over to the cool supercar and size it up. "Rui, I don't think I have this Bugatti Veyron?" Ma Hongxing asked Qing Rui. Wang Haoren heard this and his heart couldn't help but thump. This Bugatti was exactly his. Previously, in order to help Bian Suan, he pretended to give this Bugatti away. That was why it came to Qing Rui. In order to prevent others from finding out that he and Qing Rui knew each other. This Bugatti had always been with Qing Rui. Wang Haoren didn't drive it back. Wang Haoren's gaze inadvertently looked at Qing Rui, hoping that she wouldn't give herself away and let others find out. Facing Ma Hongxing's puzzled eyes, Qing Rui was extremely calm. She explained, "My son liked Bugatti cars before, so I bought him a model car. But he cried and made a fuss, insisting that he wanted the real one. I couldn't do anything about it. I happened to hear that someone was reselling a Bugatti Veyron, so I bought it. But this little guy is too naughty. When I bought the car, he said that he didn't like it." When she said these words, she looked a little helpless, and her face was full of motherly radiance. After that, she looked at Ma Hongxing apologetically. "You were in a coma before, so I couldn't discuss it with you. It's all my fault that I spent tens of millions for nothing." Wang Haoren heard it and couldn't help but admire Qing Rui. This woman was really good at lying. She said it as if it was true. She was almost as good as him. Ma Hongxing couldn't help but smile and said, "Just buy it. It's only tens of millions. It's okay." After replying to Qing Rui, Ma Hongxing couldn't help but look at Qin Fan. He saw Qin Fan walking around the Bugatti and staring at it. "Master, do you like this car?" Ma Hongxing asked with a smile. "Yes." Qin Fan was so moved that he subconsciously replied. "Since you like it, I'll give it to you." Ma Hongxing said generously. He preferred the luxury cars of the business department and was not very interested in supercars. Seeing that Qin Fan seemed to like it very much, he wanted to do him a favor. "How can I accept it?" Qin Fan declined. "Master, please accept my disciple's kindness," Ma Hongxing said warmly. Then it would be impolite to refuse. Qin Fan reluctantly accepted it. Wang Haoren was unhappy. "Damn it, this Bugatti is mine." Ma Hongxing used his car to do a favor, and the person he gave it to was the protagonist. But he couldn't stop it. "Damn. Rui, please find someone to do the transfer procedures," Ma Hongxing said to Qing Rui. "Okay." Qing Rui nodded. "Have you given the 500 million in cash flow to Master?" Ma Hongxing thought of something. "The company's cash flow has been tight recently, and I haven't turned it around yet. But it should be done by tomorrow morning." After Qing Rui finished speaking to Ma Hongxing, she looked at Qin Fan and said, "The transfer procedures for the car will be completed by tomorrow morning. Both things will be done around 8 in the morning. I'll get someone to send you the car and card, or I'll come and get it myself," Qin Fan said excitedly. "Master, since it's time for dinner, why don't you stay for dinner and then stay here for the night? This will save you the trouble of running around. What do you think?" Ma Hongxing suggested. "That's good too." Qin Fan immediately agreed. After Qing Rui heard this, a special light flashed across her eyes. If Ma Hongxing hadn't opened his mouth, she would have used this reason to suggest that Qin Fan stay for dinner and accommodation. However, Ma Hongxing had suddenly opened his mouth, which saved Qing Rui a lot of trouble. After looking around for a while, it was time for dinner. Wang Haoren and Tan Tai Yaoyue were also invited by Ma Hongxing to stay for dinner. After dinner, Tan Tai Yaoyue prepared to go back with Wang Haoren. "Yaoyue, it's already dark. Why don't you stay here for a night?" Qin Fan wanted to spend more time with Tan Tai Yaoyue, so he spoke. "That's right. Junior sister, there are many rooms here. Why don't you stay here as well?" Ma Hongxing said enthusiastically. "Thank you, senior brother, for your good intentions, but I have some things to take care of at home. It's not convenient for me to stay. If there's a chance next time, I'll disturb senior brother again." Tan Tai Yaoyue tactfully declined. She always warned her sisters not to stay outside. She had to do it and set an example for her sisters. Why would he stay overnight outside? "Okay." Ma Hongxing didn't want to force it. "Little brother Haoren, be careful when you drive, okay?" Qin Fan warned. His tone was incomparably friendly, as if he was treating Wang Haoren as his brother-in-law. Wang Haoren heard the meaning in his words and inwardly cursed a certain woman in Qin Fan's family. But even so, it didn't stop him from revealing an innocent smile. "Okay, I'll be careful." After replying, he looked at Tan Tai Yaoyue. "Big sister, let's go back." "N." Tan Tai Yaoyue nodded. The two left the Ma family mansion. Such a beautiful night scene. When the Pagani passed by a river, Tan Tai Yaoyue saw the beautiful night scene and couldn't help but exclaim. After she returned to Clear Spirit, she almost never came out at night. This was the first time she saw Clear Spirit's night scene. Wang Haoren glanced at Tan Tai Yaoyue's expression as she stared out of the window. He couldn't help but slow down the car and steadily stop the car on the side of the road. Tan Tai Yaoyue turned around and looked at Wang Haoren in confusion. "Big sister, since it's beautiful, then let's look a bit longer." Wang Haoren got out of the car first and opened the front passenger door for Tan Tai Yaoyue. Tan Tai Yaoyue didn't object and also got out. The two leaned against the railing of the river. Tan Tai Yaoyue looked at the night scene of the river while Wang Haoren looked at her beautiful side profile. Tan Tai Yaoyue didn't notice at first, but she gradually felt something and couldn't help turning her head. Her gaze met with Wang Haoran's. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Tan Taiyue's gaze dodged, but quickly returned to normal and asked. There's nothing dirty. I just feel that big sister is 1,000 times more beautiful than the night scene. I can't help but look at you. Wang Haoran said with a sincere expression. These words came from his heart. Tan Taiyue's side profile was indeed much better than the night scene of the river. Ding, host has stirred up the heart of the female lead Tan Taiyue. Received 1,000 villain points. Although Tan Taiyue was the big sister of the 7 sisters, because of her special experience, she had never heard a man say such sweet words to her. Moreover, the person who said these sweet words was the person she deeply admired. For a time, her heart couldn't help but fiercely beat. You suddenly saying these words to me, what do you mean? Tan Taiyue was faintly anticipating something. Wang Haoran saw something from her eyes and his heart shrank back. He secretly decided that in the future, he would try to restrain his habit of saying sweet words. There's no meaning. I just feel that big sister is more beautiful than the night scene. Wang Haoran didn't dare respond to Tan Taiyue's feelings and could only play dumb. Can you not call me big sister? When Tan Taiyue heard the word big sister, she felt strangely angry. You are my big sister, if I don't call you big sister, what should I call you? Wang Haoran felt helpless and could only continue to play dumb. Qin Fan, this main character, was too strong. He was far from being Qin Fan's match. In order to avoid Qin Fan's hostility, he had to maintain a relationship with Tan Taiyue. No matter how beautiful Tan Taiyue was, he had to endure it. When Tan Taiyue heard Wang Haoran's words, she was a bit angry. She imagined throwing him into the river and drowning him as a way of venting. Then she angrily said 2 words. Go home. Saying this, she twisted her waist and got into the front passenger seat. Ma family mansion. In a bedroom. Ma Hongxing was reading a book at the head of the bed. The door was suddenly pushed open gently, and Cheng Rui walked in her pajamas. Ma Hongxing was confused. Rui, didn't you say that we'll sleep in the same room after I've recovered? Just now. Cheng Rui was still in shock. She wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Ma Hongxing saw her pale face and immediately asked. When I was bathing, someone was peeping at me, Cheng Rui said with a trembling voice. Peeping at you? Who wants to die? Ma Hongxing shouted angrily. Then, he realized something. The Ma family mansion was filled with maids. There was no reason for a maid to peep at Cheng Rui, right? Even if it was a maid, as the mistress of the house, Cheng Rui had no reason to be afraid. She would not come to him in a panic to complain. Other than the maids, the only men in the mansion were him and Qin Fan. It's my master? Ma Hongxing asked in disbelief. Yes. Cheng Rui nodded. Could you have made a mistake? Ma Hongxing began to question. It was just a flash. I didn't see his face clearly, but I'm sure it's a man, Cheng Rui said. When Ma Hongxing heard that, he could only think of Qin Fan. After all, other than himself, Qin Fan was the only man in the mansion. There was an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Master is a gentleman. He wouldn't do such a thing. He must have just happened to pass by. Ma Hongxing decided to believe in Qin Fan's character. A gentleman wouldn't do such a thing secretly, Cheng Rui muttered softly. What did you say? Ma Hongxing did not hear clearly. Nothing. Cheng Rui shook her head again. Rui, did you discover something? Tell me quickly. Ma Hongxing was anxious. Cheng Rui struggled. I shouldn't have said this. After all, it's my private matter. What is it? Tell me quickly. Ma Hongxing was anxious. Cheng Rui looked helpless. She showed Ma Hongxing a video on her phone. Ma Hongxing was stunned. It was as if his worldview had been changed. This. How did you get this video? Ma Hongxing asked in surprise. This is the surveillance footage left behind by the previous owner of the mansion that was given to Qin Fan. The temporary butler of the mansion found it and saw this video. He didn't know what to do with it, so he told me and asked me what I should do. That's how I found out, Qingrui explained. I really couldn't tell that master was this kind of person. Moreover, he seemed to be shouting my junior sister's name. Ma Hongxing had a new understanding of Qin Fan. This video was of Qin Fan entertaining himself. When Qin Fan was excited, he even involuntarily called out the two words Yaoyu. Ma Hongxing could not help but think of Tantai Yaoyu. After his impression of Qin Fan was refreshed, Ma Hongxing also believed Qingrui's words. Be careful in the future. Keep your distance from Qin Fan. Let me interact with him in the future. Although Ma Hongxing was dissatisfied with Qin Fan, he didn't want to fall out with him. He could only let Qingrui suffer a little. I don't dare to sleep there anymore. Qingrui looked frightened. Sleep on my side, Ma Hongxing said. Okay. Qingrui nodded in response. A strong sense of disgust rose in her heart. But fortunately, she calculated the time correctly. Just 10 seconds after she said okay, Ma Hongxing felt a strong sense of drowsiness surge up. It was the poison in his body acting up. Ma Hongxing hurriedly laid down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The harmless expression on Qingrui's face disappeared. Late at night, the unconscious Ma Hongxing vaguely regained some consciousness. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound from Qingrui beside his ear. Ma Hongxing subconsciously thought that Qingrui was unable to endure and was entertaining herself. But very quickly, he felt that this was not the case. Because someone was interacting with Qingrui. Ma Hongxing felt a burst of anger. He wanted to open his eyes to take a look, but his eyelids were incomparably heavy. He couldn't open his eyes, his body couldn't move, and he couldn't even speak. He listened with a heart full of anger for a while. Then, he gradually lost consciousness and fell asleep once again. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Ma Hongxing opened his eyes and woke up. Qingrui was waiting by his side. Ah Rui, who were you with last night, at? Ma Hongxing's face was distorted. He wanted to question Qingrui. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Previously, he had suspected Qingrui once. At that time, Qingrui committed suicide once to prove her innocence. Luckily, she didn't die. With Qingrui's loyalty, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. However, he was sure that last night was definitely not a dream. He really heard a strange movement. Ma Hongxing changed his attitude and tone. He asked Qingrui, Ah Rui, did you sleep well last night? I slept very well. I slept until dawn. Qingrui's expression was normal as she replied indifferently. Ma Hongxing saw this and felt that Qingrui didn't seem to be lying. Qingrui wanted to prove her innocence and even wanted to die to prove her innocence. It was obvious how much she loved him. After thinking about it, Ma Hongxing thought of a possibility. That was, Qingrui didn't know what happened. Ah Rui, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Ma Hongxing asked vaguely. No. Qingrui seemed to be a little shy. Are you still not going to tell me the truth? Ma Hongxing saw through her and asked. Qingrui blushed. Maybe it's because you've been ill for a long time. I had that kind of dream last night. When I woke up early in the morning, I felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's an endocrine imbalance. It's nothing serious. When these words entered his ears, Ma Hongxing felt like a bolt from the blue. His head seemed to be heavy. He heard it clearly at that time and was sure that it was definitely not Qingrui's dream. There was indeed someone interacting with Qingrui. In this mansion, Qin Fan was probably the only one who could make Qingrui feel like she was dreaming. Because Ma Hongxing knew that Qin Fan had a way to confuse people. Qingrui must have fallen for it. Qin Fan treated him and knew about his condition. He thought that he wouldn't wake up after falling asleep, but he never expected that he would wake up in the middle of the night and be discovered. Hongxing, what's wrong? Qingrui pretended to be puzzled and asked. It's nothing. I just woke up and my mind is a little confused. Ma Hongxing forced a smile and replied. He was afraid that Qingrui wouldn't be able to take the blow and would kill herself after knowing about this. After all, Qingrui had a criminal record. with Qingrui's loyalty to him, she would definitely do it. Ma Hongxing didn't want to lose Qingrui, so he naturally had to hide it from her. Qingrui picked up a card and a stack of documents on the table in the room and smiled at Ma Hongxing. 500 million cash flow has been deposited into this card. The transfer of the Bugatti Veyron has also been completed. But since you said you were going to contact Qin Fan, you can give it to him. Ma Hongxing took the card and the transfer documents. Anger rose in his heart. He could give money and a car, but as a man, he couldn't let anyone touch his wife. Even if the other party was the person he respected the most, at this time. Qin Fan was in the garden of the Ma family mansion, admiring the flowers and breathing in the fresh air. He looked very relaxed. Suddenly, he heard some noise. He turned his eyes and saw Ma Hongxing walking over from afar. Qin Fan instantly lost the mood to admire the flowers. He couldn't wait to drive the Bugatti Veyron and the 500 million cash flow card to Qin Ling's business center. He wanted to experience what it was like to be a rich man in the secular world. And just when he was feeling excited, Ma Hongxing also walked in front of him. However, Ma Hongxing, who always showed a humble and respectful smile when he saw him in the past, now had a dark face. "Xiao Ma, you don't look too good. Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Fan still didn't understand the situation and asked Ma Hongxing in a mature tone. Hearing Qin Fan's tone, Ma Hongxing subconsciously clenched his fist. He respected Qin Fan and could give him money and a car. However, he could not tolerate Qin Fan touching his wife. Anger rose in his heart and he had the urge to fight Qin Fan. However, his rationality told him that he was not Qin Fan's opponent. In front of Qin Fan, he was like an ant. Qin Fan could easily kill him. In addition, he still had to rely on Qin Fan to clean the poison in his body. "Xiao Ma, what's wrong with you?" Qin Fan saw Ma Hongxing's expression and could not help but frown. Ma Hongxing suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly loosened his clenched fist. He squeezed out a stiff smile and said, "Nothing." Qin Fan naturally did not believe him. However, since Ma Hongxing did not want to say it, he did not want to ask. Moreover, what he was most concerned about now was not Ma Hongxing's condition, but when Ma Hongxing's promised money and car would arrive. Yesterday, Qingrui said that it would be done at 8 o'clock. She would hand over the transfer of the card and car to him. However, 8 o'clock had long passed. It was already a long time ago. In his anxiety, Qin Fan could not help but urge, "Have you settled the money and car?" Ma Hongxing felt sullen. He touched his wife and still wanted money and car? This was too much. However, Ma Hongxing was afraid of Qin Fan's strength and did not dare to offend him. Moreover, he still needed to rely on him to treat his illness. There are some twists and turns. The money and car will take some time before I can hand it over to you. Although Ma Hongxing did not dare to offend Qin Fan, he was still angry. Therefore, he did not want to give the money and car to Qin Fan. He planned to delay it for a while. After his illness was cured, he would slowly settle this account. Which man could tolerate his wife being taken advantage of? Ma Hongxing's heart was filled with killing intent. Although Qin Fan's strength was high, there were many people in this world who would sell their lives for money. What Ma Hongxing did not lack the least was money. As long as he could afford it, he would not be afraid that he could not find a powerful person to deal with Qin Fan. Ding, the host manipulated behind the scenes and successfully drove a wedge between Ma Hongxing and Qin Fan. This caused Ma Hongxing to want to kill the protagonist Qin Fan. The host received 2,000 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura -100, the host villain aura +100. Will it take some time? Hearing Ma Hongxing's words, Qin Fan could not help but feel a little disappointed. In a big city, it was really difficult to move around without money. He had had enough during this period. He was just waiting for Ma Hongxing's 500 million, but after waiting for so many days, there was still no news. There's a problem with the company's cash flow. One of the founding members who worked for me fled abroad with the money. The 500 million yuan was used to fill the gap, and it was only enough to fill a small gap. I'm going to use my car and house as collateral to get a loan to fill the gap, but I don't know if I can fill the gap. Now that the company is facing a huge crisis, I might go bankrupt. I just woke up and learned of this news. It was like a bolt from the blue for me. I hope Master can understand. In order to prevent Qin Fan from demanding, Ma Hongxing acted pitiful. At the same time, it could also be considered as an explanation for why he had lost control of his emotions just now. When Qin Fan heard this, a look of understanding appeared on his face. However, he was immediately disappointed in his heart. In this situation, it was indeed not good to ask Ma Hongxing for anything. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to earn money. He had waited for so many days in vain. Qin Fan felt depressed and said to Ma Hongxing, "Then I'll take my leave first." Ma Hongxing couldn't wait for Qin Fan to leave. After hearing what he said, he asked the servant to send Qin Fan out. As for the mansion, car, and a driver, Ma Hongxing didn't intend to take them back. After all, he still needed to rely on Qin Fan to treat his illness. He couldn't show too much hostility. After Qin Fan left in the business car, Ma Hongxing returned to the hall of the mansion. "Why are you suddenly not giving Master money and car?" Qing Rui pretended to be puzzled and asked Ma Hongxing. "I have my own ideas. Don't ask too much." When Ma Hongxing thought of Qing Rui's suffering last night, his heart ached. However, he didn't dare to tell Qing Rui the truth. "Okay, I won't ask." Qing Rui smiled and nodded. "Is the video of Qin Fan that you showed me before still in your phone?" Ma Hongxing asked. "Yes." Qing Rui said. "That's good. Send me the video." "Okay." Qing Rui could vaguely guess Ma Hongxing's intention. She took out her phone and immediately sent the video of Qin Fan to Ma Hongxing. Then, she looked at the time and said, "I'm going to the company." "Well, go ahead. You've worked hard during this period. When my illness gets better, you won't have to work so hard." Ma Hongxing smiled. Qing Rui took her bag and went to the garage of the mansion. After seeing Qing Rui leave, Ma Hongxing reopened Qin Fan's video and watched it again. He couldn't stop sneering. Although he didn't dare to fall out with Qin Fan openly, he didn't want to let Qin Fan have an easy time. If Qin Fan's private video was posted on the internet, it would definitely have a big impact on him. As for whether Qin Fan would find out who posted the video, Ma Hongxing also had a way to deal with it. After all, he bought the mansion and it had other owners before. The surveillance camera was also left behind. He pretended to use this video to blackmail Qin Fan and ask him to pay for it. Then, he would post the video on the internet with the reason that the money was too little or too late. In this way, he could divert the attention and not be suspected by Qin Fan. Qing Rui drove away from the Ma family mansion and went to the company. When she was halfway there, she suddenly stopped by a road with few people. She took out her phone and dialed Wang Haoren's number. "Everything is going according to plan. It's very smooth. Your Bugatti Veyron is also safe," Qing Rui reported. "Well done." Wang Haoren praised. He just received a notification from the system and got the answer in another way. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Qing Rui's words. However, when he thought back to last night, he only felt a little scared. Qin Fan's martial strength was very high and his perception was also very strong. When he sneaked into the Ma family mansion and cooperated with Qing Rui to act, he was extremely careful. He was afraid that Qin Fan would find out. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After the act, he successfully escaped. "What about the reward you promised? Have you thought about what it is?" Qing Rui mustered up her courage and asked. "Why did you lie to me?" Wang Haoren didn't immediately answer Qing Rui's question. Instead, he talked about another topic unhappily. "What did I lie to you about?" Qing Rui was a little confused. "Didn't you say that you're cold by nature?" Were you even a little cold yesterday?" Wang Haoren said. If Qing Rui didn't say that, he wouldn't have taken the risk to cooperate with Qing Rui. He would have let Qing Rui put on a one-man show. "I can swear that I didn't lie to you about this. I was really cold before, but I don't know why. When you touched me a little, Qing Rui was extremely ashamed as she spoke. At the end of her sentence, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz and couldn't be heard. Qing Rui's words were vague, but Wang Haoren could still roughly guess what she was talking about. Wang Haoren did not reply immediately. Rui was such a shrewd woman. Lying to her was nothing out of the ordinary. You've already told me that Qin Fan is a dangerous person. You sneaked into the Ma family's villa. If the matter is exposed, it will be bad for both of us. How can I bear to harm you? Or let's put it another way. You don't think that I will harm myself, right? Seeing that Wang Haoran did not speak, Rui continued. Okay, I believe you, Wang Haoran immediately responded. He was too suspicious before, so he questioned Rui. In fact, if Rui's favorability was maxed out, she would definitely not do anything to harm him. What Rui said was absolutely true. After clarifying this point, Wang Haoran naturally did not doubt her anymore. However, he could not help but feel a little surprised. After he maxed out Rui's favorability, could he still cure her coldness? It seemed quite interesting. But unfortunately, he was not like Mr. Chow. Oh right, Ma Hongxing asked for Qin Fan's video. If I'm not wrong, he will probably expose the video. Rui thought of something and reminded him. If Ma Hongxing wants to do this, let him do it, Wang Haoran said indifferently. He also planned to expose Qin Fan's video. However, if Ma Hongxing wanted to do it for him, that would be great. Okay, I understand. Rui nodded. Then that's all for now. Contact me if there's anything else. After Qin Fan left the Ma family's mansion, he started to think about the problem of making money. After waiting for so many days, he thought that he could get a huge sum of money from Ma Hongxing. However, Ma Hongxing's company suddenly had problems. Therefore, Qin Fan decided to rely on himself. He had so many skills. It was very easy for him to make money. However, in order to maintain the demeanor of an expert, plus he thought that Ma Hongxing would give him 500 million, he did not have the intention to make money. But it was different now. An expert had to make a living after all. Even though he was currently living in the luxurious mansion that Ma Hongxing had given him, and Ma Hongxing had given him a car and a chauffeur. However, Ma Hongxing's company was now in a crisis. Who knew if his mansion and car would be mortgaged in the future? In the end, relying on others was unreliable. Qin Fan had many ways to make money. It was just that most of them required a very long time to be effective. However, the cycle of running the company was too long, and he did not have the patience. Therefore, he only planned to make quick money. After racking his brain, Qin Fan's first thought was to treat someone's illness. Or to be more precise, he was treating the rich. Qin Fan returned to the mansion and called Ma Hongxing with the landline. Xiao Ma, is there anyone in your circle of friends who has a difficult illness? Introduce me to a few of them. Qin Fan was not courteous at all. After the call was connected, he directly said the purpose of the call. On the other end of the phone, Ma Hongxing gnashed his teeth in anger, but he tried to suppress his displeasure and replied in a calm tone, the people in my circle of friends are all rich. They all have private doctors and go to the hospital regularly for checkups. There is no one who has a serious illness. He was a shrewd person. When he heard Qin Fan say that, he naturally understood that Qin Fan wanted to treat patients to make money. Why would he introduce patients to Qin Fan? Not a single one? Qin Fan asked. Ma Hongxing pretended to think carefully, there is really no one. Qin Fan had no choice but to hang up the phone. Not long after, it was lunchtime. Qin Fan took a private car and went to the usual hotel for lunch. He had been eating in this hotel for many days. Therefore, some of the waiters here were already familiar with him. Sir, what would you like to eat today? A waitress walked over and handed him the menu. Qin Fan took the menu and ordered some dishes. That's all for now. If there is anything else, I will order later. Sir, please wait a moment. The waitress said respectfully. A moment later. The dishes were served. Qin Fan tasted the dishes and felt that the taste was not good. He changed to another dish and felt that it was not good. He raised his hand and signaled to the waitress beside him. The waitress walked forward and handed him the menu again as if she was used to it. Qin Fan had eaten in this hotel for many days. He was very picky. When he encountered a dish that was not to his taste, he would order it again. The waitress was already used to it. Qin Fan reached out to take the menu and order other dishes that he had not tried before. However, a thought suddenly rose in his mind. He immediately retracted his hand and said to the waitress, "Call your head chef over." The waitress did not know what he meant, but she still did it. Because the guest in front of her had the hotel's Supreme membership card. He was a super VIP. She could not neglect him. Not long after, the waitress brought a middle-aged man with a white chef's hat and walked in front of Qin Fan. "Hello, sir. I am the head chef of Jinhao Hotel. Is the dish not to your taste?" The middle-aged man said respectfully. "It is very not to my taste. Because your dishes are too bad. They are just like garbage." Qin Fan said arrogantly. The head chef frowned. He only felt that Qin Fan was here to cause trouble. But because he knew that the other party was the hotel's supreme customer, he did not dare to do anything for a while. He tried to be polite and said, "Sir, if you are not satisfied, I can redo it." "No need. Bring me to your kitchen. I will do it myself," Qin Fan said. Hearing this, the head chef and the waitress were stunned. Then, they felt that it was a little ridiculous. "Since you are in the mood, please follow me." Supreme. Customers had special privileges. Since Qin Fan had such a request, the head chef could only satisfy him. He led the way and led Qin Fan to the kitchen at the back. On the way, Qin Fan could not help but smile. In fact, it was just a whim. God-level cooking was one of the skills that he knew. Just now, he happened to eat dishes that were not to his taste. Suddenly, he had the idea of using his cooking skills to make money. The culinary skills of this hotel's head chef were several levels lower than his. Qin Fan had absolute confidence that after he showed his skills, he would definitely make this head chef kneel down, lick his feet, and worship him. After that, it would be much easier. In his memory, there were many rare and exquisite dishes that were guaranteed to be unforgettable after eating them. After intimidating the head chef, he would meet the boss of this hotel and then they could talk about business. He could guest act as the hotel's chef or directly sell his cooking methods to the hotel. It was all possible. Then, wouldn't the money come? I wonder where she is now. When Qin Fan thought about cooking, he could not help but think of that beautiful female disciple who had followed him to learn cooking skills. Although this female disciple was a bit inferior to Tan Tai Yaoyue in terms of appearance, she was still a rare beauty in this world. Especially her pair of long legs, they were even more alluring and soul-stealing. They were simply fatal. Just thinking about it made Qin Fan's blood boil. Several years ago, this female disciple had finished her studies and left the mountain. With the skills that she had learned, she must have had great achievements by now. He just did not know where she was now. At noon, Wang Haoren was in the villa. After eating the food cooked by Feng Anna, he walked to school. On the way, he suddenly received a call from Zhenli. "Dear son, remember to come back for dinner tonight." After the call was connected, Zhenli said to Wang Haoren, "Mom, why did you suddenly ask me to come home for dinner?" Wang Haoren didn't think much and asked subconsciously. "It's Mom's birthday today. Did you forget?" Zhenli was stunned. Wang Haoren searched his memory and found that it was indeed Zhenli's birthday today. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Mom, how could I forget your birthday? I've already prepared the gift. I was going to sneak it home and give it to you as a surprise." Wang Haoren immediately tried to salvage the situation. "My dear son is so obedient." Zhenli believed him and praised him. Then she thought of something and said, "If you want, you can ask Weiwei to come over. I haven't given her the gift yet. She may have a class in the evening. I don't know if she's free. I'll ask her later." Wang Haoren said ambiguously. Although Qiu Qianwei was a music professor at Qingling University, she had more free time than Lu Yu and Ji Shuiyao. She didn't have many classes in the day, so how could she have classes in the evening? Moreover, even if Qiu Qianwei had classes, she would definitely drop the class when she heard Zhenli's invitation. However, Wang Haoren was worried about getting into trouble, so he said that to Zhenli. "Mom, who are the guests you invited?" Wang Haoren asked. "Just some friends that I'm pretty close with." "Including Tang Bingyun?" Wang Haoren asked the key point. "Of course, including her." Zhenli responded and sighed in surprise. I don't know why, but Tang Bingyun's attitude towards me is surprisingly good. You should know that I want to buy a new piece of jade jewelry as a gift for Vivian. I picked a top-grade jade necklace that costs 5 million, but Tang Bingyun actually gave me a 10% discount. Maybe the value of the jade necklace wasn't high in the first place. The cost was only 500,000. She probably sold it to you at cost price. Wang Haoren was well aware, but he couldn't tell Zhenli, I still have a good eye. The cost of the jade necklace is definitely more than 500,000. It's at least 3 million, Zhenli said with certainty. Other than Tang Bingyun, who else did you invite? Does that include Uncle Qin? Wang Haoren did not want to continue talking about this topic, so he changed the topic and asked about other things. Yes, I invited him too, Zhenli said. Will Uncle Qin bring his daughter, Qin Yunhan? Wang Haoren had a bad feeling. Qin Kai, Wang Xiang, and Zhenli were friends and had been in contact with each other for a long time. I just talked to him on the phone. He specifically said that he would bring his daughter over, Zhenli replied. Wang Haoren felt his scalp tingle when he heard that. Bringing Qiu Qianwei to Zhenli's birthday party, and then Zhenli would give Qiu Qianwei a gift, while Tang Bingyun and Qin Yunhan would watch from the side. Just thinking about this scene made his hair stand on end. At this time, not far from Wang Haoren, a commercial car drove by. From the open window, there was a beautiful face looking at the scenery passing by. She also saw Wang Haoren, who was on the phone by the roadside. Ding, congratulations to the host for being so lucky to meet the female lead Song Zhihui for the first time. Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the second-grade love at first sight effect. Ding, the female lead Song Zhihui's favorability towards the host has increased to 50, admiration, ding, the host has influenced the direction of the plot. Received 3,000 villain points, Qin fan protagonist aura -150, host villain aura +150. While Wang Haoren was in a daze, he suddenly received 3 system notifications. This made him a little dumbfounded. He looked around, searching for the figure of Song Zhihui, but as far as his eyes could see, there were only cars driving by. Among the passers-by, there was not a single beauty. Wang Haoren retracted his gaze. Although he did not see that Song Zhihui, he could roughly guess the situation. That Song Zhihui should have been sitting in a car that drove by just now. She saw him, but he did not see her. This matter also made Wang Haoren understand one thing. That was, the trigger condition for the Super Peach Blossom Halo was that the female lead only needed to see him, and he did not necessarily need to see the female lead. After figuring this out, Wang Haoren suddenly had an idea. He wanted to post his photos everywhere and cast a net to catch fish. However, after thinking about it, he immediately felt that this was not feasible. The trigger condition for the Super Peach Blossom Halo was first encounter. In other words, the female lead still had to see him in person. Baby son, why aren't you talking? Zhenli's voice came from the phone. Yes, I'm listening. Wang Haoren responded. In order to hold a birthday banquet for me, your father spent a lot of money and specially invited an international chef over. What do you want to eat? Tell Mom. Mom will tell you the menu then. I don't have anything in particular I want to eat, it doesn't matter. Zhenli said, really? This is a rare opportunity. This international chef's cooking skills are said to be very good. It's simply amazing. He is also the royal chef for the birthday banquet of the Queen of the Rising Sun City and the Palace Banquet. He was also awarded a knighthood by the Queen. Ordinary people can't invite him, but your father spent a lot of money to invite him. Are you sure you don't want to order a few dishes you want to eat? Mom, I really don't have anything in particular I want to eat. Wang Haoren was still thinking about Song Zhihui and worried about Qiu Qianwei and the others crashing. He was not in the mood to order at all. Okay then. Zhenli did not insist and reminded him, remember to come home for dinner tonight. Sure. Wang Haoren responded. He hung up the phone. In his heart, he was thinking about how to avoid a collision. Qiu Qianwei did not know that today was Zhenli's birthday. If he did not say it, she would not have other sources to know the news. Therefore, Qiu Qianwei could just keep it a secret. Tang Bingyun had already received the news and an invitation. Qin Yunhan should have also heard the news from Qin Kai. After thinking about it, Wang Haoren first called Qin Yunhan. "Honey, what's the matter?" Qin Yunhan's sweet voice came from the phone. "Skip class. I'll take you to the movies," Wang Haoren said. "Got it." Across the phone, Wang Haoren could feel Qin Yunhan's excitement. Wang Haoren was too lazy to go to school. He informed Lu Yu and asked her to apply for leave on his behalf. Then, he went back to the villa and drove the big Audi out. After that, he went to the road outside the school. Qin Yunhan was dressed in beautiful clothes and had put on beautiful makeup. She was waiting by the roadside, her head looking around. Wang Haoren drove the car and stopped next to her. "Get in." Wang Haoren opened the car window and said to her. Qin Yunhan excitedly got into the front passenger seat. Her face was full of joy. With a trace of doubt, she asked, "Why did you suddenly ask me to go to the movies?" "Guess." Wang Haoren smiled strangely and suddenly stepped on the gas. The Lamborghini turned into a phantom and quickly drove away from this place. Inside a villa. Feng Yana had just finished her housework and had nothing to do, so she took out her phone to check her WeChat moments. A message from Zhe Hui attracted Feng Yana's attention. Feng Yana was delighted and immediately made a video call. A few seconds later, someone answered the call. A beautiful woman's face appeared on the screen. Looking at the background, she seemed to be in a car. "Hello, master," Feng Yana said jokingly. "Anna, I don't want to be called old by you. Just call me Zhe Hui." The woman on the other side of the phone rolled her eyes. "Didn't I learn cooking from you? It's not wrong to call you master." Feng Yana laughed. "Then I'll kick you out now." Song Zhe Hui pretended to be serious. Seeing this, Feng Yana stopped joking. "When did you come back?" 2 or 3 days ago. I was invited by a rich man in Qingling to prepare a birthday party. Song Zhe Hui said. "Preparing a birthday party for a rich man? Isn't that lowering your social status?" Feng Yana was surprised. "Well, I didn't want to agree. But he gave me too much money and I couldn't control myself." Song Zhe Hui looked like a little money grubber. "Okay." Feng Yana smiled strangely. "Are you in Hong Kong or somewhere else?" Song Zhe Hui asked. "In the same city as you are now." "Are you in Qingling too?" "Yes." "That's great. Are you free tomorrow? Come out and meet me. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Song Zhe Hui hurriedly said. The two of them had met overseas. At that time, Feng Yana was studying abroad to learn cooking and became Song Zhe Hui's apprentice. The two of them got along very well. They were both friends and teacher. Later on, their relationship got even closer and they became best friends. But after Feng Yana came back, they were far away from each other and didn't have many chances to see each other. Now that they were in the same city, it would be a waste if they didn't see each other. "Yes, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I want to see you too. But I'm working for someone now and I have to ask for leave." Feng Yana's tone was helpless. "Are you kidding? The little princess of the Feng family is working for someone. What kind of work are you working for?" Song Zhe Hui was surprised. "Being a nanny." When Feng Yana said this, she only felt ashamed. "Don't tease me, okay?" Song Zhe Hui had a look of disbelief. "I'm not kidding. I'm serious," Feng Yana said seriously. Song Zhe Hui saw that Feng Yana looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, so she believed her and asked seriously, "What happened?" I owe someone money, a lot of money, so much that I will never be able to repay it. The other party said that they wanted me to be a babysitter to pay off the debt." Feng Yana was too ashamed to tell the truth, so she made up a reason. "Who are they?" Song Zhe Hui asked with a frown. "A rich second generation, his name is Wang Haoren." Feng Yana gave a brief introduction. "Wang Haoren? People with this name are indeed all bad things," Song Zhe Hui said with a snort. "Why do I feel that you seem to be very biased against this name?" Feng Yana was surprised. Song Zhe Hui said with resentment, "When I was abroad, I met a rich businessman named Wang Haoren. He was fat and ugly. His belly was so big that it looked like a 10-month pregnant woman. This guy actually said that he wanted to keep me. How could I care about such a person? He annoyed me for a long time, and I finally got rid of him. After complaining, she asked Feng Anna curiously, the rich second generation who asked you to be a babysitter to pay off the debt must be very ugly, right? He's not ugly. Although Feng Anna wanted to complain with Song Zhihui, she couldn't go against her conscience. At most, she wouldn't praise him for his good looks. So she replied. Hey, this rich second-generation Wang Haoren you mentioned, is his father Wang Xiang, and his family owns the Wang's group? Song Zhihui suddenly thought of something. Yes, how did you know? Oh my god. I was invited by this Wang Xiang to prepare a birthday party for his wife. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed no matter how much money he offered me. Song Zhihui regretted. After pausing for a moment, she suddenly had an idea. Anna, do you think I should put something in the dishes? Ruin the birthday party? Don't make a fuss. Aren't you ruining your own reputation? Don't say no to money. Feng Anna hurriedly dissuaded her. Speaking of which, Wang Haoren saved her life. Of course, she couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. She even felt grateful to Wang Haoren. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard as a babysitter to cook. How could she persuade her best friend to ruin Wang Haoren's mother's birthday party? You're right. Song Zhihui wanted to vent for Feng Anna, but she felt that Feng Anna didn't want to, so she immediately gave up the idea. Moreover, earning money from the Wang's family was also a way to vent for her best friend. After all, Wang Xiang did spend a lot of money to invite her. Are you single now? Feng Anna gossiped. I've been single since my mother was born. Song Zhihui pretended to be sad. Do you have someone you like? Feng Anna continued to ask. Hearing that, Song Zhihui couldn't help but think of the handsome man who was making a phone call by the roadside. Her heart couldn't help beating faster. It seems that you have someone you like. What does he do for a living? Is he handsome? Feng Anna saw Song Zhihui's reaction and asked repeatedly. I want to know too. Song Zhihui looked helpless. What's the matter? Feng Anna felt that there must be a story. Do you believe that it's love at first sight? Song Zhihui asked. No. Feng Anna shook her head. I didn't believe it a few minutes ago either. But now I believe it. Song Zhihui was lively and cheerful. Besides, Feng Anna was her best friend, so she didn't hide her feelings. Gosh, how handsome is he? How could he charm a long-legged beauty like you? Feng Anna was shocked. Anyway, he's very handsome. He's totally in my taste. Song Zhihui recalled the scene at that time and showed a trace of infatuation on her pretty face. If there's a chance, I'd really like to meet him, Feng Anna said. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to meet him in the future. Song Zhihui looked worried. Don't worry. Since fate made you fall in love with him at first sight, then fate will definitely let you two meet again. Feng Anna comforted her. Song Zhihui's face was still worried, but it seemed that other than depending on fate, there was nothing else she could do. She could only resign herself to fate. See if you can take a leave of absence. If you can, let me know. Let's meet up tomorrow and go shopping or something. Song Zhihui said. Okay. Feng Anna nodded heavily. She continued to chat with Song Zhihui for a while before ending the video call. At this time, it wasn't time for afternoon classes yet. Feng Anna found Wang Haoren's WeChat friend and sent a video call invitation. Beep. The other party refused. This villa wasn't far from Qingling University. She could vaguely hear the school bell that signaled the end of classes. In the afternoon, Feng Anna calculated the time when classes were over and sent another video call invitation. The other party still refused. Feng Anna didn't dare to disturb him. She planned to wait for Wang Haoren to come back and talk to him about it. On the other side, after Wang Haoren rejected Feng Anna's video call, he continued to work. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept it, but that he didn't have time. After he was done, he called Tang Bingyun. Let's watch a movie. Are you free? After the call went through, Wang Haoren asked with a smile. Tang Bingyun was dealing with work. Originally, she wasn't free, but she still put down what she was doing and accepted the invitation. Time passed quietly, and it was evening. Wang Haoran drove alone, left the couple's hotel, and went to the Wang family's mansion. A Lamborghini Daniel drove into the open gate of the Wang family's mansion and then stopped in the open space in front of the mansion. The door opened and Wang Haoran got out of the car. Then he turned to the front passenger seat and took out a bouquet of roses and lilies. In the open space in front of the mansion, there were already some luxury cars, most of which were business cars. Some of the guests who wanted to attend Zhenli's birthday party had already arrived. Wang Haoran walked into the mansion with the bouquet in his hand. "Hello, young master." The servants passing by greeted Wang Haoran respectfully when they saw him. Wang Haoran nodded and asked one of the servants where Zhenli was. After getting the response, he went to the living room. In the living room, Zhenli was greeting some friends. "Mom, happy birthday." Wang Haoran went straight to her and gave her a bouquet of flowers with a smile on his face. "Thank you, my dear son." Zhenli took the flowers and hugged him sideways. "The flowers are very beautiful. I like them very much." Although it was just a simple bouquet of flowers, it looked like it was worth a few hundred yuan at most. However, this did not affect the joy in Zhenli's heart. After all, it was a gift from her son. She liked it even if it was an ordinary gift. "It's not just flowers." Wang Haoran reminded her with a smile. Zhenli was stunned. Then she seemed to understand. She looked at the bouquet of flowers and found a bank card. She looked puzzled. "There is 300 million yuan in it. The password is your birthday. It's a gift for you. Spend it as you wish." Wang Haoran whispered in Zhenli's ear. Zhenli was shocked. However, there were guests here, so she did not ask more. Wang Haoran greeted Zhenli's friends. According to seniority, they were all her uncles and aunts. Among them, there were some familiar faces. He politely greeted these people. With doubts, Zhenli found an excuse to call Wang Haoran out of the reception room. Along the way, Wang Xiang saw them and went over as well. The family of 3 came to an empty room on the first floor. "Son, is there really 100 million in this card? Where did you get so much money?" There were no outsiders here, so Zhenli voiced her doubts. His tone was filled with worry. It was as if he was afraid that his son had obtained it through illegal means. "I earned it with the pocket money you gave me. Don't worry and use it," Wang Haoran explained. Fearing that Zhenli wouldn't believe him, he opened a stock trading app on his phone and showed his account's earnings. Zhenli and Wang Xiang looked at each other in astonishment. They no longer doubted their son's words. He rejoiced for a while. Zhenli thought of something and went back to the room to take a small box. "This is a necklace for Weiwei. Why didn't you bring her here?" Zhenli asked. "She has classes in the evening and can't come. She asked me to congratulate you on her behalf." Wang Haoran did not tell Qiu Qianwei at all. Zhenli nodded and handed the small box with the jade necklace in it to Wang Haoran. "Help me give this to Weiwei and see if she likes it. If she doesn't like it, I'll ask Tang Bingyun to exchange it for her." "Okay." Wang Haoran took the small box. A ringtone sounded. It was from Zhenli. Zhenli took out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered the call. "Sister Zhen, something came up and I can't come to your birthday party." "I'm so sorry." Tang Bingyun apologized on the phone. Zhenli heard Tang Bingyun's voice. It sounded a little weak, so she asked, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" "I'm not feeling well," Tang Bingyun replied. "What's wrong? Have you seen a doctor?" Because of Tang Bingyun's hospitality, Zhenli and Tang Bingyun had been quite close recently. When she heard that Tang Bingyun was not feeling well, she couldn't help but care. "It's nothing serious. You don't need to see a doctor," Tang Bingyun said. "How can you not see a doctor when you're sick? If it gets worse, you'll be in trouble," Zhenli said seriously. "I'm really fine. It's just that." Tang Bingyun suddenly paused as if she was organizing her words. Zhenli saw that she wanted to say something but stopped. She seemed to understand. "Oh, is it the kind of discomfort you get every month?" Yes, I can't hide anything from you, Sister Zhen. Tang Bingyun smiled, but there was a little awkwardness in her laughter. Boil some brown sugar water. It'll relieve a lot of the discomfort. As a woman, Zhenli was very experienced in this, so she gave a suggestion. Okay, I will. Tang Bingyun responded and quickly ended the call with Zhenli. She flipped through the contact list, found the female assistant's phone number, and dialed it. On the phone, Tang Bingyun asked the female assistant to buy something. However, it was not brown sugar. She asked the female assistant to buy some ointment to reduce swelling and pain. I didn't see Uncle Qin just now. Didn't he come? Wang Haoran thought of something and asked Zhenli. I just talked to him on the phone. He said that he was delayed by something and will be here in a while. Wang Xiang knew that the Uncle Qin Wang Haoran mentioned was Qin Kai, so he immediately responded. After all, the two families were old acquaintances. In the past, Wang Xiang took Wang Haoran to Qin Kai's house as a guest. Qin Kai also took Qin Yunhan to the Wang family as a guest. My dear son, you actually want to ask if Uncle Qin's daughter will come, right? Zhenli felt that she had seen through her son's thoughts. Mom, why do you think so? Wang Haoran was surprised. Don't try to lie to your mom. Wei Wei is a music professor. How could she have so many classes? How could she have classes at night? And even if she had classes, she would definitely come to my birthday party, considering how much she cares about you. Zhenli analyzed and then directly exposed Wang Haoran. You didn't tell Wei Wei about my birthday party, did you? Wang Haoran was stunned. The first half of Zhenli's guess was wrong, but the second half was quite accurate. Mom, you are so smart. Wang Haoran smiled strangely. You are eating from the bowl but looking at the pot. Zhenli pulled a long face and asked, do you like Yunhan or Wei Wei? If you had to choose, who would you choose? Wang Haoran subconsciously showed that he was thinking. Zhenli saw it and couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. Silly son, you really want to choose? Of course, I want both. Huh? Wang Haoran was stunned by Zhenli's action. What are you talking about? They are both good girls and they are so beautiful. You will lose out no matter which one you choose. Of course, you want both, Zhenli said matter-of-factly. When Wang Xiang heard this, he put his hand on Wang Haoran's shoulder and said earnestly, our family is weak. My precious son, our Wang family has very few descendants. You're the only one in your generation. The heavy responsibility of carrying on the family line falls on your shoulders. Find as many as you can. The more people there are, the more children there will be. The revitalization of the Wang family depends on you. My dear son, our family is not short of money. We can raise as many children as we want. Don't worry too much. Zhenli echoed. Wang Xiang and Zhenli spoke one after another as they began to educate their children. Wang Haoran was speechless. He felt that the two of them were too weird. However, when he thought of their villainous personas, he suddenly understood. If the two of them did not have such a weird concept, they would not have raised such a villainous son. After being lectured, Wang Haoran let nature take its course and accepted the two's teachings. Wang Xiang and Zhenli were gratified and went to the living room to greet the guests. There was still some time before dinner time. Wang Haoran was not interested in interacting with the older generation, so he did not go to the living room. He just wandered around the Wang family mansion. Cousin Haoran. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Wang Haoran turned around and saw that it was his distant cousin, Zhenwei. Zhenwei was in the same class as Qin Yunhan when they were in Waterluster High School. He was Qin Yunhan's loyal bootlicker. However, after being lectured by Wang Haoran, he did not dare to have any ideas about Qin Yunhan anymore. After the college entrance examination, Wang Haoran and Zhenwei did not have much contact. Zhenwei's grades were relatively poor. Wang Haoran only vaguely knew that Zhenwei spent money to go to a private university in another city. However, he did not know which school it was. Cousin, I haven't seen you for a few months. You've become more handsome. While thinking, Zhenwei ran up to him and flattered him. Nonsense. Wang Haoran threw out 2 words in response to Zhenwei. He felt that Zhenwei's smile was a little strange, as if something bad was going to happen. Cousin, you and Qin Yunhan both went to Qingling University. You should have won her over, right? Did you take a video of her? Do you want me to admire your elegance? Zhenwei rubbed his hands with a wretched look on his face and asked Wang Haoran. Get lost. Wang Haoran kicked Zhenwei's butt. Even if he did, he wouldn't let anyone see it. Zhenwei's words were simply asking for a beating. Cousin, if you don't want to show me, then don't show me. Why did you kick me? Zhenwei grimaced in pain as he rubbed his sore spot. If you King mention this again, I'll throw you into the clear spirit river to feed the fish, Wang Haoran warned. Okay, I won't mention it. Zhenwei was afraid and hurriedly waved his hand. By the way, are there a lot of pretty girls in the private school you went to? Wang Haoran suddenly asked. Naturally, he wanted to know if there was a female lead character in Zhenwei's school. Many. Zhenwei seemed to be in high spirits when this topic was brought up. His saliva splashed everywhere as he said. I haven't been in school for long, and I've already had 3 beautiful girlfriends. Wang Haoran had a look of contempt on his face. What kind of trash was Zhen? He was a loser with only a little bit of money at home. How could the woman he managed to woo be called a beauty? Do you have any misconceptions about beauty? I'm talking about beauties on the level of Qin Yunhan. Is there such a beauty? Wang Haoran gave him a standard and asked again. Of course there isn't. Qin Yunhan is a goddess. Our school doesn't have such a beauty. Moreover, most of them are playful. They make friends casually. It's very messy, Zhenwei replied. Wang Haoran nodded. He could understand. After all, a private school, to put it bluntly, was a school that could be attended with money. Looking at the male online novels, there didn't seem to be a female lead who came from such a messy private school. Even if the female lead was set to drop out of school, she wouldn't be studying in such a messy private school. Cousin Haoran, our school doesn't have such a school, but there are other schools in our university town. Among them, there are key universities, famous drama schools, and art schools. There are definitely goddesses on the level of Qin Yunhan. If I see them in the future, I'll ask around and tell you. Zhenwei said with a solicitous face. Which city are you studying in? Wang Haoran didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked first. Shanghai, Zhenwei said. Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. He was a little tempted. Shanghai was more prosperous than Qingling. It could be considered an international metropolis. In such a metropolis, there should be no lack of female leads. Moreover, in some of the male online novels, some of the protagonists started from Shanghai and then rose to fame. If you meet someone on the level of Qin Yunhan, let me know, Wang Haoran replied to Zhenwei's previous question. Okay, cousin. Zhenwei agreed excitedly. After chatting with Zhenwei, Wang Haoran continued to walk outside the mansion for a few minutes. Then, he turned back to his bedroom and prepared to make 2 calls to ask about the 2 of them. Because when he thought about what happened in the afternoon, he felt that it was a little too much. However, he didn't have a better idea at the moment, so he came up with this plan. On the other side, Zhenwei wandered around the Wang family mansion. After a while, he came to the kitchen. Some people were washing and cutting vegetables in preparation for the banquet. A long-legged beauty in a chef's robe was inspecting. When she saw ingredients that didn't meet the standards, she would ask someone to reprocess them. Some of the ingredients that required excellent knife skills would even be handled personally. At this time, the long-legged beauty in the chef's robe was processing an Atlantic bluefin marlin. Zhenwei's attention was attracted by the long-legged beauty. He stopped and watched for a while. However, he was just looking. He knew his own capabilities. Naturally, he knew that it was impossible for him to not get a goddess-like beauty like her. Zhenwei continued to watch for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. If he couldn't get her, he could introduce her to his cousin, Haoran. If his cousin, Haoran, was happy, he would definitely give him some benefits. With this thought in mind, Zhenwei excitedly walked into the kitchen where he worked. Hello, beautiful. Want to add me on WeChat? Zhenwei went straight to the point. Song Zhihui was processing the Atlantic bluefin marlin. Her expression was very serious. When she heard the words coming from beside her, she didn't turn to look. Sorry, I'm busy. Zhenwei didn't rush her. He waited quietly for the long-legged beauty to finish processing the Atlantic bluefin marlin. You're not busy now, are you? Song Zhihui wiped her gloves with a towel. Only then did she turn to look at the person who spoke. So perverted, that was her first impression of the person in front of her. Sorry, I'm busy with other things. Please don't disturb me, Song Zhihui said. Zhenwei was a little annoyed. Just now, he could understand that the long-legged beauty was processing the ingredients and didn't have time to give him her contact number. But now that the ingredients were all processed, her hands were free. Was it that hard to add him on WeChat? Please move aside. Don't disturb the people here. Zhenwei Chu was in the kitchen. He was blocking the way and was delaying the kitchen's work. Song Zhihui could not help but complain. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Zhenwei felt that he had lost face and raised his voice angrily. Seeing the look on Zhenwei's face, Song Zhihui guessed his identity subconsciously. Soon, she thought of a person. It was Wang Haoran, the rich second-generation heir mentioned by her best friend Feng Anna. Oh, then tell me, who are you? Song Zhihui was not sure, so she asked lightly. I am. Zhenwei wanted to tell her his identity, but he suddenly stopped when the words were about to come out of his mouth. Because he felt that he was not qualified. He was just Zhenli's distant relative. It was nothing. He came to the birthday party by chance. He was not invited at all. Even if he told her his identity, the beauty in front of him would not give him face. However, Zhenwei felt ashamed, so he said sternly, You will know me soon. You'll know my identity very soon. Just you wait. After saying that, Zhenwei left with a little resentment. Song Zhihui frowned. She did not see that Zhenwei was bluffing. Because she had a preconceived idea that he was Wang Haoran. He suddenly said those harsh words. Obviously, he had complained to his parents. However, Song Zhihui was not afraid. She was invited by Wang Xiang, or to be precise, Wang Xiang begged her to come. Did she need to be afraid of Wang Haoran even if Wang Haoran complained? So what? Not to mention whether Wang Xiang would help her son, even if he did, she was not afraid. She was not to be trifled with. Song Zhihui continued to be busy with her work. She didn't take the wretched and ugly guy seriously. Zhenwei left the kitchen and went directly to Wang Haoran. But he did not find him. After asking a few servants, they also said that they did not know. Zhenwei was a little helpless. When the dishes were served, Wang Haoran, who had finished his phone conversation in the bedroom, showed up. There were 2 tables in the birthday party. Zhenli's friends were on one side, and the relatives were on the other. Wang Haoran sat at the relatives' table. Zhenwei sat down beside Wang Haoran. Cousin, I saw a long-legged beauty in the kitchen just now. She's really pretty. Zhenwei whispered. Is she as beautiful as Qin Yunhan? Wang Haoran asked in a low voice. Yes, and she's much taller than Qin Yunhan. Her legs are also longer than Qin Yunhan's. Zhenwei had a wretched look on his face. Wang Haoran raised his eyebrows. Qin Yunhan was 1.75 meters tall, which was considered very tall among girls. This long-legged beauty was even taller. Such a tall woman was already rare, and such a tall beauty was even rarer. Wang Haoran's interest was piqued. However, it was inconvenient for him to run to the kitchen to take a look since they were in the middle of the banquet. Have you taken any photos? Wang Haoran asked. No. Zhenwei shook his head and complained, When I saw that long-legged beauty, I wanted to ask for your contact number, but she didn't know what was good for her. She didn't even bother to talk to me. I brought you up at that time, but she said that you were nothing and mocked you. Her words were really unpleasant. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He roughly knew why Zhenwei was so annoying. Of course, he wouldn't believe him completely. Okay, I'll ask her later and see if she said such things. If she did, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. If she didn't, I'll teach you a lesson, Wang Haoran said. Don't. Cousin, I exaggerated a little. She didn't mock you. She just gave me the cold shoulder. Zhenwei quickly corrected himself. You said that she's in the kitchen. What does she do? Wang Haoran asked. From the looks of it, she's the head chef. Zhenwei replied. Do you know what she's called? No. Zhenwei shook his head. After hearing this, Wang Haoran didn't continue to ask. He planned to go and see for himself after the banquet. When the dishes were almost served, the banquet began. Wang Haoran picked up a piece of sashimi made of bluefin tuna and put it in his mouth. He felt his taste buds explode. It's so delicious, Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. He picked up several pieces of sashimi. At this time, at the table of his mother Zhenli's friends, some incredulous voices sounded. Old Wang, where did you find this chef? His cooking skills are amazing. I've eaten a lot of delicacies, but this is the first time I've tasted such good food. Those words came from Qin Kai. Old Qin, there's something you don't know. I invited an internationally famous chef to cook this birthday banquet. He's one of the top chefs in the world. The chef of an ordinary 5-star hotel can't compare to him, Wang Xiang replied with a smile. Who is he? Qin Kai asked. It's the internationally renowned genius chef, Song Zhihui, Wang Xiang said. The beautiful chef in her 20s who was conferred a title by the Queen of the Rising Sun City? Qin Kai asked in surprise. Yes. Wang Xiang nodded. The other friends at the table also heard a little bit, and they all looked surprised. At the side table. After hearing the conversation between Qin Kai and Wang Xiang, Wang Haoran's hands couldn't help but tremble. Especially when he heard the name Song Zhihui. Wasn't this the female lead who fell in love with him at first sight? He was worried about where to find this Song Zhihui. He didn't expect that she was the chef who cooked his mother Zhenli's birthday banquet. The long-legged beauty mentioned by Zhenwei must be this Song Zhihui. It's not easy to invite this beautiful god of cooking. How did you do it? Qin Kai asked Wang Xiang curiously. It's very difficult. If you don't have some friendship, you won't be able to invite her. Wang Xiang didn't have the face to say that he spent a lot of money to invite her, so he lied. Moreover, to prevent Qin Kai from continuing to ask, Wang Xiang changed the topic. Hey, old Qin, where's my niece, Yunhan? Didn't you say that you would bring her here? Why don't I see her? We had an agreement. I sent the driver to pick her up at school, but she suddenly called and said that she wasn't feeling well, so she won't be coming, Qin Kai explained and then turned to look at the side table. Haoran, when you go back to school, go and see her for me. If she's sick, tell her to see a doctor. Okay, Uncle Qin. Wang Haoran nodded in response. By the way, how are things going between you and Yunhan? Qin Kai knew that his daughter and Wang Haoran were very close a few months ago. Now that the two of them were in the same school, they had more opportunities to get along. Qin Kai was concerned about his daughter's relationship, but his daughter had been avoiding talking about it, so he wanted to ask Wang Haoran about it. Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Could he tell Qin Kai the truth? Of course, he couldn't. If he did, Qin Kai would probably kill him. After thinking quickly, Wang Haoran said with a dejected face. Uncle Qin, Yunhan is too cold. She doesn't want to talk to me. At present, our relationship is closer than that of ordinary friends. After hearing Wang Haoran's words, Qin Kai was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt that it was normal. Yunhan is used to being spoiled since she was young. She has a bit of a temper, but she is still very kind. After explaining for a while, Qin Kai encouraged him with a smile. Haoran, Yunhan doesn't have any other male friends. If she can be friends with you, she must think highly of you. You have to work hard. Uncle has faith in you. The Wang family and the Qin family had known each other for a long time. Wang Haoran and Qin Yunhan had known each other for a long time. They were like childhood sweethearts. Moreover, the two of them were well matched in terms of social status. Qin Kai was very satisfied with Wang Haoran. He hoped that his daughter and Wang Haoran would be together. Okay. I will work hard. Wang Haoran smiled and responded to Qin Kai. However, he thought to himself, work hard? If I hadn't been careful, you might have been waiting to be a grandfather. But then again, he had run out of things To keep himself safe, he had to buy some online as soon as possible. While they were talking, all the dishes were served. Old Wang, don't you have a friendship with the beautiful god of cooking? Won't you introduce us to her? Qin Kai was a little tempted. He wanted to invite this female chef to his banquets in the future. Therefore, he said to Wang Xiang. After hearing that, Wang Xiang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. However, he still braced himself and said, okay. Moreover, the god of cooking had been busy for a long time and hadn't eaten yet. In terms of etiquette, he should invite her over for a meal. Uncle, I'll go call her. Zhen Wei volunteered. Wang Xiang nodded and reminded him. Remember to be polite. Of course. Zhen Wei left the banquet hall excitedly and ran outside. Soon, he arrived at the kitchen. At this time, Song Zhihui had taken off her chef's robe. It seemed that she was ready to leave. Hello, my uncle invites you over for a meal. Zhen Wei remembered to remind her, so he said politely. Your uncle? Song Zhihui was surprised. It's Wang Xiang, Zhen Wei explained. Only then did Song Zhihui realize that the wretched man in front of her was not Wang Haoren. However, if his cousin was ugly, how could his elder cousin be good-looking? It must be ugly as well. So far, she had only seen Wang Xiang and had not seen Zhenli. Now that Wang Xiang was middle-aged and plump, he was no longer as handsome as he had been when he was young. Song Zhihui didn't think that Wang Xiang's genes were good, so she naturally thought so. Anyone who saw photos of Wang Haoren when he was young or the beautiful Zhenli would not think that Wang Haoren was ugly. I still have something to do, so I won't be able to eat. Please pass on the message. Because of what happened to her best friend Feng Anna, Song Zhihui didn't like Wang Haoren at all. At the same time, she also didn't like the Wang family. Now that the birthday banquet was over and her work was done, she naturally did not want to stay any longer. After replying to Zhen Wei, Song Zhihui prepared to leave. She had a personal assistant who helped her with her daily life. She had just called her assistant and asked her to drive over to pick her up. Calculating the time, she should be arriving at the Wang family's mansion soon. Song Zhihui didn't want to stay any longer, so she turned around and walked to the gate of the Wang family's mansion. Zhen Wei remembered Wang Xiang's order, so he didn't dare to force her to stay. He could only quickly run to the banquet hall to tell the situation. It's a pity that this beautiful master chef has something to do, so it's not convenient for me to keep her, Wang Xiang said, pretending to be regretful. In fact, he was afraid that Song Zhihui would inadvertently tell the truth after she came. Wang Xiang had spent a lot of money to invite her, so he didn't know her at all. Wang Xiang didn't want to lose face in front of his friends, so after knowing that Song Zhihui was leaving, he naturally wouldn't ask her to stay. However, for the sake of politeness, Wang Xiang still got up and prepared to see her off at the gate. After all, Wang Xiang planned to invite Song Zhihui to continue to cook the banquet when the Wang family held a wedding in the future. Excuse me, everyone. I'll go and see if this beautiful master chef can stay for the banquet. Wang Xiang said to his friends, then left the banquet hall and walked to the gate of the mansion. Wang Haoren knew that Wang Xiang had spent a lot of money to invite Song Zhihui, so he naturally doubted Wang Xiang's words. After thinking for a while, he also got up and left the banquet hall. So far, Song Zhihui had seen him, but he hadn't seen Song Zhihui. Therefore, they naturally wanted to see what the beautiful goddess of cooking looked like. In particular, he wanted to see with his own eyes whether Song Zhihui's legs were really long. Wang Xiang came to the gate of the mansion. Song Zhihui stood with her back to the gate of the mansion, carrying an expensive bag, as if she was waiting. Hearing footsteps behind her, she suddenly turned around. Miss Song, don't you want to stay for the banquet? Wang Xiang asked. Thank you for your hospitality, but I have something to do, so I won't stay for the banquet, Song Zhihui said politely. Okay. Wang Xiang didn't insist. He nodded, pretending to be regretful, and then said, I'll transfer the rest of the money to your account tomorrow morning. Okay. Song Zhihui nodded and smiled politely. At this time, a red Mercedes-Benz commercial car drove over and stopped at the gate of the Wang family's mansion. It was Song Zhihui's personal female assistant who drove here. Miss Song, I won't see you off, Wang Xiang said politely again. Song Zhihui put on a fake smile and didn't bother to reply. She was about to get in the car. Suddenly, she saw a figure coming from not far away. Song Zhihui froze when she was about to get into the car. She fixed her eyes on the figure coming over. A smile gradually bloomed on her delicate and beautiful face. Wang Haoran used his jade eyes and saw Song Zhihui from afar. Song Zhihui was really tall. She was about 180 centimeters. And although she was tall, her curves were amazing. She had a supermodel figure. Her legs were wrapped in tight jeans. They were really long and well-proportioned. If they were added or subtracted, they would lose their beauty. They were just perfect. Wang Haoran asked himself. He had never carried such long legs on his shoulders. The most important thing was that Song Zhihui was still very fair. That kind of natural whiteness. Her skin was as good as a baby's, without any blemish. Soon, Wang Haoran came to Wang Xiang's side. Song Zhihui saw it even more clearly, and her heart seemed to be pounding madly. "Miss Song?" The female assistant was waiting outside the car. She waited for Song Zhihui to get into the car and then closed the door for her. However, Song Zhihui still had one foot in the car and the other on the ground. She didn't move for a long time. The female assistant was also puzzled, so she asked. Hearing the voice, Song Zhihui came to her senses. She quickly averted her gaze and looked somewhere else. Then she withdrew one of her long legs from the car. She walked to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang felt a little strange when he saw this. Song Zhihui was about to get into the car and leave. Why did she suddenly come back? "Mr. Wang, I thought about it again. You invited me so warmly. If I just leave like this, I won't give you face." While Wang Xiang was puzzled, Song Zhihui suddenly spoke. Because of her guilty conscience, Song Zhihui didn't dare to look at Wang Haoran when she said this. Hearing Song Zhihui's words, Wang Xiang's face fell. To be honest, he really wanted Song Zhihui to leave just like that. He was afraid that Song Zhihui would unintentionally expose his previous lies at the banquet. However, since Song Zhihui had said so, Wang Xiang couldn't drive her away. "Haha, then please." Wang Xiang restrained his thoughts and revealed a smile. On the surface, he appeared as if he was extremely welcoming. Then, Wang Xiang led the way. Wang Haoran knew the change in Song Zhihui's attitude, but he kept silent. On the way, Song Zhihui suddenly asked Wang Xiang. "Who is this next to you?" "This is my son. His name is Wang Haoran." Wang Xiang gave a simple introduction. When Song Zhihui saw the man she fell in love with at first sight, she had already guessed it. However, when she heard Wang Xiang say it, she couldn't help but feel shocked. She had never expected that her best friend's creditor was the handsome man she fell in love with at first sight. At that time, she even complained to Feng Anna that Wang Haoran was ugly. Thinking of this, Song Zhihui felt embarrassed. However, after hearing Wang Xiang's introduction, she couldn't help but look at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran also tilted his head and looked at her. The two pairs of eyes met in the air. Wang Haoran looked calm. Song Zhihui, on the other hand, felt her heart beating faster. She secretly took a deep breath and calmed down, showing a smile. "Hello." As she spoke, she took the initiative to extend her hand. "Hello." Wang Haoran reached out and shook hands with her. He felt that Song Zhihui's hand was softer and smoother than he had imagined. Logically speaking, as a chef, Song Zhihui's hand should be a little rough. However, on second thought, if Song Zhihui wore special gloves when handling ingredients and cooking, and took good care of her skin, it was normal for her hand to be so tender. Moreover, the heroine halo was always unreasonable. Song Zhihui's hand was different from that of ordinary chefs. It was even more reasonable that she was like a young lady who didn't do any housework. After thinking about it, the two shook hands and then let go. However, Wang Haoran could clearly feel that Song Zhihui's hand trembled when they shook hands. Wang Xiang, who was watching from the side, felt a little strange. Song Zhihui didn't even shake his hand. Why did she seem so friendly towards his son? But on second thought, this seemed to be a good thing. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the banquet hall. There was a seat reserved for Song Zhihui at her friend's table. After Song Zhihui arrived, she sat down naturally. Wang Xiang had bragged before, so he could only brace himself and pretend to be friends with Song Zhihui and introduce her to his friends. After saying those words, Wang Xiang became very nervous. He was afraid that Song Zhihui would tell the truth. Surprisingly, not only did Song Zhihui not tell him the truth, she was even very polite to him and gently during the banquet. His friends didn't doubt Wang Xiang's words at all. By the time the dinner was over, it was already completely dark outside. Wang Xianglu continued to send his friends off. Song Zhihui stayed for a while longer. When the guests gradually left, she felt that it was not appropriate to stay any longer. "Boss Wang, it's time for me to go. Goodbye. Miss Song, it's already late. You're new to Qingling and don't have a fixed place to stay. Why don't you stay here for the night? What do you think?" Wang Xiang tried to persuade her to stay. He did this because he wanted to thank Song Zhihui for not exposing him before. That was why he was so courteous. "Thank you for your hospitality." Song Zhihui seemed to be afraid that Wang Xiang would change his mind, so she quickly responded. "Okay, I'll send you off." Wang Xiang blurted out. But he quickly realized that the situation was different from what he had expected. He quickly changed his words. "Not at all. It's my honor to have you stay, Miss Song." Then, he wanted to ask the servant to bring Song Zhihui to the best guest room, but he suddenly noticed that his son was looking at Song Zhihui. "Haoran, send Miss Song to the guest room." Wang Xiang couldn't help but help his son. "Okay." Wang Haoran responded and secretly praised Wang Xiang. He looked at Song Zhihui and gestured for her to follow him. "Follow me." "Thank you." Song Zhihui was overjoyed, but she only showed a small smile on her face. Wang Haoran walked in front, and Song Zhihui followed closely behind. After a while, they arrived at a guest room. Wang Haoran pushed the door open and walked in with Song Zhihui. The guest room is cleaned regularly. The bed and some other things are all new. You can sleep peacefully. Also, if you need anything, just let me know. Wang Haoran said seriously. "Thank you." Song Zhihui lowered her head and nodded her snow-white sharp chin. She suddenly asked, "Are you still studying?" She was more restrained in formal occasions. In fact, she was very lively and cheerful. Seeing that there was no one else here, she naturally returned to her normal self. Moreover, Wang Haoran looked very shy. Naturally, Song Zhihui became even bolder. "Yes, I'm in my first year at Qingling University." Wang Haoran looked very honest. "First year?" Song Zhihui muttered to herself. If that was the case, he should be around 19 years old, 3 years younger than her. Was she an old cow eating young grass? Bah, no. As the old saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband would carry a golden brick. "You're not handsome. There must be a lot of girls chasing after you. Do you have a girlfriend?" Song Zhihui continued to ask. "No. I don't have a girlfriend." Wang Haoran lowered his head and looked away, as if he was embarrassed. After hearing that, Song Zhihui's eyes lit up with joy. She looked at Wang Haoran's evasive eyes and said half-jokingly, "What do you think of me?" Wang Haoran was stunned. He did not expect Song Zhihui to be so direct. "You're very beautiful." Wang Haoran pretended that he did not understand the meaning behind her words. "Then I'll be your girlfriend, okay?" Song Zhihui felt that he was a little slow, so she had to be more straightforward. Wang Haoran wanted to reply with a "okay," but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he swallowed them back. He had checked Qin Fan before and knew what Qin Fan's 99 skills were. Among them, there was the god-level cooking skill. Song Zhihui's cooking skill was godlike. She was most likely one of Qin Fan's 99 disciples. If he confirmed his relationship with Song Zhihui, and if Qin Fan knew about it, wouldn't that make Qin Fan hate him? "I was joking with you just now. Actually, I have a girlfriend." Wang Haoran suddenly changed his words. Hearing that, Song Zhihui rolled her eyes. She did not believe that at all. She thought that Wang Haoran was just finding an excuse to reject her. "Then do you mind having another girlfriend?" Song Zhihui did not expose this shy guy. She looked at him intently and smiled seductively. She wanted to seduce him. When Wang Haoran saw Song Zhihui's provocative gaze, he wanted to say, "Woman, you will be," however, he only said it in his heart. On the surface, he said naively, "I'm serious. I really have a girlfriend." "I'm serious too. I don't mind if you have a girlfriend." Song Zhihui looked sincere. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Wang Haoran heard it. Of course, he didn't believe it. Song Zhihui only admired him. It was unlikely that she would tolerate him to this extent. If he was right, Song Zhihui must have mistaken his words for a lie. "What do you think of my dishes? Are they delicious?" Seeing Wang Haoran in a daze, Song Zhihui suddenly asked. "Delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious dishes. Your cooking is really good." Wang Haoran praised sincerely. This was true. Song Zhihui's cooking skills were superb. After tasting it, it was an unforgettable feeling. "If you want to eat in the future, I'll cook for you at any time. However, there's a prerequisite." Song Zhihui patiently guided him. "What is the prerequisite? Tell me." Wang Haoran had already vaguely guessed it, but he pretended not to understand. After all, Song Zhihui thought that she was an honest person, so her reaction was slow. In her opinion, this was normal. Song Zhihui only felt embarrassed. However, facing such a shy guy, how could she not take the initiative? She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. She went all out and said, "Of course. Of course, I'll be your girlfriend. Must it be like this? Is there any other option that I can eat your dishes?" Wang Haoran didn't answer directly. Instead, he kept her in suspense. "Yes, give me money. It's not much to treat me to a meal." 1 million will do," Song Zhihui said. "That's too expensive." Wang Haoran was surprised. Seeing Wang Haoran's reaction, Song Zhihui only felt that this guy seemed to care more about food than she did. This made Song Zhihui a little angry, but there was a saying that if you wanted to capture a man's heart, you had to capture a man's stomach first. As long as he ate her cooking a few more times, he would definitely not be able to leave her in the future. At that time, wouldn't his heart be with her? "If you don't want to spend money, that's fine too. Why don't you consider my suggestion?" Song Zhihui revealed a confused smile. She felt like she was trying to trick a child with a lollipop. "But isn't this too fast?" "We've only met for the first time today," Wang Haoran said shyly. "This is the second time," Song Zhihui corrected. "The second time?" Wang Haoran pretended to be suspicious. "Yes, it's my first time." Song Zhihui corrected herself. At that time, he was in the car, so this guy didn't see him. "Let me think about it for a while," Wang Haoran said. "Hey, I'm a girl and I'm already taking the initiative. Why are you so hesitant? Are you a boy?" Song Zhihui was a little anxious. She stepped forward and forced Wang Haoran into a corner. "I want your reply now. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Actually, she wasn't that bold, but she had already said it so bluntly. She almost lost all her face, and this guy in front of her actually said that he needed to think about it. Of course, Song Zhihui was angry. Under the influence of her superiors, she did such a thing. Of course, the most important point was that this guy was too shy. He looked like he was easy to bully. Wang Haoran's back was pressed against the wall. He was pressed against the wall and couldn't move. He had the urge to stop pretending to be an honest guy and teach Song Zhihui a lesson. But if he did that, he would undoubtedly attract Jin fans' hatred. Unless, he took advantage of her and let Song Zhihui hide it. But, was there such a good thing? Wang Haoran quickly racked his brain and suddenly thought of an idea. "Have you thought about it? Hurry up and answer me." Song Zhihui was shy, but on the surface, she pretended to be fierce and urged. "My parents don't allow me to date. They said that I should study hard in university and only consider this kind of thing after I graduate." Wang Haoran looked like an obedient boy with some fear on his face. "My parents are very strict with me. If they know that I secretly found a girlfriend, I will definitely be in trouble." "Aren't your parents too pedantic? And you're already an adult. Aren't they too strict with you?" Didn't you argue with them? Song Zhihui was surprised and asked. I protested, but what I got in return was a mixed pair of men and women beating me up. Wang Haoren looked scared. Song Zhihui heard this and sighed. No wonder this guy was so shy. It turned out that his upbringing was too strict. Thinking of this, Song Zhihui couldn't help but feel a little worried. But the only consolation was that from this guy's tone, it wasn't that he had no interest in her, but that he was afraid of being scolded by his parents. Let me ask you a question. Can you answer me honestly? Song Zhihui wanted to confirm again, so she asked seriously. Go ahead. Wang Haoren nodded. Do you like me? Song Zhihui couldn't be bothered to care so much. Anyway, she had lost most of her face. So what if she was a little thick-skinned? Anyway, this shy guy wouldn't talk nonsense to others. If he didn't say, who would know? After saying this, Song Zhihui looked into Wang Haoren's eyes, wanting to get his response. Wang Haoren avoided her eyes. His hand pinched the corner of his shirt, and he didn't answer formally for a long time. However, Song Zhihui saw him like this, and already had an idea in her heart. I have the best of both worlds idea. Do you want to hear it? Song Zhihui went straight to the point. What idea? Wang Haoren was curious. I'll be your girlfriend, and you'll hide it from your parents. Is that all? Song Zhihui said. I've been waiting for you to say that. Wang Haoren had the urge to clap his hands in joy. He had been pretending for a long time just to wait for Song Zhihui to take the initiative to suggest it. However, although he was excited, Wang Haoren didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, there's no such thing as a wall. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. I can hide it from my parents, but if someone else sees it and it reaches my parents' ears, I'll be in trouble, Wang Haoren said worriedly. Song Zhihui thought for a few seconds and quickly came up with a solution. That's simple. We'll talk about it secretly and not tell anyone. In front of others, we'll be normal friends. In private, we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't that enough? After hearing this, Wang Haoren smiled foolishly. There's no problem, right? Song Zhihui was delighted. There's no problem. Wang Haoren shook his head. Then I'll officially announce that I'm your girlfriend from now on. In the future, please take care of me. Song Zhihui raised her snow-white chin and smiled slyly. At the same time, she reached out her soft white hand. Please take care of me. Wang Haoren scratched his head, then reached out his hand and shook Song Zhihui's hand. Ding! The host has successfully tricked the female lead Song Zhihui. The reward is 1,800 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -90, the host's villain aura +90. When Song Zhihui saw the shy look on Wang Haoren's face, she smiled proudly. She had been single since she was born. Now, she finally had a boyfriend to order around. Moreover, this guy seemed to be easy to bully. She was actually a little like a wild girlfriend. When she saw that the guy in front of her was like a docile little lamb, she was even more delighted. Wang Haoren took in Song Zhihui's expression and was secretly amused. He continued to chat with Song Zhihui for a while, then left. However, Wang Haoren did not return to his room. Instead, he went to look for Wang Xiang and Zhenli to inform them. He did not want Wang Xiang and Zhenli to unintentionally expose him. After all, Song Zhihui thought that he had received a very strict upbringing. Buzz. After talking to Wang Xiang and Zhenli, Wang Haoren returned to his room. His phone suddenly vibrated. When he looked at the caller ID, he realized that it was from Feng Anna. Feng Anna had called him twice during the day. However, Wang Haoren did not have time to answer her call. Now that he had nothing to do, Wang Haoren picked up the phone with some doubts. What's the matter? It's like this. A friend of mine who I haven't seen for a long time has come to Qingling. I would like to apply for leave tomorrow to meet this friend of mine. Is that okay? Feng Anna asked softly. Is it a guy or a girl? Wang Haoren did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked first. Feng Anna could not help but feel curious. She had been living in the villa for some time. She had not been taken advantage of when she was cleaning and cooking. He did not seem to be interested in her. Why did he ask if it was a guy or a girl? However, although she was curious, Feng Anna did not dare to ask further. She only replied, "It's a girl. She's my best friend." "Then you can go. Be careful," Wang Haoran replied. "Okay, thank you." Feng Anna was delighted. She had thought that she would not be able to apply for leave. Song Zhihui was sleeping in the guest room of the Wang family's mansion. Lying on the bed, she was thinking about some problems. She had originally planned to go overseas after helping the Wang family organize the birthday banquet and meet up with her best friend. However, she didn't expect to meet someone she liked and even become his girlfriend. The original plan naturally had to be changed. She had been drifting abroad for several years and felt a little tired. She wanted to settle down. Therefore, the idea of settling down in Qingling was born. While he was thinking, the ringtone of an incoming call sounded. Feng Anna picked up the mobile phone on the bedside. After looking at the caller ID, she answered the phone and hurriedly asked, "Anna, have you applied for leave?" "Yes, I've invited him." "I didn't expect him to agree so readily," Feng Anna said joyfully. Song Zhihui couldn't help but feel a little strange. She now knew that Feng Anna's creditor was Wang Haoran. From Feng Anna's tone, it seemed that she had been bullied. "Is your creditor harsh on you?" Song Zhihui asked. "I'm just cooking and sweeping the floor." "He's not harsh on me," Feng Anna said. "Then, did he take advantage of you?" Song Zhihui asked nervously. From Feng Anna's tone, Song Zhihui could tell that the two lived under the same roof. "No, he doesn't even look me in the eye." Feng Anna told the truth. Song Zhihui was completely relieved. Sure enough, Wang Haoran was not different from what she thought. Her best friend Feng Anna owed a debt that she couldn't pay back, but she just swept the floor and cooked. From this point of view, her boyfriend was still very kind. Feng Anna was so beautiful, but she didn't take advantage of him. This showed that her boyfriend was a decent person. Because if it was another guy with bad intentions, wouldn't Feng Anna torture her when she owed a debt that she couldn't pay back? Song Zhihui only felt that she had found a treasure. "Where shall we meet tomorrow?" Feng Anna asked. "Let's meet at the Jinhao Hotel tomorrow morning." After Song Zhihui arrived in Qingling, she booked a room at the Jinhao Hotel, but she didn't go back to the hotel because she wanted to stay the night at the Wang family's residence. "That's good," Feng Anna replied. Under the night sky. Somewhere in Qingling, in another mansion. Qin Fan sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the 5 million in his phone balance, his face beaming. This money was earned from selling recipes from the boss of the Jinhao Hotel. He also bought his phone today. He even went out of his way to apply for a bank account. He was originally an unregistered resident. But Ma Hongxing helped him settle the issue of his ID card, so it wasn't a problem for him to handle these businesses. Although the 5 million was a far cry from the 500 million, it was definitely enough for his pocket money. Qin Fan didn't have to face the awkward situation of not having a single cent in his pocket anymore. Moreover, with a certain amount of funds, he could use the money to make more money. Qin Fan didn't worry about financial problems anymore. The only thing he cared about now was when he would solve the problem of being single. He had had enough of a life of self-entertainment. And he was determined to quit it, and he had already decided on his target. That was Tan Taiyuewei. Tan Taiyuewei had just been hurt and was currently emotionally empty. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of it. However, just as Qin Fan had this thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Ring ring ring. The landline phone suddenly rang. Qin Fan moved his butt and picked up the landline phone. "I have your secret in my hands. If you don't want the secret to be leaked out, then transfer 10 million. On the phone, a very strange cartoon voice sounded. It seemed to be using a voice changer. After Qin Fan heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. What kind of shameful secret could he have? It was simply hilarious. A scam phone call actually came to him. Crazy. Qin Fan was too lazy to chat with this scammer. After throwing out these 3 words, he directly hung up the phone. Moreover, he blocked this scam phone call to prevent the other party from harassing him again. Finding the number that Tan Taiyuewei had left, Qin Fan dialed it with his phone. "Yaoyue, Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let's have a meal together. After the call connected, Qin Fan smiled and sent out an invitation. Is senior brother Ma also there? Tan Tai Yaoyue asked. No, just the two of us. Qin Fan wanted to be alone with Tan Tai Yaoyue. How could he call others? After Tan Tai Yaoyue heard it, she was silent for a few seconds. Although Qin Fan was her master, he was also a man and wasn't old. Tan Tai Yaoyue didn't want to be misunderstood and was unwilling to go. But she still had to give face to her master. Thinking about it, Tan Tai Yaoyue said, Okay, master, I'll go with Haoran. Your brother has to go to school, he shouldn't have time, right? Qin Fan wanted Tan Tai Yaoyue to give up on the idea of calling Wang Haoran. There's no class at noon, he'll definitely be free. Then it's settled. Tan Tai Yaoyue directly said. Night. Wang Haoran was half lying on the bed, playing games with Qin Yunhan. Suddenly, a small frame popped up on the screen with an incoming call notification. Wang Haoran hung up and picked up the phone. Have lunch with me tomorrow. Tan Tai Yaoyue went straight to the point. Sister, why did you suddenly want to have lunch with me? Wang Haoran was curious about Tan Tai Yaoyue's intentions, so he asked. My master invited me to lunch. I don't want to go alone, so I called you. Is there a problem? Tan Tai Yaoyue explained. No problem. See you tomorrow. Wang Haoran said. Is it hard to talk with me for a while? Why are you in such a hurry to hang up? Tan Tai Yaoyue's tone was a bit sour. How could it be? Talking to big sister on the phone is a very delightful thing. What do you want to talk about? Wang Haoran hurriedly said. What are you doing? Tan Tai Yaoyue asked. Playing games. What game? Mobile PUBG. What's mobile PUBG? Tan Tai Yaoyue stayed in the mountains for many years, so she naturally didn't know. Wang Haoran explained. The two chatted for more than an hour. Until Tan Tai Yaoyue felt that it was a bit late. She didn't want to disturb Wang Haoran's class tomorrow, so she ended the call. On the other side, Qin Yunhan was anxious. After Wang Haoran hung up, he continued to play games with Qin Yunhan. It wasn't until Qin Yunhan was tired and sleepy that they ended their trip. Right now, it was only 11 a.m. I saw that Qin Yunhan went offline. Come play King of Glory with me. Su Muyan quickly sent a message. Wang Haoran was helpless. He turned off the mobile PUBG and opened King of Glory. At 1 a.m., Su Muyan was also sleepy and wanted to rest. Wang Haoran finally had some free time. At this moment, he was still full of energy. She opened the online shopping app on her phone and placed an order for a box of items to ensure her safety. It was the largest size. The next morning, Wang Haoran woke up, ate breakfast, and prepared to leave the Wang family's villa. Song Zhihui was also about to leave. However, she didn't call her female assistant to pick her up in advance. Haoran, send Miss Song off. Wang Xiang secretly assisted him. Okay, Dad. Wang Haoran nodded obediently. Go to school and study hard. Remember what I taught you. Do you hear me? Wang Xiang said sternly. I know, Wang Haoran quickly replied. You'd better do as I say. I have spies in the school. If I find out that you've disobeyed me, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Wang Xiang revealed a ferocious look, just like a strict father. Song Zhihui watched from the side and felt sorry for her boyfriend. However, she was afraid that Wang Xiang would find out something, so she could only remain silent. Wang Xiang continued to lecture Wang Haoran for a while before he signaled for him to leave. When the Lamborghini drove out of sight, the stern look on Wang Xiang's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. He secretly cheered for his precious son. He prayed that his precious son could win the heart of the beautiful master chef. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to pay the beautiful master chef for banquets in the future. That was wonderful. In the car. Your father is really fierce. How can you have such a father? I really feel sorry for you. Song Zhihui felt that it was unfair for Wang Haoran. I'm used to it. It's nothing. Wang Haoran smiled freely and then asked, Where are you going? I booked a room at Jinhao Hotel. You can go there. If you want to find me, just come to Jinhao Hotel, Song Zhihui said. Jinhao Hotel. When Wang Haoren heard these words, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He found out from Qing Rui that Qin Fan always ate at this golden inn. Song Zhihui was staying at Jinhao Hotel. According to the plot, the two would definitely meet. However, this wasn't a big problem. Song Zhihui's heart was stolen and she was in love with him. Qin Fan couldn't do anything. Moreover, Qin Fan's thoughts should be with Tan Taiyueyue. This afternoon, he had a lunch appointment with Tan Taiyueyue at Jinhao Hotel. After a while, Wang Haoren sent Song Zhihui to the entrance of Jinhao Hotel. Song Zhihui didn't immediately get out of the car. Instead, she hinted, "I'm leaving." "Okay, go ahead," Wang Haoren replied. "I said I'm leaving." Song Zhihui repeated herself. "Okay." Wang Haoren nodded. Song Zhihui felt helpless. Was this guy a block of wood? He didn't understand such an obvious hint. She felt a little tired, but Song Zhihui still planned to teach him. "I said I'm leaving. What I mean is, I want you to give me something. Do you understand?" Song Zhihui said bluntly and opened her hand. "Oh." Wang Haoren pretended to understand and then gave her a hug with an embarrassed look. Song Zhihui was satisfied. She waved at him and got out of the car. Wang Haoren was about to drive away when he suddenly saw Qin Fan's figure. In the distance, Qin Fan saw Song Zhihui and hurriedly ran over. Wang Haoren had seen many situations where meat buns attracted dogs. He was used to it. Seeing Qin Fan suddenly appear, he wasn't surprised. "Zhihui, do you still recognize me?" Qin Fan came in front of Song Zhihui and asked with a smile. "Master, I actually see you here. When did you come down the mountain?" Song Zhihui revealed a surprised smile. "It's been a while." Qin Fan replied and also noticed Wang Haoren in the car. "Haoren, do you know each other?" Just now, he saw Song Zhihui get out of the car from afar. "It's like this," Song Zhihui explained. She hid their relationship and only said that he was the son of a client who happened to go to school and dropped her off. Qin Fan heard and immediately smiled. "What a coincidence. Haoren is the brother of one of your junior apprentice sisters." "Is that so?" Song Zhihui was surprised. She felt that fate was very clever. "You and your junior apprentice sister haven't met yet. I invited her and Haoren to lunch today. You should come and get to know each other." Qin Fan originally wanted to be alone with Tan Taiyueyue. But now that the plan was ruined, he naturally didn't mind calling Song Zhihui. Other than having feelings for Tan Taiyueyue, he also had feelings for this long-legged beautiful disciple. Qin Fan had secretly decided that after he captured Tan Taiyueyue's heart, it would be Song Zhihui's turn. In the past, when he was teaching Song Zhihui how to cook, Qin Fan often thought about Song Zhihui, especially her long legs, when he was entertaining himself. "I have an appointment with my best friend today. Can I bring my best friend over?" Song Zhihui naturally didn't object. But remembering her promise with Feng Anna, she asked. "Of course, just bring her over. The more the merrier." Qin Fan nodded happily. Song Zhihui was so beautiful. A woman who could become her best friend must also be very beautiful. Qin Fan also wanted to get to know her. After all, the bigger the net, the higher the chance of catching fish. "Okay, then I'll bring my best friend over." Song Zhihui responded to Qin Fan. "Zhihui, you've been down the mountain for a few years, how's your career going?" Qin Fan asked. "It's okay, but it's all thanks to you teaching me the skills." Song Zhihui summarized her experience after leaving the mountain and the process of becoming famous in the culinary world. Qin Fan nodded with relief and then asked the question that he was eager to know. "Zhihui, your career is doing so well. How's your relationship? Do you have a boyfriend?" "I have one." Song Zhihui glanced at Wang Haoren from the corner of her eyes and replied. Ding, the host has damaged the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality, gained 1000 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura -50, host villain aura +50. You have a boyfriend. Qin Fan was disappointed when he heard this. After adjusting his emotions, he continued to ask, "Who is your boyfriend? Let me know him." As he spoke, he was already planning in his heart to find out who Song Zhihui's boyfriend was and secretly destroy her man's ability. If it wasn't for this, how could he have a chance? Master, he's a foreigner, so he's too far away. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Song Zhihui remembered the agreement, so of course, she didn't dare to reveal Wang Haoren's matter, so she lied. Otherwise, if her boyfriend's parents found out, they would definitely break them up. After Qin Fan heard this, the idea of dealing with Song Zhihui's boyfriend became even stronger. A foreigner? Then it was either white skin or black skin. However, Song Zhihui didn't seem like a hardcore person, so her boyfriend was most likely white skin. Is this your first boyfriend? How long have you been together? Qin Fan asked again. Song Zhihui felt strange and thought to herself, this master seems to care too much about my relationship problems? However, she didn't think too much about it, thinking that her master was just asking out of concern. After all, when she was learning in the mountains, Song Zhihui had already seen that her master was a gentleman, not a dirty person. Our first love. We just got together not long ago. Song Zhihui felt that this was not important information, so she didn't deliberately hide it. Qin Fan replied with an "oh" and couldn't help but feel happy. They just got together, so their relationship definitely hadn't reached that stage. After understanding this, his mind became even more active. When Wang Haoren saw the change in Qin Fan's expression, he could not help but sneer in his heart. Song Zhihui didn't understand Qin Fan's thoughts, but he did. Whether it was Tan Tai Yaoyue or Song Zhihui, Qin Fan's intentions were not pure. Master, I'll see you at noon. Bye-bye. When Song Zhihui saw that Wang Haoren had not left and had been watching from the side, she thought that he was jealous. Therefore, she did not want to chat with Qin Fan anymore, in case he misunderstood. Have you eaten breakfast? Do you want to have breakfast together? Qin Fan asked. Yes, Song Zhihui replied. She stopped chatting with Qin Fan and turned around to walk into the hotel. Haoren, have you eaten? Qin Fan turned his head and asked politely. Yes, I have. Qin Fan nodded and reminded her, remember to come for lunch with your sister. After saying that, he also walked into the hotel. Wang Haoren drove away. On the way, he thought about the matter of exposing Qin Fan's video. He originally planned to wait for Ma Hongxing's side to expose it, but there was no movement from Ma Hongxing's side. And Qin Fan was like a sticky candy. Tan Tai Yaoyue saw the relationship between master and disciple, and thought that Qin Fan was a gentleman, so she did not guard against him. Although, because of him, she still kept an appropriate distance from Qin Fan. But Qin Fan kept looking for Tan Tai Yaoyue. This was not a solution. He had to let Tan Tai Yaoyue recognize this Qin Fan. And that video was the best weapon. Because that video had Qin Fan's voice, and in it, the two words Yaoyue were mentioned. If Tan Tai Yaoyue knew about this, how wonderful would Qin Fan's expression be? Wang Haoren drove to the vicinity of Qingling University, but he did not immediately go to the school. Instead, he went to the internet cafe. After turning on a computer, Wang Haoren prepared to code a video in his phone and prepared to post it on the internet so that everyone would know about it. However, when he finished coding and was about to post it, he found the same video on the internet. Wang Haoren was secretly happy. He knew that this was made by Ma Hongxing. However, this video had just been posted not long ago. Although there were people behind it adding fuel to the fire, it would still take some time for it to ferment and spread widely. Moreover, the content of this video was not suitable for mass promotion. It would be restricted by some rules. More importantly, Qin Fan was not a public figure. If he wanted to have a huge impact, it would take a long time. Wang Haoren did not want to wait so long. He was very unhappy with Qin Fan now and was determined to punish Qin Fan. After thinking for a while, he used his hacking skills to hack the servers of some media platforms. For example, some short video apps, forums, websites, etc. He either wantonly pushed the video of Qin Fan to users, or directly made it the headline of the website. After spending 2 to 3 hours, Wang Haoren was almost done with these things. Qin Fan's video was now like a supervirus, spreading on the internet at a terrifying speed. And the person involved, Qin Fan, was still unaware. At this moment, he was in the kitchen of the Golden Fortune Hotel, planning to cook a few dishes that even Song Zhihui did not know how to cook. He wanted to win Tan Taiyue's favor during lunch. Close to noon, Wang Haoren drove to Lu Yu's villa and picked up Tan Taiyue. Then, he went to the Golden Fortune Hotel. Qin Fan had already made a reservation. Song Zhihui and Feng Anna strolled for a while in the morning and were now sitting in the private room. Wang Haoren and Tan Taiyue also came to the private room. When Feng Anna saw Wang Haoren, both of them felt a bit surprised. They did not expect to see each other here. "You are the junior sister that master talked about, right?" "Hello, hello." Song Zhihui stood up and took the initiative to greet Tan Taiyue. "Hello, senior sister." In the morning, Tan Taiyue also heard some news from Qin Fan and knew about Song Zhihui's existence. They learned different skills, but from the time they entered the sect, Song Zhihui was indeed a senior sister. "Junior sister, how can you be so beautiful?" "I am a woman, but my heart is moved." Song Zhihui looked at Tan Taiyue and felt a bit absent-minded. Feng Anna was shocked when she saw Wang Haoren, but now she also came back to her senses and looked at Tan Taiyue. She immediately had the same thought as Song Zhihui. However, Feng Anna's reaction was not as big as Song Zhihui's. After all, she had seen a calamitous beauty like Tan Taiyue before. She even lived under the same roof. "Senior sister, you're also very beautiful." Tan Taiyue was a bit embarrassed and praised Song Zhihui. The two looked at each other and smiled, then praised each other for a while. Then, Song Zhihui's gaze landed on Wang Haoren, who was beside Tan Taiyue. "Senior sister, this is my younger brother, Wang Haoren." Tan Taiyue introduced. Song Zhihui nodded towards Tan Taiyue, indicating that she understood. However, she did not greet Wang Haoren, pretending that she was not familiar with him. "You two aren't blood-related siblings, right?" Song Zhihui asked curiously. Yesterday, Wang Haoren's mother, Zhenli, celebrated her birthday. At that time, she did not see Tan Taiyue. If the two were blood-related siblings, Tan Taiyue would definitely be there. Moreover, the two had different surnames. Song Zhihui would naturally think that the two were not blood-related siblings. We're not blood-related siblings. Tan Taiyue replied to Song Zhihui. "But our relationship is the same as blood-related siblings." Wang Haoren added. Tan Taiyue felt hurt hearing this, but she did not dare to show it on her face. Song Zhihui believed Wang Haoren's words. Her gaze towards Tan Taiyue became even more friendly. "Junior sister, sit beside me." Song Zhihui very enthusiastically pulled Tan Taiyue to the seat next to her. She held her hand and started chatting. Wang Haoren also sat down. He sat beside Tan Taiyue. Not long later, the dishes were served. The hotel waiters brought one after another exquisite dishes to the table. A strong fragrance assailed their nostrils, making Tan Taiyue and the others have a feeling of wanting to eat. This must be master's cooking. Song Zhihui was a connoisseur. Just by smelling the fragrance and looking at the appearance, she could roughly judge the level of the dishes. She was certain that the head chef of this 5-star hotel would definitely not be able to make such a beautiful and fragrant dish. And Qin Fan had not appeared yet. The answer was already obvious. On the dining table, the bowls, chopsticks, and other tableware had already been placed. Tan Taiyue, Song Zhihui, Feng Anna, and even Wang Haoren had the urge to try it. Among them, Tan Taiyue was the most impatient. She wanted to pick up the chopsticks and have a taste. "Sister, wait a minute." Wang Haoren hurriedly stopped her. Because he was afraid that Tan Taiyue would feel nauseous after eating it. That would be bad. Hearing the sound, Tan Taiyue's movement stiffened. Then, she put down her chopsticks. It was indeed a little impolite to start eating before everyone had arrived. Tan Taiyue restrained her thoughts. A moment later, all the dishes were served. At that moment, Qin Fan also appeared and entered the private room. Qin Fan greeted Tan Taiyue and Song Zhihui. Then, his gaze landed on the unfamiliar beauty in the private room. Sure enough, as he had guessed, Song Zhihui's best friend was indeed beautiful. However, Qin Fan was only eyeing with envy. After all, Tan Taiyue was his main target. Right now, he had not even won over Tantai Yaoyue. Naturally, he did not want to pursue other beauties. Moreover, Tantai Yaoyue was present. It was even more difficult to do anything. Qin Fan looked around the private room. He really wanted to sit next to Tantai Yaoyue. However, Song Zhihui sat next to Tantai Yaoyue and Wang Haoren at the other side. Since they were already seated, Qin Fan could not ask them to change seats. Right now, he only had two choices. One was to sit next to Feng Anna. The other was to sit next to Wang Haoren. Qin Fan thought for a moment and chose to sit next to Wang Haoren. He did not plan to pursue Feng Anna for now. Naturally, it was not convenient for him to reveal his thoughts towards Feng Anna. Everyone is here. Can we start? Tantai Yaoyue had a feeling of eagerness and said. No rush. Qin Fan raised his hand to stop her. He pointed towards one of the dishes. Why don't you guess the name of this dish first? Wang Haoren sneered in his heart. He calmly watched Qin Fan's performance. He had no intention of causing trouble for now. Tantai Yaoyue, Song Zhihui, and Feng Anna heard this and subconsciously looked over. They saw that the dish Qin Fan pointed at was extremely beautiful. Next to the plate was a type of shell that was shaped like a cup. In the cup-shaped shell, there was some soup. The soup was emitting a faint steam. It was very fragrant. In the middle of the shell, there was a round ball made from chopped seafood. On the plate, there were some vegetables of several colors as decorations. Because Feng Anna saw Wang Haoren here and did not know Tantai Yaoyue and Qin Fan, she was a bit reserved. Therefore, she did not say anything. After Song Zhihui looked at the dish that Qin Fan indicated, she racked her brain and immediately said, that's right. Stars accompanying the moon? No. Qin Fan shook his head. His gaze inadvertently looked at Tantai Yaoyue and slowly smiled. The name of this dish is called a cup inviting the bright moon. Very poetic. Not bad, not bad. As expected of master. Song Zhihui praised. After Tantai Yaoyue heard this, she could not help but be surprised. Because in the name of the dish Qin Fan mentioned, there were two characters that were her name. However, she did not think too much about it. She only thought it was a coincidence. Take a guess. What's the name of this dish? Qin Fan stretched out his hand and pointed at another dish with an extremely beautiful appearance. Song Zhihui guessed again. She then asked Qin Fan if she guessed correctly. Qin Fan shook his head and revealed the answer. This dish is called a cup inviting the moon's shadow over intoxicated flowers. Song Zhihui nodded in praise. She felt that the dish Qin Fan named was very good. However, as if she felt something, she glanced at Tantai Yaoyue. The two dishes Qin Fan mentioned both had the two characters inviting the moon. Was it a coincidence? Or was there another reason? Song Zhihui as a spectator had her suspicions, let alone Tantai Yaoyue. There's still this dish. Make another guess. Qin Fan appeared to be quite interested as he turned his hand and pointed at another dish. This time, Song Zhihui did not feel like guessing. Because she could not guess correctly. She directly asked Qin Fan. This dish is called falling curtain inviting the moon's shadow. Qin Fan replied. When Song Zhihui heard this, she did not know how to praise it. If it was said that the two characters inviting the moon appearing in the first two dishes could be considered a coincidence, then for the third dish to have the two characters inviting the moon. This was definitely not a coincidence. It was clear that Qin Fan had deliberately done this. Everyone is hungry. Let's eat. Qin Fan said with a chuckle. He had deliberately done this to give Tantai Yaoyue a clear hint. When he was teaching Tantai Yaoyue in the mountains, because of the system's restrictions, he had no choice but to be a gentleman. In Qin Fan's view, as a disciple, when Tantai Yaoyue saw her master like this, even if she had any thoughts, she would definitely give up on them. And now, Qin Fan wanted to use these hints to convey a message to Tantai Yaoyue. That was, Yaoyue, master actually likes you. After Tantai Yaoyue received this message, she would definitely consider him as her partner. Qin Fan was very confident in himself. After all, he knew too many skills. Which man in the world could be more outstanding than him? The possibility of Tantai Yaoyue liking him was very high. Next, he would wait for Tan Taiyue to clear her thoughts and respond. Tan Taiyue was not stupid and naturally understood Qin Fan's meaning. She immediately felt a strong sense of discomfort in her heart. Her heart was already occupied by a certain person and could not hold anyone else. And she only respected Qin Fan as her master. Now that Qin Fan had done this, she naturally felt very uncomfortable. However, it was not good to give Qin Fan face in front of everyone. Tan Taiyue could only play dumb and pretend that she did not understand. Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's eat. Qin Fan smiled, wanting to liven up the atmosphere. He immediately picked up a dish and ate. Tan Taiyue, Song Zhihui, and Feng Anna picked up their chopsticks. But at this time. This. Wang Haoran let out a sound of disbelief. Everyone looked over and saw Wang Haoran holding his phone, seemingly looking at a short video, as if he was looking at the wonders of the world. Haoran, what are you looking at? Qin Fan sat next to him and asked curiously, even moving his head closer. When his gaze landed on the phone screen, his eyes were as big as lanterns. Qin Fan wanted to stop this short video from playing. But, it was too late. The voice from the short video was Qin Fan's. Yaoyue. Yaoyue. The voice gradually became louder. Qin Fan's toes suddenly clenched, his scalp numb to the point of feeling like it was going to explode. And at this time, Tan Taiyue, Song Zhihui, and Feng Anna all looked over with suspicion and shock. In this era where information spread at high speed, even if they tried to avoid it, they would still be influenced by some common knowledge. Tan Taiyue, Song Zhihui, and Feng Anna were all women in their 20s, not children. After hearing that strange voice, they could not help but think of something unhealthy. Among them, Tan Taiyue's reaction was the biggest. After all, that voice was calling her name. Haoran, what are you looking at? Tan Taiyue had some guesses in her heart, but she was not sure. She wanted to confirm it, so she asked Wang Haoran. This. Nothing, I'm not looking at anything. Wang Haoran had a strange expression, shaking his head in response. However, the short video playing on the phone was not turned off. Seeing this, Qin Fan wanted to take Wang Haoran's phone and turn off the video. But Tan Taiyue was one step ahead, snatching Wang Haoran's phone. Qin Fan knew he could not stop it, so he painfully covered his eyes, wanting to find a hole to crawl into, never to come out again. Tan Taiyue took the phone, glanced at it for a few seconds, and the suspicion in her heart was confirmed. Instantly, her face flushed red, and a feeling of disgust rose in her heart. Song Zhihui and Feng Anna curiously leaned over to take a look. When the scene entered their eyes, the two also felt embarrassed. But fortunately, the video was censored, so they did not see what they should not see. However, they all understood what Qin Fan had done. Bang! Tan Taiyue smashed the phone on the table, and the full screen of the phone cracked. It's not my fault, why did you smash my phone? Wang Haoran's heart ached for a moment. However, when he saw Qin Fan's embarrassed expression, he felt much better. Tan Taiyue, Song Zhihui, and Feng Anna did not have the mood to eat anymore. Before, when they saw the table full of dishes, their fingers were moved, but now they only felt disgusted. Because, they would inadvertently think that Qin Fan used the hand that did that, and then cut vegetables, stir-fry vegetables, just thinking about it made them sick. How could he have the appetite to eat it? Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the main character Qin Fan's image to be greatly damaged. The reward is 4,000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -200, and the host's villain aura +200. Haoran, let's go. Tan Taiyue stood up from her seat and walked out of the room without looking back. Wang Haoran picked up the phone with a cracked screen and followed after him. Seeing that, Song Zhihui and Feng Anna followed them. In the private room, only Qin Fan was left, facing a table full of untouched dishes. Qin Fan sat in place, doubting his life for a while before waking up with a start. He wanted to explain to Tan Taiyue. She rushed out of the room, wanting to chase after Tan Taiyue. Hey, isn't that the guy in the short video? It's not just similar, it's clearly her. Hey, bro, your skills are pretty good. While Qin Fan was chasing after Tan Tai Yaoyue, some male passersby recognized Qin Fan and began to tease him. That video of his skills was currently one of the 2 most popular short video apps on the market. As long as you opened the short video and watched it 3 times, you would be able to see Qin Fan's skills. Qin Fan could be considered to have become popular. And some female passersby, after recognizing Qin Fan, did not tease him but laughed up their sleeves. Qin Fan heard the discussions and saw some strange gazes looking at him. At this moment, not only did his scalp go numb, his whole body went numb. Halfway through chasing Tan Tai Yaoyue, Qin Fan could not stand the surrounding gazes and voices. He covered his face with his hands and left the hotel in a sorry state. A Lamborghini drove out of the hotel's garage and onto the road. In the car, Wang Haoren controlled the steering wheel while secretly looking at Tan Tai Yaoyue's expression. He saw that Tan Tai Yaoyue's flawless face was tightly stretched. I really didn't expect him to be so dirty. Tan Tai Yaoyue's brows were tightly furrowed, her small mouth spitting out cold words. Before, when she was learning in the mountains, Tan Tai Yaoyue always thought that Qin Fan was a gentleman. Who would have thought that she had misjudged him? Qin Fan was actually that kind of person in private. He was simply a beast. He actually had such unhealthy thoughts about his own disciple. So much so that they even did those disgusting things in private. And this was the first time he had been discovered. In the 3 years when Qin Fan was teaching her in the mountains, who knew how many times he had done those disgusting things? Tan Tai Yaoyue decided that from now on, she would keep the greatest distance from Qin Fan and not have any contact with him. Things like eating together would forever be impossible. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Sister, you have to stay away from that Qin Fan in the future. Wang Haoren sighed and said to Tan Tai Yaoyue. Of course. Tan Tai Yaoyue nodded solemnly. Elder sister, when you were learning martial arts in the deep mountains, did that Qin Fan make a move on you? Wang Haoren deliberately mentioned it again. Tan Tai Yaoyue's impression of Qin Fan as a gentleman had already been destroyed. Since the situation had changed, Wang Haoren naturally had to change his strategy. Firstly, it was to obtain villain points and halo points. Secondly, he really missed it and wanted to experience it again. Therefore, a plan to trick Tan Tai Yaoyue appeared in his mind. Didn't I tell you before? I didn't even let him touch my finger. Tan Tai Yaoyue stated again. Wang Haoren made an O sound, looking very perfunctory. Tan Tai Yaoyue saw that his expression was not right and couldn't help but say, Why are you suddenly asking this, don't you believe me? Just asking. Wang Haoren squeezed out a smile that looked very fake. Tan Tai Yaoyue frowned. You didn't feel it at that time? Halfway through, she suddenly couldn't continue. What? Wang Haoren asked. I haven't thrown away the bedsheet yet, I secretly hid it in the bedroom, you'll know when you see it. Tan Tai Yaoyue said with a red face. Forget it, there's no need. Wang Haoren shook his head. I have to see it. Tan Tai Yaoyue looked very persistent. Wang Haoren pretended to be helpless. They came to Lu Yu's villa. Xiao Qianwei and the others were eating in the dining room. Without any explanation, Tan Tai Yaoyue directly grabbed Wang Haoren and brought him to room 7. She took out her collection and showed it to Wang Haoren. You should have some common sense, do you believe me now? Tan Tai Yaoyue said. Ah, so it's you. I've let you down, I really deserve to die. Wang Haoren had a pained expression as he lowered his head. Tan Tai Yaoyue was suspicious for a moment before realizing, this guy thought she was a casual person, no wonder he didn't want to take responsibility. Clenching her fists, Tan Tai Yaoyue had an urge to beat someone up. Wang Haoren suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red, as if there were tears rolling in them. Tan Tai Yaoyue was stunned, her clenched fists instantly loosened, feeling as if her heart was about to melt. I've wronged you, I. Wang Haoren's face was filled with self-blame as if he had made an important decision. But after saying I for a long time, he did not continue. Tan Tai Yaoyue could guess what he was going to say. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting for him to continue. But after a long while, he still did not say anything. Tan Tai Yaoyue was extremely anxious and could only take over and speak for him. You want to take responsibility, right? Wang Haoren nodded, then suddenly shook his head. Nodding, then shaking your head, what do you mean? Tan Tai Yaoiwei was very anxious. Wei Wei. Wang Haoren looked very troubled. Explain to her properly, Wei Wei is gentle and magnanimous, there definitely won't be a problem. Tan Tai Yaoiwei urged. I'm not good with words, I can't convince her. Wang Haoren seemed to have changed his mind. Tan Tai Yaoiwei was not happy. Then let me go talk to her, that should be fine, right? Really? Wang Haoren's eyes showed some surprise. I'm her big sister, and she respects me so much. I'll find a chance to talk to her about this, there shouldn't be a problem. Tan Tai Yaoiwei estimated and replied. Sigh, I feel like I'm such a scumbag, I've wronged you all. Wang Haoren was very ashamed, reaching out to slap himself. Tan Tai Yaoiwei could not bear to and quickly grabbed his wrist, persuading. That was an accident, you didn't want it to happen, right? Since it has already happened, there's no point in hitting yourself, understand? Tan Tai Yaoiwei consoled him. But after saying these words, he suddenly felt very strange. It seemed like he was the one who needed consoling, right? Why was she consoling him instead? Wang Haoren nodded, bringing up the most important matter. Our matter, you must not let your master know, or else I may lose my life. He's not. Tan Tai Yaoiwei subconsciously wanted to defend Qin Fan, say that Qin Fan was not that kind of person. However, as he spoke, he suddenly recalled the disgusting things that Qin Fan had done. He immediately stopped arguing for Qin Fan. She previously thought that Qin Fan was a gentleman, but in the end? Quite the opposite. One may know a person's face but not his heart. If Qin Fan were to become jealous, Wang Haoren would definitely be in danger. Tan Tai Yaoyu knew that Qin Fan's martial strength was extremely high. If he wanted to deal with Wang Haoren, she would not be able to stop him. For Wang Haoren's safety, Tan Tai Yaoiwei completely understood what she had to do. Keep our matter a secret, don't let anyone else know. It's best if we don't even tell Wei Wei for now. After Tan Tai Yaoiwei thought deeply, she said to Wang Haoren seriously. Okay. Wang Haoren nodded vigorously. Ding, the host has successfully tricked the female lead Tan Tai Yaoiwei. The reward is 1,600 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -80, the host's villain aura +80. Tan Tai Yaoiwei put away the bedsheet and then walked out of the bedroom with Wang Haoren. They arrived at the restaurant. Big sister, didn't you go out to eat? Why did you come back so quickly? Qiu Qianwei asked curiously. Don't mention it, I feel nauseous. Tan Tai Yaoiwei was very depressed. Then did you eat? Lu Yu asked. I didn't eat. I don't have an appetite, I don't want to eat. Tan Tai Yaoiwei was still feeling nauseous. I'm a bit hungry, I want to eat. Wang Haoren said. I'll go get some rice for you. Tan Tai Yaoiwei went to the kitchen and got a bowl of rice and chopsticks, placing it in front of Wang Haoren. Qiu Qianwei and the others looked at Tan Tai Yaoiwei's actions and were a bit suspicious. What are you looking at me for? I caught him as a driver and got some rice for him as repayment. Is this strange? Tan Tai Yaoiwei looked around at the suspicious gazes and raised her voice as she spoke to everyone. When Qiu Qianwei and the others heard this, they quickly looked away and obediently lowered their heads to eat. After the meal, Wang Haoren sat for a bit before leaving the mansion and preparing to head to school. On the way there, he received a call from Song Zhihui. Have you eaten? Song Zhihui's voice came from the phone. I've eaten, what about you? Anna and I have also eaten, Song Zhihui replied and then said, don't worry. Although I used to be in the mountains and learned cooking from Qin Fan, there's nothing between us. Don't think too much. You're my first love. She also saw the video of Qin Fan's coding. Although Qin Fan was talking about Tan Tai Yaoiwei in the video. But Song Zhihui suspected that Qin Fan was also thinking about her and did that kind of shady business. She was planning to keep a distance from Qin Fan in the future. However, Song Zhihui was afraid that Wang Haoren would think too much, so she felt that it was necessary to call and explain. What era is it now? I'm not so pedantic, you don't have to specifically tell me. Wang Haoren could guess Song Zhihui's thoughts, so he deliberately said this. When Song Zhihui heard this, she immediately became anxious. Because she judged from Wang Haoren's words that this guy must be thinking too much. "You're my first love, I can swear, you don't believe me?" Song Zhihui hurriedly said. "I don't have that kind of complex, it's really not important whether you're that or not." Wang Haoren's tone seemed to be quite indifferent. Song Zhihui became even more anxious. "What do I have to say to make you believe me?" "I'm really..." Okay, I believe you, you are." Wang Haoren's tone was perfunctory. Song Zhihui felt helpless, she only felt that this guy was forced by her to answer like this. After thinking for a while, she said, "I know that it's useless no matter how much I say now. But when the truth is in front of you in the future, you will understand that I'm telling the truth." "What truth is in front of me?" Wang Haoren seemed to not understand and asked curiously. It's. Song Zhihui was too embarrassed to say it. Suddenly she saw Feng Anna coming over after paying the bill. "Anna is coming to my place soon, I'll talk to you later. Don't just study like a nerd, learn more basic knowledge, in case you don't know anything, then how are we going to?" "Aya, I'll talk to you later." There was a beep from the phone. The call was hung up. Wang Haoren put away his phone, an inexplicable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, "I know a lot, you don't have to worry at all, I'll give you a huge surprise when the time comes." Qin Fan left the hotel in a fleeing posture, stopped a taxi, and prepared to go back to the mansion he lived in. In the car, the driver who liked to watch short videos immediately recognized Qin Fan. When he drove Qin Fan home, he kept looking at him strangely. Qin Fan only felt that there was a knife on his back. After a torturous period of time, he finally arrived at his destination. Qin Fan paid the fare, got out of the car, and rushed into the mansion. In the bedroom where he entertained himself, he found the surveillance camera inside. Then, he found many more cameras in other hidden places in the mansion. Qin Fan vented his anger and stepped on all the pinhole cameras to pieces. After he calmed down, Qin Fan called Ma Hongxing. "Little Ma, why are there so many pinhole cameras in the mansion you let me live in?" After the call was connected, Qin Fan questioned in a deep voice. "What pinhole camera?" "Master, what are you talking about?" Ma Hongxing acted as if he didn't know anything and asked Qin Fan instead. "I found some surveillance cameras in and out of the mansion." "Did you install these cameras?" Qin Fan asked in a deep voice. "Master, why would I install cameras in the mansion?" "Of course, I didn't install them," Ma Hongxing said. After Qin Fan heard this, he thought for a moment and quickly felt that this matter shouldn't have anything to do with Ma Hongxing. Moreover, Ma Hongxing had no reason to install those things. "Master, what happened?" Ma Hongxing's tone was very concerned. Do you have a short video app in your phone? You'll understand after a few swipes." Qin Fan wanted to ask for Ma Hongxing's help, so he could only bite the bullet and say it. Moreover, that video was spreading like wildfire now, Ma Hongxing would know about it sooner or later. There was no need to hide it from Ma Hongxing. "I have it in my phone." Ma Hongxing responded and then followed Qin Fan's words to browse a few short videos. Soon, he saw Qin Fan's display of his skills. Ma Hongxing had already seen it and his face didn't show the slightest surprise. However, Qin Fan couldn't see Ma Hongxing's expression through the phone. "Master, why would you do such a thing?" Ma Hongxing pretended to be shocked and said to Qin Fan in disbelief. "Let's not talk about this. I just want to know who installed the cameras." Qin Fan gritted his teeth. "I bought that mansion not long ago. A celebrity used to live there. I guess someone must have wanted to invade the privacy of that celebrity, so they installed surveillance cameras." Ma Hongxing explained, and then said with self-reproach, "That's right. It's all my fault. After I bought that mansion, I didn't live there and I didn't let anyone clean it up. If I found someone to clean it up, this wouldn't have happened. Master, your privacy wouldn't have been." Sigh. After sighing again and again, Ma Hongxing continued after a pause. "Right, Master, why did the person who installed the cameras expose your privacy for no reason? You're not a celebrity, so there's no reason. It's really strange. Don't tell me they have nothing to do?" I received a call from the landline of the mansion. The other party used a voice changer and said that they had my secret. They asked me to transfer 10 million to them. Qin Fan remembered something. Master, what did you do? Ma Hongxing asked. I used to make fraudulent calls, so I ignored the other party and even blacklisted the other party's number. Qin Fan recalled and immediately regretted it. It must be because the other party failed to threaten him, so he flew into a rage out of embarrassment. Master, why didn't you find out more about the situation back then? Why did you hang up the phone and blacklist the other party? Ma Hongxing was a cunning old fox. He purposely stabbed Qin Fan's heart. Hearing this, Qin Fan felt even more regretful. However, it had already happened, and there was no point in regretting it. He could only think of ways to make up for it. Xiao Ma, help me think of a way to get rid of those short videos on the internet. The sooner the better. Qin Fan said. Alright, I'll use all my connections as soon as possible to quell the storm. Ma Hongxing vowed. Inwardly, he thought, dream on. Lousy can't wait for you to die. After ending the call, Qin Fan felt mentally and physically exhausted. He collapsed on the bed in his bedroom. Now that he had a few million in assets, he planned to spend some money outside and buy some stylish clothes to dress himself up and increase his charm. However, the video was spreading like wildfire. Who would dare to go out, in the afternoon? In one of the classrooms in the finance department building. On the podium, the dignified and beautiful Lu Yu was giving a lecture to the students. The other students sat upright and still, listening attentively to the lecture. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, took out his newly bought mobile phone and started playing games. When Lu Yu saw this, she didn't say a word and pretended not to see it. This was because this was the right that Lu Yu had given to Wang Haoren. In her class, Wang Haoren could do whatever he wanted. Buzz. A message popped up on Wang Haoren's mobile phone screen. It was from Xiao Wanwan. Wang Haoren opened the message and read it. Gu Yuro destroyed a painting worth 500,000 at an art exhibition. When he saw this message, Wang Haoren looked indifferent. The female lead had always been a troublemaker. It was normal for her to encounter such a situation. At this time, it was time for the male lead to clean up her mess. However, now that he had impersonated the male lead, wouldn't he have to clean up her mess himself? However, he couldn't be bothered to do such a thing. Who cares about her life? Let her solve it herself. Tell me the result after this matter is over. Wang Haoren typed the message and was ready to send it. Ding. This action will be regarded as giving up the impersonation of the male lead. The 3,200 villain points and 160 villain points that you have previously earned will be deducted. Do you confirm? A system message popped up. Wang Haoren's hand that was about to touch the screen suddenly stopped. If it weren't for Qin Fan, he wouldn't have cared about the 3,200 villain points. However, what he lacked the most now was villain points. His heart ached when he had to deduct 3,200 villain points for no reason. If I impersonate the male lead of the female lead and proceed according to Gu Yuro's plot, will I receive a reward? Wang Haoren asked the system. Yes, host. The sooner you finish the plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro, the more rewards you will receive. When the female lead, Gu Yuro, ends her plot, she will lose her identity as the female lead and her halo. After receiving the system's reply, Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. So it could be done this way. Wang Haoren's interest was piqued. Although he didn't want to enter Gu Yuro's plot to clean up her mess and solve her problems, it would be a different matter if there were rewards. After thinking about it, Wang Haoren deleted the message he had typed. He retyped the message and sent it over. Did Gu Yuro accidentally damage the painting, or was it damaged by someone's plot? Wang Haoren had some understanding of the basic plot of the female lead. When the female lead got into trouble, there were usually two situations. One was when she was stupid and did it carelessly. The other was when she was plotted against by the villain. Xiao Wanwan replied, according to Gu Yuro's defense, she was pushed by a girl and that was why the painting was damaged. However, no one can prove it. I need to check the details before I can reply to you. After reading the message, Wang Haoren was almost certain that the villain of the female lead had plotted against Gu Yuro. Wang Haoren started to think of a countermeasure. If he was stupid, he could just compensate Guyuro directly. However, if he was plotted against, compensating would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It wouldn't solve the root cause. According to the plot of the female lead would continue to harm Guyuro the next time since she didn't manage to harm her this time. In other words, the plot would be stretched out. Wang Haoran didn't want to clean up her mess and solve her problems every day. The best way was to get rid of the female lead once and for all and shorten Guyuro's plot. You don't have to investigate the truth of this matter. Go and check the information of the girl that Guyuro said pushed her. I want to know. Wang Haoran typed a message and sent it to Xiao Wanwan. At the same time, in the classroom of the Language and Literature Department of Qingling Normal University, Guyuro was indignant and worried. If she had not been pushed, she would not have damaged the painting in the exhibition. However, the surveillance camera did not capture that position and no one could testify for her. No one would believe her without any evidence. Therefore, Guyuro could only suffer in silence. Of course, she had to compensate for the damaged painting. However, her family was in decline and she was no longer a rich young lady. Her family's condition was very ordinary. Not to mention 500,000 yuan, they could not even afford 100,000 yuan. If they did not have the money, she would be sued and might even go to jail. Her parents could not afford the money and her previous relatives sucked the Gu family's blood when they were at their peak. After the Gu family went bankrupt, they revealed their true colors and distanced themselves from the Gu family. They did not interact with the Gu family. The fickleness of human nature was evident. It was impossible to borrow money from her relatives. Guyuro was anxious and wanted to use her connections. However, who could she borrow such a huge amount of money from? Her classmates who were on good terms with her were all from ordinary families. How could they have so much money? Moreover, these classmates were still studying and had limited financial resources at their disposal. They could not provide any help at all. Guyuro felt a little desperate. As she pondered, she suddenly thought of someone. Guyuro's eyes suddenly revealed a complicated look. She had not seen him since that day in the private room of the restaurant. He had not come to look for her either. Normally speaking, Guyuro should hate this person who had caused her painful memories. However, the strange thing was that Guyuro could not bring herself to hate him. She even thought of him in the middle of the night when she had a dream. Her mind was occupied by his devilish appearance and she could not get rid of it. Guyuro knew it was wrong of her to do this, but she could not forget this person. At this moment, in desperation, Guyuro suddenly had the idea of borrowing money from him. However, Guyuro quickly dismissed the idea. One must have a backbone. This bad person bullied her so much. How could she ask him for help? She would rather go to jail than ask for his help. Guyuro made up her mind. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang. This was the last class of the afternoon. Guyuro kept her books. Looking gloomy, she was ready to leave the classroom and return to her dormitory. However, just as she walked out of the school building, a beautiful girl with an unfriendly expression walked towards her. Guyuro gritted her teeth when she saw the girl. She had been pushed by this girl, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward, which was how she tore the painting. Guyuro, why do you look so unhappy? What's going on? The pretty girl gloated. After she finished speaking, she suddenly slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. You damaged a painting by a famous artist. You have to pay 500,000 yuan. Sigh, why are you so careless?" Seeing the girl's smug look, Guyuro was so angry that her face turned pale. She wished she could give her a slap to vent her anger. However, when he thought of this girl's identity, he forced himself to hold back. The girl in front of him was called Chen Linlin. She was also a student of Normal University and was currently in her third year. Chen Linlin's family was in the hotel chain business and her family's assets were worth tens of billions. She was definitely a rich girl. Guyuro was a second-year student while Chen Linlin was a third-year student. Both of them were studying in the same faculty. In addition, Guyuro lived in the dormitory while Chen Linlin lived in a mansion outside the school. Logically speaking, both of them should not have any interactions and should not have any grudges. However, when a girl targeted another girl, there was no need for a reason. Guyuro's biggest sin was that she was too beautiful. Her beauty was her sin. Before Guyuro came to Normal University, Chen Linlin had always been the campus belle. Her position was stable and unshakable. When Guyuro came, the position of campus belle changed. When Guyuro was still a first-year student, Chen Linlin had created trouble for her many times. However, it was just a small matter and Guyuro tolerated it. She tolerated it from the first year to the second year. However, because of Guyuro's tolerance, Chen Linlin's behavior became worse. This time, the problem had escalated. Guyuro would not be able to afford the compensation and would have to go to jail. Chen Linlin, God is watching. Be careful of retribution. Guyuro said hatefully. The anger of a weakling is useless. You can just wash your butt and wait to go to jail. Chen Linlin smiled evilly. A woman like you is too scary. No man will want you in the future. Guyuro did not dare to hit her. She could only talk to vent her anger. What are men? They are all dogs. I don't need men. Only a shameless woman like you would think of men every day, Chen Linlin said disdainfully. You. Guyuro was speechless. She realized she could not even beat Chen Linlin in talking. However, the main reason was that Guyuro felt guilty. Because Chen Linlin's casual nonsense was indeed correct. Recently, Guyuro had been thinking of a certain boy. Moreover, this boy was a bad guy and had made her impure. Even so, Guyuro still thought of this boy. Guyuro even felt that she was shameless. Guyuro did not dare to hit her, but she could not win the argument either. She could only leave in anger. Chen Linlin was in a good mood. Her beautiful face was filled with a proud smile. She was actually very pretty. It was just that Guyuro was prettier. However, Guyuro was going to jail soon. In the future, she would be the prettiest in the university. Happy birthday, Chen Linlin. While Chen Linlin was feeling proud, a boy suddenly walked over with a bouquet of roses. He handed the bouquet to her with a fawning look. Chen Linlin was stunned when she saw the roses in front of her. It was strange. How did this boy know her birthday? However, this was not important. Chen Linlin reached out and took the bouquet. The boy was overjoyed when he saw it. He wanted to invite Chen Linlin to have a meal together. However, before he could say anything, thud, Chen Linlin threw the bouquet of roses to the ground. She lifted her foot and stomped on the roses. A beautiful bouquet of roses was trampled to pieces. Her actions were practiced. Obviously, this was not the first time she had done this. Get lost, Chen Linlin said coldly to the boy. The boy was dealt a huge blow. He looked dejected and left dejectedly. Chen Linlin snorted. As a fair, rich and beautiful girl, there were many boys who pursued her. However, Chen Linlin did not like any of them. In her eyes, men were just like dogs. They were disgusting. At Qingling University, the afternoon classes for the finance department were all full. The second class in the afternoon had just ended and there were still 2 more classes to be attended. It was the break between classes. Wang Haoren received a message from Xiao Wanwan. I found out that the girl who pushed Guyuro is Chen Linlin, a third-year student at Normal University. Chen Linlin's father is in the hotel industry. He owns a Xianxia hotel chain with hotels all over the country. Although the group is not listed yet, its valuation is not low. It's around 30 to 35 billion yuan. After glancing at Xiao Wanwan's message, Wang Haoren looked calm as if he had expected this. In the main plot of the female genre, the villains who could appear on the stage usually had a strong background. It was either their family or the villains themselves who were strong. Xianxia hotel chain? Wang Haoren found it familiar. Wasn't the hotel where Qin Fan had his meal called Xianxia Hotel? With this thought in mind, Wang Haoren went online to search for information about Xianxia Hotel. Soon, he found out that the headquarters of Xianxia Hotel chain was in Qingling University. Wang Haoren was not too willing to make a trip to Normal University as he did not want to see Guyuro. After thinking for a while, Wang Haoren opened his phone records, found Wang Xiang's number and dialed it. Dad, do you know the big boss of Xianxia Hotel chain? Chen San, right? I'm not very familiar with him, but we can talk a little, Wang Xiang replied and asked in a low voice. My dear son, why are you suddenly asking about this? Did Chen San offend you? Do you want me to get someone to deal with him? No. Wang Haoran said, Chen San has a daughter called Chen Linlin. She is always picking on a stupid friend of mine. Can you contact Chen San and ask him to teach his daughter not to pick on my stupid friend in the future? Oh yes, my stupid friend is called Gu Yuro. Hearing Wang Haoran call his friend stupid, Wang Xiang was stunned. However, he did not ask further and agreed immediately. Okay, I'll call him now. After ending the call with his son, he flipped through his address book, found Chen San's number, and dialed it. As business tycoons of Qingling, they often attended events together. As long as they weren't enemies, they would at least have some friendship. After the phone rang a few times, someone picked it up. Old Wang, what can I do for you? Chen San asked with a smile. Old Chen, your hotel business is doing very well. Isn't it because I wanted to learn from you? Wang Xiang said jokingly. Old Wang, don't make fun of me. Your Wang family has so many businesses, and they are all doing so well. I don't believe that you will get involved in the hotel industry. Moreover, Qingling's hotel business is already saturated, so it would be a waste of money to get involved. Chen San analyzed the situation and said directly, if you have something to say, just say it. No wonder your business is doing so well. You have good observation skills. Wang Xiang complimented him and went straight to the point. Your daughter, Chen Linlin, has been picking on a friend of my son's called Gu Yuro in school. Therefore, I would like you to discuss with your daughter and ask her not to pick on my son's friend in the future. This? I can't reply to you immediately. I'll give you a moment. Chen San did not agree immediately. His daughter was very willful and arrogant. Therefore, he was not confident that he could make this happen. I'll wait for your good news. Wang Xiang guessed that Chen San wanted to discuss with Chen Linlin. Therefore, he smiled and hung up the phone. Chen San immediately called his daughter. However, the waiting tone didn't ring twice before the other party hung up. Chen San thought that his daughter was in class, so he sent a message asking his daughter to call him back when she was free. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chen Linlin called back. Linlin, is your class over? Chen San looked at her lovingly and his tone was very friendly. I was playing King of Glory just now. It's all your fault for making so much noise that I lost the game. It's so annoying. Chen Linlin's anxious voice came from the phone. Chen San was not angry when he heard that. He seemed to be used to it and continued speaking in a gentle tone. Linlin, do you have a grudge with someone called Gu Yuro in school? How did you know? Chen Linlin found it strange. Wang Xiang from Wang Group just called me and told me that his son is friends with Gu Yuro. Therefore, he asked me to discuss with you and ask you not to pick on Gu Yuro in the future. What do you think? Chen San asked. When Chen Linlin heard that, she was shocked and annoyed. She had not expected Gu Yuro to have a rich friend. If Gu Yuro's rich friend helped Gu Yuro return the 500,000, Gu Yuro would not have to go to jail. This was not what Chen Linlin wanted to see. However, if Gu Yuro insisted on doing so, she could not stop her. She could only think of another way to deal with Gu Yuro. It's impossible for me not to pick on Gu Yuro, Chen Linlin replied to Chen San. Her tone was firm. Linlin, Wang Group is a big company. There's no need to provoke them. Just give them some face, Chen San advised. Hey, you're the boss of a company worth tens of billions. Why are you so afraid of this and that? Wang Group is so great. Why do you have to give them face? Chen Linlin said angrily. And Wang Xiang's son, who does he think he is? If he wants me not to pick on Gu Yuro, I won't pick on Gu Yuro. What a joke. Can't we discuss this? Chen San asked again. No. Yes. Yes. Chen Linlin said firmly. Alright, I'll reply to Wang Xiang now. Chen San was used to his daughter's arrogance. After hearing what his daughter said, he did not continue to persuade her. Although Wang Group was not to be trifled with, he was not to be trifled with. Why should he let his daughter suffer and cater to others? After ending the call with Chen Linlin, Chen San called Wang Xiang. Old Wang, I'm sorry. My daughter said that it's impossible for her to give up on picking on Guyuro, Chen San said directly. Wang Xiang thought he could wait for good news, so he was smiling. However, after hearing what Chen San said, his chubby face sank instantly. Chen San cared about what his daughter thought, and Wang Xiang cared about what his son thought. If he, as a father, could not even do such a small thing, how could he face his son? Chen San, we're considered acquaintances. If possible, I don't want to fall out with you. Are you sure you don't want to discuss this with your daughter? Wang Xiang's tone turned cold. He did not hold back and called Chen San by his full name. Wang Xiang, it's not up to you to teach me how to do things, Chen San replied with a cold smile. Chen San, just you wait. After saying that, Wang Xiang hung up angrily and called Wang Haoren. At that moment, Wang Haoren was in class. When he saw Wang Xiang's call, he leaned over and used the desk as cover to answer the call secretly. My dear son, Chen San did not give me face. But don't worry, leave this to me. I'll get someone to kidnap Chen San's daughter. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Wang Xiang said. You'd better not interfere. I'll handle this myself. Wang Haoren lowered his voice and tried to dissuade him. After hanging up the phone, he left the classroom. Anyway, with Lu Yu's protection, skipping class was a small problem. When he arrived at the campus parking lot, Wang Haoren drove the Pagani to the normal university. He wanted to save some trouble, but in the end, he still had to settle it. Chen Linlin, is it? Wang Haoren was determined to educate this rich girl. Otherwise, he would not be able to make this trip. A Pagani drove into the campus of Normal University under the horrified gazes of many students. It then stopped at an open space on the side of the campus. The door of the driver's seat opened and Wang Haoren stepped out of the car. His tall figure and handsome face made the girls who passed by very happy. The boys, on the other hand, looked at him with envy and jealousy. Wang Haoren didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes. Chen Linlin, a third-year student, a rich girl. Although these three pieces of information were a bit brief, it wasn't difficult to find someone in Normal University with this information. Wang Haoren walked towards the nearest few girls and asked them about Chen Linlin. These three girls weren't familiar with Chen Linlin, but they knew who she was. In the Normal University, Chen Linlin was considered a famous figure and was very famous. As long as one was a student of this university, even if they hadn't seen Chen Linlin before, they would know who she was. These girls were from the student council. They asked a third-year girl in the student council to help them find out about Chen Linlin. Not long after, the girl came back with news. Chen Linlin's class didn't have classes in the afternoon. She was currently in a female dormitory. The third-year girl in the student council brought Wang Haoren to a female dormitory. Wang Haoren couldn't go in. The third-year girl who knew Chen Linlin took the initiative to ask for her help. After agreeing, the girl immediately went into the dormitory to ask for her. Walking down the stairs, they arrived at a room on the third floor. Chen Linlin was playing League of Legends with a few other girls. Sister Linlin, someone is looking for you downstairs. The girls spoke very carefully. Chen Linlin was a rich girl with a very bad temper. She could do whatever she wanted in class and even in school. The girls didn't dare to provoke her. At this time, Chen Linlin was staring at her phone screen with an unhappy expression. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. This was because Chen Linlin's game character, Sun Xianxia, was already dead. A few girls surrounded her, but it was no use at all. However, the four girls couldn't be blamed. Chen Linlin was just too noob. This Chen Linlin was the type of player who liked to choose archers despite being a noob. There weren't many classes in the third year. Chen Linlin's class only had one class in the afternoon. After this class, Chen Linlin had nothing to do. The afternoon was very long, far from the time to rest. She did not return to the mansion outside the school. Instead, she went to the female dormitory of her class on a whim and pulled a few girls she knew to play games. Who is looking for me? Chen Linlin happened to be counting down. When she heard the girl's question, she responded. A boy is looking for you. He drives a Pagani, the girl whispered. He's rich. Chen Linlin exclaimed, and then said disdainfully, Pagani is amazing. I also have a pink Lafarge limited in the world. At this moment, Chen Linlin's character was revived. Chen Linlin's attention returned to the game. Seeing that Chen Linlin didn't seem to have any intention of going downstairs, the girl said, Sister Linlin, that boy is very handsome. Are you sure you don't want to meet him? I don't care how handsome he is. I'm playing games now. Just say that I'm not free. Tell him to go away. Me, F*CK, I'm so annoyed. Chen Linlin replied as she played the game. The game character was killed by the invisible Prince of Lanling as soon as she got down from the high ground, so she was annoyed. Sister Linlin, that handsome guy is obviously not from our school. He must be interested in you and wants to pursue you. Shouldn't you at least go and take a look? The girl didn't want to disappoint the handsome guy waiting downstairs, so she tried to persuade her. Pursue me? I think he wants to F*King sleep with me. Do you think I don't know what boys are like? Chen Linlin's tone was disdainful. Although she had never been in a relationship, she still saw it clearly. What bullshit love was this? Boys chasing girls were just thinking about that kind of thing. Chen Linlin hated boys. She never cared about any boy's pursuit. No matter how handsome they were, she didn't like them. She never thought about being in a relationship. Because if she was in a relationship, she would be, after hearing Chen Linlin's words, the girl who came to pass the message didn't continue to persuade her. Chen Linlin was already very annoyed. If she continued, she might get angry. The girl left the dorm helplessly and returned to the entrance of the dorm. Handsome. Chen Linlin is busy. She can't come down. The girl felt that Chen Linlin's words were too harsh. She didn't want to say it out loud, so she tactfully conveyed Chen Linlin's thoughts. Wang Haoren couldn't help but frown. Since he was here, how could he leave empty-handed? Tell her that I'll wait for another 10 minutes. If she still doesn't come down, I'll go to the dorm and drag her out, Wang Haoren said in a low voice as he lost his patience. Huh? Are you really going to tell Chen Linlin that? The girl was shocked. Yes, please tell her exactly what I said, Wang Haoren replied with certainty. Handsome, what's your name? The girl heard from his tone that he seemed to know Chen Linlin, so she wanted to ask for his name. This way, Chen Linlin might change her mind. Hearing the question, Wang Haoren was stunned. He didn't know Chen Linlin, so it was useless to say his name. But it wouldn't affect anything if he said it. Wang Haoren. The girl nodded and walked into the dorm building again. She came to the dorm where Chen Linlin was. Sister Linlin, that handsome guy said his name is Wang Haoren. You should know him, right? The girl came close to Chen Linlin and asked aloud. Wang Haoren? What an old-fashioned name, Chen Linlin subconsciously complained. Then she thought of something and asked the girl in front of her, You just said that he drives a Pagani, right? Yes, he drives a Pagani, the girl said. Chen Linlin snorted coldly. Chen San had mentioned the name Wang Haoren when he had spoken to him on the phone. Wang Haoren, who came to look for her, must be the rich second-generation heir who wanted to stand up for Gu Yuro. She didn't expect Wang Haoren to come to her school to look for her after his father failed to help him. Did he think she was easy to bully? If that was what he thought, then he was gravely mistaken. Did he say anything else? Chen Linlin asked. The girl saw Chen Linlin's expression and faintly felt that something was wrong. But she still braced herself and replied, He said he'll wait for 10 minutes. He said he'll wait downstairs for 10 minutes. If you don't come down, he'll come in and drag you out. How many people did he bring? Chen Linlin's expression turned solemn. Just one person, the girl said. One person? Is he so arrogant? Chen Linlin couldn't help but laugh. Then, she glanced at the 090 numbers and lost the mood to play games. If she continued to play games, she would die a few more times and watch the base explode. Chen Linlin surrendered directly and went to the dorm to call for help. As a rich girl who was domineering, she was not alone. She had her own small team. In this small team, most of them were from the sports department. They were all tall and strong girls who were much stronger than ordinary boys. In the open space outside the dormitory building, Wang Haoran kept looking at his phone, calculating the time. After waiting for about 3 to 4 minutes, the girl who passed the message hurriedly ran out of the dormitory building. Chen Linlin went to call for help. She seems to want to harm you. You'd better leave quickly. The girl looked nervous. As she spoke, she looked back, afraid that someone would see her passing the message. Thank you for passing the message. Wang Haoran didn't have any intention of leaving. He just smiled at the delicate girl in front of him in a friendly manner. Seeing this smile, the girl was dazzled and felt like she was going to faint. Why didn't you listen to me? That Chen Linlin is very bad. If you don't leave, you'll be beaten up. After coming back to her senses, the girl reminded him again. I won't. Wang Haoran shook his head and continued to wait in place. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, the girl felt helpless. Afraid that Chen Linlin's people would find out that she was a snitch, she didn't dare to stay by Wang Haoran's side for a while and immediately distanced herself. She found a dormitory where she could see the scene at the entrance of the dormitory building and watched from afar. Not long after, 8 or 9 strong girls surrounded a beautiful girl and walked out of the dormitory building. Wang Haoran hadn't seen Chen Linlin before, but he had heard some news from the girl who passed the message. He could vaguely guess that this girl who was surrounded was the Chen Linlin he was looking for. While he was thinking, Chen Linlin also came to a few meters in front of Wang Haoran. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There was no system notification. Wang Haoran immediately understood that the Super Peach Blossom Halo didn't trigger any effect. The Super Peach Blossom Halo's triggering rate was double for the female supporting lead. But even so, it still didn't trigger. His luck today wasn't very good. However, Wang Haoran wasn't very disappointed. After all, the Super Peach Blossom Halo's effect had already been triggered twice, and it was effective on the female lead. This was already very good. It was a bit whimsical to say that the Super Peach Blossom Halo would be triggered every time. But it wasn't a big problem. Because Chen Linlin wasn't the female lead. To a certain extent, it was actually a good thing that the Super Peach Blossom Halo did not trigger its effect. He communicated with the system and issued a command. Ding, the host has successfully used Charm Halo on the female lead villain, Chen Linlin. Chen Linlin's favorability towards the host has increased to 100 points. After Wang Haoran received the system notification, he turned his attention back to Chen Linlin. Chen Linlin originally came with a look of displeasure, but at this moment, the displeasure on her face had completely disappeared. She stared fixedly at Wang Haoran, her eyes revealing an incomparable infatuation. How could there be such a good-looking guy in this world? Chen Linlin was shocked. Before this, she had always thought that she would never meet a boy she liked. She looked down on boys and even compared boys to dogs. When she was in her adolescence, she had always had a philosophy for herself. That was to pursue celibacy, and he had always practiced it. She had never been in a relationship with a boy in her entire life. After all, being in a relationship meant being that. She treated boys like dogs. If she was, that was equivalent to being a dog. Of course, Chen Linlin was unhappy. But at this moment, Chen Linlin's philosophy collapsed. She suddenly wanted to be in a relationship. Although being in a relationship for a long time would mean but if it was the person in front of her, it was completely acceptable. Sister Linlin? The strong girls who surrounded Chen Linlin saw that Chen Linlin was in a daze and did not say a word for a long time, and felt a little puzzled. Among them, a strong girl called out to her. Chen Linlin quickly came back to her senses and shyly retracted her gaze, looking at Wang Haoran's eyes. But as soon as she retracted her gaze, she couldn't help but cast her gaze on his face again. Too handsome, too mesmerizing, Chen Linlin felt that she had completely fallen. You're Chen Linlin? Wang Haoran suddenly asked. Yes, I am. Hello. Chen Linlin was a little reserved as she stretched out her hand. The strong girls in Chen Linlin's group looked at each other in astonishment. Wasn't she here to teach him a lesson? Why was Chen Linlin so friendly? Although the boy in front of her was very handsome, Chen Linlin had always been immune to handsome guys. What was going on? Don't pick on Guyuro in the future, do you understand? Wang Haoran glanced at Chen Linlin's outstretched hand and did not respond. He only said this aloud. Hearing this, a strong sense of jealousy flashed across Chen Linling's blurred eyes. Wang Haoren's words reminded her. The reason why the two of them had met was entirely because of Gu Yuro. What's your relationship with Gu Yuro? Chen Linlin asked with a frown. I asked you to answer the question, not ask. Wang Haoren took the initiative, so of course, he would not be so polite with his words. Moreover, Chen Linlin was a female supporting villain after all. It might not be effective to persuade her not to pick on Gu Yuro. It would be more effective to have a bad attitude. The wicked needed to be dealt with by the wicked. This saying made sense. When Chen Linlin heard Wang Haoren's tone, she was unhappy. She was used to being unreasonable at home and outside. No one had ever spoken to her in such a bad tone. Chen Linlin was a little angry, but when she glanced at the handsome face in front of her, she was like a deflated balloon. Alright, I won't pick on Gu Yuro in the future. Are you satisfied? Chen Linlin said softly. Wang Haoren waited for a few seconds after hearing this. There wasn't even the slightest reaction from the system. From this, he could tell that Chen Linlin was pretending to agree. If Chen Linlin really agreed, the main storyline between Gu Yuro and Chen Linlin would be over. He would be rewarded. While he was thinking, Wang Haoren suddenly saw Chen Linlin looking behind him with jealousy and resentment. Wang Haoren was confused and turned to follow Chen Linling's gaze. He saw Gu Yuro walking toward the entrance of the dormitory. As Gu Yuro had something on her mind, she looked worried and lowered her head as she walked. When she reached the entrance of the dormitory, she saw someone in front of her from the corner of her eye and looked up. Gu Yuro saw Wang Haoren, Chen Linlin, and some strong girls who followed Chen Linling's lead. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuro was stunned. She did not understand the situation. However, she did not stay for long. She lowered her head and walked into the dormitory. Then, she hurried back to a bedroom on the second floor. The bedroom that Gu Yuro was staying in was facing the entrance of the dormitory. She could hear and see the scene at the entrance of the dormitory from the window. Because of Gu Yuro's passing, Wang Haoren and Chen Linlin fell into a short silence. Chen Linlin looked jealously at Gu Yuro disappearing from sight and then looked away. Wang Haoren had X-ray vision and could see Gu Yuro leaning against the window and peeking at them. For a moment, Wang Haoren had a strange feeling in his heart. This scene was very similar to the melodramatic plot in the Women's Channel. Wang Haoren wanted to reject the melodramatic plot and leave the plot, but he had to bear with it for the sake of the villain. After calming himself down, Wang Haoren looked at Chen Linlin with a scrutinizing gaze and warned her in a low voice, Gu Yuro, you have a grudge with Gu Yuro. What is the grudge between you and Gu Yuro? You're not allowed to target her in the future or I won't let you off. When he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice. Gu Yuro, who was hiding on the second floor, must have heard him if she was not deaf. What? What does he mean? Gu Yuro, who was hiding by the window on the second floor, heard Wang Haoren's words and her heart was stirred. This guy had used such means to bully her the other day. He must have found her an eyesore and hated her. Why was he defending her? Did he like her? Gu Yuro could not help but feel happy when this thought popped up in her head. Ding! The favorability of the female lead, Gu Yuro, has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 55, admiration, ding. The host pretended to be the male lead of the female lead and successfully advanced into the main plot. The reward is 900 villain points. Gu Yuro's protagonist aura minus 45. The host's villain aura plus 45. Wang Haoren had received his reward. The discomfort caused by the melodramatic plot had also dissipated by quite a bit. At the same time, his eyes, which had lost focus due to his thoughts, focused again on Chen Linling's face. Chen Linling's eyes were filled with jealousy. She had always been jealous of Gu Yuro's good looks. Now, the guy she liked valued Gu Yuro so much. Her hatred for Gu Yuro deepened. Wang Haoren caught Chen Linling's emotions and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He was here to deal with Chen Linlin so that she would not target Gu Yuro in the future. Now, because of the melodramatic plot, Chen Linlin was even more jealous of Gu Yuro. If this was allowed to develop, Chen Linling's plot against Gu Yuro would be lengthened until it was longer than the old lady's foot-binding cloth. Wang Haoren did not want to always clean up Gu Yuro's mess. He did not have the time to do so. If he wanted to deal with Chen Linlin, he could directly poison her and let her die. However, this was not worth it. Chen Linlin was, after all, the daughter of a rich family and was deeply loved by her father, Chen San. She could influence Chen San's thoughts to a large extent. If used well, she would be a good help. In addition, Chen Linlin's favorability was maxed out and there was no problem with her loyalty. However, Gu Yuro was eavesdropping and watching. It was not suitable to make peace with Chen Linlin or make her submit to him. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren suddenly said to Chen Linlin, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and walked along a road towards a direction outside the dormitory building. Chen Linlin didn't even think about it and immediately followed him. "Sister Linlin, those strong girls," hurriedly shouted out. "Don't follow me." Chen Linlin stopped in her tracks and stopped her. She then jogged after Wang Haoren's departing figure. Along the campus path, Chen Linlin followed Wang Haoren to a quiet place. There was no one else in sight for the time being. Wang Haoren stopped and turned around to look at Chen Linlin. "I told you to follow me, so you followed me. Aren't you afraid?" Wang Haoren revealed a thought-provoking smile. When Chen Linlin heard this, she was a little flustered. But after thinking about it, could it be that he would hit her? If she really wanted to hit him, he could just beg for mercy. It couldn't be that he didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex, right? If he didn't want to hit her, then it could only be that kind of intention. However, surprisingly, Chen Linlin didn't feel afraid at all. In fact, she even felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Linlin felt fearless. She raised her voice to respond to his words. "What are you afraid of? Are you going to eat me up?" "Actually, Gu Yuro and I are not what you think." Wang Haoren went straight to the point. "If you don't like Gu Yuro, why are you speaking up for her? Why did you specially come to me to warn me not to target her?" Chen Linlin found it strange. "On the contrary, not only do I not like her, I even hate her," Wang Haoren said seriously. "Are you trying to get her to like you and then get rid of her after you win her heart?" Chen Linlin guessed Wang Haoren's thoughts using the psychology of a villain. "You're right. So, I hope you can cooperate with me. As for what remuneration you want, you can tell me. How much is it?" Wang Haoren pretended to negotiate with her. "I don't lack money. Can I ask for anything else?" Chen Linlin bargained. "Tell me. If it's within my ability, I'll consider it," Wang Haoren replied. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Linlin asked boldly. "Yes." Chen Linlin was stunned and disappointment appeared on her face. "But I don't mind having one more." After Wang Haoren saw the change in Chen Linlin's expression, how could he not know what she was thinking? He immediately added. Anyway, they were both villains. There was no need to beat around the bush. It didn't matter if she asked for too much. "Aren't you too much of a jerk?" Chen Linlin was dumbfounded. "I didn't ask you to agree." Wang Haoren found it funny. Chen Linlin was stunned for a moment. What he said seemed to make sense. If she didn't agree, she wouldn't be a jerk. Moreover, compared to those ordinary scumbags, he was considered to be very kind. At least he explained the situation in advance. He wasn't the kind of guy who pretended to be affectionate on the surface but secretly had an affair. "Change to other conditions," Wang Haoren said again. "No, this is it." Chen Linlin hesitated for a moment and quickly made a decision. "What?" Wang Haoren pretended not to understand. "Let me be your girlfriend and I won't go against Gu Yuro in the future." Chen Linlin said this with a red face. After saying this, she wanted to scold herself. I'm so *king cheap. This guy was such a jerk. Why did she stick to him? But she hated that she wanted to be a jerk. She really wanted it. Happy cooperation. Wang Haoren stretched out his hand as if he was expressing friendship after a successful business deal. Chen Linlin only felt a little strange but still reached out her hand to shake his. Ding. The host pretended to be the male lead of the female channel and ended the plot against the female lead, Gu Yuro. The reward is 2,200 villain points, Gu Yuro's protagonist aura -110, the host's villain aura plus 110. Wang Haoran received the reward as he wished and immediately wanted to let go of Chen Linlin's hand. However, he realized that Chen Linlin was holding on tightly. You should be free now, right? I'll bring you around the normal university. The scenery here is pretty good. Chen Linlin smiled sweetly and invited him. Oh yes, I forgot to ask you something. Wang Haoran suddenly thought of something. What is it? Ask away, Chen Linlin said. Have you been in love before? Is it? Wang Haoran didn't say it clearly but gave her a you-know look. Chen Linlin understood and quickly said, of course. I don't believe it. Wang Haoran snorted. He glanced at Chen Linlin from top to bottom and said something shocking. He then asked, which hotel nearby is the cleanest? Hearing Wang Haoran's words, Chen Linlin was stunned for a while before she regained her senses. Even if he was a jerk, he should not be such a jerk. They had just met and he had already gone overboard. He was too despicable. Chen Linlin wanted to wave her hand and say, get lost. However, when the words reached her mouth, they became, I have a mansion nearby and I live alone. As soon as she said that, Chen Linlin felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. However, she still hoped that Wang Haoran would respond quickly. Alright, I believe you. You don't have to prove it. Wang Haoran put away his doubtful look and suddenly smiled. Chen Linlin was a little dizzy from this set of actions. What was going on? She had already agreed but he actually went back on his word. Chen Linlin felt that the embarrassment she had suffered today was 10 times more than the embarrassment she had suffered in the past 20 years. Can you accompany me for a walk outside? Her tone was almost pleading and she looked pitiful. If this expression was seen by those who knew Chen Linlin well, they would be shocked. Chen Linlin herself had never imagined that she would become such a bootlicker one day. No, it was not a bootlicker. It should be affection. Chen Linlin corrected herself in her heart. But, this request was very simple. Wang Haoran saw Chen Linlin's pitiful look and wanted to agree. However, just as he said one word, he suddenly used his X-ray vision and saw Gu Yuro peeking at them from behind a tree not far away. Gu Yuro is peeking over there. We can't let her find out that we have that kind of relationship. Next time, Wang Haoran said softly. Chen Linlin glanced around and saw a part of her skirt peeking out from behind a big tree not far away. She remembered that Gu Yuro was wearing a long dress today. Alright, please remember. Chen Linlin did not dare to ruin Wang Haoran's plan. She replied softly and then solemnly reminded him, Gu Yuro is too despicable. This Gu Yuro is too hateful. Since you want to deal with her, I'll let you deal with her. But remember to count me in. After you get her, it's best to make her pregnant a few times and then dump her ruthlessly. Oh yes, it's best to take a video and post it online. Let her die. Chen Linlin looked mischievous as she gave Wang Haoran an idea. Wang Haoran was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he remembered that Chen Linlin was a female supporting character in a female channel. She had a bad heart, so he understood. I'll do my best. Wang Haoran lowered his voice and replied perfunctorily. Then, he suddenly raised his voice and said Chen Linlin, remember what I said. If you continue to go against Gu, I won't let you. Don't do anything rash. I won't target Gu Yuro in the future. Chen Linlin pretended to be afraid and played along with Wang Haoran's act. Scram. Wang Haoran coldly threw out a word. Chen Linlin walked in the other direction where Gu Yuro was hiding and left gloomily. Wang Haoran saw this and prepared to leave. However, he left in the opposite direction of Chen Linlin. After walking for a distance, he passed by the big tree where Gu Yuro was hiding and pulled her out. You saw everything? Wang Haoran asked even though he knew the answer. I saw everything. However, don't think that I'll forgive you just because you did this. Gu Yuro was secretly happy but on the surface, she looked disdainful and looked at Wang Haoran as if she was looking at an enemy. Wang Haoran did not feel strange when he heard what she said. The love and hate entanglement in a female novel was the most melodramatic. In a conventional main plot of a female novel, the female protagonist and the male protagonist would never get along well with each other until the end of the story. Even if there was, it was only temporary. This had a lot to do with the main character of the female channel. Many female protagonists usually had a setting, and that was to be stubborn. Although they liked the male protagonist, they would not admit it verbally and would treat the male protagonist as an enemy. He had tortured himself to the point of hovering between life and death, yet he still seemed to feel particularly satisfied. Guyuro was a typical female protagonist. When faced with this kind of manipulation from a female protagonist like Guyuro, the male protagonist's reaction was to deny it and say that he was good to the female protagonist for other reasons and not because he liked her. Wang Haoren felt that it was very melodramatic, but in order to get the reward for impersonating the male protagonist, he could only put himself in the role. He organized his words and said, "Woman, don't think too much. I just don't like Chen Linlin, so I talked to her about something. It has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Wang Haoren had an arrogant look on his face as he prepared to leave. However, when Guyuro heard this, she believed him. It turned out that he didn't do it because he liked her. Thinking of this, Guyuro felt sad and disappointed. Then, she remembered that she had been bullied. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted at Wang Haoren's back. "You bad guy, leave this place quickly. I don't want to see you ever again. I'll take it that I was crushed by a ghost." Hearing this, Wang Haoren stopped in his tracks, but he still forced himself to endure this melodramatic plot and continued to walk forward. However, there were hurried footsteps behind him. Soon, Wang Haoren felt someone bump into his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that it was Guyuro. The road was wide and Guyuro was not blind. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to bump into him. Obviously, Guyuro did it on purpose. I was careless. Don't do anything rash. If you do, I'll scream." Guyuro did that out of anger. When she saw Wang Haoren looking at her expressionlessly, she could not help but panic. However, amidst the panic, there was an inexplicable expectation. At this moment, Wang Haoren could not tolerate this melodramatic plot anymore. He had the urge to tie Guyuro up and hang her on a tree to dry. However, he thought of Guyuro's super lucky halo. When she was being persecuted, she could escape. She could turn the degree of persecution into bad luck and use it on the person who persecuted her. Yan Yuntian had personally experienced the power of this halo. As a witness, Wang Haoren also saw it clearly. He immediately dismissed the idea of teaching Guyuro a lesson. However, he felt very aggrieved. If it were not for the antagonist point, he would not have participated in this melodramatic plot. Teaching Guyuro a lesson did not seem to require persecution. Wang Haoren suddenly thought of something. Guyuro, the female lead, was very special. Based on Guyuro's character design, he had deduced that her main plot was very cruel. In fact, it had been verified. As long as he followed the main plot and avoided triggering her halo, there was still a feasible way to vent his anger. "Follow me," Wang Haoren said to Guyuro coldly. "Go, where are we going?" Guyuro was afraid and curious. "Cut the crap. Just follow me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Wang Haoren walked in front with a ferocious look on his face. Guyuro was very afraid and could only follow him obediently. Ding. The favorability of the female lead, Guyuro, has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 60, admiration, ding. The host pretended to be the male lead of the female lead and successfully advanced the main plot. The reward is 900 villain points. Guyuro's protagonist aura minus 45. The host's villain aura plus 45. Wang Haoren accepted the reward happily. Then, he quickly left the hotel room and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Wretch, Guyuro's face was red. She retched for a while and went to the washroom to rinse her mouth. It was evening and the sky was getting dark. Wang Haoren hurried to the hotel parking lot and drove the Pagani away. There was a message from Lu Yan on his phone. It was sent half an hour ago. Lu Yan said in the message that she was very upset and wanted him to talk to her. Wang Haoren could vaguely guess what it was about. He drove out of the hotel parking lot and went to the Academy of Arts. He successfully met Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked very haggard and she was a little thin. "My brother, he's dead," Lu Yan said sadly. "Ah? when did this happen? Wang Haoran pretended to be surprised. It happened a few days ago. I was afraid that it would affect your mood, so I didn't tell you. But I feel very upset, so I wanted to talk to you. Am I bothering you? Lu Yan said humbly. Silly girl, why would I? You should have told me earlier. That way, I could have shared your emotions. Wang Haoran sighed and then asked. How did your brother die? He died from a needle in between his eyebrows. We can't find the murderer and the case is pending. In a few days, I'll go and collect my brother's body and deal with his funeral, Lu Yan said. Let me know when the time comes and I'll help. I'll find a good place for your brother to bury him. Wang Haoran touched Lu Yan's head and wanted to comfort her. Of course, helping Lu Yan with Lu Chen's funeral was not just a perfunctory gesture. He really wanted to help. Wang Haoran had already thought of a good place to bury Lu Chen. It was at the top of Qingling Mountain. Lin Chen and Yan Yuntian were both buried there. If Lu Chen went there, he would have company. It's all thanks to you. During this period of time, Lu Yan had only felt mentally and physically exhausted. After hearing Wang Haoran's words, she felt that she had someone to rely on and was extremely touched. Like a young swallow, she threw herself into his arms. Lu Yan greedily felt the warmth in his arms and calmed down a little. I told my brother that the villa was unlucky, but he didn't listen. Lu Yan sighed again. It's all in the past. Don't think too much about it, Wang Haoran comforted her again. Lu Yan nodded obediently. She adjusted her mood and said, our school has a cultural performance tonight. Do you want to stay and watch? She wasn't actually in the mood to watch the joint performance, but she wanted to spend more time with Wang Haoran, so she came up with an excuse. Sure. Wang Haoran immediately agreed. Lu Yan was actually quite pitiful. Lu Chen was already dead, and only his dying grandfather was left. He didn't have much time to live. And from the looks of it, Lu Yan was the only female lead who had a favorability of 100, life and death together. If only counting the female leads, Lu Yan's tolerance and care for him was the highest. Wang Haoran didn't feel any pressure at all when interacting with Lu Yan. Because Lu Yan would do her best to make him happy and wouldn't give him any uneasiness or pressure. Such a girl only made such a small request. How could he not agree? Moreover, there were many beauties in the Academy of Arts. The joint performance should be something to watch, right? It was killing two birds with one stone. Have you eaten? Wang Haoran looked at Lu Yan's thin and haggard appearance and couldn't help but ask. I haven't had an appetite recently. I'm not in the mood to eat, Lu Yan replied. Silly, you have to eat. Look at you, you've lost weight from hunger. The places that shouldn't have shrunk. Didn't you notice? Wang Haoran sized her up and reminded her. Ah? I think so. Lu Yan was shocked. She really didn't notice it before, but now that Wang Haoran mentioned it, she immediately noticed it. Although her curves were still very good. But she still wanted to make herself more perfect. Because this way, it would be easier to please her lover. Coincidentally, I haven't eaten either. Let's go eat first, Wang Haoran suggested. Okay. Lu Yan nodded. Wang Haoran drove Lu Yan to a nearby restaurant to eat. At the same time, the joint performance of the Academy of Arts was also in the midst of intense preparations. Some of the students who needed to perform on stage had already put on their makeup early. In one of the male toilets on campus, a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and an impeccable face walked out. A boy who was about to enter the male toilets couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her. But this beautiful woman didn't take it seriously and didn't think there was anything wrong with entering the male toilets. Her expression was indifferent as she left on her own. Along the way, from time to time, there would be some people who were shocked by this beautiful woman's appearance and would look over to size her up. This beautiful woman was wearing a Han Chinese costume and was filled with a delicate classical beauty, as if she had walked out of an ancient beauty painting. Who is this beautiful woman? She's not worse than the campus belle Lu Yan. Why haven't I seen her before? She shouldn't be from our school. There's a joint performance tonight. This beautiful woman is dressed like this. She must be one of the students who will perform on stage. How can she not be from our school? Some people started to discuss intensely about the background of this beauty. On the other side, after Wang Haoren and Lu Yan had their fill, they rested for a while and returned to the Academy of Arts. Lu Yan's originally pale face also regained some healthy redness after the meal. After getting out of the car, Lu Yan brought Wang Haoren to the square. The cultural performance was held in the Grand Square. At this time, the performance was about to begin. The square was crowded with people. Wang Haoren glanced around and saw a large number of beautiful women and handsome men. Wang Haoren automatically filtered out those handsome men and mainly looked at those beautiful women. However, after a rough glance, he was slightly disappointed. Although there were many beautiful women in the Academy of Arts, compared to the top beauties, they were not even as good as Qingling University. Qingling University had 4 campus bells in the first year alone. And in the Academy of Arts, except for Lu Yan, there seemed to be no one else who could be compared to Qin Yunhan and the others. Wang Haoren looked away dispiritedly. But the moment he looked away, a beautiful woman in a Han Chinese costume suddenly entered his vision. Wang Haoren's eyes suddenly lit up. This beautiful woman could not be compared to Feng Xuansu and Tan Taoyue, who were at the level of disaster. After all, these two people's appearance, temperament, and figure were all very rare in the world. However, this beautiful woman could arm wrestle with Yu Shiqing. It was also very rare. If there were no surprises, this should be the female lead. Wang Haoren made a judgment in his heart. Then, he continued to look at the beautiful woman in the Han Chinese costume, who was full of classical charm. Wang Haoren admired for a few seconds, and then, out of habit, he activated his X-ray vision. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little hot. However, something that a beautiful woman should not have suddenly entered Wang Haoren's vision. Wang Haoren's eyes suddenly widened. He put his hands in his hair and hugged his head tightly. His scalp was numb, goosebumps appeared all over his body. Uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable, it was as if he had just eaten a delicious meal, but after entering his mouth, he found that it was a pile of rice field. Wang Haoren felt like he was going crazy. Wang Haoren felt pain in his eyes and quickly turned off his X-ray vision. However, the feeling of disgust did not completely disappear. This beautiful woman whose appearance was comparable to Yu Shiqing's was actually a man. It was a crossdresser. If not for his X-ray vision, he would not have been able to tell. Just now, he had been fantasizing for a long time. Thinking back, it was really disgusting. Before this, Wang Haoren had met a main character who was a transvestite. That had already made him feel very disgusted. However, the crossdresser in front of him was several times more disgusting. In the male genre of light novels, there was no lack of crossdresser protagonists. Wang Haoren's heart moved and immediately contacted the system to check. Main character, Ling Nanqiu, combat strength, 65, charm, 383, main character aura, 4879, skill, golden finger crossdresser system. When crossdressing, you can obtain points when you receive the favor and confession of a male character. Points can be used to directly increase your charm and unlock various abilities. Note 1, the more attractive the male character, the more points you will obtain. Note 2, the upper limit of the charm that the system can increase is 999. When the charm reaches 999, both men and women will be attracted. You can easily obtain the favor and trust of both male and female characters. Under normal circumstances, the success rate of wooing a female character when crossdressing is 100%. The success rate of wooing a male character when crossdressing is 100%. Currently unlocked abilities, voice changing, can imitate any type of female voice, classical dance skill, max level. Currently unlocked ability, X-ray vision, current unlocked progress, 1%, some information quickly appeared in Wang Haoren's mind. The numbness in his scalp kept attacking him. Just now, before he activated his X-ray vision, he had thought that Ling Nanqiu was the female lead and had really had strange thoughts. To a certain extent, this should be considered favor, right? And Ling Nanqiu had also obtained points from him because of this. Moreover, these points should not be low. After all, he was good-looking enough, and the points obtained by the crossdresser system were proportional to his looks. In other words, he had been taken advantage of? He had been taking advantage of the main character all day long, but unexpectedly, the main character had taken advantage of him today. How infuriating. Wang Haoren had the urge to give Ling Nanxiu a physical exorcism to appease his resentment. However, this thought was quickly extinguished in less than a second. This cross-dressing big shot Ling Nanxiu's plot armor was not low. It was close to 5,000 points. It was a very fat sheep and provided a lot of wool. It wouldn't be worth it if he directly released her soul. The villain point was what he urgently needed at the moment. Of course, he had to pay more attention to keeping the wool. After all, Ling Nanxiu was unlocking his X-ray vision. Wang Haoren didn't want any other man to have this ability other than himself. If there were any, they would all be killed. However, Ling Nanxiu's progress was only at 1%. It was still far away. To be more precise, his X-ray vision would never be unlocked. If Ling Nanxiu wanted to accumulate points, he had to fulfill one condition. As long as he couldn't show off in women's clothing in front of others, he wouldn't be able to get any points. Solving this problem was simply too easy. Jiang Gaoxian had taken a few days off. He should have rested enough, right? As he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt someone gently patting his arm. Wang Haoren tilted his head slightly and looked at Lu Yan, who was staring at him with her watery eyes. That girl is really pretty. As Lu Yan spoke, she glanced at the classic beauty in traditional Chinese clothing in the distance. Her heart was completely focused on Wang Haoren, so her attention was always on him. Wang Haoren had been staring blankly in one direction for so long that she naturally sensed something. That was why Lu Yan said this. She didn't sound angry at all. She just sounded a little jealous. Pretty my ass. Wang Haoren only felt disgusted. He didn't think it was pretty at all. Lu Yan didn't know what he meant. She just thought that Wang Haoren was afraid that she would be angry, so he said this. A magnanimous smile appeared on her delicate and slightly rosy face. She said, I'm sorry. If you like to look, just look. I won't blame you. If you want that girl's social media account, I can even get it for you. After all, girls don't keep their guard up against other girls. My chances of getting her contact information should be higher than yours, right? Her voice was gentle and gentle. She didn't sound like she was joking. Wang Haoren could tell that she was serious. He was stunned for a few seconds. Then he sighed. Was this the benefit of having a good impression of him? She was obviously jealous, but in order to please him, she still wanted to help her boyfriend hit on other girls. She was really so sensible that it made his heart ache. However, Lu Yan had misunderstood. I'm really not interested in that guy. Don't think too much. Wang Haoren didn't expose Ling Nanxiu as a crossdresser. After all, Ling Nanxiu really looked like a woman. If he exposed Ling Nanxiu as a crossdresser, how would he explain it to Lu Yan? Say that he had X-ray vision? Of course not. Or that he knew Ling Nanxiu? That was even more ridiculous. He was from another school. How could he be more familiar with the people in the Academy of Arts than Lu Yan? To save himself the trouble, it was best to pretend that he didn't know. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Lu Yan pursed her lips and looked serious. I'm serious too. Wang Haoren emphasized. Okay. Lu Yan's pretty face broke into a smile. Her cheeks were flushed. Because she felt that Wang Haoren was telling the truth. In fact, it was true. As they talked, Ling Nanxiu, the crossdresser, was immersed in the joy of accumulating points. This was a crowded place. Moreover, this was the Academy of Arts. Naturally, there were many handsome guys. He was dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. When he stood in the square, he attracted the attention of many boys. They sized him up, admired him, and even coveted him. Hence, his points kept increasing. However, the points gained from simply standing there were very limited. Ling Nanxiu was happy for a while. Then, he calmed down. If he relied on standing on the street to gain points, it would take at least a month or two to unlock his X-ray vision. If he wanted to gain more points, he had to show off his good looks. No, to put it nicely, he had to perform on stage. He just so happened to have a performance in today's performance, and that was to perform a classical dance. Then, he would definitely be able to gain more points. the progress of unlocking his X-ray vision would be much faster. However, there was still some time before the performance. There was no point in standing on the street. After thinking for a while, Ling Nanchu decided to flirt with a guy. Her gaze turned and scanned the surroundings. She was choosing a male target. He glanced at those who were average-looking. He wanted to flirt with those who were extremely handsome. Ling Nanchu looked around and quickly found his target. However, a wave of displeasure rose in his heart. Wasn't this guy too handsome? Ling Nanchu muttered to himself. At the same time, he noticed the pretty girl beside the handsome guy. He knew that girl. Or rather, every student in the Academy of Arts knew that girl. The reason was that this beautiful girl was the only campus belle recognized by the Academy of Arts, Lu Yan. In a place like the Academy of Arts where beauties were as common as clouds, Lu Yan stood out from the crowd and was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the Academy of Arts. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Yan was the dream girl of 90% of the boys in the Academy of Arts. Ling Nanchu was one of them. While he was thinking, Ling Nanchu saw Lu Yan and the handsome guy whispering to each other intimately. A sense of jealousy rose in Ling Nanchu's heart. Judging from their behavior and Lu Yan's expression, they seemed to be a couple. The beauty of the Academy of Arts, Lu Yan, had a boyfriend? Ding. The host has damaged the protagonist Ling Nanchu's mentality. Obtained 800 villain points. Ling Nanchu's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Ling Nanchu felt like breaking down. However, he quickly calmed himself down. There had been no news of Lu Yan having a boyfriend. Ling Nanchu was certain that Lu Yan had just found a boyfriend. Their intimacy was limited. At most, they would hold hands or kiss a few times. Ling Nanchu could completely accept this. Let's steal her, Ling Nanchu did as he was told. He casually walked in the direction of Lu Yan and her boyfriend. Soon, Ling Nanchu was a few meters away from Lu Yan and Wang Haoren. Ling Nanchu slowed down and pretended to be passing by, brushing past Wang Haoren. Oh my! The pretty girl exclaimed. Ling Nanchu pretended to stumble, as if he was about to fall. He was hoping that this handsome guy would quickly reach out and help him up. That's right, the way he waved his hoe to poach her was not to seduce Lu Yan, but to seduce Wang Haoren. Ling Nanchu was not stupid. He would definitely choose to use his greatest advantage. Dressed as a boy, he was just a little handsome. In the art academy where there were many handsome guys, he was not particularly outstanding. Ling Nanchu knew that compared to Lu Yan's boyfriend, he was a far cry from him. If so, how could he seduce Lu Yan? However, it wasn't the case when he was cross-dressing. In female clothing, Ling Nanchu's attractiveness increased exponentially. His looks, figure, and temperament were enough to compete with Lu Yan. He was even more outstanding than Lu Yan in terms of figure. Of course, the reason for this was because Ling Nanchu had deliberately shaped her curves to be as exaggerated as a pomelo. To put it bluntly, it was completely supported by props. Whether the curve was smooth or steep depended on what Ling Nanchu wanted to use to support himself. As a guy, Ling Nanchu knew how attractive a girl's curves were to men. With this, Ling Nanchu had reason to believe that he was more charming than Lu Yan. However, what puzzled Ling Nanchu was that when he pretended to fall, the boy only glanced at him indifferently and had no intention of reaching out to help him. In this emergency, Ling Nanchu could not think too much. He could only pretend that he suddenly steadied himself and stopped stumbling. When he straightened his body, Ling Nanchu deliberately puffed out his chest in front of the handsome guy. Strange, strange. Ling Nanchu was bewildered. Why did this handsome guy's expression not change? Was it because Lu Yan was present? Yes, that must be it. No guy could resist the attraction of a pomelo. Moreover, there was the bonus of good looks. However, after thinking for a while, he realized that he was wrong. If this handsome guy was pretending not to be interested in him, he could at least receive some points. However, after showing off for a while, she did not receive any points from the handsome guy in front of her. Ling Nanchu was puzzled. Pretty girl, are you from our school? Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Haoren's face was cold, but Lu Yan asked curiously. Logically speaking, such a pretty girl could not be unknown in the school. I'm a new student who just transferred here, Ling Nanqiu said in a sweet and feminine voice. Oh, I see. Lu Yan was enlightened and asked, I'm Lu Yan. What's your name? Ling Nanqiu. He said his name directly. The Academy of Arts was quite big and there were many students. He was not famous, so Lu Yan would not know him. His real name sounded like a girl's. It's a nice name, Lu Yan praised. Your name is nice too. Ling Nanqiu replied. Then, he glanced at the expressionless Wang Haoren and asked Lu Yan, what's the matter? Is this your boyfriend? Yes. Lu Yan looked as if she was showing off. She held the arm of the person beside her and swung it a few times. As she swung her arm, it rubbed against a plump body and even deformed it. Ling Nanqiu saw this and jealousy rose in his heart like a tidal wave. Ding. Host caused Ling Nanqiu's mentality to be damaged. Received 800 villain points. Ling Nanqiu's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Wang Haoren looked at Ling Nanqiu silently. He did not speak, but he really wanted to punch this crossdresser in the face. But there were too many people here and it was not convenient for him to do so. Also, Ling Nanqiu could not take a punch from him. Because if he took a punch, he would definitely die. This went against Wang Haoren's idea of taking advantage of him. When Wang Haoren suddenly received a system message, he was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly realized why. Wang Haoren suddenly broke free from Lu Yan's arm and put it on her shoulder. He openly demonstrated his perverted hand. Ding. Host caused Ling Nanqiu's mentality to be damaged. Received 1,200 villain points. Ling Nanqiu's protagonist aura -60. Host's villain aura +60. Ling Nanqiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He felt so uncomfortable that he could not breathe for a moment. This person was too much in front of so many people. He was not human. Ling Nanqiu criticized him in his heart from the perspective of justice. But even though he was criticizing Wang Haoren, he really wanted to switch places with Wang Haoren and experience it for himself. But Ling Nanqiu also knew that this was just his imagination. Ling Nanqiu opened his mouth and wanted to scold Wang Haoren, but he realized that he did not have a good reason. After all, they were a couple. What did it have to do with him? However, Ling Nanqiu was so angry that he could only hope that Lu Yan would slap her boyfriend in anger. After all, her boyfriend was really disrespectful. But after a few seconds, Ling Nanqiu was shocked. Lu Yan pursed her rosy lips tightly as her eyes rippled with tears. Where was the slightest bit of anger and blame? Ling Nanqiu only felt that his heart was blocked. Ding. Host caused Ling Nanqiu's mentality to be damaged. Received 800 villain points. Ling Nanqiu's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. The more Ling Nanqiu looked at her, the angrier he got. Finally, he looked away. But in his heart, he was thinking about something. He had planned to unlock his X-ray vision as soon as possible. But now, he had changed his mind. He desperately wanted to increase his charm to 999 as soon as possible. In this way, Lu Yan's boyfriend would not be able to resist his charm. Lu Yan's boyfriend did not look like a straight man. Even if he was a straight man, he would turn gay by himself at that time. Of course, Ling Nanqiu was not gay. He just wanted to use this method to make Lu Yan's boyfriend lose interest in women. Then, he would not like Lu Yan anymore. Once Lu Yan broke up with him, he would be able to take advantage of her. But to increase his charm to 999, he would need a lot of points. It would take a long time. But it all depended on effort. Ling Nanqiu was full of energy. With that thought in mind, he began to look forward to the performance as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard Lu Yan's grunt. Ling Nanqiu did not need to look to know that it was a heart-wrenching scene. So, he decided not to look. Without looking sideways, he walked away. Wang Haoren watched Ling Nanqiu leave. He stopped and said to Lu Yan, in the future, stay away from that boy. It's best if you don't even talk to him. Guy? Lu Yan's cheeks were flushed red, and there was a charming light in her eyes that had yet to dissipate. She looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. Didn't you notice that Guy has an Adam's apple? It's not a guy, It's a guy. Wang Haoran found a suitable reason to expose Ling Nanshu's gender. I didn't notice it just now. Lu Yan was startled. Her attention was all on him. Plus, he was up to no good. How could she be in the mood to look at others? Just remember what I said, understand? Wang Haoran reminded her. I'll stay away from him when I see him. Lu Yan nodded obediently. Judging from Ling Nanshu's outfit, he should be performing on stage. Do you know the schedule for the performance? Wang Haoran went straight to the point. He already knew that Ling Nanshu had the cross-dressing big boss system. He also knew that Ling Nanshu would be able to earn points while cross-dressing. There would be so many people watching the performance later. Ling Nanshu would definitely gain a lot of points. This kind of thing, Wang Haoran naturally had to nip it in the bud. Ling Nanshu must not be allowed to perform on stage. There were many ways to stop Ling Nanshu from going on stage. The most direct method was to use vital energy to knock Ling Nanshu unconscious without anyone noticing. However, Wang Haoran had an excellent plan to deal with Ling Nanshu. The idea of knocking Ling Nanshu unconscious was just a backup plan. However, in order to carry out this excellent plan, he needed some time to prepare. Now that the performance was about to start, if Ling Nanshu's performance was one of the first few, this perfect plan would not be able to be realized. This was also the reason why Wang Haoran wanted to know the program schedule for the joint performance. I really don't know. Originally, I was also recommended to go up and perform a show. But I was not in a good mood, so I rejected it. So I did not come across any relevant information, Lu Yan replied. Then she seemed to have thought of something and said, Xianxia is one of the hosts of the performance. She definitely knows the program schedule. Xianxia, if Lu Yan had not mentioned this person, Wang Haoran would have almost forgotten about her. This Xianxia was also a villain. Previously, she was especially against Lu Yan. In order to please Wang Haoran, she even took the initiative to trick Lu Yan. At that time, Wang Haoran was called to the hotel by Xianxia. After learning about the situation, he almost left. But in the end, he stayed. At first, he was a little regretful that he had used the unlimited pushing Halo trial card, which was worth 60,000 villain points. But soon, he felt relieved. Although he could not say that it was worth it, at least he did not feel that he had made a loss. After all, it was the first time he had filled up the favorability of a female lead without any effort. One should know that excluding Lu Yan. Currently, the female lead with the highest favorability was only Qin Yunhan's 99. And for this 99 favorability, Wang Haoran had put in a lot of effort. Is Xianxia still against you? Wang Haoran came back to his senses and asked Lu Yan. She wouldn't dare. Now she calls me big sister Lu Yan. Don't mention how respectful she is. Lu Yan covered her mouth and smiled. This is all thanks to you. She and Xianxia lived in the same dormitory. In the past, Xianxia used to bully her, but she always tolerated it. But ever since she got together with Wang Haoran, Xianxia did not dare to bully her anymore. Instead, she always tried to please her. That's good. Wang Haoran smiled at Lu Yan. Then he took out his phone and dialed Xianxia's number. Young Master Wang, what can I do for you? Xianxia was reading the host script. When she saw the caller ID, she immediately said excitedly. She naturally knew that this young Master Wang had no interest in her. Something must have happened for him to suddenly call her. And if she helped young Master Wang, she could get a handsome reward. Where is a suitable place to talk? I have something to talk to you about, Wang Haoran said. Come to the dance department building. There's a flower bed in front of the building. The lights in the flower bed are broken and haven't been fixed yet. It's dark and easy to talk. Xianxia knew that Wang Haoran was probably going to do something bad, so she immediately set a place where they could not be disturbed. Okay, let's meet there. Right away. Wang Haoran went to the dance department to listen to Lu Yan's class last time, so he went there and knew where the building was. After hanging up, he said to Lu Yan, I'll be going for a while. I'll be right back. Okay. Lu Yan did not ask any more questions and just nodded obediently. Wang Haoran left the square and walked towards the dance department building. At the flower bed in front of the building, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia was panting. She was obviously afraid that she would delay Wang Haoren's matter, so she rushed over. In your school's art performance, there's a classical dancer, Ling Nanqiu. Do you know the specific time of his performance? Wang Haoren immediately asked. The reason why Wang Haoren thought that Ling Nanqiu was performing a classical dance was because when he was checking Ling Nanqiu's information, he saw that Ling Nanqiu's classical dance skills were maxed out and he was wearing a traditional Chinese costume. Xianxia had already caught her breath. When she heard Wang Haoren's question, she immediately replied, "This performance is the finale." As a host, other than memorizing the host script, she also had to remember the order of the performance. This was because when she went on stage to host, she had to go completely off script. If she could not remember this, she would not be able to host successfully. After all, this was an art department. The requirements for the various roles of the art performance were much higher than those of other schools. Xianxia could become one of the hosts of the art performance partly because of her connections, but she was still capable. The finale. As expected of the main character. Was this tailor-made? Wang Haoren laughed mockingly, then continued to ask, when does the joint performance start? How long will it last? It starts at 20 o'clock and lasts for 2 hours. Xianxia replied. Wang Haoren looked at the time. It was only 7:40 o'clock. In terms of time, there was still plenty of time. He could definitely make it. Wang Haoren continued to discuss some details with Xianxia. After a while, Xianxia left. Wang Haoren took out his phone and immediately made a call. I've been your girlfriend for so many days, and you only just remembered to ask me out. Tell me, where do you want to go? After the call went through, Xianxia's lazy voice with a hint of jealousy came through. Next time. I'm busy, Wang Haoren said regretfully. Looks like you're very busy. Can I make an appointment? Xianxia could not help but feel a little resentful. Of course, she understood that Wang Haoren had more than one girlfriend. She was already prepared. Ever since she agreed to be Wang Haoren's girlfriend that day, Xianxia had been looking forward to this guy asking her out. Although she was almost 25 years old, she had never experienced what it was like to be in a relationship. Naturally, she had to experience it properly. However, after waiting for so many days, she did not receive any news. Now, this guy finally made a phone call, and it was for something else. What kind of service do you want to make an appointment for? Shopping, watching movies, and eating are all full. If you want to go to a hotel to discuss life's ideals, there are still some vacancies. Do you want to make an appointment for this service? Wang Haoren teased. Xianxia was looking forward to it, but after hearing Wang Haoren's words, she immediately wanted to say, go to hell. Although she had prepared for this, she should at least have some sense of ceremony, right? At the very least, she should go through a series of conversations on the phone, shopping, watching movies, and eating. After 1.5 years, she should reach that stage. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too casual? Although she really wanted to curse, Xianxia held back. This guy was right. His business was already busy, and he had become his business partner. Although they hadn't started any business interaction yet, he was still considered a business partner. What if she angered him and he wanted to terminate the cooperation with her? Where would she go to cry then? After adjusting her mood, Xianxia said, why are you looking for me? Are you fixing people again? Since it was not the two's business, then it must be something else. After all, there was a precedent, so how could Xianxia not have guessed it? You have so many underlings, there must be a lot of capable people, right? Wang Haoren put away his teasing thoughts and went straight to the point. Capable people with special abilities. Xianxia felt that he had said it very elegantly and could not help but laugh. What kind of capable people are they? A fencing enthusiast. Wang Haoren's words were solemn, but his tone was extremely strange. After Xianxia heard this, she was stunned for a while. Only then did she realize the true meaning of these words. She chuckled a few times and seriously replied, yes. Although she did not understand what Wang Haoren wanted to do, she could feel that Wang Haoren was very useful. How many? Wang Haoren asked. How many do you want? Xianxia asked in return. It seems like there are quite a few. Wang Haoren was shocked and said, then pick 10 elites. Go gather them immediately. I will send you the location in a while and have them gather at the destination. Okay. Xianxia responded and took off the mask on her face. She casually pulled a tissue to wipe her beautiful face and left the office to gather people. Wang Haoren ended the call with Xianxia and returned to the square. As the time for the performance approached, the square became more and more lively. The surroundings were filled with voices. Almost all of the thousands of students from the Academy of Arts were gathered here. The students sat in their classes and waited for the performance to begin. Lu Yan and Wang Haoren sat next to each other on a stool. Lu Yan's classmates and class counselor looked at them strangely. The counselor saw that Wang Haoren was unfamiliar and knew that he was not from the class and wanted to expel him. But before the counselor could say anything, he saw the car key on Wang Haoren's waist. The Pagani logo on it was shocking. The counselor did not dare to say anything and pretended that he did not see anything. Not long after, the host, Xianxia, and another male host appeared on the stage. After the opening remarks, the performance officially began. After all, it was a professional place. The Academy of Arts performance was still worth watching. There were people playing all kinds of instruments, dancing, singing. Wang Haoren watched for a while and was quite interested. In fact, the main reason was that his vision was much wider and clearer than ordinary people's. He could see what others could not see. Of course, when the boys went on stage to perform, Wang Haoren did not watch. Instead, he interacted with Lu Yan to relieve the boredom. As the performance went on, an hour and a half passed. It was not long before Ling Nanshu went on stage. Backstage, Ling Nanshu was waiting. He even symbolically performed a dance as a warm-up. The boys who were also waiting backstage to perform were all staring at the scene. These boys were all curious. Who was this beauty? Why had they not seen her before? Some boys even went up to her and asked for her name. Ling Nanshu did not answer. She just smiled and looked at the boy seductively. She shook her head slightly, indicating that she would not say anything. The boy was extremely disappointed, but he still looked at Ling Nanshu with a fervent gaze. His boiling blood showed no signs of cooling down. Ling Nanshu gained some points and was secretly happy. As a boy, he knew boys very well. When they were serious, they were stronger than girls. In terms of appearance, Ling Nanshu looked no different from a girl. From this, it could be seen how powerful the killing power was. The boys who were waiting backstage to perform were all distracted by Ling Nanshu. Ling Nanshu was a little addicted to this feeling. But what made him even happier was that he had gained a lot of points. But he still felt that it was not enough. Because these points could only increase his charm by a few points. But it did not matter. After performing a graceful dance in front of everyone, he would get a lot of points. At least it could increase his charm by 100 or 200 points, right? Ling Nanshu thought to himself excitedly. Ling Nanshu, help me to buy a box of fried noodles from the have-a-hand snack shop outside the school. Xianxia suddenly walked over and said coldly. Ling Nanshu's thoughts were interrupted and he frowned. But he was afraid that Xianxia was a backdoor entrant, so he did not dare to reject her. Instead, he said tactfully, there are 5 more performances before it's my turn. You'd better ask someone else to do it. There are at least 20 more minutes. You can definitely make it. Come back quickly. Xianxia looked at the time and insisted. After my performance, I'll buy it for you. Ling Nanshu planned to stall for time. After the performance, he would run away. If you don't buy it, don't think about going on stage, Xianxia said coldly. You. Ling Nanshu was unhappy, but he did not dare to fall out with Xianxia. Because this backdoor entrant could really make it impossible for him to go on stage. In order to train the students' abilities, all the people in charge of the cultural performance were students. As the host, Xianxia was in control of the overall situation. She could find a reason to cancel his performance. Okay, I'll go now. Ling Nanshu sulked and agreed helplessly. There was a small road outside the school. It took about 8 minutes to go back and forth. The have-a-hand snack shop was famous for its fast delivery. Many students patronized it. Ling Nanshu had been there many times. A box of fried noodles was ready in 5 minutes at most. He calculated that he would be back in 13 minutes. He could still make it. However, Ling Nanshu was puzzled. There were many people backstage. Why did Shuxiu order him to go? He did not have a grudge against her, right? Did she think that he was prettier than her? Was that why she wanted to find trouble with him? Time was tight. Ling Nanshu did not have time to think too much. He hurried along the quiet road and ran towards the snack shop outside the school. Halfway there, when he passed by the corner of a building, he suddenly bumped into a wall. Ouch! Ling Nanshu cried out in surprise and fell to the ground. Perhaps he was used to pretending, but he subconsciously let out a sweet female voice. In pain, he looked up and realized that he had not bumped into a wall. Instead, he had bumped into a burly man. He saw that the burly man's eyes were glowing with a green light. He was sizing him up. No, to be more precise, there were 10 strong men who were like iron towers sizing him up. Moreover, they surrounded him and forced him into a corner. "Brothers, I'm a man." "A man," Ling Nanshu said in his original male voice. However, when the burly men heard him, they did not stop or retreat. Instead, they smiled even more excitedly. In Ling Nanshu's helpless and panicked eyes, the black, muscular figures enlarged, 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 and enlarged again. Ah! A tragic cry pierced the night sky. But in less than half a second, it stopped abruptly. It was as if the source of the sound was blocked by something unknown. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the main character Ling Nanshu's body and soul to suffer a double blow. The reward is 2,400 villain points, Ling Nanshu's main character aura minus 120, the host's villain aura plus 120. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 16,000 villain aura mark. The system is calculating the reward. Please wait a moment. Wang Haoran and Lu Yan were strolling around the night market near the Academy of Arts when they suddenly received 2 system notifications. The corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up into a strange smile with a hint of schadenfreude. The performance ended at 10 p.m., and it was already 12:30 p.m. It was at least 2.5 hours? How miserable. Wang Haoran thought jokingly, and then a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Unknowingly, his villain aura had reached 16,000. Another reward was coming. What good thing would it be this time? Ding! Villain aura has broken through the 16,000 villain aura mark. Reward calculation completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 main characters' adventure experience cards. Not long after, he received a system notification. Wang Haoran was excited. He secretly communicated with the system and checked it out. Main character's adventure experience card. Each card is worth 70,000 villain points. After activation, the main character's adventure can be triggered once. Note 1. A main character's adventure experience card can only trigger one adventure. Note 2. After the main character's adventure experience card is activated, the trigger time is unknown, and the type of adventure is unknown. The introduction was simple and clear. Wang Haoran glanced at it and immediately understood. Without hesitation, he immediately gave the order to use a main character's adventure experience card. Looking at the vast plot of light novels, Wang Haoran of course knew that the main character's adventure was usually a good thing. It was definitely beneficial and harmless. With such a good thing, of course, he had to use it immediately. Although he was a villain, it was still quite wonderful to be able to experience the main character's adventure. But it was a little depressing that the adventure's duration was unknown. It wouldn't take 3 to 5 years for a fortuitous encounter to appear, right? Wang Haoran secretly complained for a while. But there was no point in worrying about these things now. This was not something that could be changed through subjective behavior. The only thing he could do was to let nature take its course. It's late. Wang Haoran paused for a moment, tilted his head, and said to Lu Yan, who was holding on tightly to his hand. I think so. Lu Yan took out her phone and looked at the time. Only then did she realize that it was already 12:30 a.m. She suddenly felt a little emotional. Time had passed too quickly. She had only strolled for a while. How could it be 12:30 so soon? However, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of joy. However, a hint of melancholy appeared on her charming face. Oh no, it's so late. The dormitory must be closed. What should I do? Wang Haoren smiled knowingly. How could he not see through her thoughts? It wasn't easy for Lu Yan either. She had been grieving over Lu Chen's death. Today, because of his arrival, her mood instantly improved. Wang Haoren also wanted to spend more time with her. After all, he had told Lu Chen that he would take good care of Lu Yan. These words were true. Wang Haoren looked around and saw a convenience store. He walked into the convenience store. Lu Yan guessed something and felt a little embarrassed, so she didn't follow him in. She just waited at the door. Soon, Wang Haoren came out of the convenience store. He was empty-handed. Lu Yan looked at him questioningly. Out of stock, Wang Haoren said. Although there were hotels, they were free. However, the quality was slightly inferior. He was worried. If something happened, it would be terrible. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Lu Yan was startled. Then, she thought of something and her eyes lit up. No need. Under the illumination of the neon lights in the city, Lu Yan's rosy face was even more charming. Wang Haoren was shocked at first. He thought that Lu Yan was so bold. But then he realized that Lu Yan wasn't such a bold person. She must have used a very scientific method to calculate something. It was a safe day. The next day, Wang Haoren contacted Jiang Gaoxian and ended his vacation. The mission for Jiang Gaoxian was very simple. That was to not let Ling Nanqiu appear in front of others in women's clothes. As for the method, it was up to Jiang Gaoxian as long as he didn't directly embarrass Ling Nanqiu. This mission was similar to stopping Xiaoyi from live-streaming the game. Jiang Gaoxian was quite experienced. Wang Haoren was also more at ease. A few days later, Ling Nanqiu was lying in a ward. The makeup and wig on his face had all been removed. The traditional Chinese outfit on his body had also become a hospital gown. The crossdresser was now dressed as a man. At this moment, he looked extremely haggard. He didn't dare to spread the news of what happened a few days ago. After all, he was a man. It was hard for him to make a judgment in such a situation. Although there was a high chance that those people could be punished. However, if that was the case, this matter would definitely blow up. It might even be on the news. Ling Nanqiu had no doubt that if that was the case, he would definitely die. After a few days of self-counseling, he decided to forget about this matter. He would just treat it as a nightmare. At this moment, a good-looking female nurse came to change Ling Nanqiu's dressing. After that day, Ling Nanqiu was sent to the hospital by one of the strong men. The reason for Ling Nanqiu's injury was that it was an accident. The female nurse quickly changed Ling Nanqiu's dressing. From the beginning to the end, Ling Nanqiu's heart remained calm. Although this female nurse's appearance wasn't exquisite, she was still quite good. Perhaps it was because she had watched too many movies. Ling Nanqiu had an inexplicable fondness for female nurses. Logically speaking, there should be some ripples in his heart. However, to his surprise, there was no ripple at all. Ling Nanqiu found it strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that he was dispirited because he was seriously injured. The female nurse left. Less than a minute later, a burly man who looked like an iron tower walked into the ward with food in his hands. During the few days that Ling Nanqiu was hospitalized, it was this strong man who delivered food every time it was mealtime. Even the medical bills were paid by this strong man. However, Ling Nanqiu wasn't grateful at all. He couldn't wait to kill this guy. Are you feeling better? The strong man was wearing a singlet, revealing the muscles on his arms. He had a full beard and looked very powerful, but his tone was a little too gentle. Ling Nanqiu gritted his teeth and didn't reply. The strong man seemed to be used to it and didn't mind. He just smiled, opened the food box, and handed it to Ling Nanqiu. Ling Nanqiu didn't want to eat, but he was indeed hungry. There was no need to make life difficult for his body, right? He took the food box and started to clean up the food. The strong man cleaned up the mess and prepared to leave. However, before he left, he saw that Ling Nanqiu's mouth was full of grease, so he took a piece of tissue and wiped it for him. As he wiped, he deliberately pinched his face. It was as if a man was pinching a woman's face. Ling Nanqiu felt a surge of grief and indignation, but there was an inexplicable shyness in this grief and indignation. The two faces were very close. Ling Nanqiu could clearly feel a man's hot breath blowing against his face. Her pale cheeks suddenly turned crimson. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes and indirectly caused the protagonist Ling Nanqiu's orientation to deviate slightly. The reward is 1000 villain points, Ling Nanqiu's protagonist Halo -50, and the host's villain Halo +50. The sudden news made Wang Haoren stop eating. Then, he carefully read the content of the message. He was stunned. How could this be? Wang Haoren was stunned, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. Boys who could calmly wear women's clothing would more or less have that kind of inclination in their hearts. However, this tendency was very subtle and would not show itself in daily life. In other words, even the person himself would not be able to detect it. After Ling Nanqiu went through a drastic change, this tendency was magnified. In a word, this should be called opening the door to a new world. Of course, although this tendency was magnified, it was still subtle and could be suppressed by Ling Nanqiu. However, if he deliberately guided it, it would be a different story. Wang Haoren suddenly felt that Jiang Gaoshuan's role in this matter was not as big as he had imagined. After a quick meal, Wang Haoren contacted Suiqiu Qinyu to discuss some matters. The capital city. In a quiet and elegant courtyard. A demure woman sat in a pavilion. Her black hair cascaded down to her slender waist like a waterfall. The woman was no more than 20 years old. She did not wear any makeup on her face. Under her long and thick eyelashes, she had a pair of eyes that were like black gemstones. They were as calm as an ancient well. She was in the prime of her youth, but she had a calmness that did not match her age. However, it was also because of this that this woman had a mysterious and ethereal air about her. She looked as if she did not belong to this world. The woman stretched out her fair and slender hand and pushed a cup of freshly poured tea from the stone table to the man in front of her. The man in front of her had uneven facial features and rugged scars on his face. He looked extremely ugly, like an evil spirit. However, no one in the capital city dared to look down on this ugly man. This was because this man was proficient in physiognomy. The rich and powerful often came to him for advice and were very respectful of him. This man had a Taoist title, Divine Predictor. Junior sister, you are too polite. Divine Predictor raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Senior brother, why did you come all the way here? The woman opened her naturally red lips and spoke slowly. Her voice was like clear spring water, pleasing to the ear. On a whim, I divined that master has already left the mountain and is currently in a city called Qingling, Tianjizi said. When the woman heard this, there was no change in her expression. I know. Tianjizi was surprised. How does junior apprentice sister know? Could it have been calculated as well? What he learned was the art of divination, while what his junior sister learned was the art of feng shui. Although the two were related, they were completely different. Logically speaking, it was impossible for his junior sister to have divined it. Why would I need to calculate? Instead, a strange expression appeared on the woman's calm face. She didn't know how to continue. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. He opened an app on his phone and handed it over. Divine Predictor was stunned. He picked up his phone and saw a video. The main character in the video was a man. Master. Tianjizi immediately recognized him. However, after watching the video for a while, his expression became strange. He finally understood why his junior sister couldn't continue. This was a short video of Qin Fan showing off his skills. Someone deliberately added fuel to the fire, and this video was now trending on the internet. Anyone who came into contact with the internet would know about it. Tianjizi was more old-fashioned. He used an old man's computer and couldn't access the internet. He only found out about it now. Both of them were Qin Fan's disciples. At that time, they were both learning in the mountains, but what they learned was different. Later, after they left the mountain, they went their separate ways and soon met in the imperial capital. Tianjizi's divination skills were superb. He was almost flawless, and soon, his name spread throughout the imperial capital. The woman's name was Munanji. Her feng shui divination skills were also very useful. She also became a famous female geomaster in the imperial capital. Munanji was 20 years old. Her beauty was rare in the world. Coupled with the mysterious and ethereal aura she exuded, countless talents in the imperial capital were attracted to her. Unfortunately, all of them returned empty-handed. They didn't even manage to make Munanji smile. There were rumors in the imperial capital that Munanji was a natural stone woman and didn't like men. However, only she herself knew whether it was true or not. I really didn't expect Master to have such a hobby. I really didn't notice it before. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. In the end, Tianjizi was the first to break the silence. This is Master's private matter. Although it's immoral, the kindness of teaching can't be erased. Munanji's expression was indifferent. Her black gem-like eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. Tianjizi smiled. He agreed with Munanji's opinion. And as a man, he felt that this was normal. After all, Master was just entertaining herself. She didn't do anything to Yaoyu herself. He just didn't know who Yaoyu was. Was she also a junior sister? Or did she have another identity? Since Master has come out of the mountain, and we've heard the news, we should go and have a look, Tianjizi suddenly said. That's right. Munanji picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said slowly. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to go to Qingling. I can only trouble junior sister to bring my respect to visit Master. Tianjizi had a strange expression when he said this. Munanji was sitting across the table from him. They were only a few feet apart. Naturally, she could see it. Why is that? I once made a promise with someone and swore that I would never go to Qingling in this life. He spared my life, so I should keep my promise. And before I came, I also did a divination for myself. If I go to Qingling this time, I most likely won't be able to come back, Tianjizi said solemnly. Senior brother, can you elaborate? Munanji's calm eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Junior sister, you'd better not listen to such embarrassing words. Otherwise, you'll laugh at me. Tianjizi blushed with shame. Seeing this, Munanji did not continue to ask. She suddenly had an idea. She suddenly thought of something and said, Senior brother, why don't you help me calculate what will happen on this trip to Qingling? After that, she added, I'll make it clear that I won't pay for the divination. Junior sister, you must be joking. How could I have the face to ask you for money for the divination? Tianjizi laughed. Then, he quickly restrained his expression. He pinched his fingers to calculate. Munanji waited quietly. From time to time, she would take a sip of tea. After every sip, she seemed to be savoring it carefully. She seemed to like drinking tea very much. This hobby was very different from that of young people. After a long time, Tianjizi finished his divination. Munanji had already finished a cup of tea. Her eyes lit up slightly. How is it? Junior sister, I'm afraid that you'll encounter a bloody disaster on this trip to Qingling. Tianjizi said slowly with a solemn expression. However, there was an undetectable strange and wretched look in the depths of his eyes. After hearing Tianjizi's words, a solemn expression appeared on Munanji's calm face. She knew that her senior brother's calculations were almost flawless. After hearing about the bloody disaster, she was convinced without a doubt and did not catch that flash of wretchedness. If there was a bloody disaster, then it seemed that Qingling could not go. Junior sister, don't be nervous. Although there is a bloody disaster, there is no danger to her life. Tianjizi smiled after seeing Munanji's expression and hurriedly comforted her. The solemn expression on Munanji's face did not dissipate. No danger to her life? Can I take it that it may lead to disability? Tianjizi was stunned, then smiled. He wanted to tell the truth, but the words were about to come out of his mouth when he suddenly stopped. He had known this junior sister for a long time, and they lived in the imperial capital, so they often interacted with each other. In his heart, instead of saying that Munanji was his junior sister, it was better to say that he treated her as a younger sister. Tianjizi was still quite concerned about Munanji. Mu Nanji was only 20 years old. She should be in her prime, but she was old and did not care about the relationship between men and women at all. Not to mention the talents in the imperial capital who suspected that there was something wrong with Mu Nanji. Even he, as her senior brother, was suspicious. Tianjizi was very worried about this. Just now, he happened to predict that Mu Nanji would have a bloody disaster. This was actually a good thing for Mu Nanji. Although this bloody disaster might be a little rushed and Mu Nanji would be caught off guard, the result seemed to be good. However, Mu Nanji would definitely not be able to accept it. If he told her directly, how would she still be willing to go? Thinking of this, Tianjizi thought for a while and smiled like an old father. Junior sister, don't worry. You will definitely come back unscathed. These words were not false. He did not lie to Mu Nanji. This bloody disaster would not harm her at all, so she would naturally come back unscathed. When junior sister questioned him, he would have a reason to explain. No, junior sister would be grateful to him then. Tianjizi thought to himself. Mu Nanji was even more puzzled when she heard this. Since there is a bloody disaster, how can I come back unscathed? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. The divine predictor threw out an unfathomable sentence in response to Mu Nanji's puzzlement. Then, he continued to persuade her earnestly. Junior martial sister, your trip to Qingling will be more daunting than dangerous. You can rest assured. You can't possibly think that senior brother will harm you, right? The solemn expression on Mu Nanji's face slowly disappeared. She was well aware of how Tianjizi treated her. She absolutely did not believe that her senior brother would harm her. Even if senior martial brother wanted to harm him, he could have chosen not to read his fortune for him. Why did he have to do so? Besides, Mu Nanji also wanted to go to Qingling. She originally had a close friend in the imperial city. It was the little fairy doctor from the celestial doctor valley, Bian Suwen. However, after Bian Suwen had gone to Qingling, she had stayed in Qingling and hadn't returned to the capital. When he asked her the reason, she stammered and didn't say anything. Mu Nanji was very curious. She wanted to see if Bian Suwen had decided not to return to the capital because she missed the scenery of Qingling or something else. He had even left his best friend behind. This was too much. Junior martial sister, when are you leaving? Tianjizi asked. He immediately saw that Mu Nanji had calmed down. In a few days. Mu Nanji was not in a hurry. Tianjizi, on the other hand, was anxious. Because if Mu Nanji delayed for a few more days, the divination would not come true. It was not easy to get such an opportunity, and Tianjizi really didn't want Mu Nanji to miss it. There's no time to lose. Let's set off as soon as possible, Tianjizi suggested. Mu Nanji looked at him suspiciously. Tianjizi's expression did not change. He explained, I don't know how long Master will stay in Qingling. If we go late, we might not be able to meet him. The suspicion in Mu Nanji's eyes dissipated. She nodded lightly and said, I'll set off tomorrow morning. Tianjizi was relieved when he heard this. He raised his cup and took a big sip of tea. Although the tea was cold, Tianjizi felt that it tasted very good. Good tea. The next day, Mu Nanji took her luggage and boarded a plane to leave the capital for Qingling. A few hours later, the plane landed. Mu Nanji stepped on the land of Qingling and slowly walked out of the airport. Because Qin Fan's matter had caused a huge stir on the internet, some busybodies had also exposed Qin Fan's address. After Mu Nanji left the airport, she took a taxi and headed to her destination. After some time, she arrived outside a detached mansion. However, there were many people around the mansion. Most of them were young men and women, and most of them took out their phones to broadcast. Mu Nanji looked for a while and quickly understood that they were internet celebrities on short video apps. They were here to ride on Qin Fan's popularity. After all, Qin Fan was indeed very popular on the internet now. Although this kind of popularity was a little strange. The outside of Qin Fan's detached mansion had become the place where internet celebrities checked in. Everyone even gave Qin Fan a beautiful title, Craftsmanship Bro. This was because Qin Fan's craftsmanship was indeed quite varied. Many craftsmen who focused on craftsmanship were stunned. So, So it could be like this? The reason for this was purely because Qin Fan was bored deep in the mountains and came up with it. Munanji saw that there were so many people around, so it was naturally inconvenient for her to go in and look for Qin Fan. After a few minutes, she left. She planned to come back another time. She followed the road and left, preparing to find a hotel to stay. While walking, she passed by Qingling Normal University. Xiao Wanwan, who had sneaked into the Normal University to take the postgraduate entrance exam, happened to pass by and saw Munanji. Xiao Wanwan's eyes were filled with evil, and there was an unfriendly look in them. She had a grudge against Bian Suwen. Munanji and Bian Suwen were very close, so there were some conflicts between them. It could be considered that there was a grudge between them. When you were in the imperial capital, you had so many big shots protecting you, so I couldn't do anything to you. You actually came to Qingling? Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't teach you a lesson? Xiao Wanwan thought evilly. In order to pretend to be a student, Xiao Wanwan's outfit was completely different from her usual seductive appearance. Her evil temperament was also completely restrained. In addition, there were many pedestrians on the roadside, so Munanji didn't notice Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan followed Munanji. Munanji found a hotel to stay. After resting for a while, she went to Qingling Mountain. Munanji had a habit. Every time she arrived at a place, she would visit the famous mountains and rivers there to check the feng shui. To a certain extent, this could be considered an occupational hazard. And the most famous mountain in Qingling was Qingling Mountain. Before Munanji came to Qingling Mountain, she had done some research. It was said that Qingling Mountain was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. On top of the Clear Spirit Mountain, there was also a huge graveyard. Director Munanji was related to this. She really wanted to go and see for herself whether Clear Spirit Mountain was really a treasure trove. Sob, 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 on the top of Qingling Mountain, the sorrowful cry of a woman sounded. It was Lu Yan. In front of Lu Yan, some people were carrying a coffin and slowly putting it into a pit that had been dug in advance. Seeing this, Lu Yan remembered the memories of her family with Lu Chen. She couldn't help but throw herself into a broad and warm embrace and cry loudly. Wang Haoren only felt that the clothes in front of him were wet. However, he let Lu Yan cry. He just gently reached out and patted Lu Yan's back, which was trembling because of her crying. The coffin was buried in the ground. The people carrying the coffin untied the thick rope tied to the coffin and began to dig with shovels to bury it. Not long after, a large bulge was piled up on the flat ground. They pressed it down with tools. Then, the gravediggers started to prepare for the last step. Wang Haoren watched quietly. He glanced around and couldn't help but feel a little strange. There was a tomb on each side. Lin Chen was in the tomb on the left, and Yan Yuntian was in the tomb on the right. Lu Chen was also here, between the two of them. The mountain was quiet, but the three of them wouldn't be lonely, right? Wang Haoren thought to himself as he looked to the left and right a little further away. He found that there were some open spaces that could be used to bury some people. Wang Haoren suddenly had an idea. They were still short of one player to play mahjong. Should he send another protagonist up when he had the chance, let them play mahjong together? It would take some time for the craftsmen to finish building the tomb. In Lu Yan's state, she definitely wouldn't leave until the tomb was built. Wang Haoren naturally stayed here to accompany her. However, the waiting time was really boring. He couldn't help but think about something in his heart. Speaking of which, the protagonist's adventure trial card had been activated for several days. Why hadn't there been any movement at all? Could it be that he really had to wait 3 to 5 years or even longer before he could get the protagonist's adventure? If that was really the case, then it would really be painful. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Other than waiting, there was nothing else he could do. Speaking of which, Qingling Mountain was really quiet and secluded. The mountain breeze blew on people's faces, which was particularly comfortable. At the foot of Qingling Mountain, a taxi drove over. After the car came to a stop, Munanji got out of it. "Beauty, you came to the cemetery alone. You have to be careful. There are a lot of people in this world," the driver said out of kindness. "Thank you for reminding me," Munanji replied, but her tone made it clear that she did not take it seriously at all. Although she specialized in geomancy, she also practiced martial arts. It was definitely enough for self-defense. Even if he really encountered a bad guy, there was no need to be afraid. Moreover, her senior brother Tianjizi had already done a divination for her before she came to Qingling. This trip would be daunting but not dangerous, and she would be able to return unharmed. Munanji trusted her senior brother's character and ability very much. Seeing that Munanji was determined, the driver did not say anything else. He sighed and drove away. When Munanji arrived at the foot of the mountain, she took a look at the overall situation and could not help but sigh. This was indeed a good place to hide the wind and get the water. It was very suitable for a haunted house. Their ancestors were buried here, and their blessings could illuminate their descendants. It was really a place with good feng shui. However, there were still some differences in feng shui in this place. Usually, there was a place with the best feng shui in a place like this. In the language of geomancy, it could be called the feng shui formation eye. If one's ancestors were buried in the feng shui formation eye, their descendants could be said to have endless benefits. To put it in layman's terms, it was like smoke rising from the ancestors' graves. Their descendants would have endless blessings. However, this feng shui formation eye was not easy to find. It was as difficult as ascending the sky for an ordinary geomaster to find this place. However, it was not too difficult for Munanji. On a whim, she went up the mountain along the mountain path. Her attainments in feng shui were very high, but she still had to go up the mountain to investigate. The mountain path was a little difficult to walk on. Fortunately, Munanji practiced martial arts and had a very good physique. She was not a weak woman. However, what Munanji did not notice was that there was a sneaky figure following behind her. Munanji would stop for a while to check every section of the mountain path. When she found that the feng shui formation eye was not in this place, she continued to go up the mountain path. After a few stops, she was about to reach the top of the mountain. Is the feng shui formation eye at the top of the mountain? Munanji muttered to herself. According to feng shui, it was rare for the formation eye to exist at the top of the mountain, but it was not impossible. It was just that Munanji was exhausted. Although she was not a weak woman, she was still a little tired after walking along the mountain path for so long. At this moment, she was sitting on the steps to rest. After taking a breath, she wanted to go up the mountain. While they were taking a break, a butterfly flew over and landed on the back of Munanji's fair hand. Munanji did not care at all. She just raised her hand slightly and scared the butterfly away. After a while, Munanji had rested enough and was about to get up and continue to go up the mountain. However, halfway up, she felt a little weak and sat down on the steps again. A sense of powerlessness came over her, accompanied by a strange feeling. Munanji was confused. At first, she did not understand what was going on, but soon realized that she might have been tricked. She was shocked. Ha ha ha, a woman's evil laughter rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared from the cover not far away. It's you. Now that they were face to face, Munanji immediately recognized her. It was the saintess of the poison sect, Xianxia. The abnormality in her body must have something to do with her. Xianxia, you'd better think carefully about the consequences of touching me. Although Munanji was a little panicked, she still looked calm on the surface. She had helped many big shots in the capital with feng shui. If Xianxia wanted to touch her, she would have to think twice. Don't worry, I'm not a man. What can I do to you? I'm just curious about whether the rumor about the stone woman in the capital is true or not. Xianxia looked at her with interest, and there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This was because many people in the capital were curious about this question. She took out her phone and took a picture of Munanji. She wanted to record it and leave something behind. This way, Munanji would not be jealous and return to the capital to seek revenge in the future. With this, Munanji would not act rashly. You witch! Munanji gritted her teeth. At the same time, the poison in her body acted up, and some ripples of light flashed across her calm eyes. Oh, so you're not a stone woman. You can also act rashly. Xianxia immediately saw through her and could not help but laugh. Speaking of which, Munanji was really good. In order to test her, Xianxia had used a lot of force. It was much more than what she had used on Luo Qingqian last time. Munanji's true energy cultivation was very weak, not comparable to Luo Qingqian's. To be able to hold on for so long and still maintain her rationality to talk to her, this kind of willpower was rare in the world. Give me the antidote. Munanji knew that she did not mean to kill her. She just wanted to see her embarrass herself. Okay. Xiao Wanwan only wanted to tease her and did not dare to do anything to her. Now that she was done, she had saved the video as evidence. Naturally, she did not have the intention to continue teasing Munanji. Naturally, she wanted to give her the antidote. After all, the poison was too strong. Xiao Wanwan was afraid that Munanji would not be able to withstand it and die. Xiao Wanwan searched her body, but after searching for a long time, she could not find what she needed. The teasing smile on her face gradually disappeared, and she even became a little pale. Give me the antidote. Munanji felt like she was on the verge of collapse. She gritted her teeth and urged her. I forgot to bring the antidote. Xiao Wanwan panicked and apologized. Don't joke about this. I can't hold on any longer. Munanji's cheeks were flushed red. She clenched her legs tightly and gritted her teeth as she spat out some words with great difficulty. I wish I was joking, but I'm really not. When Xiao Wanwan saw Munanji's appearance, she was not in the mood to make fun of her. Instead, she was a little anxious and worried. Although she was a demoness, she was not a murderous she-devil. Besides, the grudge between her and Munanji was not that bad. She just wanted to find trouble with Munanji and embarrass her. At the same time, she wanted to satisfy her bad taste. However, she did not expect that things would go out of control now. If she had known earlier, she would have checked if she had brought the antidote. The drug in Munanji's body was not light. If there was no antidote, her blood vessels would swell, burst, and she would bleed to death. Munanji was very popular in the imperial capital and had a wide network of connections. Once she died, there would definitely be someone who would avenge her. Not to mention other things, Munanji's fanatical pursuers would definitely go crazy and look for the murderer. These fanatical pursuers did not have simple backgrounds. The existence of the poison sect was somewhat shady. However, if they did not cause any big trouble, no one would deliberately target them. However, if Munanji died, it would be different. There was an organization in the imperial capital that restrained the hidden world. If they were to go all out, it would be enough to suppress the entire hidden world. Of course, this organization that restrained the hidden world would not be mobilized under normal circumstances. They would need a sufficient reason. Munanji's death was definitely enough reason. This was also the reason why Munanji was not very afraid even after she had been tricked by Xiao Wanwan previously. You demoness, Munanji noticed the panic on Xiao Wanwan's face and finally understood that she was not joking with her. This girl really did not bring the antidote. A wave of panic as if she was about to die came, but it was quickly suppressed by the strange feeling brought about by the drug. Munanji's eyes were watery, and her fair hand with a hint of crimson stretched out toward Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan knew that Munanji was hallucinating. She probably thought that she was a man. In this regard, she could only cast a helpless expression. However, he would not watch Munanji die without doing anything. She stepped forward and tapped a few of Munanji's acupoints to alleviate the effects of the drug. At the same time, she stopped her from moving around so that Munanji wouldn't be able to hold herself back from scratching herself and adding fuel to the fire. After doing this, Xiao Wanwan scanned her surroundings, trying to find if there was a man in her field of vision. However, when he looked around, he realized that there was no one else around except for him and Munanji. But what made Xiao Wanwan happy was that there was smoke rising from the top of the mountain. It seemed to be caused by burning paper money and other things. Xiao Wanwan was overjoyed and rushed to the top of the mountain. Soon, they saw some figures. One of the figures looked very familiar to her. Wang Haoren was comforting Lu Yan and telling her to restrain her grief, so he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Only when he sensed someone approaching did he cast his gaze over. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other from afar, and they both saw some astonishment in each other's faces. Neither of them had expected to meet each other in such a place. Xiao Wanwan wanted to catch a man to detoxify Munanji, but after seeing the patriarch, she immediately dismissed the idea. She waved at Wang Haoran from afar. Wang Haoran saw the panic on Xiao Wanwan's face and felt that something special had happened. He greeted Lu Yan and walked toward Xiao Wanwan. "Patriarch, it's great to see you. Come with me quickly." Xiao Wanwan was so anxious that she couldn't care less about their status. She directly grabbed Wang Haoran's hand and ran down the mountain. Wang Haoran felt that it was strange, so he asked her about the situation. On the way, Xiao Wanwan briefly explained the trouble she had caused. Wang Haoran was stunned when he heard this. However, before he could think too much, he went to Munanji's side. At this moment, Munanji had already fainted, and her exposed skin was crimson red. Wang Haoran heard Xiao Wanwan's explanation of the consequences of Munanji's death. After he went to Munanji's side, he immediately used his vital energy to suppress the poison in her body. However, he could only suppress it. Xiao Wanwan's poison was too heavy, and the poison had already flowed through her body along with her blood. It was impossible to get rid of it in a short time. "Patriarch, I didn't bring the antidote. Do you have the antidote with you?" Xiao Wanwan naturally believed that the patriarch would know what kind of poison Munanji had been poisoned with, so she asked directly. Wang Haoran was really puzzled when he heard Xiao Wanwan's words. Did she ask him if he had the antidote? In other words, did she think that he had a special antidote on women? "I didn't bring it." The matter was urgent, and Wang Haoran knew that it was not the time to explain his character. Besides, he was indeed not a good person, so why did he have to explain this? Although he didn't bring the antidote, wasn't he the antidote himself? Xiao Wanwan said matter-of-factly, "It's fine. It's okay if you didn't bring it. Then I'll have to trouble you, patriarch." Wang Haoran naturally thought of the same thing as Xiao Wanwan, but when he heard it from Xiao Wanwan, it reminded him of something. The protagonist's adventure experience card had been activated for several days. After it was activated, one could obtain the protagonist's adventure. Could the current situation be interpreted as the protagonist's adventure? No, this was not a freaking adventure. It was clearly a romantic adventure. Wang Haoran couldn't help but complain. However, even though he complained, he was still inexplicably excited. Munanji's appearance was obviously the model of the female protagonist. With such a good opportunity in front of him, any normal man would be excited. However, the key was that Munanji was the female protagonist. Wang Haoran didn't want this to be a one-time deal. If he accepted this adventure, he would face one situation, and that was Munanji's anger. He and Munanji didn't know each other, so Munanji would definitely fly into a rage and fight him to the death. If they fell out, how could they cooperate in the future? Moreover, Xiao Wanwan had said that Munanji was very popular in the capital. If he did this, Munanji would go back to the capital to get revenge. What should he do then? After accepting the adventure, would he go all out and destroy the evidence? This thought appeared in Wang Haoran's mind. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he suddenly remembered something: the Super Peach Blossom Halo. From the previous encounter with Song Zhihui, Wang Haoran learned that the so-called first encounter required the female protagonist to see him. Now that Munanji had fainted, the prerequisite for the Super Peach Blossom Halo hadn't been triggered. In other words, it was unknown whether the Super Peach Blossom Halo would be triggered. If the Super Peach Blossom Halo triggered the best effect, then all the problems would be solved. After all, Munanji didn't know that he was in cahoots with Xiao Wanwan. He was innocent. He was a tool that Xiao Wanwan, that witch, had captured to detoxify the poison. Of course, this beautiful idea was based on the prerequisite of triggering the first great effect of the Super Peach Blossom Halo. If it wasn't triggered, it would collapse. Wang Haoran could actually wake Munanji up temporarily and let her see him. This would satisfy the prerequisite for triggering the Super Peach Blossom Halo. If it was triggered, the problem would be solved. However, if it wasn't triggered, it would be troublesome. Munanji would remember his appearance and dislike him. It was very likely that she would seek revenge later. This was not what Wang Haoran wanted to see. Therefore, he could not provide the conditions to trigger the Super Peach Blossom Halo under such circumstances. To put it simply, he could not let Munanji know who had helped her detoxify the poison. After that, he would find an opportunity to meet Munanji by chance. At that time, if the halo effect was triggered, everything would be fine. If it wasn't triggered, there was still room for maneuver. Wang Haoren could pretend that nothing had happened. He could also choose to pursue Munanji and express that he didn't care about Munanji's past and was willing to take over. This idea was simply too brilliant. After Wang Haoren sorted out some thoughts, he was secretly delighted. However, there were two problems that needed to be solved. First, Munanji would wake up during the process and see his face. Second, Munanji would fly into a rage and crazily take revenge on Xiao Wanwan or the poison sect. Wang Haoren thought for a few seconds and quickly came up with a solution. Of course, the inspiration for these two solutions came from others. He could be considered to have learned from them. Don't want his face to be seen? He could totally learn from Yin Jiping. It was also very simple to prevent Munanji from taking revenge on Xiao Wanwan. He just had to grab hold of Munanji's weakness and make her not dare to spread it. Zhen Ximin, Shuxiao, and other little villains had given Wang Haoren many such ideas. Before this, Wang Haoren had never adopted them and disdained to use them. This time, it seemed like he would have to use them. However, to be more precise, Wang Haoren planned to only use half of them. He pretended to say to Munanji and left behind the precious image. The reason why Wang Haoren did this was to prevent the precious image from being leaked. It was an online information society, and it was easy for the contents of electronic devices to leak. Who could guarantee that the secrets hidden in the phone or the computer would not be leaked? Some seniors had already been taught a lesson. Of course, Wang Haoren would not leave such a hidden danger for himself. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined. Ancestor, since you don't want to do such a thing, why don't you ask someone else? Xiao Wanwan was worried that something would really happen to Munanji. She could not help but ask when the old master did not reply after a long time. At first, there was nothing wrong with this sentence. However, when Wang Haoren turned his head, he caught the look of suspicion that flashed through Xiao Wanwan's eyes when she glanced at a certain part of his body. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. This demoness clearly suspected that he didn't know the antidote, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. That was why she said those words in a tactful way, trying to give him a way out. Being questioned like this, Wang Haoren immediately wanted to teach this demoness a lesson. But it was really not the right time. Moreover, it was normal for Xiao Wanwan to have this suspicion. After all, in Xiao Wanwan's eyes, he was an old monster who had lived for a long time. Although he looked young, it was unknown whether all his abilities were complete. Time is of the essence, it's too late. And the weight of your attack is too heavy. Other than me, no one can withstand it. Wang Haoren maintained the demeanor of the old master and said seriously. Okay, old master, then there's no time to lose. Xiao Wanwan was overjoyed and immediately urged him to leave. Wait. Wang Haoren suddenly stopped her. Old master, is there anything else? Xiao Wanwan turned around, looking puzzled. Didn't you question me? I'm going to show you what I'm made of. Wang Haoren spat out two words indifferently, keep a lookout. Xiao Wanwan was stunned, and a blush appeared on her smooth and delicate cheeks. Qingling Mountain was very vast, and there were many nooks and crannies. It was not difficult to find a suitable place at all. It was the middle of the morning. The sun hung in the sky, and as time passed, it gradually rose to the highest point and then slowly descended to the west. Unknowingly, it was already evening. Ding! The host has captured the female lead Munanji for the first time. Obtained 6,000 villain points, Qing fans protagonist aura -300, host villain aura +300. Wang Haoren left leisurely, leaving Xiao Wanwan to clean up the mess. Before he left, he also activated the other protagonist's adventure experience card. The trigger time of this thing was uncertain, so of course, it was better to use it as soon as possible. Wang Haoren still hoped to have an adventure like falling off a cliff and surviving, and then obtaining the immortal cultivation inheritance. It was best not to have such an adventure. As a supervillain, doing such a low-level thing was really detrimental to Biggie. However, the situation this time was special. He could not just leave her in the lurch and watch her die, right? The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on Qingling Mountain, and also sprinkled on Munanji's face, who was lying on the soft grass somewhere in Qingling Mountain. It added a layer of intoxicating blush to her already rosy face. However, part of this blush was because she was angry. The piece of cloth that was covering Munanji's eyes was taken off. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the face of a demoness. Who else could this demoness be other than Xiao Wanwan? Xiao Wanwan tapped on Munanji's body. Munanji immediately felt that she could speak, but her body was still unable to move. Munanji looked around from the corner of her eyes. There was no one else around except Xiao Wanwan. Subconsciously, she stared at Xiao Wanwan with anger and suspicion. As if sensing the meaning of Munanji's gaze, Xiao Wanwan said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a woman who is the same on the outside." After explaining, she continued to say, "This is an accident. I really forgot to bring the antidote. I didn't mean to hurt you. Fortunately, I found another antidote at that time, so I got it to detoxify you." At this point, she became a little teasing. "You're really not meant to die. Demoness, just kill me." Although Munanji had encountered a drastic change, she was incomparably calm at this moment. However, there was a hint of despair in her calmness. As long as Xiao Wanwan was not stupid, she would definitely know that letting her go was like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. In order to avoid this problem, Xiao Wanwan's best choice was to silence her. It would be a pity for such a beautiful person to die. Xiao Wanwan smiled charmingly. "Since you won't kill me, then let me go." Munanji's face was calm, and there was no trace of anger on her face. This was because she had hidden all these emotions at this moment. "Of course I'll let you go, but before that, I have to remind you of something." Xiao Wanwan smiled evilly, waved her phone, and said, "There are very precious scenes recorded in it. Do you want to enjoy them?" Munanji was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized something and lost control of her emotions. She gritted her teeth and said, "Demoness, you're really despicable. The scenes are too beautiful. I can't help but want to record them." Xiao Wanwan blinked and then made a move to open the video file on her phone. Munanji was embarrassed and angry. She looked away. "You don't want to watch them? Forget it then." Xiao Wanwan stopped in time. After all, she did not have a video for Munanji to watch. "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. I won't let anyone know about it. Of course, that's on the premise that I'm fine. If anything happens to me or the poison sect, the whole world will know about it," Xiao Wanwan threatened. Munanji gritted her teeth. Many thoughts of revenge flashed through her mind, but in the end, she sighed inwardly and looked coldly at Xiao Wanwan. You'll get what you deserve." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan was not worried. Instead, she was happy. Munanji's answer was a covert admission of defeat. The blackmail was a success. Xiao Wanwan was secretly happy. Suddenly, she saw Munanji glaring at her with a piercing gaze. She said half apologetically and half gloatingly, "Actually, I really didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry." It would have been better if she hadn't said that. As soon as she said that, the coldness in Munanji's eyes intensified. Her gaze was a little scary. A trace of fear flashed through Xiao Wanwan's heart. She said, "Nonsense, don't be like this. If worst comes to worst, I'll let you take revenge in the same way." After saying that, she suddenly realized that something was wrong and corrected her. "You're a woman, so you don't have that ability. How about this? When you find someone you like and get married, your man will let you take revenge on him. Let your man take your revenge on me. I won't resist. What do you think?" Of course, she was lying. She just wanted to appease Munanji's emotions. Munanji did not say anything. "If you don't say anything, then it's a deal." "It's settled," Xiao Wanwan said to herself and made a decision. She looked up and saw that the afterglow of the sunset was fading, and the sky was getting darker. "It's getting dark. Let's get out of here first." Xiao Wanwan carried Munanji in her arms. Munanji could not move in her current state, so she could only carry her like this. Xiao Wanwan's true energy cultivation was much higher than Munanji's. Besides, Munanji was not heavy, so she did not feel tired at all. She was very light in her arms. Munanji was restrained and could not move, so she could only let Xiao Wanwan carry her. However, when her body left the ground, Munanji's eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of some falling stars. The words bloody calamity suddenly appeared in her mind, and she couldn't get rid of them. Munanji could not help but recall the conversation she had with Xianxia in the courtyard before she left the imperial capital. At that time, she felt that there was something wrong with Xianxia's words. Now that he thought about it, he was suddenly enlightened. Senior brother Xianxia had long predicted that he would encounter a calamity when he came to Qingling. However, he still sent him to Qingling and even urged him to come. Wasn't this harming him? Anger and sadness rose in Munanji's heart. She had a miserable life, and her family had passed away early on. She treated this senior brother of hers as if he was her family. But now, he had been cheated by his family. This feeling was really unbearable. Xiao Wanwan carried Munanji down the mountain and sent her to the hotel Munanji had booked. It was only then that the restriction on Munanji was lifted. Munanji was able to move, but she did not dare to move. This was because the slightest movement would affect other parts of her body. An indescribable pain came, and cold sweat instantly appeared on Munanji's smooth forehead. Your sweetheart Bian Suwen is also in Qingling. Call her over to take a look at you, Xiao Wanwan suggested. You don't have to worry about it. You can go now, Munanji said with a frown. I'm being kind, but you don't appreciate it. It's up to you. If there are any sequelae, you'll be the one who regrets it. Xiao Wanwan smiled indifferently and walked out of the door, closing it behind her. The room was silent for a while. Munanji's face was dark. She took out her phone, found Xianxia's number, and dialed it. Hello, junior sister, you're in Qingling now, right? Are you happy today? Xianxia's laughter came from the phone. What did I do to offend you? Why are you doing this to me? Munanji gritted her teeth. Xianxia's laughter stopped abruptly when he heard her cold tone. Why do you say that, junior sister? Since senior brother has already predicted it, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Munanji said coldly. Bloody calamity, what a bloody calamity. Xianxia felt that something was wrong, so he quickly explained. Junior sister, I predicted that you'll have a marriage when you go to Qingling, so I want to help you. This is for your own good. Could it be that something has happened? Marriage? Munanji only felt that it was extremely ironic when she heard this word. It was more like an ill-fated relationship. Then why didn't you tell me the situation beforehand? Munanji questioned. If I told you directly, you might not go, so I hid it from you. Besides, this is for your own good, Xianxia said earnestly. Bloody calamity. This is for my own good? Munanji said coldly. I might have miscalculated something and made a mistake. Let me do it again and I'll get back to you later. Xianxia felt that the development of the situation was a little off, so he quickly said. Beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Xianxia only thought that Munanji had accepted his suggestion. Putting down the old phone, Xianxia began to calculate again. A moment later, the results came out. The divine predictor called Munanji back with a smile on his face. However, the line was always busy. He dialed again after a while, but it was still the same. Xianxia vaguely felt that his number might have been blocked by Munanji. After realizing this, Xianxia naturally did not continue to call. His expression was leisurely. There were indeed some mistakes in his previous calculations, but the general direction was not wrong. Junior sister's encounter could be said to be a calamity, but the result was good. Junior sister hated him now, but it would not be long before she would be grateful to him. One day, when junior sister got married, he would definitely be the matchmaker. Knock, knock. Munanji heard knocking on the door. She stood up with difficulty and slowly moved to the door to open it. As soon as the door opened, Bian Suwen, who was dressed in elegant clothes, appeared in Munanji's sight. Do you miss me so much? I can't believe you came all the way to Qingling to look for me. Bian Suwen had a big smile on her face. She wanted to tease her good friend with words, but suddenly, she saw that Munanji's expression was a little strange, so she swallowed her words and changed the topic. Nanji, you don't look too good. Are you feeling unwell? Munanji had been holding on, but at this moment, in front of her good friend, she finally could not hold it in anymore. She hugged Bien Suwen and burst into tears. Bien Suwen could feel that something must have happened, but for the time being, she did not ask much and let her vent her emotions. After a long time, Munanji's crying gradually stopped. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Bien Su asked gently. Munanji did not want to say anything, so she just let Bien Suwen treat her. Bien Suwen did not ask, but naturally, she saw some clues during the treatment. Munanji's furrowed brows relaxed a little after she took the medicine. Bien Suwen could no longer suppress the questions in her heart. She asked tentatively, "Nanji, do you have anything to say to me?" Munanji's expression was complicated. She pursed her lips and did not say anything. When Bien Suwen saw this, she was even more certain that she had guessed correctly. "You can't run away from it. Tell me, and I might be able to help you." After saying that, he thought that his martial strength was too low, so he added, "My eldest sister and second sister are very powerful, especially my eldest sister. No matter how powerful the person who bullied you is, my eldest sister will definitely stand up for you. She will cut the person who hurt you, no, directly kill him. She has nothing to cut off for you," Munanji said after struggling for a while. "Huh?" Bien Suwen did not quite understand. Munanji knew that she could not hide this from Bien Suwen. She also believed that she would not tell anyone, so she told her what had happened. Bien Suwen was furious when she heard what Munanji had said. "That witch. I will make her pay." She was the one who had a grudge with Xiao Wanwan, not Munanji. To a certain extent, Munanji was innocent. This was because Xiao Wanwan had shifted her grudge against her onto Munanji. "She has something on me," Munanji said when she saw that Bien Suwen was going to stand up for her. "What do you mean?" Bien Suwen was puzzled. Munanji was a little embarrassed to say it, but she still whispered it into Bien Suwen's ear. "What a sinister idea." Bien Suwen clenched her fists. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "I won't let this go just like that." "But Xiao Wanwan has." Munanji did not want to be taken advantage of, but she had her own concerns. "Take her bargaining chip back, then she won't be able to threaten you," Bien Suwen said. "Then what should I do?" Munanji's mind was in a mess, and she could not think of any ideas. "We can't talk about morality when dealing with a witch like her. We'll give her a taste of her own medicine." If it were any other time, Bien Suwen would never have thought of this. However, when she saw that Munanji would be harmed because of her grudge with Xiao Wanwan, she could not care less anymore. She's a vixen. Why would she care about this? Munanji felt that this method would not work. It's true that she's a vixen. She looks like a slut, but she's actually very conservative. She might even be a virgin. Bien Suwen had interacted with Xiao Wanwan a lot, so she naturally knew her better than Munanji. How is this possible? Munanji was stunned. "Trust me," Bien Su said affirmatively. Upon seeing this, Munanji stopped questioning her. If that was the case, it would be a good idea to repay Xiao Wanwan. Moreover, she could use the same method to get back what Xiao Wanwan had threatened her with. However, Munanji suddenly realized something. Bien Suwen's eyes met Munanji's for a moment, and she realized what was going on at the same time. Both of them were women and did not have the ability to do so. If she really wanted to deal with Xiao Wanwan, she still needed help. "I'll leave it to you," Munanji said. Bien Suwen was a little worried. It was indeed a problem to choose the right person to carry out the plan. She did not want to be associated with crooked people, and she was afraid that this kind of person would be unreliable. However, if she found an upright person, the other party might not agree. In order to keep it a secret, this person had to be trustworthy. Bien Suwen racked her brain and immediately searched her memory. Suddenly, she thought of someone. To a certain extent, the person who directly dealt with Xiao Wanwan would benefit a lot. Why not let an outsider benefit from this kind of thing? Moreover, she could completely trust her own person, so she did not have to worry about this matter spreading. Even if Bien Suwen did not consider the reputation of the little fairy doctor, she should consider the reputation of the medicine Immortal Valley. After all, this kind of thing was not something a righteous person should do. Do you have someone in mind? Munanji asked when she saw Bian Suwen's eyes lit up. Yes. Bian Suwen nodded. Who is it? Is he reliable? Munanji asked. It's my boyfriend. I can completely trust him. Bian Suwen hesitated for a moment, but she still said it. Munanji was shocked. You have a boyfriend? I'm sorry. I just let you know. Bian Suwen was a little embarrassed. No wonder you stayed in Qingling. So it's because of this. Some of the doubts in Munanji's heart were cleared. Then, she asked in surprise, your boyfriend? Aren't you jealous? Of course I am. But I hate Xiao Wanwan more. Bian Suwen gritted her teeth. Will your boyfriend agree? Munanji was a little doubtful. I'm not going to tell him about this. Bian Suwen was not stupid. Her boyfriend did not belong to her alone. If Qi Mei and second sister knew about it, what would happen? If you don't tell him, how are we going to proceed? Munanji asked. That's easy. Let him think that Xiao Wanwan is me. How will he know if we blindfold him? Bian Suwen was much more experienced than Munanji, so she naturally had more ideas. When she heard this, Munanji trembled. Blindfold. What a familiar operation. A wave of anger rose in Munanji's heart. She suddenly said, when the time comes, we must interrogate Xiao Wanwan and make her tell us who the man is. Although the man was caught by Xiao Wanwan and was innocent, he was still guilty. Regarding this matter, Munanji would definitely not be a kind person and would not think of forgiving her. No problem. It's up to you whether you want to kill him or not, Bian Suwen said. After the discussion, Bian Suwen did not leave. Although Bian Suwen knew that Munanji was not the kind of person who would hurt herself in response to someone's mistake, Munanji was in a very vulnerable state. However, Munanji was in an extremely fragile state right now, so she needed someone to comfort her. The next morning, Bian Suwen dragged Munanji, who had almost recovered from her discomfort, to breakfast. Initially, Munanji did not want to go. Or rather, she did not want to see anyone. However, Bian Suwen knew that if Munanji isolated herself, it would aggravate her negative emotions. Letting Munanji come into contact with the outside world could indirectly dilute the trauma caused by this incident. Munanji could not persuade her, so she followed her to breakfast. Bian Suwen ordered a lot of food. Munanji did not have much of an appetite, but she still ate some under Bian Suwen's persuasion. Nanji? Suddenly, a surprised voice came from not far away. Munanji had her head down, but when she heard the voice, she immediately turned her head. He saw a man wearing a baseball cap. The man's cap was very low, and it covered most of his face, so no one could see his face clearly. Munanji did not recognize him either. The man saw the confusion in Munanji's eyes. He looked around sneakily. After making sure that no one was looking, he walked closer and lifted the cap. Master? Munanji was stunned for a moment, but she recognized the man immediately. Qin Fan lifted the cap and lowered it again, covering most of his face. Then, he sat down on the seat beside her. Nanji, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Fan was pleasantly surprised. Munanji's expression was calm. She really regretted coming to Qingling. If she had not come to this damn place, she would not have encountered such a thing. Qin Fan saw that Munanji's expression was not right. You don't look good. What's wrong? Munanji did not want anyone other than Bian Suwen to know what had happened to her, so she shook her head and squeezed out a smile. Nothing. I'm fine. Of course, Qin Fan did not believe her. However, since Munanji did not want to say anything, he did not ask. Munanji had something on her mind. Even though she saw Qin Fan, she did not have the mood to catch up with him. She just stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth. Qin Fan wanted to talk to her after she finished eating. While waiting, he habitually pinched his fingers and calculated the future of this beautiful female disciple of his. After a while, he frowned. Why was it? Red Phoenix Star Movement again? The same divination had appeared on Tantai Yaoyue before. At that time, Qin Fan had been quite happy, thinking that he was the one who had fulfilled the divination. However, after the blow, Qin Fan had gotten a better understanding of himself. Now, he had divined Munanji's divination. This time, Qin Fan did not connect it to himself. This was because Qin Fan knew that Munanji was a quiet and indifferent person. Other than having a strong interest in feng shui, she did not care about anything else. Of course, this included the relationship between a man and a woman. When Qin Fan had taught Munanji, he had clearly felt that she only had respect for him. Other than that, there was nothing else. After all, what did Munanji's marriage have to do with him? After figuring this out, Qin Fan's first thought was to stop this from happening. It would be best if Munanji did not meet this marriage. This disciple of his was extremely talented in feng shui, and her attainments were also very high. Even Qin Fan himself did not think that his attainments in feng shui were comparable to Munanji's. Since that was the case, he should let Munanji focus on studying feng shui instead of letting her be disturbed by love. This was also for her own good, wasn't it? As her master, Qin Fan was deceiving himself and others for his disciples' sake. In fact, subconsciously, he just wanted to stop Munanji from being with someone else. If the man Munanji's marriage was with was him, then he would definitely let go of her without hesitation. It was just that Qin Fan was unwilling to admit this selfishness. Nanji, I've divined for you. You will face a great calamity soon, so you should leave Qingling as soon as possible. Qin Fan's face was solemn as he broke the silence in the room. According to the divination, Munanji's marriage should happen in Qingling. If Munanji left Qingling as soon as possible, this could be avoided. That was why Qin Fan had lied. Upon hearing this, Munanji stopped chewing her pastry. She raised her head and looked at Qin Fan with a surprised expression. The word great calamity touched Munanji. Master, is the great calamity you mentioned already over or has it not happened yet? Munanji asked subconsciously. Qin Fan was surprised. From Munanji's words, he could tell that something must have happened to her, and it was not a good thing. No wonder Munanji was in a bad mood. It seemed like this was the reason. Naturally, it's something that hasn't happened yet. Qin Fan said. His physiognomy could predict the past and the future from the various signs present. Calculating the past was a backward calculation, while calculating the future was a forward calculation. The former was several times more difficult than the latter. However, the past had already happened and could not be changed. There was no point in calculating. If there was no special need, Qin Fan would never consider the past. Speaking of which, the main reason was that physiognomy belonged to the study of divination. Revealing the secrets of the heavens would bring about bad luck, and they might even be punished by the heavens. Even if a person with bad luck learned the art of physiognomy and did a few fortune-telling for others, they might still die prematurely. A person with good luck would not die prematurely, but he could not casually do fortune-telling for others. His disciple, Tianjizi, could be considered to be a person with excellent luck. However, when he was still learning, he had calculated some things, which caused his face to inexplicably grow strange sores, making him look like a ghost face. Qin Fan knew the consequences very well, so he rarely used physiognomy. He would only use physiognomy to calculate things occasionally on a whim. Moreover, the things that he calculated using physiognomy were only a rough estimate and were not very detailed. If he wanted to know the details, he would need to use some forbidden techniques in physiognomy to see the past or the future. However, such forbidden techniques would greatly consume one's lifespan and luck. This was no different from courting death. Qin Fan had never used it. After hearing Qin Fan's explanation, Munanji's eyes became more serious. Her encounter was already unfortunate enough, but there was still a calamity that happened to her. Could it be that that incident had just happened yesterday, and Munanji still remembered it clearly? Naturally, she could not help but suspect that she would encounter the same thing again. However, on second thought, she was already in this state, so what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, she still had to stay in Qingling to take revenge on Xiao Wanwan. How could she leave so easily? Moreover, physiognomy was just a prediction, and it might not really come true. She had the upper hand, so as long as she was careful, she could completely avoid this incident. Thinking of this, Munanji's resentment toward Tianjizi rose again. If Tianjizi had made it clear that even if she came to Qingling, she would have been prepared, how would she have such a nightmarish encounter? I have something to deal with, so I don't plan to leave Qingling for the time being. Thank you for your reminder, master. I will be careful. Munanji thought about it and replied to Qin Fan. She did not mention that Tianjizi had asked her to send his regards to Qin Fan. Nanji, you can't, you. Qin Fan wanted to change Munanji's mind and was about to persuade her. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice beside him. Qin Fan? The person who spoke was Bian Su. Qin Fan was stunned. He lifted the brim of his hat slightly and looked up, only to see the unfamiliar face of a beautiful lady. Because he had lowered the brim of his hat, his vision was affected, and his attention was on Munanji. It was only then that Qin Fan saw the lady's face clearly. Qin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this incomparably beautiful face. However, in less than a second, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Qin Fan felt uncomfortable all over, so he quickly lowered the brim of his hat to prevent the lady from seeing his face. He had never seen this lady before, but she recognized him. It was obvious that she knew him through a one-sided method. However, Qin Fan was still a little too late. It's really you. The moment Qin Fan raised his head, Bian Su was completely sure who this man in front of her was. Wasn't this man Big Sister's master, the guy who called Big Sister's name and did dirty things? No, you've got the wrong person. Qin Fan tried to argue. But this kind of quibble was too weak. How can I be wrong? You're now a well-known figure. Bian Su's tone was full of sarcasm. Qin Fan felt ashamed, but he still forced himself to fight back. We don't have anything to do with each other. There's no need to mock me like this, right? Tantai Yaoyue is my big sister. Bian Su said lightly. Qin Fan was stunned. He finally understood why he was being mocked. For a moment, he felt ashamed. His throat was blocked by something and he could not say a word. As a master, it's rare for you to do such things for your disciple. Bian Su sneered again. A gentleman would love to have a fair lady. I was infatuated with Yao Yu and could not help but do such a thing. This is human nature, Qin Fan said in an attempt to put gold on his face, bracing himself to refute. Bian Suan wanted to say something, but Munanji suddenly looked at her and said in surprise. I didn't expect your sister to be from the same sect as me. The conversation between Bian Suan and Qin Fan was very obvious. Munanji was not stupid. Naturally, she could get the information from the conversation. Yaoyue is also in Qingling. You two can get to know each other more. Qin Fan quickly changed the topic. Nanji, I see that your face is pale. You seem to be sick. I'm an expert in medicine. Why don't I take your pulse? Munanji's body trembled when she heard what Qin Fan said. Her pale face turned even paler. Bian Suan knew the inside story. At the same time, she understood Munanji's concern. I'm also a doctor. There's no need to trouble you. Qin Fan looked at Bian Suan curiously. You haven't asked? The current valley master of the Celestial Medicine Valley, Bian Suan. Bian Suan replied indifferently. Qin Fan had lived in the mountains for 10 years. He knew very little about the outside world. Naturally, he did not know much about her. He wanted to reply that he had never heard of her. However, on the surface, he said respectfully. Oh, I've heard a lot about you. He still wanted to be Bian Suan's brother-in-law. Of course, he did not want to offend her. After he said that to Bian Suan, he looked at Munanji again and continued. Since someone is treating you, I won't do anything unnecessary. However, your tribulation is approaching. I don't want to sit by and do nothing, I don't want to leave Qingling for the time being. Munanji interrupted him. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. Wait for me for a while. I'll make a safety talisman for you. Bring the safety talisman with you and you'll be safe. Qin Fan said seriously. Munanji was moved. She replied, Thank you, master. He thought that Qin Fan meant well. Of course, he would not reject him. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Qin Fan nodded with a smile. He lowered the brim of his hat and looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he stood up and left. After some time, Qin Fan returned with a safety talisman made of red cloth in his hand. There was a red string tied to it. This protective talisman can help you avoid calamities. Keep it with you and you won't have to worry about any calamities. Qin Fan handed over the protective talisman. Munanji took it from Qin Fan and nodded at him to express her gratitude. When Qin Fan saw this, a trace of undetectable joy flashed across his eyes. There was some colorless and odorless medicine in this protective talisman. If one wore it on their body, they would feel sleepy. The effect of the medicine would last for about 2 to 3 days. Munanji was not in a good state of mind to begin with. Even if she was sleepy, she would not suspect anything. Therefore, she would stay at home and rest instead of wandering around. Naturally, she would miss out on marriage. Naturally, he had achieved his goal. As for whether or not Biansu would find out, Qin Fan had already considered this. The medicine in the protective talisman was unique to him. There was no smell at all. No matter how good Biansu's medical skills were, she would not be able to detect it. Then I'll take my leave first. Qin Fan was afraid that he would be found out if he stayed for too long. Therefore, he immediately took his leave. Take care, master, Munanji said. Qin Fan smiled. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped and asked Biansu, that matter is really understandable. That matter is excusable. I hope you can explain it to your elder sister. Is that possible? If you want to explain it, why don't you go there yourself? Biansu sneered. Qin Fan's face froze. If Tan Taiyaoyue was willing to see him, why would he need to say such things to Biansu? He had called Tan Taiyaoyue the day after the incident, wanting to explain it to her. However, she did not pick up the phone at all. What could he do? Your sister doesn't want to see me. Can you please tell her that for me? Qin Fan asked with a hint of pleading in his voice. Okay, no problem. Biansu agreed without hesitation. Her attitude changed too quickly. How could Qin Fan not see that she was just brushing him off? However, in order to avoid arguing with her, he did not expose her on the surface. Thank you very much. Qin Fan said courteously. He turned around and prepared to return to the mansion. On the way back, he began to think about apologizing to Tan Taiyaoyue. Obviously, he could not count on Biansu. Moreover, as a woman, she would not be able to understand this matter. If it was a man, he would probably be able to empathize with her and understand. As he thought about this, Qin Fan immediately thought of someone. His dejected expression was slightly lifted. He took out his phone and made a call. On the other side, Biansu brought Munanji back to the hotel room and changed the dressing on her wound. During the process, Biansu felt her heart ache. She didn't know which bastard it was that dared to bully her good sister to this extent. If she knew who it was, she would definitely kill him to avenge her good sister. While Biansu's thoughts were running wild, Munanji had also finished dressing and was about to wear the safety amulet around her neck. Do you really believe your master? Biansu could not help but ask. She was skeptical about the words wearing a safety talisman can help you avoid disaster. My master is proficient in physiognomy. This thing should be useful. Besides, he doesn't have to harm me, right? Munanji's tone was uncertain. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what he's thinking? But since you want to carry it with you, then do as you please. Biansu had a bad impression of Qin Fan because of what had happened to her sister. Therefore, she complained. Upon hearing this, Munanji's action of hanging the safety talisman around her neck suddenly stiffened. Biansu's question reminded her of something. Munanji rarely used malice to guess the people close to her. However, it had only been a day since the divine predictor had set her up. With the previous lesson, could she really trust this friendly master of hers completely? If she really wanted to be calculative, she trusted the divine predictor more than Qin Fan. However, even the divine predictor had lied to her, let alone Qin Fan. Munanji took off the safety talisman around her neck and threw it into the trash can next to her. Then, she looked to the side and asked, "How's that thing going?" Xiao Wanwan has been in Qingling for a long time. Since she hasn't left, I don't think she'll leave anytime soon. Biansu thought for a while and then replied, "I've already contacted the intelligence organization to check on Xiao Wanwan's whereabouts in Qingling. I believe it won't be long before we find her." Biansu was a doctor and had done a lot of favors for many people. She had a lot of connections, including some of the senior members of the secret organizations that specialized in collecting intelligence. After discussing with Munanji last night, she contacted them. After that, the intelligence organization replied and accepted the order without hesitation. However, Munanji was too tired and fell asleep at that time, so she did not know the result. Munanji's eyes narrowed when she heard the answer. She nodded at Biansu. "Don't worry, Xiao Wanwan won't be able to run away." Biansuwen comforted her. She had been afraid of Xiao Wanwan because of the poison sex patriarch, but that fear had disappeared after Tantai Yaoyue came. No matter how powerful the poison sex patriarch was, he was no match for Tantai Yaoyue. If the poison sex patriarch dared to interfere, she would ask Tantai Yaoyue to send him to heaven. "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you the truth when you asked me why I kept Qingling. Do you want me to bring my boyfriend over so that you can take a look at him? I don't want you to say that I'm not a good sister." Biansuwen saw Munanji's gloomy expression, so she took the initiative to talk to her. She wanted to divert her attention so that she would not think too much about those unhappy things. "There's no hurry. Let's talk about it in the future." Munanji shook her head. If it wasn't for the nightmarish experience yesterday, Munanji really wanted to meet him. She wanted to see what kind of man could capture the fairy doctor's heart. But now, she really wasn't in the mood. "Alright then." Biansuwen did not force her and continued to talk. There are many scenic spots in Qingling, especially the Muwang Pavilion by the Qingling River. It was once known as the best pavilion in the world and has a long history of more than 1,000 years. Since you're here, it'll be a pity if you don't go take a look. "I don't want to. I don't want to go anywhere." Munanji shook her head. "I haven't seen it either. Let's go together. I beg you, can you accompany me?" Biansuwen said pitifully. In fact, she didn't really want to see the scenery. She just wanted Munanji to go out and relax so that Munanji wouldn't have the chance to think too much in her room. "Alright." Munanji saw through Biansuwen's intention and reluctantly agreed. If she locked herself up and didn't go out, her thoughts would indeed run wild. Going out for a walk would help her adjust her mentality. "Hello, who is this?" Wang Haoren had just arrived at the classroom and was about to start class when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. "Haoren, it's me." A familiar voice came from the phone. Wang Haoren immediately recognized that it was Qin Fan. He asked in surprise, "Why do you have my number?" "I asked my disciple," Qin Fan explained with a smile. Wang Haoren naturally understood that the disciple Qin Fan was referring to was Ma Hongxing. However, Ma Hongxing didn't have his own number. Instead, he had his mother Zhenli's number. Perhaps he got it through Zhenli. "Haoren, there's something I need your help with." "Where are you?" Qin Fan's tone was friendly as he asked with a chuckle. Through the phone, Wang Haoren could imagine the smile on Qin Fan's face that was as bright as a flower from the tone of his voice. How could Wang Haoren not know that this fella had something to ask of him? Furthermore, he could roughly guess what Qin Fan was looking for. He pretended not to know and said, "I have to go to class. I'm afraid I'm not free." "It doesn't matter. I can come and find you." Qin Fan smiled. "That works too. I'll send you an address." Wang Haoren and Qin Fan still maintained a friendly relationship on the surface. It wouldn't be right if he didn't meet him. Of course, he definitely wouldn't help him. At most, he would just brush him off. "No problem. Send it quickly. I'll come and find you." Qin Fan hurriedly said. "Okay." Wang Haoren hung up the phone and sent his location. After some time, Qin Fan called again. Wang Haoren didn't pick up the phone and directly hung up. "Haoren, why didn't you pick up the phone?" Qin Fan quickly sent a message to ask. "Are you F*** king stupid? How can you pick up the phone in class?" Wang Haoren secretly complained. He typed a message and sent it out. I'm in class. It's not convenient to pick up the phone. Can you skip class and come out? I have something urgent to talk to you. Qin Fan sent a message. Wang Haoren looked up and subconsciously glanced at Lu Yu, who was teaching on the podium. I can't. The professor in class is very fierce. If I skip class, I'll be called to the office for tea. Wang Haoren replied. From the literal meaning of the message, it seemed like he was in a difficult position. Then come out after class. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Qin Fan didn't want to force him. Okay. Wang Haoren replied perfunctorily. After some time, the class was over. The bell rang. Qin Fan, who was at the school gate, heard the commotion and immediately sent a message. Come quickly. School gate. Is there anyone who didn't understand what I said just now? Before Wang Haoren could say anything, Lu Yu suddenly asked everyone on the podium. Below the podium, no one answered. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes glanced around and inadvertently landed on Wang Haoren. How could Wang Haoren not understand? After all, it wasn't the first time. He raised his hand and said, Professor Lu, I have a question that I don't understand. I've explained it so clearly, but you still don't understand. You're so stupid. Come with me. Lu Yu said sternly. This was the reason why the other students didn't dare to say anything even if they had questions. Lu Yu turned around and left the classroom. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings walked towards the office. Wang Haoren followed her with a dejected look. Mu Zhaozhao snickered and threw Wang Haoren a gloating look. On the way to the office, Wang Haoren typed a message to reply to Qin Fan. Oh no, I just sent a message in class and my professor found out. He wants to talk to me in the office. I'll contact you later. Qin Fan was at the school gate. He stretched his neck and waited anxiously. When he saw the message, he was depressed. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait patiently. However, he waited for a few hours. When it was close to noon, he saw Wang Haoren's figure. Haoren, you're finally here. Qin Fan was happy for a while. He pressed down the brim of his cap and went forward to welcome him. He asked with concern. How did the professor who caught you sending a message in class punish you? He punished me by tearing a pair of black stockings. But can I tell you about it? Wang Haoren muttered in his heart. However, on the surface, he looked melancholy and sighed. 1 credit was deducted and he was punished to clean the classroom for a week. So serious? Qin Fan was surprised. He apologized, I'm so sorry, Haoren. I've implicated you. You didn't mean it. Forget it. Besides, I was careless. That's why the professor found out. Wang Haoren pretended to be generous and waved his hand. When Qin Fan saw this, he suddenly felt that his future brother-in-law was more pleasing to the eye. He immediately got to the point. I made your sister unhappy because of some things. Can you help me plead for leniency? What thing? Wang Haoren asked knowingly. Qin Fan was embarrassed, that thing. You even saw it at that time. Did you forget? How could I forget? I was the one behind this. You must not know, right? Wang Haoren thought jokingly. However, on the surface, he said oh as if he suddenly understood. I'm so sorry. If I didn't watch the short video, that thing wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. That thing is spreading like crazy on the internet. Your sister will know about it sooner or later. Qin Fan sighed. My sister's temper is very bad. It's not convenient for me to plead for you. Moreover, I don't have a suitable reason. Wang Haoren said with a troubled expression. That's simple. You can say that this is human nature. Many men have done this kind of thing before. You should have a girl that you like, right? Have you never done this kind of thing to a girl that you like? Qin Fan asked with a slightly vulgar tone. I do have a girl that I like, but I've never done this kind of thing. Wang Haoren said solemnly. Moreover, isn't secretly doing this kind of thing a kind of blasphemy to the girl that I like? Since I like this girl, I must do everything I can to treat her well and respect her. Qin Fan was stunned. He originally hoped that Wang Haoren would empathize with him and understand him. Because of this, he would plead with Tan Taiyue. Who knew that Wang Haoren would have such an attitude? However, he couldn't refute Wang Haoren's words. Haoren, I really couldn't tell that you were an infatuated person. Qin Fan re-examined Wang Haoren. What the hell do you mean? Do I look like a scumbag? Wang Haoren cursed in his heart. He revealed a boy's bashfulness and said. It's okay. Which girl do you like? Qin Fan asked. Sorry, there are too many. I can't count them all. Wang Haoren said. A long time ago, I had a crush on a girl. But after graduation, we went our separate ways and haven't contacted each other for a long time. Right now, I want to concentrate on my studies and not think about these things. While speaking, he revealed a disappointed expression. Qin Fan only felt that his future brother-in-law was hurt by love. He hurriedly comforted him. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Let bygones be bygones. You'll definitely meet someone better in the future. I hope so. Wang Haoren sighed. I'm proficient in fortune-telling. How about I help you calculate your marriage fate? Qin Fan had a request, so he couldn't help but be a bit more enthusiastic. No, there's no need. Wang Haoren was afraid that he would predict something that he shouldn't. Don't be so polite. I'm not charging you. Qin Fan was unwilling to comply. He immediately started to calculate Wang Haoren's marriage. Wang Haoren's nerves were slightly tense, but he couldn't stop it. He could only wait quietly. After a while, Qin Fan retracted his finger and looked at Wang Haoren in astonishment. What's wrong? Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Haoren, you are fated to be in love. Qin Fan said enviously. Ah? This isn't a good thing. Women are the most troublesome. Wang Haoren looked worried. Qin Fan was speechless. You're fated to be in love. This is a great thing. Don't you want to give it to me? It was a pity that he couldn't give it to her. Love is coming. You can't stop it. Don't avoid this kind of thing just because you're hurt. Qin Fan said. Moreover, you're already at the age of falling in love. Don't you want a girl? Yes, a little. Wang Haoren smiled shyly. If he said that he didn't want a girl, who would believe him? Of course, he had to admit it properly. Otherwise, it might arouse Qin Fan's suspicion. This is completely normal. Don't think it's meaningless. Qin Fan comforted him with the tone of an experienced person. Then, he reminded him. I've divined that you're going to be in love soon. You'll meet a beauty soon. Where will we meet? Is this person beautiful? Wang Haoren asked immediately. In fact, he wanted to know how much Qin Fan could predict so that he could have an idea of how to deal with Qin Fan in the future. The location indicated by the divination only has the word water. It might be a riverside or something. If you go to a riverside or something like that recently, you can pay attention. Qin Fan said slowly. As for whether the other party is beautiful or not, you'll have to see for yourself to know. Wang Haoren said, can't you be more specific? If I know in advance, I'll be prepared. I'm a human, not a deity. How can I predict so clearly? But you're going to be in love soon. There's no doubt about that. Qin Fan smiled. Hearing this, Wang Haoren finally had a rough idea of Qin Fan's divination. Haoren, I have to bear a certain amount of risk when I predict someone's fortune. After all, this is a matter of revealing heaven's secrets. If it's not done well, I might suffer retribution. Look, I've already helped you so much. Shouldn't you also? Qin Fan hinted. I'll try my best to explain to my sister. But I can't guarantee that my sister will forgive you. Wang Haoren pretended to agree. Then I'll have to thank you. Qin Fan naturally did not think that Wang Haoren could influence Tan Taiyue's thoughts. He only wanted Wang Haoren to speak for him. Now that he had achieved his goal, he was naturally satisfied. Next, he just had to wait for the news. In the evening, Wang Haoren returned to the villa after class. The matter of asking Tan Tai Yaoyue for Qin Fan was thrown to the back of his mind. The first thing Wang Haoran did when he returned to the villa was to look for the express delivery. Previously, he bought a box of it online to ensure his safety. The location of the delivery was this villa. In the afternoon, the express delivery was signed. He hoped that no one would open it and see it. "Which one of you signed for my express delivery?" In the hall, Feng Xuanzu, Ning Yaoxue, and Feng Anna were all there. Wang Haoran asked the three of them. Ning Yaoxue and Feng Anna shook their heads. Wang Haoran looked at Feng Xuanzu. "It's in your bedroom." After a moment of silence, Feng Xuanzu looked at Wang Haoran with a strange gaze before answering. Wang Haoran nodded. He immediately went to the bedroom and found the express delivery. However, he found that the express delivery had been opened. Even the things he bought had been opened and one of them was taken out. No wonder Feng Xuanzu was acting strange. It turned out that she had opened his express delivery. Wang Haoran felt his scalp go numb. If it was a box, it was nothing. The key was that it was a big box. Wang Haoran was a little embarrassed. He hid in the bedroom for a while until he heard Feng Anna calling him to eat. He had no choice but to go out. The four of them sat in the dining room and started eating. During the meal, Feng Xuanzu kept looking at Wang Haoran with a strange gaze. Wang Haoran ate with his head down and pretended not to see it. After the meal, he went straight to the bedroom. However, not long after, Feng Xuanzu knocked on the door and walked in. "I just wanted to help you organize your things. I didn't mean to open your express delivery." Feng Xuanzu's words carried a hint of apology and jealousy. "It's okay." Wang Haoran shook his head. "Then, is that for you?" Feng Xuanzu plucked up her courage and asked. "If I say that it's not for me, and that I bought it to blow up balloons for fun, would you believe me?" Wang Haoran made a sarcastic remark, and nodded decisively. "Yes." Feng Xuanzu knew about the matter between him and Qiu Qianwei anyway, so it did not matter. Then, it won't take my life, will it? I really don't know how Qiu Qianwei withstood it." Feng Xuanzu's pretty face showed some panic as she mumbled secretly. Although her voice was soft, Wang Haoran's hearing was excellent. As it turned out, Feng Xuanzu's focus was different from his. It was no wonder. Feng Xuanzu had opened it. She might have even studied it and looked it up on the internet. She probably understood that the item used to keep her safe was the biggest one. It was clear that Feng Xuanzu was frightened. Wang Haoran understood. He wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. After a long while, Feng Xuanzu was the first to break the silence. Her eyes were watery, and there was a hint of pleading in them. "If I remember correctly, you're on holiday tomorrow. Can you accompany me for a walk?" Her voice was soft and alluring. "Sure. Where do you want to go?" Wang Haoran's head was heated, and he agreed to it readily. "Muwang Pavilion. I heard that it's the most famous scenic spot in Clear Spirit," said Feng Xuanzu. "Muwang Pavilion?" Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat. Muwang Pavilion is on the banks of Clear Spirit River. Qin Fan said that he's about to have a romantic encounter with a beauty by the river. Is she coming? The Muking Pavilion was located on the east bank of the Qingling River. It had a history of more than 1,000 years and was an ancient royal singing and dancing building. It was built by the son of an ancient emperor who had once been the commander-in-chief. Due to its magnificent aura, it attracted countless literati to visit and write countless poems for it. Some of the poems were even famous throughout the ages and passed down in the future. There was a saying that if one came to Qingling without visiting the Muking Pavilion, it would be a wasted trip. It was morning. Bian Suwen pulled Munanji out of the hotel and arrived near the Muking Pavilion. Many tourists could be seen on the surrounding roads. Bian Suwen and Munanji's outstanding appearance attracted many people's stunned gazes. Munanji was very sensitive because of the accident. She felt a little uncomfortable being sized up by so many people. Bian Suwen noticed this. She pulled her hand and left the place where the crowd was gathered. There were small boats around them that could be rented. Bian Suwen rented a boat and went boating with Munanji. The water was clear and the sky was blue. If one looked further, they could see the towering Muking Pavilion. A small boat was swimming with the current. Mu Nanji hugged her knees and sat at the bow of the boat, breathing in the fresh air. She felt that the depression in her heart had lessened a little. Some thoughts flashed through her mind. She was at the best age for a woman and was in the prime of her youth. When she was in the imperial capital, countless young elites pursued her, but she had never paid them any attention. This was not because she was pretending to be aloof, but because she really could not arouse the slightest interest in the affairs of men and women. If it was a topic about feng shui, she would be very interested. She had never even entertained the thought of being with a certain man in the future, or even marrying him. Whether she was innocent or not was not that important. Although it was a little hard to accept that such a thing had happened, it was not to the point where she could not forget it. Let the past be the past. There was no need to dwell on it. In this life, she only wished to have a greater breakthrough in feng shui. As for the rest, it was not important. After sorting out her thoughts, Mu Nanji's mood improved. She looked up slightly and saw Bian Suwen holding her phone with a smile on her face, taking photos of the surrounding scenery. After taking the photos, she immediately sent them out. Then, she happily held her phone and waited for a reply. But after waiting for a few minutes, nothing happened. Bian Suwen couldn't help but feel melancholy. Who on earth did you send the scenery you just took? Mu Nanji's mood improved a little. When she saw the change in Bian Suwen's expression, she wanted to chat with her, so she took the initiative to ask. Of course it's for my boyfriend. He should be on holiday today. I don't know what he's doing. He actually didn't reply to my messages, Bian Su said with hidden bitterness. Mu Nanji had already guessed it earlier, so she was not surprised when she heard Bian Su's answer. She just asked in confusion, don't you think it's too silly to put all your joy and sorrow on a man? If the Lord is happy, I am happy, if the Lord is sad, I am sad. Isn't love like this? Don't you think this is a very romantic thing? How can he be an idiot? Bian Su asked with a smile. When Mu Nanji heard this, the look of confusion on her face deepened. Bian Suwen knew she couldn't get through to her, so she could only smile and say, you'll understand when you meet such a person in the future. There won't be such a person, and even if there is. Mu Nanji said slowly, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stopped, and a trace of pain flashed across her beautiful face. However, this pained expression only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. His expression became calm again as he continued to speak. You've only left the imperial capital for slightly more than a month, but I really feel like you've become a different person. Does the word love really have such a big influence on a person? Yes, the word love is really poisonous. Even I feel like I don't recognize myself anymore. But I still think that I'm pretty good like this, Bian Suwen said half-jokingly with a happy and sweet smile on her face. Mu Nanji shook her head inwardly. Wang Haoren parked his car by the roadside and checked the message he had just received. It was a short video sent by Bian Suwen. A tall building appeared in the video, and it looked vaguely familiar. Wang Haoren looked out of the car window inadvertently. Suddenly, he saw a tall building and immediately understood. Isn't that the Mu King Pavilion? Bian Suwen is near the Mu King Pavilion? Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at the breathtakingly beautiful Feng Xuansu in the passenger seat. Feng Xuansu thought that it was her first time coming out with her husband to play, and it was very ceremonial, so she deliberately put on exquisite makeup. It made her flawless face look even more alluring. When Wang Haoren turned his head to look, his gaze happened to meet Feng Xuansu's. A feeling of palpitating heartbeat uncontrollably welled up in his heart. He was stunned for a while. Feng Xuansu was secretly delighted when she saw his expression. She did not disturb him, but seeing that he was still in a daze, she could not help but ask, is this the Mu King Pavilion? Wang Haoren woke up. He did not feel awkward at all because he was stunned. He said calmly, this is it. The two of them got out of the car. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman attracted the attention of many people around them. Wang Haoren ignored the gazes around him and slowly walked along the road towards the Mu King Pavilion in the distance. As he was afraid of bumping into Bian Suwen, he walked very slowly. Feng Xuansu was not in a hurry. She quietly followed beside Wang Haoren. When they walked side by side, she would inadvertently touch his hand, hinting to him that he could hold her hand. However, what made Feng Xuanzu resentful was that this guy did not seem to understand. What Feng Xuanzu did not know was that Wang Haoren's attention was all on his surroundings. He was scanning with his X-ray vision. After scanning and confirming that it was safe, Wang Haoren heaved a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and secretly sent a message to Bian Suwen. "This is the Mu King Pavilion, right? Are you alone or with Wei Wei and the rest?" "I'm not with Wei Wei and the rest. I'm with a good friend of mine in the capital." Bian Suwen quickly sent a message. "Is it a man or a woman?" Wang Haoren knew, but he asked the obvious. Actually, it was mainly out of curiosity. Bian Suwen asked who this female friend was. Bian Suwen was the female lead, and her friend was most likely an important character. When Bian Suwen saw the message, she naturally felt that her boyfriend cared about her. That was why he asked that. She was secretly delighted and sent a message. "What about the woman? What's her name?" Wang Haoren asked. "Her name is Munanji. She's a female geomaster. She's very famous in the capital," Bian Suwen answered truthfully. End of chapter 502. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.